Chapter 1. Stranded on a deserted island. Auntie, please don't fool around. Clap clap Xiao Fan. Hurry Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan wake up. Xiao Fan. Lin Xiao Fan, who had fainted, felt something striking him and vaguely heard someone calling his name. Driven by his instinct for survival, he jolted upright as if emerging from a nightmare. In an instant, his face collided with something soft. It was delightful and fragrant. While the woman instinctively recoiled from the impact, covering her front with her hands. Upon hearing her gasp, Lin Xiaofan slowly opened his eyes. Before him sat Annie Mo, seemingly in shock, her expression a blend of confusion and surprise. It dawned on Lin Xiaofan that he had abruptly sat up and bumped into the voluptuous figure of his landlady, Mo Mi Tao. "I'm so sorry, Annie Mo. I didn't mean to," Lin Xiaofan stammered, feeling a flush of embarrassment as he met her gaze. At that moment, Mo Mi Tao was clad in a pink tank top and denim shorts, the former accentuating her figure. Having given birth less than 6 months ago, her beauty was striking an enchanting blend of maturity and allure. "It's all right, I was just relieved you woke up. I thought you might have, Mo Mi Tao said, regaining her composure. Once steady, Lin Xiaofan hastily responded, "Ugh, Annie Mo, don't curse me like that. I just bumped into you or even now." Mo Mi Tao smiled faintly. "I won't hold it against you, but now we're in a predicament. We have no idea where we are." At her words, Lin Xiaofan shook his dizzy head and surveyed the surroundings. All he could see was the deserted island and the vast ocean, devoid of any signs of civilization. "Goodness, just 20 days after my discharge, I find myself stranded on a deserted island." Memories flooded back. Not long after returning home from military service, he had joined a security company and was assigned to a neighborhood where he rented a room from Mo Mi Tao. The total cost for his stay was 1,200 yuan, but kind-hearted Annie Mo allowed him to defer payment. With the National Day holiday approaching, she had asked him to guard her while she traveled for a few days, waiving the rent altogether. Grateful for such an opportunity, Lin Xiaofan had accompanied Mo Mi Tao on her trip, which also included her 2 stunning friends. However, an unforeseen maritime disaster had left him waking up here, with only Mo Mi Tao by his side, the fate of the others unknown. He couldn't help but lament the possibility that Annie Mo's 2 friends might have perished. What a tragic loss that would be. "Annie Mo, where are your 2 friends? Did you see them when you woke up?" Lin Xiaofan inquired, gazing at the breathtaking landlady before him. Mo Mi Tao, 34 years old, was 12 years his senior. Shaking her head, she replied, "I didn't see them. When I came to, you were the only one I found, Xiao Fan." "Do you think they might?" As they continued their conversation, Mo Mi Tao unexpectedly began to weep like a young girl, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Xiaofan, unable to bear the sight, instinctively reached out to wipe her tears, only to have his hand firmly restrained by his other hand. He felt it might be inappropriate to startle Mo Mi Tao, so he attempted to comfort her. "Oh, Annie Mo, let's not be so pessimistic. We haven't even seen them yet. As the saying goes, you must see the living and the dead. Annie Mo, I am quite thirsty and hungry." As he spoke, Lin Xiaofan looked at Mo Mi Tao. Noticing the longing in his gaze, Mo Mi Tao instinctively covered her front. "Why are you looking at me? Don't get any funny ideas. I don't have any water to spare." She spoke in a flustered manner. In truth, she did have water, but she was reluctant to share it with Lin Xiaofan unless absolutely necessary. On this desolate island, devoid of human presence, she feared that this young man might act recklessly. Although he seemed kind-hearted, this was a deserted island, where anything could happen without anyone to intervene. "Annie Mo, don't be so frightened. I merely meant that we should find some water and food, and perhaps check if your friends are still alive." Mo Mi Tao finally realized her earlier fears of the young man attacking her were unfounded. After the false alarm, Mo Mi Tao stood up. "Look, we should walk along the coastline. Perhaps we might find a water bottle that has drifted from the cruise ship." As Lin Xiaofan spoke, he swallowed hard but still found his thirst unquenched. He and Mo Mi Tao walked along the shore and soon discovered a half-full bottle of water, likely washed ashore from the cruise ship. Lin Xiaofan picked it up and took a couple of hearty gulps, leaving about a third of it. He glanced at Mo Mi Tao, who was also swallowing hard. Her slightly plump, exaggerated curves resembled a rounded gourd. Observing that she too was parched, Lin Xiaofan, despite the preciousness of water, selflessly offered her the bottle. After all, She had previously allowed him to delay his rent payment, and he still considered himself her protector. Mo Mitao quickly accepted the water and began to drink deeply, completely shedding her ladylike demeanor. In a situation where resources were scarce on a deserted island, manners became irrelevant. Hey, Animo, leave some for later, don't drink it all. Before Lin Xiaofan could finish his sentence, the remaining water had entirely disappeared into Mo Mitao's mouth. Realizing her excess, she suddenly bent down and spat out the mouthful of water back into the bottle, slightly choking in the process. Seeing this, Lin Xiaofan felt somewhat helpless. I apologize, I almost drank it all. Animo, you're being ridiculous, you seem extremely thirsty. Never mind, let's save the last 2 sips. Water is very precious right now, and we don't know where we can find more. Let's head over there and take a look. Lin Xiaofan said this without truly scolding her, while she, a grown woman, appeared as if she had been reproached, looking quite pitiful. Let's go, what are you waiting for? We should go around, Lin Xiaofan remarked, gesturing toward a protruding part of the desolate island ahead. Blocked by obstacles, they had to detour to witness the coastline on the other side. Upon hearing this, Mo Mitao hurriedly followed suit. After all, in this desolate place, she truly felt lost on how to survive alone. The young man before her had just emerged from the military, and his survival skills were undoubtedly superior to hers. Observing his robust silhouette, Mo Mitao felt an unprecedented sense of security. As they progressed halfway, Lin Xiaofan's gaze sharpened. He noticed a glimmer that sparked joy in his heart, driven by his keen instincts. It was highly likely to be a blade of some sort. He swiftly approached, discovering a dagger, and his face broke into a beaming smile as he picked it up as if it were treasure. In a deserted island, possessing a weapon for self-defense was of utmost importance. What's wrong, Xiaofan? Lin Xiaofan turned upon hearing the voice, his cheeks unexpectedly flushed. Chapter 2. Aunt, please be quiet. Mo Mitao trotted over, holding 2 sips of mineral water she had just spat out. Perhaps due to the uneven ground, Mo Mitao appeared slightly unsteady as she walked, resembling someone struggling to maintain balance. Look at this, Lin Xiaofan said, brandishing the dagger for Mo Mitao to see. The action startled her, causing a flurry of panic as she stammered, Xiaofan, what are you doing? Realizing her alarm, Lin Xiaofan quickly concealed the dagger. He understood that Aunt Mo had been apprehensive and fearful, likely thinking he intended to harm her. What do you need that dagger for? Mo Mitao inquired, somewhat puzzled. Lin Xiaofan was momentarily at a loss for words. Had he not known her, he might have assumed she lacked common sense. Aunt Mo, this dagger is essential for self-defense. We have no idea what dangers lurk on this deserted island, he explained. Hearing his reasoning, Mo Mitao suddenly understood, responding, you're right, there could be wild beasts lurking about. Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly, relieved that the beautiful woman before him had finally grasped the situation. Eventually, the two circumvented a small hill protruding ahead and arrived at the opposite coastline. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan spotted scattered coconut trees lining the shore. His heart soared with delight, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation of savoring fresh coconut water. Wow, coconut trees. Finally, we have something to drink, Lin Xiaofan chuckled at Mo Mitao's joyous expression. Indeed, he said, striding toward the coconut trees. From behind, Mo Mitao's voice chimed in, Xiaofan, you wouldn't mind drinking the water I've already tasted, would you? Lin Xiaofan felt a flutter in his heart, but quickly replied, no, I've participated in outdoor survival training in the military and have even drunk from mountain streams. Well then, I never imagined you had experience in outdoor survival. I guess I'll have to rely on you from now on. As they walked leisurely, Lin Xiaofan casually remarked, then you must listen to me. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Mitao acquiesced. She understood that as a fragile woman in this wilderness, survival would indeed be a formidable challenge. Having taken only a few steps, Lin Xiaofan was startled to discover peculiar footprints on the ground ahead. Upon closer inspection, he discerned both human and animal tracks, interspersed with a trail of blood-long and ominous alongside a series of strange, intact footprints. Is that blood? Mo Mitao exclaimed, her face pale with terror as she gazed at the crimson substance below. Lin Xiaofan crouched down to examine it more closely, realizing it was the mark of a bear's paw. This revelation cast an unsettling shadow over him. It was evident that this desolate island posed greater dangers than he had previously imagined. He speculated about the presence of bears, perhaps even dragging off a human. The implications were dire. Feeling the parchness in his throat and having scanned the area for threats without finding any, Lin Xiaofan decided to lead Aunt Mo to the shade of a coconut tree. There, they discovered several spoiled coconuts with ants and maggots feasting upon the decaying fruit. The coconut tree is so tall, how are we supposed to drink the coconut water? Mo Mitao lamented helplessly. Lin Xiaofan, gazing upward, replied, just wait and see. He then gathered a few fist-sized stones and, with determination, struck the coconuts hanging from the tree. Before long, 3 coconuts plummeted to the ground, mercifully landing on soft earth to avoid shattering. Lin Xiaofan then produced a knife and deftly created a fissure in one of the coconuts, allowing the 2 of them to savor the pure, natural coconut water. A refreshing wave of coolness washed over Lin Xiaofan, invigorating him. A few sips of coconut water during such thirst felt utterly revitalizing. He proceeded to pierce another coconut, pouring its juice into a mineral water bottle. With no fresh water nearby, this was the only way to preserve their scant water supply, even if it contained remnants of what Mo Mitao had previously drunk. Moments later, as they prepared to continue their search for Mo Mitao's friends, Lin Xiaofan suddenly heard a rustling sound emanating from a distance. Oh, this could mean danger. Instantly alert, he instinctively seized Aunt Mo, pulling her swiftly away from their location. The abrupt tug startled her. Lin Xiaofan guided Mo Mitao behind a large rock. In his panic, Lin Xiaofan inadvertently kicked a stone, losing his balance and stumbling forward. In an unfortunate tumble, both fell to the ground, and he quickly covered her mouth with one hand. Mo, be silent, he whispered urgently, his voice barely above a breath as he leaned close to her ear. Mo Mitao, perplexed, wondered what had triggered this sudden alarm. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable sensation swept over her. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her throat. At that instant, Mo Mitao sensed something pressing against her. Realizing what it was, a mix of shock and embarrassment flooded her, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, extending all the way to her ears. Time seemed to freeze. Lin Xiaofan's voice broke the tension. Something is emerging from the woods. Let's remain silent. With that, he released his grip from Mo Mitao's mouth. The tense silence lingered for approximately 2 minutes. Aunt Mo, her cheeks flushed, whispered in a voice as delicate as a whispering breeze, "Please move aside." At that moment, Lin Xiaofan, jolted from his reverie, became acutely aware of his indiscretion. Blushing, he promptly sat upright and slowly turned his head towards the source of the earlier commotion. To his astonishment, a massive black bear emerged, its ample size and plush fur strikingly apparent as it ambled out from the thicket, baring its teeth menacingly. Witnessing this sight, Lin Xiaofan felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He instinctively recoiled behind the stone and murmured, "Mo, do not make a sound, there is a large black bear." Mo Mitao nodded, and Lin Xiaofan noticed a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. The image of the bashful Aunt Mo stirred something within Lin Xiaofan, prompting memories of their previous encounter. Upon catching a glimpse of Lin Xiaofan's fervent gaze, Mo Mitao felt a surge of anxiety and endeavored to regain her composure. After a brief moment, she mimicked Lin Xiaofan, cautiously peeking her head over the stone to observe the unfolding scene. She too beheld the formidable black bear lingering beneath the coconut palms, an intimidating presence. It is worth noting that black bears are known to be dangerous. "Let us exercise caution. We shall wait until it departs before we make our exit," Lin Xiaofan advised softly. While he might have had a chance to escape if the bear had noticed him, Aunt Mo's safety was far less certain. Mo Mitao withdrew her head, leaning against the stone like Lin Xiaofan, both of them hoping fervently for the bear's swift departure. In that moment, Lin Xiaofan stole a glance at Mo Mitao, a tumult of unspoken emotions swelling within him as he observed her panting, clearly overwhelmed by fear. Chapter 3. Su Yin almost met a grievous fate after a while. When Lin Xiaofan peered out once more, he discovered that the black bear had vanished. Could it be that it had returned to its lair after failing to find sustenance? Instantly, Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of relief, promptly turning around, only to unexpectedly bump heads with Mo Mitao, who had also leaned in. The collision of their faces ignited an atmosphere of subtle intimacy, causing both to blush profusely. It is worth noting that at the tender age of 22, Lin Xiaofan had yet to experience the warmth of a romantic relationship, and being so close inevitably evoked a peculiar sensation. That, the black bear has left, Lin Xiaofan stammered, his words faltering. Mo Mitao, her gaze flitting nervously, suggested, "Let us go find them. Perhaps there are other survivors. I know some people on the cruise." She referred to a few of her tenants, as well as her former in-laws who were also on holiday. In this moment, life and death hung in the balance. Lin Xiaofan nodded in agreement, and together they ventured out from behind the rock. He remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any lurking beasts, as this was indeed a desolate island where unknown creatures could be lurking. Just a few steps into their journey, they heard a woman's desperate cries for help emanating from the nearby woods. Lin Xiaofan, uncertain of the circumstances, decided to observe before taking action. Pulling Mo Mitao back to the safety of the rock, he instinctively placed himself between her and the potential danger, fearful that she might act rashly without comprehending the situation. Peeking from behind the rock, Lin Xiaofan caught sight of something soft under his right hand. Involuntarily, he tightened his grip. "So soft, what is this?" Just as he realized what it was, Mo Mitao's hand swiftly swatted his away. "You naughty boy, how dare you?" Lin Xiaofan shushed her with a gesture, whispering, "I didn't mean to. It was an accident. Listen, there's a woman calling for help." Mo Mitao finally calmed down enough to listen intently. Suddenly, she recognized the voice as that of her friend, Su Yan. "It's my friend," she exclaimed, attempting to rush out, only to be restrained once more by Lin Xiaofan. You sensed something, didn't you?" He quickly withdrew his hand, feeling a bit flustered. "What an unexpected turn of events. I didn't mean to alarm you," he explained, feeling the need to justify their close proximity. Mo Mitao, burning with urgency, was on the verge of dashing out. But Lin Xiaofan firmly held her back, lowering his voice to insist, "Auntie, don't be impulsive. Let us assess the situation first." At his words, she managed to rein in her fervor. Ignoring her for the moment, Lin Xiaofan peered towards the direction of the cries. There, approximately 20 meters away, a disheveled woman was sprinting towards them, pursued by a rather robust red-haired man, whose face bore a sinister grin. It appeared he was on the cusp of capturing her. It was Su Yan. Lin Xiaofan recognized her as one of Mo Mitao's close friends and a department head at a large corporation, and he knew she was in grave danger. In that moment, Su Yan, being pursued, felt her legs growing heavier, parched from a day without water. Suddenly, her knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground. "Run, keep running. Now you cannot move, can you? It would be wise to comply. Perhaps if I am pleased, I might grant you a sip of water," he sneered, lunging towards the fallen Su Yan like a ravenous wolf. "No, please don't. Help. Spare me." Su Yan instinctively cried out. "It's my best friend. I must save her." Mo Mitao, terrified for her friend's safety, declared, "Come on, let us teach that beast a lesson." Lin Xiaofan shouted as he charged forward, bellowing, "Let her go, Su Yan." Mo Mitao yelled towards Su Yan, wishing desperately to rescue her. With reddened eyes and a hoarse voice, Su Yan called out, "Sister, save me. Let her go." "No way." The red-haired man tightened his grip around Su Yan's neck and brandished a knife, pressing it against her throat. This act nearly caused Su Yan to lose control. Lin Xiaofan was equally taken aback by the man's willingness to threaten a woman with a blade. This predicament left him at a loss. Charging in recklessly could put Mo Mitao's friend in grave danger. His mind raced, searching for strategy. Noticing both men were panting, Lin Xiaofan recognized the man was also somewhat fatigued. He understood that prolonging the standoff would not bode well. The man might have accomplices who could arrive and complicate matters further. Spotting an open area behind the man, an idea struck him. He turned to the anxious Mo Mitao. "Auntie, sneak around and grab some stones. When he is distracted, throw them at him." Initially puzzled, Mo Mitao soon understood, nodding as she began to quietly reposition herself. Lin Xiaofan's intention was to increase the chances of a successful rescue by sandwiching the man between them. Meanwhile, he approached the man, holding Su Yan as cautiously as a snail. "Let her go. We can negotiate. If you're thirsty, I can offer you water and even coconuts." He attempted to engage the man, diverting his attention. By this time, Mo Mitao had successfully maneuvered behind the red-haired man, clutching 2 fist-sized stones. "If I have water, but I want this woman." "You little brat, don't ruin my plans, or you'll all perish," the man replied. Lin Xiaofan realized that this individual undoubtedly had accomplices. Otherwise, he would not have dared to speak so boldly. In a place devoid of morals and law, they might commit any atrocity. However, Lin Xiaofan was not easily intimidated. Having spent years in the military, he had faced challenges that left even his commanding officer exasperated. He understood that to seize control, he needed to respond with unwavering firmness. With this insight, his tone shifted dramatically. He addressed the red-haired man. "Are you afraid of death? If you harm that woman, I will kill you, no? I shall incapacitate you and then feed you to the dogs. The wilderness of this island surely harbors wild dogs, and I've heard they are quite ferocious." Upon hearing the audacious words of the young man before him, the red-haired man felt a shiver run down his spine. He understood that this seemingly youthful individual, appearing to be in his 20s, was a formidable character, perhaps even more ruthless than his own brother. Su Yan, upon hearing this, was filled with terror. She dared not voice her thoughts, fearing that this young man might provoke her captor to the brink of desperation, leaving her with no escape. "Youngster, do not presume I lack the resolve to eliminate her. I might very well dispose of you as well, and then deal with that woman," he declared, slightly turning his head to glance at Mo Mitao, who was not far behind him. At that moment, Mo Mitao had her hands clasped behind her back, waiting for Lin Xiaofan's signal to act. She intended to seize the opportunity to throw a stone at him when he was not paying attention. Seeing the red-haired man's bravado, Mo Mitao could hardly contain her desire to pin him down and crush him into the ground. "What do you propose, then? We can negotiate," Lin Xiaofan inquired, observing his reaction. "Release me," the red-haired man replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan realized there was no room for negotiation. He then nodded subtly at Mo Mitao. Chapter 4. The consequences of a woman's fury upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. Mo Mitao resolutely struck the assailant's head. A dull thud resounded as the red-haired man felt the impact, his vision momentarily obscured by stars, his head spinning. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaofan dashed forward and swiftly wrested the small knife from the man's grip. At that moment, Su Yan managed to free herself from the red-haired man's clutches. Lin Xiaofan took advantage of the situation and delivered a forceful kick, sending the red-haired man sprawling to the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, Lin Xiaofan landed another powerful kick to his chin, immediately subduing him. The red-haired man's face was a mask of fear and frustration as he struggled against Lin Xiaofan's grip. But the latter's strength rendered him immobile. "Let me go," the red-haired man bellowed. Just then, as Lin Xiaofan restrained him, Su Yan advanced and delivered a kick to his lower regions, seething with rage. "You bully me? I shall ensure your lineage is severed." With his hands firmly held by Lin Xiaofan, the man was unable to shield himself, the pain forcing him to nearly kneel. Lin Xiaofan watched in astonishment, taken aback by Su Yan's fury and her desire to render the red-haired man incapable of procreation. He thought he had faintly heard the sound of an egg cracking. Unable to contain her wrath, Su Yan unleashed another kick. "Ah!" the red-haired man cried out, his eyes widening in shock. Clearly this blow inflicted even greater pain. The sound of another egg shattering echoed in the air. Lin Xiaofan shook his head in resignation, pondering that even if the red-haired man had not lost his potency entirely, he was now reduced to the status of a half-eunuch. With no hospital on this desolate island to provide treatment, the prospect of him becoming a true eunuch loomed ominously. "You filthy woman! How dare you sever my lineage? I will kill you!" the red-haired man howled, attempting to break free from Lin Xiaofan's hold. Yet he was unable to escape, whether due to the pain or the sheer strength of Lin Xiaofan. At that moment, Aunt Mo approached and delivered a resounding slap across the red-haired man's face, leaving 5 distinct prints on his cheek. "You, The red-haired man began to protest, but another slap silenced him. All right, Ann and Mo, we've tormented him enough. Let's leave it at this. Otherwise, we may truly provoke a fatal outcome. Lin Xiaofan felt reluctant to take a life unless absolutely necessary. Hearing his words, Su Yin slapped the red-haired man as well, realizing that had Lin Xiaofan not intervened, she might have kicked him again. Although filled with rage, Su Yin refrained from delivering a fatal blow, as her opponent had not achieved his nefarious intentions, and she had never taken a life before. Lin Xiaofan, having trained in the military, possessed considerable strength. He then delivered a kick to the red-haired man's calf, forcing him to kneel. Now apologize, Lin Xiaofan commanded. Why should I apologize? I have not even insulted her. It was this woman who struck my manhood. If I am rendered incapable, you shall all perish. The red-haired man remained defiant, unwilling to concede, his arrogance unabated. This was an attempted crime, and it is indeed a transgression. Had we not intervened, you might have succeeded in your malicious intent. Should you refuse to apologize, I fear this woman may expose your true nature. Lin Xiaofan kindly cautioned him. At that moment, Su Yin stepped forward, ready to confront him. However, the red-haired man, upon seeing this, reacted not with fear but with arrogant defiance, exclaiming, "Ha! My brother is on his way here. When he arrives with his men, you will all meet your end." No wonder he was so brazen. It seems reinforcements were imminent. Let him go, lest we provoke a fatal confrontation. Mo Mitao expressed her apprehension. She did not wish to offend anyone, as her small group was vulnerable. If they antagonized the other survivor groups on this desolate island, their situation would become even more precarious. Lin Xiaofan discerned her concerns and subsequently pulled the red-haired man up before pushing him away. He pointed at him with a serious tone, declaring, "Consider yourself fortunate this time. Should I catch you harming others again, I will not be so lenient." The red-haired man huffed and slowly retreated, cradling himself as he walked toward the forest by the shore. Observing his awkward departure, Lin Xiaofan smirked. It appeared the red-haired man had been rendered impotent, stripped of his capacity to harm women. Meanwhile, the wounded man trudged away with a sinister expression, feeling an inexplicable pain, contemplating revenge. Just wait. If I encounter you again, I will ensure you all become crippled. Damn it, targeting my vulnerabilities. That wretched woman better not fall into my hands, or I will make her pay. Ack, the pain is unbearable. Beside the boulder, Mo Mitao looked at Lin Xiaofan with gratitude in her eyes. Xiaofan, thank you. If it weren't for you, Su Yin would have been in grave danger today. Lin Xiaofan smiled gently, replying, "It's nothing. Ann, just a small gesture." At this moment, Su Yin also softly expressed her thanks, although her tone was somewhat frosty, embodying an icy beauty. Lin Xiaofan glanced at her. Her attire was rather revealing, and he could faintly see the crevices between the mountain peaks. Such breathtaking scenery. He had noticed her aloof demeanor on the previous cruise, seldom engaging with her. He was far more familiar with his landlady, Mo Mitao. Mao Mitao then inquired, "Su Yin, have you seen Tingting?" Tingting referred to her other close friend, Li Tingting. It was then that Su Yin recalled, "She was captured with me and is currently in the camp of that red-haired man and his brother. We must hurry to rescue her or else." Hearing this, Lin Xiaofan advised, "Wait, we cannot act recklessly. We are no match for them in direct confrontation." He then handed Mo Mitao the small knife that the red-haired man had dropped. "Take this for self-defense." "What about me?" Su Yin asked, a hint of fear in her voice, wishing for a weapon for her protection, as she had nearly faced humiliation without one. "You can find a sturdy stick later," Lin Xiaofan replied, realizing he only possessed a single dagger without any extra weapons. "Come on, Su Yin, lead the way. We shall lie in wait near their camp." Su Yin, filled with confusion, turned to Lin Xiaofan and inquired, "What are your plans for rescue?" "There are 7 or 8 of them. We shall employ our wits." She replied enigmatically, "You will understand tonight." With that, Su Yin took the lead. Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow, his tone heavy with concern as he remarked, "This desolate island not only poses threats from wild beasts and serpents, but we must also remain vigilant of human nature." Mo, her face etched with worry, concurred, "Indeed, who could have anticipated that in such dire straits, humanity could reveal such terrifying facets?" Su Yin trembled slightly. Her eyes filled with dread as she asserted, "In the absence of legal constraints, morality becomes irrelevant. One must be wary of men, for none can be deemed trustworthy." "Hey, Su Yan, do not cast a wide net of condemnation. Not every man is malevolent," Lin Xiaofan protested, slightly offended. Su Yin, with a faint smile, retorted, "Who can say? Although you are my best friend's tenant, it does not guarantee your integrity. Moreover, we are on a deserted island. Who knows if you might entertain ulterior motives one day? Is that so? Does she truly doubt me?" Lin Xiaofan felt at a loss. Even in the throes of youthful passion, he would never force anyone against their will. At that moment, Mo Mitao interjected, "Su Yin, do not speak so harshly. Xiaofan possesses commendable character." Upon hearing this, Su Yin fell silent, focusing instead on leading the way. "Have some water," Aunt Mo offered, passing a bottle filled with coconut juice to Su Yin. After receiving the water, Su Yin took a couple hearty gulps. Aunt Mo then handed the bottle to Lin Xiaofan, who merely took a sip before passing it to Mo Mitao. She, too, took only a small drink, well aware of the preciousness of water and refraining from drinking unless truly parched. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a gentle evening breeze rustled through the trees, invigorating the group. "Wait," Lin Xiaofan suddenly interjected. Chapter 5. The remains in the dilapidated cabin. Lin Xiaofan suddenly recalled the words spoken by the red-haired man. It occurred to him that if the three of them proceeded directly, they might be discovered midway, making it difficult to extricate themselves, especially with two women in tow. "Let us take a detour. It is quite possible that the red-haired man will retrace his steps to seek us out," he suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Yin and Mo Mitao found his reasoning sound, considering the red-haired man had mentioned that his brother was coming to find him. With a nod, Su Yin led Lin Xiaofan and Mo Mitao in another direction, circumventing the path they had been pursued on earlier. Lin Xiaofan glanced at the ground beneath him and realized it was likely to be infested with snakes, insects, and ants. He then broke off a branch and handed it to Su Yin, saying, "Here, take this stick to lead the way, so you don't step on a snake." His words were quite straightforward. Taking the stick, Su Yin scoffed, "You're such a jinx," and continued on her way. Lin Xiaofan turned and smiled at Mo Mitao, who was trailing behind. "Hey, just a friendly reminder, don't be foolish." Mo Mitao chuckled lightly, her character being such that she wouldn't hold a grudge. Lin Xiaofan simply smiled faintly, as he meant it lightly and did not take it to heart. He then followed closely behind Su Yin. To his surprise, Su Yin possessed an alluring figure, her proportions quite admirable. Dressed in a loose t-shirt and fitted trousers, she exuded a refreshing charm that conveyed both innocence and an intriguing allure. Lin Xiaofan inquired, "Sister Su, what is the situation at the red-haired man's camp?" Su Yin paused momentarily before responding. "It was hastily erected just last night. When we awakened at noon, we were waiting for rescue by the seaside, only to be forcibly taken away by that group in the evening. I managed to escape this morning and hid nearby, but unexpectedly, I was discovered. Then I ran and eventually found you and my best friend." Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow in contemplation and remarked, "It seems this group is not to be underestimated. Did you happen to see the capsized and stranded cruise ship?" As they walked, Su Yin replied, "No, but I gathered from their conversation that it is merely 2 to 3 kilometers away." "How are they surviving then?" Lin Xiaofan continued to inquire. Su Yin paused again, then said, "Oh, I heard they have already scoured the cruise ship. Any useful supplies have long been taken." Indeed, the red-haired man's brother was no ordinary individual. Lin Xiaofan distinctly remembered the ship being quite large, with several restaurants and a wealth of provisions inside. The realization struck him like a chill. All remaining food had fallen into their hands. Those two red-haired brothers had also gathered several people, forming a coalition to control food supplies. And 2 women had already succumbed to their whims in exchange for sustenance. When they saw that Li Tingting and I would not yield, they threatened to withhold food from us and gave us 2 days to decide whether to submit to them. Hearing Su Yan's words, Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but lament that some women, in their struggle for survival, might forsake their dignity. Such a pity. "I hope Tingting is safe." Mo Mitao, who had been trailing behind, spoke up. Her greatest concern now was that Tingting might come to harm. Since Su Yin had escaped, The red-haired man would undoubtedly inform his brother, and it was likely that Li Tingting would face severe repercussions. Unconsciously, the three of them had traversed several hundred meters into the forest. Suddenly, Su Yin came to a halt, causing Lin Xiaofan to accidentally bump into her from behind. "What's the matter?" he inquired, noticing Su Yin pointing ahead, her expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. "There's someone," she exclaimed. Following her gesture, Lin Xiaofan gazed into the sparse woods and spotted a rudimentary wooden shed. Eagerly, he urged, "Let's go take a look." Moments later, the trio arrived before the cabin. Lin Xiaofan observed that the structure was heavily obscured by foliage, appearing precariously on the verge of collapse. It was evident that it had been neglected for quite some time, indicating that no one had resided there for ages, as evidenced by the overgrown weeds surrounding it. "It seems devoid of life," he murmured. Approaching the cabin, he cautiously pulled open the weathered wooden door. At the precise moment the door creaked open, Lin Xiaofan instinctively recoiled, colliding with Mo Mitao, who had leaned in to get a closer look. A wave of softness coursed through him. "What's the matter, Xiaofan?" she inquired. In a state of alarm, Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, "Look, there's a skeleton here." The two women hurried over to peer inside. As they drew near, the distinct fragrances of their bodies wafted into Lin Xiaofan's nostrils, refreshing and invigorating. However, upon witnessing the skeletal remains within the dilapidated cabin, both women were taken aback. Lin Xiaofan, though startled by the initial sight, felt his fear dissipate, driven instead by a sense of curiosity. He stepped inside and squatted down to examine the remains. Despite the garments being ancient and in a state of decay, their modern design was unmistakable. They bore no resemblance to the attire of primitive tribes or wild folk, which Lin Xiaofan knew from survival shows and documentaries showcasing the lives of early humans, who typically don garments fashioned from vines, leaves, and animal skins. The corpse before him, however, was clad in contemporary clothing. A sudden wave of helplessness washed over him as he contemplated the possibility that this individual had once been a survivor from long ago, perishing in this very spot. This suggested that the island on which he found himself might be a forsaken land, forgotten by civilization. After all, how could this person have met their end here without rescue? It was a fate more tragic than that of Robinson Crusoe, who managed to return home after nearly 3 decades of solitude. The thought that he too might be condemned to spend a lifetime here sent shivers down his spine. "I hope that isn't the case," he murmured quietly. "What are you saying? How did this person die here?" Mo Mitao asked, clearly not grasping the gravity of the situation. Indeed, ignorance often accompanies youth. "It's nothing," Lin Xiaofan replied, choosing not to share his unease, fearing it might dampen their spirits and diminish their will to survive, ultimately becoming a burden to him. As he surveyed the surroundings, Lin Xiaofan's gaze landed on an axe lying at the base of the cabin wall. Elated, he hurried forward to pick it up, examining it closely. Upon discovering the axe, rusted yet salvageable with a bit of stone polishing, the prospect of replacing its handle in due time seemed promising. With the axe in hand, a weapon was now at their disposal, eliciting a smile of delight from Su Yin, for possessing a weapon assured a measure of safety. Observing Su Yan's newfound armament, Lin Xiaofan offered her the dagger he had previously found. "Here, this is for you. Were you not clamoring for a weapon?" Su Yan gazed at the dagger in disbelief. "Is this truly for me?" Lin Xiaofan nodded affirmatively. "Would ist. It's for your protection. I only require the axe." "Thank you." Su Yan expressed her gratitude as she accepted the dagger. "Let us give this corpse a proper burial." As compensation for temporarily utilizing his wooden shelter, Lin Xiaofan suggested, glancing at the remains on the ground. "Do you intend to stay here?" Su Yin questioned, her brow furrowed with uncertainty. Lin Xiaofan nodded once more. "We shall reside here for a few days while awaiting rescue. By the way, how far are we from that red-haired camp?" His gaze shifted to Su Yin. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yin responded, "I'm not certain, but it's roughly over 2 kilometers, definitely not exceeding 3. "Very well. Let us bury the remains. Then we shall lay in wait at their camp. After rescuing those in need, we can return here to devise our next course of action. What say you?" At his words, Mo Mitao nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall follow your lead. Your survival skills surpass ours. Lin Xiaofan turned to Su Yin, awaiting her input. Yes, we must proceed cautiously. There may be wild beasts lurking, she concurred. With that, Lin Xiaofan and the two women transported the remains approximately 20 meters away, using their hands and sticks to dig a shallow grave. After interring the body, they took a brief respite, suddenly feeling an urgent need. Lin Xiaofan stood and walked forward about 10 meters before discreetly relieving himself. Xiaofan, must you do that here, and right in front of us? Emomi Tao said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, young man, your behavior leaves us quite mortified. Su Yin's face was similarly tinged with color. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan's voice called out, I'm facing away from you, not towards you. After a short while, having finished, he returned. Emomi Tao then expressed her need to relieve herself as well, with Su Yin trailing behind her. Don't wander too far. What if you encounter wild beasts? Absolutely no peeking. The two women exclaimed in unison. They then ventured nearby among the wild grasses to attend to their needs, remaining a mere 10 meters from Lin Xiaofan. The sound of rustling water was enough to evoke a sense of shyness, particularly for Lin Xiaofan, a young man of spirited vitality. While his thoughts wandered, his hands remained engaged, diligently polishing the rusted axe with a stone. After a while, the two women returned. Su Yin picked up a coconut drink resting nearby, taking a sip before asking, Hey, can seawater be consumed? This deserted island offers no fresh water so far. Chapter 6 Encounter You cannot drink it. Seawater contains sulfates. This is basic scientific knowledge, Lin Xiaofan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yin. Su Yin, bisibli imbitist, istamidith. I was just asking. I know seawater has salt, but I was unaware that the majority consists of sulfates. It seems I have learned something new. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiaofan continued, If you doubt me, I can demonstrate it to you when the conditions permit. But for now, we must first rescue your friend to prevent her from. He hesitated to finish his sentence. For the fate of a woman falling into the hands of a few ruffians on a deserted island could scarcely be imagined. The trio then departed from the dilapidated wooden shack, which seemed on the verge of collapse, and pressed onward. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds and towering trees. Along the path, they encountered several pine trees and a few scattered bamboo. As they approached the thicket near the temporary camp of the red-haired man, night had already fallen. In the darkness, they noticed a bonfire flickering at the camp, casting shadows that outlined its crude structure, formed from leaves and branches, which housed an assortment of supplies. The three, concealed in the nearby underbrush, gazed enviously at the fire. Its warmth kept the beasts at bay. After all, our ancestors bid farewell to the threat of predation once they harnessed the power of fire. Through the glow, Lin Xiaofan discerned the red-haired man lying motionless on the ground, surrounded by several men. Could he be dead? Lin Xiaofan pondered whether that man had succumbed after enduring 3 kicks from Su Yin and returned to the camp, only to meet his untimely demise. The thought sent a shiver through him. The consequences of a woman's wrath were indeed severe. Then, Lin Xiaofan spotted a woman curled up in a corner of the camp. It was Li Tingting. I wonder if she's all right, Su Yin exclaimed with excitement. Lin Xiaofan forced a smile, knowing that she was likely not well, perhaps even. Xiaofan, how do we rescue her? Emomi Tao inquired, clearly beginning to rely on Lin Xiaofan's judgment. With a gentle smile, Lin Xiaofan replied, We will wait until most of them are asleep before we act. What should we do? Emomi Tao asked again. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiaofan articulated his plan. When the night deepens and silence envelopes the surroundings, we will each take a wooden stick and stealthily approach to knock out the guards. Then rescue your friend and retreat to the wooden shack we discovered earlier to spend the night. Both women found Lin Xiaofan's plan quite clever, and they nodded in agreement. Realizing it was their only option, Lin Xiaofan then searched the vicinity for suitable sticks and, spotting a low, withered tree, broke off 3 sturdy branches, handing one to each of the women. He weighed his own stick in his hands, satisfaction evident on his face. It felt a bit heavy. A blow from this would surely incapacitate an adult, perhaps even causing concussion. Remember to tread lightly and strike with all your strength, he advised. Lin Xiaofan cautioned, that she was aware women possessed slightly less strength. Should she not exert her full force, it was unlikely she could render the on-duty individual unconscious. The consequences of being discovered were all too apparent. After her warning, Lin Xiaofan peered through the foliage towards the camp where the red-haired man was situated, only to find him sitting upright, not dead. Lin Xiaofan mused that such a fate seemed plausible. After all, even if he had been severely injured, he would not necessarily perish, merely become a eunuch. Within the camp of the red-haired man, his elder brother, Gu Shandiao, exclaimed, "Brother, you have finally awakened." The younger brother, Gu Shanke, seethed with anger. "You must avenge me. That wretched woman kicked me where it hurts." Having lost consciousness midway due to the pain, he had been brought back by his brother and was only just regaining awareness. One could only imagine the potency of Su Yin's kick. "What of that wretched woman?" Gu Shandiao inquired. "She was rescued by a young man. Had it not been for him, I would have dealt with her myself," Gu Shanke replied as he slowly rose to his feet. The others present were taken aback. Who could possibly have the audacity to rescue her right under your nose? Are there other survivors? Are they seeking death by daring to harm the brother of Shandiao? Two women chimed in, their voices laced with an undercurrent of fear. They were the two women Su Yin had spoken of, having sold their souls for survival, now merely clinging to life with a glimmer of hope. "Shanka broka li ting ting." Cursing, "It is your friend who nearly caused me to become a eunuch. Tonight, I shall deal with you." He struck Li Ting Ting across the face, causing her to weep. However, his own pain flared anew from his exertion. "Enough, brother. Rest well," another bald man interjected. "Shall I exact revenge for you? I will make her wish for death." Shanke quickly interjected. "No need. I shall reserve her for myself. After a night's rest, I will deal with her tomorrow." The bald man glanced at the two women, who trembled slightly, having already experienced the wrath of these men. The imposing bald man instilled the greatest dread in them. "Come on, Li Piao is here. What is this? Do you wish for death?" The bald man, Li Piao, glared at the two women before dragging one, named Zhao Yuanyuan, a wealthy merchant's wife, towards the woods beyond the camp. Shan Jiao, while the leader, chose to remain indifferent, allowing Li Piao's actions to unfold. Shan Ke taunted Li Tingting, "Ha, just wait. Tomorrow I will make you weep." "Tia folie," Li Tingting retorted, "Scoundrel, beast, despicable man." Hearing this, Shan Ke smirked disdainfully. "The more you curse me, the more delighted I become. Do continue." Li Tingting spat at him in defiance. The foul creature had the audacity to spit at me, exclaiming that he had delivered a resounding slap to Li Tingting. Her face immediately twisted at a sharp angle, then gradually turned back, her eyes glaring fiercely at Gu Shanke, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. After enduring 2 slaps, her lip had split open. "You dare glare at me?" Shanke seized her hair and shook her violently. "All right, little brother, you should rest well. We will deal with her tomorrow." "Understood, brother." With that, Gu Shanke stepped aside to consume a piece of bread before retreating to a corner of the rudimentary camp to rest. His hand instinctively pressed against his injured area. It still throbbed. Recovery seemed improbable. This thought only intensified his fury. "You better not cross my path, or I will end your life." After muttering this, he gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan had just witnessed the burly bald man dragging one of the women into the woods and began to discuss it. "Did you see that? This is one of the women I mentioned, one who compromises herself for survival," Su Yin whispered. "What are they doing?" Through the flickering firelight and moonlight, Lin Xiaofan discerned 2 figures swaying slightly in the nearby woods. Those were Li Piao and one of the plump women. Mo Mi Tao blushed. "What is happening?" Su Yin stifled a yawn. "Don't doze off. We must endure until 3 or 4 in the morning to have a chance to rescue your so-called best friend." "I know, I'm not asleep. Just can't help yawning." Hearing this, Lin Xiaofan turned to her. "Who says you can't control it? Try keeping your mouth shut the next time you feel a yawn coming on. You want to yawn?" "Oh," Su Yin merely responded. Lin Xiaofan disregarded her and focused on the figures in the woods. Moments later, he caught a whiff of 2 delightful scents wafting through the air. His eyes darted left and right. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Mo Mi Tao and Su Yin also staring at the 2 shadows, their mouths slightly agape, almost drooling. Could it be that they were equally enchanted? It made sense. On this deserted island, stress and anxiety had reached unprecedented levels. Lin Xiaofan did not linger on the site. After observing for a while, his gaze returned to the camp. At that moment, others were gradually lying down, preparing for sleep. Only 2 men remained standing on watch. Now, they awaited the return of those figures from the woods, who would surely be exhausted and deeply asleep. Lin Xiaofan contemplated this as he quietly made his way toward the others. Chapter 7. A squeeze before long. Li Piao and Zhao Yuanyuan emerged from the thicket. Zhao Yuanyuan followed closely behind, limping as a result of the rough treatment she had endured from the bald man, Li Piao. If it weren't for the instinct to survive, she would never have subjected herself to such indignities. Shortly thereafter, the two returned to the camp. Finding an empty spot, Zhao Yuanyuan lay down slowly, her mind consumed with the simple desire to survive another day. As long as she remained alive, perhaps rescue would come soon. After all, a cruise ship with thousands of passengers could not have gone unnoticed in distress. She yearned to escape this place that filled her with humiliation, and tears streamed down her cheeks as these thoughts consumed her. Li Piao approached, lingeringly reaching out to her. Zhao Yuanyuan could do nothing but endure his mockery. After all, one must bow their head under the eaves. "I'll be back tomorrow," Li Piao said nonchalantly. Zhao Yuanyuan did not respond, but instead closed her eyes, as if this would grant her a fleeting escape from the harsh reality. Noticing her silence, Li Piao glanced around before finding a spot to lie down, soon succumbing to sleep as the sound of his snoring filled the air. This scene did not go unnoticed by Lin Xiaofan and her companions nearby. As time passed, Lin Xiaofan sensed the moment had arrived. "Animo, Su Yin, and I will knock out those 2 drowsy guards. You take your friend, and let us make a swift exit." Su Yin and Mo Mitao nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaofan then led the two in separate directions toward their respective targets. Upon seeing the 2 guards slumped in their seats, yawning, Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of hope. Fortune favors me. Approaching the unsuspecting guards under the faint glow of the firelight, Lin Xiaofan raised a wooden stick and struck the guard with his back turned. Su Yin followed suit, delivering a forceful blow to the other guard's head. In this manner, the 2 guards were rendered unconscious, collapsing without a hint of defense. Without hesitation, Mo Mitao rushed over, clasping Li Tingting's hand tightly, and without a word, they took off running. However, in the chaos of their escape, Li Tingting accidentally kicked an object lying on the ground, which sounded much like a can. The sudden noise roused the other sleeping individuals one by one. This was disastrous. Their movements had been detected. The 4 exchanged alarmed glances and fled without daring to pause. "Who is there? That woman has escaped. Everyone, wake up and pursue her," shouted Gushandiao, rallying for burly men to chase after Lin Xiaofan and her companions. Lin Xiaofan yelled, "You all go ahead." Mo Mitao was taken aback. Was this young man sacrificing himself for them? Without further thought, she pulled Li Tingting towards the old wooden house. Su Yin resumed her hurried steps. Lin Xiaofan picked up some small stones from the ground and hurled them at the approaching pursuers, hitting 2 of them directly. A furious roar erupted. "Chase them. Watch me deal with you." Upon seeing them in pursuit, Lin Xiaofan darted in another direction, intent on diverting their attention. He realized that following behind Mo Mitao and her companions would surely expose their whereabouts. Thus, he decisively plunged into the adjacent thicket. Observing shadows, the others hastily followed, mistakenly believing that the 3 women had fled in that direction as well. Under the cover of moonlight, Lin Xiaofan hastened his escape, reaching a nearby bush without a moment's hesitation, seeking refuge from his pursuers. He also retrieved the rusty axe from his possession, contemplating that should he be discovered, he would fight back, armed with the axe and having trained for several years. As the 4 individuals arrived at Lin Xiaofan's hiding place, they scanned the surroundings. When they found no sign of him, Gushandiao realized they had fallen for a ruse intended to draw them away. "You split up and search. I will pursue in another direction," he commanded before setting off to seek Lin Xiaofan's trail. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan lay motionless in the bush, a mere 10 meters away from them, too afraid to move as they lingered nearby. Suddenly, he he felt a sensation brush against his calf. A snake. His immediate instinct was to freeze, fearing the worst. A venomous bite could cost him his life. For 2 agonizing seconds, he refrained from breathing. Once silence enveloped him, he cautiously emerged from the thicket, relieved to have narrowly escaped a dire fate. After catching his breath, he circled around, relying on his sense of direction to navigate back to the old wooden cabin. As he walked, a cry for help reached his ears from another direction, a man's voice. Lin Xiaofan speculated that they might have encountered a wild beast or perhaps other survivors. Yet, with his own safety at stake, he could not afford to intervene, especially if it were the very pursuers who had been after him. In this desolate island, any misstep or act of compassion could lead to fatal consequences. Time passed as he wandered, and finally, Lin Xiaofan stood before the old wooden cabin. He saw no sign of the women, and under the dim moonlight, the surrounding area remained obscured. Cautiously approaching the cabin, he whispered, "Mo, are you inside the cabin?" At that moment, the wooden door creaked open, revealing Mo Mitao and her 2 friends stepping out in succession. "Xiaofan, you're finally back," she exclaimed, her face reflecting her concern for his safety, as the 3 of them felt ill-equipped for survival without him. "Did you manage to shake them off?" Su Yin inquired. Lin Xiaofan nodded, nearly failing to return. "What happened?" Mo Mitao asked, her worry palpable. "I almost got bitten by a snake," he replied. Hearing this, Li Tingting felt a pang of guilt. "Thank you, I'm sorry. It was all because of me." At that moment, Su Yin, somewhat curt, remarked, "Who knows if he is lying to elicit sympathy?" Lin Xiaofan, on the verge of irritation at such misunderstanding, thought to himself that belief was a choice. He understood that this was not the appropriate time for disputes. He was still capable of discerning the gravity of the situation. After several years of military service, he exhibited a maturity beyond that of the average 22-year-old. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan cast a glance at Li Tingting, noting her attire, a fitted shirt and snug jeans that accentuated her commendable figure. Observing her demeanor, she appeared to possess a gentle disposition, in stark contrast to Su Yin. It was puzzling how they could have become such close friends. However, Lin Xiaofan swiftly dismissed this thought. Although she had intentions of guiding the 3 of them, she was reluctant to be encumbered by them. She then surveyed the trio and spoke earnestly, stating that if they wished to accompany her, they must heed her instructions. For they were not in a modern city, but rather on a deserted island, where a moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. Upon hearing Lin Xiaofan's words, the landlady, Mo Mitao, expressed her support as she placed her trust in Lin Xiaofan. Li Tingting also nodded in agreement. During their return, Mo Mitao had informed her that Lin Xiaofan was the mastermind behind their rescue, and, moreover, she perceived that Lin Xiaofan was not a malevolent person. Lin Xiaofan then turned her gaze towards Su Yin, her expression filled with questions. "Well, since both the elder sister and the 3rd sister have agreed, what else can I say?" With that, she turned her head away. Lin Xiaofan recognized that Su Yin was unwilling, but out of respect for Aunt Mo, she would not wander off recklessly. In order to enhance their chances of survival while awaiting rescue, Lin Xiaofan inquired about the skills possessed by the 3 of them. Mo Mitao mentioned her ability to sew, revealing that she had been a fashion designer years prior. Li Tingting stated she was a head nurse. However, Su Yin lamented that she was devoid of any useful skills. Lin Xiaofan felt a pang of helplessness upon hearing this and responded, "I possess some knowledge of first aid and herbal medicine." "Are you a military doctor?" Aunt Mo asked, aware of his military background but uncertain of the specifics. "No, I merely served as a struggling recruit for a few years. My grandfather was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, so I have a rudimentary understanding of herbs. I would consider myself a novice at best." "Oh, how boastful you are," Su Yin pouted, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Xiaofan. "You're the most useless among us." This time, Lin Xiaofan did not indulge her, retorting directly, "As for you, I am a manager at a publicly listed company." "Well, you know," Su Yin defended herself. But Lin Xiaofan pondered what her managerial skills could contribute on a deserted island. Choosing not to engage further, she shifted her attention to the dilapidated wooden house. It was somewhat cramped, likely barely accommodating 4 individuals. At that moment, Li Tingting adjusted her attire and retrieved a lighter from her pocket, presenting it to Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback by the lighter. Such an item was invaluable for survival, as fire was an essential element. He had intended to learn how to create fire by friction, but now with the lighter, there was no need for that. He accepted the lighter and stowed it in his zippered pocket. At this juncture, Mo Mitao stifled a yawn, and it became apparent that everyone was fatigued. Although there were no clocks, it was likely around 3 or 4 in the morning. It was time to rest properly and devise plans for the following day. Lin Xiaofan took a couple of steps forward to peer inside the wooden house, confirming that the space was indeed quite limited. As the night approached, Lin Xiaofan beckoned everyone to make room and entered the space. Chapter 8. Clever and inexpensive. As Su Yin contemplated the prospect of sharing a sleeping space, she began to feel mischievous. "All right, Su Yin, perhaps you should hold your tongue a bit. We can't have Xiao Fan sleeping outside," Mo Mitao interjected, coming to Lin Xiao Fan's defense. Sensing something amiss, Su Yin remarked, "Oh dear sister, why are you siding with him? Could it be that you too?" Mo Mitao shot her a disapproving glance. "Stop with the wild assumptions. Hurry inside and get some rest." At that moment, Lin Xiaofan emerged. "I'll gather some grass nearby to make the ground more comfortable." "Let me assist you," Mo Mitao offered, following suit. Li Tingting quietly joined them, eager to lend a hand as well. After a brief contemplation, Su Yin decided to join Lin Xiaofan and the others in gathering grass. "Be cautious. Use a stick to disturb the underbrush before you pull the grass to avoid any snakes," Lin Xiaofan advised as he tapped the nearby grass with a twig before beginning to gather it. Moments later, they all returned to the wooden cabin, clutching bundles of grass, which they spread on the floor. Thus began their rest, with Lin Xiaofan, Mo Mitao, Li Tingting, and Su Yin lying closely together. Lin Xiaofan occasionally caught whiffs of a delightful fragrance, a blend of 3 distinct scents. Despite the cabin's age, it was relatively well sealed, with only tiny gaps that seemed to permit the entry of ants, but little else. Soon, the rhythmic sound of their breathing filled the air, and the 4 of them drifted into a drowsy slumber. In the midst of his dreams, Lin Xiaofan felt something soft and yielding, substantial in size. Suddenly, he became aware of its nature and jolted awake, only to find Mo Mitao firmly grasping his hand. This unexpected turn left him bewildered. What is happening? He pondered, unsure of the situation. Nevertheless, such fortunate occurrences were to be cherished, for joy, even if fleeting, was a treasure. Perhaps it was the influence of dopamine and hormones in his slumber. Lin Xiaofan, still in a haze, drifted back into sleep. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Mitao was only lightly asleep. She had been aware since the morning and chose to keep Lin Xiaofan as hand in hers, accepting the moment quietly. After all, she recognized his good character, albeit with a youthful exuberance. What young man isn't prone to such impulses? It wouldn't cost her much, and she needed to rely on Lin Xiaofan for survival. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan turned his face towards Mo Mitao. At that moment, he could hear their synchronized breaths and distinctly smell the sweet aroma surrounding them. It was a delightful scent, soothing enough to lull one into deeper slumber. Eventually, Lin Xiaofan succumbed to sleep once more. The group did not awaken until midday the following day. Due to the events of the previous night, Lin Xiaofan's gaze fell upon Mo Mitao, who appeared slightly flushed, her eyes evasive. She seemed shy. Particularly in the morning, Lin Xiaofan had dreamt of a scenario that left his hand rather restless. Mo Mitao felt at a loss for how to respond, ultimately opting to close her eyes. Upon waking, she couldn't help but feel bashful at the sight of Lin Xiaofan, memories of the previous night flooding her mind. Though she presented a facade of shyness, her heart brimmed with anticipation. This sensation brought a profound sense of comfort to Mo Mitao. Perhaps a reprieve from the dual torment of pressure and anxiety she experienced while stranded on the deserted island. Unable to resist the allure of the moment, she soon found herself grappling with the reality of her situation, particularly concerning Lin Xiaofan. Seeking solitude, she retreated into the thicket near the old wooden cabin to relieve herself and address her pressing physical discomfort. The current circumstances were far removed from the comforts of home. Had she been there, such matters would not have troubled her. After all, she had a half-year-old infant at home, eagerly awaiting her care. With considerable discomfort, she resorted to manually expressing some milk, managing to alleviate her situation, albeit only slightly. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan, feeling a touch of awkwardness, avoided making eye contact with Mo Mitao. Instead, he ventured nearby, wielding an axe to chop down a tree branch. His intention was to fashion a new handle for the old axe. He swiftly severed branch, leaving a segment slightly longer than the original handle. He then used a stone to dislodge the aged handle, which came apart easily due to its wear. In a matter of seconds, he had removed it, subsequently attaching the new handle. After testing its weight in his hands, he deemed it satisfactory and sat down, picking up a stone to sharpen the rusted axe. At that moment, Su Yin approached, her voice ringing out, "Hey, there's no water to drink. What should we do?" At her words, Lin Xiaofan felt an urge to pinch her cheek. Her loud demeanor was matched only by her lack of foresight and gratitude. He paused his task and turned to her, saying, "Sister Su, don't panic. I'll take you to gather coconut water shortly. And we should also search for that cruise ship. Since we all ended up on this deserted island, it's possible the ship was swept here by the tsunami. Otherwise, that camp of red-haired individuals wouldn't have so many supplies." Lin Xiaofan expressed his thoughts, hoping to find other survivors, as their group was somewhat disadvantaged. He also aimed to scavenge for additional resources from the ship, seeking practical items that the red-haired group might have overlooked. Of course, this was merely speculation. The real challenge lay in locating the cruise ship itself to have the opportunity to collect further supplies. As he pondered, he continued to sharpen his axe. Upon hearing his words, Su Yin initially appeared taken aback before responding. "I heard that Gu Shandiao has already scavenged everything from the ship. Even if we find it, there won't be any food left." Pardon? Lin Xiaofan misinterpreted the name, thinking it was a derogatory term. "It's not Silly Eagle, it's Gu Shandiao, the one with the fierce countenance, not just a foolish creature." It dawned on him that the intimidating figure was indeed Gu Shandiao, and not just a simpleton. They were merely consuming their resources. No matter how plentiful the food, it would eventually be depleted. We need to locate other items from the cruise ship, such as weapons. They can help us procure food. Do you understand? Upon hearing Lin Xiaofan's reasoning, Su Yin seemed to experience a moment of clarity, suddenly grasping the importance of weapons over the scarce food supply on the island. "Let us go then. I'm thirsty." Lin Xiaofan offered a faint smile, seizing the opportunity to tease her as a means to vent his frustrations. A mere thirst posed little concern, but hunger was a grave matter indeed. In truth, Lin Xiaofan merely wished to jest with her. He felt that after having rescued her, she ought to exhibit some gratitude, which she seemed to lack, rendering her somewhat deserving of a playful reprimand. However, he could not resort to physical reprimand. Thus, he opted to tease her, provoking a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Su Yin was immediately incensed. "You rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? I'll kick you to pieces," she exclaimed, and with that, she genuinely aimed to kick at him. Yet, Lin Xiaofan effortlessly evaded her attempt. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. Mo Mitao inquired, "What are you two squabbling about? Let's go find something to drink together." Suddenly, Su Yin transformed into a picture of gentleness as she approached Mo Mitao, saying, "Sister, look at your tenant. He is deliberately teasing me." Lin Xiaofan hastily interjected, "No, I was merely jesting with her. Who could blame me for pointing out her ingratitude? We saved her, and she shows no sense of appreciation. If I don't chide her a bit, she might become arrogant, unlike Sister Tingting, who has never treated me with such hostility." Mo Mitao found merit in his words and agreed, acknowledging Su Yan's fiery temperament. She then addressed Su Yin, "Well, I cannot assist you here. You must temper your temper. This is a deserted island, not your workplace." "But, sister, do you know what that rascal just said?" Su Yin retorted, flaring with indignation. Hearing this, Lin Xiaofan quickly intervened. "It's nothing. What I meant was, let's go find some coconut juice. Come on, Mo," he said, tugging at Mo Mitao's sleeve. "Sister, let us not dwell on this. Quenching our thirst is far more important." With that, he grasped Su Yan's hand and called out, "Ting Ting, let us go." Li Ting Ting emerged from the old wooden house, perhaps still shaken after having returned to sleep following a morning trip for convenience. She hurried over, her expression a mix of concern and urgency, asking, "We want to encounter that gang, will we?" Naturally, she referred to Gu Shandiao's group. Lin Xiaofan discerned her anxiety and fear. "Fear not. Even if we happen to cross paths from a distance, we can swiftly retreat into the woods where they will struggle to find us. Besides, I am here. Trust me, I will ensure your safety." Li Tingting responded with a soft affirmation. Lin Xiaofan understood that a woman of her reserved nature, having endured a traumatic past, was even less inclined to speak freely. Thus, the trio made their way to the seaside, intent not only on enjoying coconut juice, but also on searching for a cruise ship. Chapter 9. An unfinished sentiment in Lin Xiaofan's heart. A sense of wonder arose. With 3 enchanting companions, he inexplicably felt a surge of will to survive. It seemed that fate had favored him, granting him the company of 3 alluring individuals. Truly, those who survive great calamities are destined for greater blessings. As they navigated through the dense woods and thickets, they occasionally exchanged playful banter to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Just as the 4 of them passed a lush thicket, Mo Mitao suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! What happened?" Lin Xiaofan and the other 3 turned to her with concern. They discovered that her thigh had been grazed by a thorny plant, leaving a slender wound that stood out starkly against her fair skin. Dressed in denim shorts, blood quickly began to bead at the site of the injury. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiaofan remarked, "For minor wounds like this, saliva can be quite effective for stopping the bleeding and disinfecting." At his words, the 3 women exchanged disdainful glances, perhaps deeming the suggestion unsanitary. "What are you talking about?" Su Yan's loud voice pierced through the air once more. "Surely you know a better method." As Lin Xiaofan noticed the tiny droplets of blood beginning to surface on Mo Mitao's thigh, he realized that if they did not stop the bleeding quickly, they might attract nearby wild beasts, heightening their perilous situation. In that instant, Lin Xiaofan made a bold decision. He squatted down, unhesitatingly pressing his lips against the wound, attempting to staunch the bleeding and cleanse the injury. "What are you doing?" Mo Mitao's face flushed a deep crimson, her eyes wide with alarm. She had not anticipated that Lin Xiaofan would actually resort to such an action. "Lin Xiaofan, how dare you disrespect my sister in broad daylight?" Su Ran was both embarrassed and furious, trying to pull him away. Li Tingting, standing nearby, chimed in, "Lin Xiaofan, you cannot treat my sister this way. Let go of her." Yet Lin Xiaofan remained undeterred, his lips still pressed against the wound. After a moment, Mo Mitao felt her legs growing weak. "Xiaofan, please let go," she implored, reaching her limit. While she understood that saliva had antibacterial properties, the audacity of this young man was too much to bear. Just as she attempted to push him away, Lin Xiaofan, having completed his task of disinfection, finally released his hold. "All done," he said, licking his lips and noting a strange sweetness mingling with the metallic taste of blood. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Mo Mitao glanced at her thigh, astonished to see that the minute wound had vanished. The platelets had coagulated at the site, halting the flow of blood. In this desolate island, the instinct for survival transcended all else. Lin Xiaofan recognized this necessity, which compelled him to act as he did. The other 2 women crouched down to examine Mo Mitao's injury. Indeed, it had proven effective. Lin Xiaofan then explained, "Fortunately, the wound was quite fine. Otherwise, even more saliva would have been futile." "Why is that?" Su Yan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lin Xiaofan suggested that Mo Mitao take a moment to rest, assuring her that they would continue their journey shortly, thus preventing the wound from reopening. Due to the extensive area of the wound, healing is quite challenging. It is necessary to find a hemostatic herb to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, one must bind the wound with cloth and wait for an extended period before the bleeding gradually ceases. Li Tingting began to admire Lin Xiaofan for his knowledge. "Thank you," Aunt Mo said shyly as she cast a glance at Lin Xiaofan. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan looked up and their eyes met. causing both to instinctively turn their heads away. No need for thanks. Does this offset 100 yuan in rent? Lin Xiaofan inquired. All right, Mo Mitao agreed readily. Not just 100, even 200 would be acceptable. After all, she feared the relentless flow of blood. Otherwise, she might become prey for the nearby wild beasts. But would not be afraid. Moreover, she was merely a woman. And Mo, those shorts you're wearing are quite short. Do be cautious in the future, Lin Xiaofan remarked, glancing at Mo Mitao's delicate feet, which made him gulp. After a brief rest, Lin Xiaofan led them towards the seaside. By this time, everyone was quite parched. The relentless sun on the deserted island further accelerated the evaporation of moisture. Fortunately, Lin Xiaofan, relying on his memory, found his way back to the grove of coconut trees. Upon seeing the coconut trees, the three women instantly became invigorated, surpassing Lin Xiaofan's pace. This sudden burst startled him. Indeed, the potential of women could be formidable. Noticing this, Lin Xiaofan hastily caught up with them. Three graceful figures appeared before him like a dream, and Lin Xiaofan squinted, longing to reach out and grasp them. In no time, they arrived beneath several coconut trees. The three women had chosen wisely, selecting the densest trees that provided ample shade. Su Yin glanced at the coconut trees and attempted to shake one vigorously. Unfortunately, the tree did not budge. Lin Xiaofan chuckled, with your strength. Even I cannot shake such a sturdy coconut tree. If you wish to enjoy coconuts, you must employ your intellect. While speaking, he gently tapped his forehead. Before Su Yin could retort, Lin Xiaofan moved aside to pick up a few stones. You are quite clever. Su Yin began to appreciate Lin Xiaofan. When I woke up and encountered Xiaofan, he used stones to bring down coconuts, allowing us to have water. Mo Mitao recalled their meeting by the seaside. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she remembered Lin Xiaofan's face when they collided. Lin Xiaofan said nothing, directly approaching the coconut tree and forcefully throwing a stone. In an instant, a coconut fell. After several attempts, there were now 6 coconuts beneath the tree. Lin Xiaofan shrugged, realizing he had little strength left and should conserve some energy for opening the coconuts later. Typically, this would not be an issue, but in their current state of hunger and thirst, his energy was depleting rapidly. He then picked up an axe and began to chop at the coconuts. Here, one for each of you. The remaining 2's juice will be poured into the mineral water bottles. Upon hearing this, the 3 women eagerly grabbed their coconuts and began to sip. Lin Xiaofan sat down on the ground, also clutching a coconut, and began to drink from the crack, finding it even more refreshing than milk. 3 individuals savored the refreshing coconut juice, their throats rhythmically rising and falling. At that moment, Li Tingting suddenly recalled something. She retrieved an intricately designed steel pendant from her pocket. I stumbled upon this while rummaging through the old wooden house after escaping last night. After much contemplation, I decided it would be best to entrust it to you, Xiaofan, she said, extending the pendant towards Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan accepted the pendant, examining it with great care, unable to suppress his admiration for the girl's perceptiveness and her meticulous attention to detail. The pendant possessed a unique shape, adorned with peculiar engravings that seemed to conceal untold secrets. It bore a resemblance to ancient artifacts, distinctly unlike anything crafted in modern times. Can you discern anything? Mo Mitao inquired with a hint of curiosity. Lin Xiaofan scrutinized it closely. While based on instinct, some of the engravings appear rather strange. However, I suspect there might be another half to this piece. Observe, the characters at the beginning and end of the engravings are incomplete, he remarked, handing the uniquely shaped pendant to Mo Mitao. Chapter 10. The mysterious luggage. Mo Mitao took the pendant and examined it closely, her brow furrowing slightly and her eyes widening in wonder. After a brief moment, she remarked, Indeed, it appears that there should be a counterpart to this. But where could it possibly be? With that, she handed the pendant to Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan accepted it, replying, That remains a mystery. Just then, Su Yin swiftly snatched the peculiar pendant away, captivated by its allure. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan voiced his speculation. Indeed, and consider this. The pendant was found in the cabin of that skeleton, which indicates that the owner must have led an extraordinary life. Who could they have been? Alas, with their demise, we are left in the dark about the whereabouts of the other half of the pendant. Su Yin glanced at it and ultimately returned it to Lin Xiaofan. After a prolonged silence, Li Tingting finally spoke up. Could it be that the other half lies somewhere on this deserted island? Perhaps, Lin Xiaofan replied, but we should not harbor excessive hope. The pendant's owner searched their entire life without success. His gaze returned to the pendant. Mo Mitao surveyed their surroundings and then said, for now, let us focus on how to survive. Lin Xiaofan concurred. Indeed, survival was paramount, and the secrets of the uniquely shaped pendant would have to be set aside, especially given that they were stranded on a deserted island, contending with wild beasts, natural disasters, and those survivors who might reveal their darker natures, such as the treacherous Gu Shandiao and his ilk. Let us proceed to search for that cruise ship, Lin Xiaofan declared as he rose. Just then, a glimmer of pristine white caught his eye, revealing Mo Mitao's long legs clad in short denim shorts, shimmering in the midday sun, stirring ripples of emotion within him. However, he refrained from lingering on the sight and instead said, Mo, remember to bring the water. For the past few days, it had been Mo Mitao who safeguarded their precious supply of mineral water, a scarce resource of fresh water for the group. The four of them continued along the shoreline towards the east, as the gentle sea breeze offered a refreshing reprieve from the sweltering summer heat. Su Yan, it should be in the eastern direction, right? Li Tingting inquired. They had only heard about it. When they were taken away, there had been no sign of the cruise ship nearby. Su Yin patted her chest. I recall it being just a few kilometers beyond the Gushandiao camp. That is indeed the east. All right, I believe you're correct. Let us hasten our pace, Lin Xiaofan urged, anxious about the possibility of numerous survivors arriving first and scavenging everything. As they continued on, the sun climbed higher in the sky, its relentless rays beating down upon them, causing beads of sweat to roll down their foreheads and dampen their clothing. The three women, Mo Mitao included, were already glistening with perspiration. Lin Xiaofan gently swayed his shirt to cool off and turned back for a sip of water, only to witness a scene that stirred his heart. He saw the sweat beads on the necks of the three women slowly trickling down, dampening their garments slightly, yet they seemed oblivious to their somewhat awkward appearance. Everyone, let's take a moment to hydrate, Lin Xiaofan called out. Mo Mitao passed the water over. Lin Xiaofan politely said, you may drink first, but remember to take only a small sip. This is our precious water resource for today. Regarding the matter of survival, Su Yin did not dare to be careless. The three of them took turns sipping, and finally, it was Lin Xiaofan's turn. In the sweltering summer heat, even a single sip of water could bring immense satisfaction. As they walked along, a black suitcase floated in the shallow sea, solitary against the waves, which were playfully pushing it towards the shore. Observing this, Lin Xiaofan was the first to rush over. Supplies? A question mark formed in her mind. Perhaps there were indeed useful items within. Lin Xiaofan speculated that it might belong to someone from a cruise ship. However, now that she had spotted it, it was hers. The three women followed closely behind. Su Yan's peculiar thoughts began to stir again. That black suitcase looks somewhat ominous. Could it contain a person rather than supplies? I've seen reports of villains murdering individuals and disposing of them in suitcases, sinking them to the ocean floor. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan paused, acknowledging the possibility. Yet, stranded on a deserted island, every opportunity that could aid survival must be explored. Su Yin, could you refrain from such morbid imaginings? You've turned what was a delightful prospect into something resembling a horror film. Lin Xiaofan retorted with an irritated glance. Look, this suitcase appears relatively new. It's not as terrifying as you suggest, Mo Mitao noted, observing the floating black suitcase nearby. Lin Xiaofan chimed in, exactly, there's no foul odor. Su Yan blinked. Well, who knows? It could be that ruthless survivor who silenced a disobedient woman and disposed of her in the suitcase. Otherwise, what are the odds of it appearing so conveniently in these shallow waters? All right, your imagination is commendable, but let us not dwell on it. We'll find out once we open the suitcase. More likely, it belongs to someone from the cruise ship. Lin Xiaofan urged Su Yin to cease her conjectures. Moments later, as the suitcase neared the shore, Lin Xiaofan crouched down and dragged it onto the beach. Her gaze fell upon the suitcase, revealing that it was a waterproof case secured with a combination lock. One needed the code to unzip it. This discovery intrigued her. The suitcase was anything but ordinary. Mo Mitao approached, drawn by the mystery surrounding it. It seemed they would have to force it open. Lin Xiaofan retrieved an axe from her waist and struck the lock with its heavy side. After considerable effort, the combination lock was compromised. She eagerly opened it. At that moment, the four of them felt a sense of disorientation, yet their faces flushed with color. Inside, they found an assortment of provocative clothing, daring and avant-garde in style, along with various playful objects, including condoms. Mo Mitao blushed and turned her head away. Li Tingting, curious, picked up one of the toys and remarked, "The owner of this suitcase certainly has a flair for the extravagant." Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but smile faintly. This is excessively alluring. Yet, one wonders whose woman it is. Su Yan felt a tinge of curiosity. Lin Xiaofan continued to rummage through the belongings and discovered a telescope and an antiquated box beneath the garments. "What a splendid find!" exclaimed Lin Xiaofan, draping the telescope around his neck. "What is this?" At that moment, Mo Mitao turned her gaze towards the box. "Let us open it," Lin Xiaofan suggested, gently lifting the lid. Inside, he found a weathered leather map and an ancient tome. After scrutinizing the map without gleaning much, Lin Xiaofan proceeded to peruse the book. The contents of the letter conveyed a tale of an island, shrouded in legend, that harbored secrets unknown to mankind and countless treasures. To reach this island, one must traverse the Tianyuan Sea, reputedly home to tsunami whirlpools that could transport anything to the ancient, enigmatic treasure island. The sole means of return lay in locating the treasure's burial site, seeking a key, and unlocking the passageway to return to the Yun Island in the Fengyan Kingdom. After absorbing the initial pages of the book, the group fell into contemplation. Could it be that this woman believed in the treasure, ventured here to seek it, and intended to bring it back to the Fengyan Kingdom? Mo Mitao speculated. The Fengyan Kingdom is a vast nation, distant from the Long Kingdom. At that juncture, Su Yan's voice broke the silence. "This woman might very well be the instigator of our predicament here. Your analysis is astute. If this is indeed the case, then the deserted island we find ourselves on is precisely the treasure island described in the book." Lin Xiaofan continued to delve deeper. "Oh no, how shall we ever return?" Su Yan exclaimed, shaking her head in despair. "Fear not, there is always a solution. In adversity, one must remain composed, Miss Su," Lin Xiaofan reassured. Before turning back to the book, eager to discover what further revelations awaited, only to inadvertently let a piece of paper slip from its pages. Chapter 11. A Shocking Secret. Difficult to distinguish truth from falsehood, Lin Xiaofan hastily picked up the letter to examine it. It was an old correspondence, the paper slightly yellowed with age. He began to read aloud, "My beloved granddaughter, when you read this letter, it will signify that you have turned 20. I instructed your father to wait until your 20th birthday to present you with this letter in this box. Our ancestors were once of royal lineage, but were usurped by treacherous ministers. Fortunately, your grandfather uncovered a staggering secret said to lead to immeasurable treasures. If we could acquire them, the hope of restoring our family's honor would be within reach. Although your grandfather possesses only half of the key, he is determined to attempt this venture for the sake of reviving our ancestral glory. When you read this letter, you may choose to live a life of comfort or embark on an adventure to seek the treasure. With love, your devoted granddaughter, Dai Ichuan." Upon finishing, Lin Xiaofan gazed incredulously at the women beside him. Could the inhabitants of the old wooden house be the grandfather of the suitcase's owner? Li Tingting began to speculate. "It is quite possible, though we cannot assert it with certainty," she mused. Lin Xiaofan carefully tucked the letter back into the ancient book, then placed it into the box. "What should we do?" Mo Mitao asked, a hint of panic in her voice. Lin Xiaofan reassured her. "While it is very likely that the deserted island we find ourselves on is the fabled treasure island, it remains unconfirmed until we ascertain the facts. Let's not frighten ourselves unnecessarily. Perhaps this island is merely a remote corner of the world. Indeed, I share your sentiment. After all, most legends are largely fictional." Mo Mitao replied, her brow furrowed in uncertainty. Let's not dwell too much on it. Here, take these clothes. You may need them for future changes. As for these items, they might prove useful later, Lin Xiaofan suggested. No way. This is inappropriate. We cannot wear these. Su Yin exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. What are you thinking? What do you mean by might be useful? Just discard them, she insisted, reaching for the pile of items. Lin Xiaofan stopped her. Even if we must dispose of them, we should bury them, not throw them into the sea, where someone else might find them or where the owner of this suitcase might discover them. This could have other uses. Let us keep it, he said, his hand swiftly retrieving a box of items. He truly could not fathom why the suitcase's owner had brought these along. Could it be? Lin Xiaofan dared not think further. Hey, what do you mean by other uses? You can't possibly be considering that. Su Yin exclaimed, covering herself with her hands. What are you imagining? Who would care? I meant that these items could serve other purposes like holding water, for instance, Lin Xiaofan replied, feeling a bit awkward as he concocted a fib. Yet, it indeed could be used to carry water. Seeing that Mo Mi Tao and the others hesitated to take the clothes, Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly and began distributing the garments to them. Here, take this, and this, and this. It's better than having nothing to change into. You can pack them for easier transport. He handed each of the three women a set of clothes. From the attire, it was evident that the previous owner had a fondness for beauty. Perhaps her homeland was simply more liberal in its fashion. As Mo Mi Tao lifted the garments with both hands, she discovered that the attire was strikingly vibrant and exquisite, resembling noble clothing. At first glance, before unfolding it, one might mistake it for something extraordinary, yet upon opening, it diverged from her expectations. Su Yin and Li Tingting, upon revealing their own pieces, found them to be equally splendid, indicating that the owner of these garments was undoubtedly affluent. After distributing one outfit to each of them, the suitcase contained only a box and a wide shawl. Lin Xiaofan retrieved the box filled with books and maps, and then brought forth the shawl, which emitted a subtle fragrance. Without further ado, Lin Xiaofan placed the box in the center of the shawl, folded the sides over to create a bundle, and secured it around her body with the iron box fastened in front of her. Mo Mi Tao and the others mimicked her, binding their pants and garments together, and fastening the sleeves over their shoulders. Shall we discard these? Mo Mi Tao asked, casting an embarrassed glance at the pile of items, fully aware of their significance. Let us bury them in a small pit, Lin Xiaofan suggested. The four quickly dug several small holes. Just as they finished burying the toys, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. A raindrop, the size of a soybean, landed on Lin Xiaofan's head. Let us find a place to shelter from the rain, she announced, taking the black suitcase with her. Thus, the four sought refuge under a few trees by the shore, with Lin Xiaofan holding the open black suitcase aloft. This contraption served as an excellent shield from the rain, resembling a large umbrella. Come quickly, don't get wet. You might catch a cold or fever, she urged. Mo Mi Tao was the first to approach, placing her trust in Lin Xiaofan above the others. Naturally, she was unbothered by the proximity. Li Tingting hesitated for a moment, but then joined them. While the tree offered some protection, it was certainly not as effective as the suitcase. Fidi, Misu, don't dawdle. If you get drenched and fall ill, don't blame me for not warning you, Lin Xiaofan called. Eventually, Su Yin squeezed in as well, unwilling to become a drenched chicken. Thus, the four sheltered beneath the suitcase. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, causing Lin Xiaofan's heart to race with a surge of dopamine. Perhaps fearing the rain, they instinctively huddled closer, leaving no gap between them. In that moment, Lin Xiaofan's heartbeat quickened, a peculiar sensation washing over him. He felt an unexpected softness brushing against him, and soon his cheeks flushed. The three women realized what was happening and instinctively turned away, leaving Mo Mi Tao's back facing Lin Xiaofan. Moments later, Lin Xiaofan felt a mix of helplessness and surprise as the makeshift shelter gradually took shape. Xiaofan, Mo Mi Tao sensed the tension but could not articulate it, gripping Lin Xiaofan's clothing tightly with her small fist. Please don't move. I need to hold the suitcase up, he stammered. Lin Xiaofan attempted to speak in order to alleviate the awkwardness. It was pouring rain, and without an umbrella, they had to make do. What a bizarre turn of weather. One moment the sky was clear, and the next, torrential rain fell. Su Yin, feeling vexed, stamped her foot in frustration, inadvertently colliding with Lin Xiaofan. They were, after all, positioned back-to-back with Li Tingting, while Mo Mitao stood in front of them. The deluge seemed particularly considerate, lasting for quite some time. The four remained in a standoff for an extended period. Regrettably, despite the heavy rainfall, some droplets splashed onto their sleeves and one side of their bodies. After approximately an hour, the downpour gradually subsided. Lin Xiaofan set down his suitcase, while Mo Mitao shyly distanced herself. She was genuinely concerned that Lin Xiaofan, in his fervor, might misinterpret the situation. Truth be told, Lin Xiaofan felt a tinge of embarrassment as well. At that moment, he shook his hand, having just held up the suitcase for an hour, feeling more fatigued than he ever did lifting wood in the army. He swayed his head from side to side and then shrugged his shoulders. When he turned his gaze back to Mo Mitao and the others, he couldn't help but let his mouth fall open in surprise. Chapter 12. Other survivors. As he turned his gaze towards Mo Mitao and her companions once more, his mouth gradually fell open. The trio's garments were half soaked by the rain, clinging to their forms and subtly revealing their delicate curves. Lin Xiaofan felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks and hurriedly averted his eyes, stammering, You should quickly change into dry clothes. It's easy to catch a chill like this." Realizing the situation, the three women flushed with embarrassment and hastily retreated to a secluded spot to change. Before long, they emerged once again before Lin Xiaofan, looking exceptionally enchanting in their new attire, exuding a refreshing vitality. They donned clothing from the suitcase, which appeared quite sophisticated. Mo Mitao wore a form-fitting beige silk blouse that radiated elegance, accentuating her stunning beauty and giving her an air that could easily be mistaken for worth hundreds of thousands. "Please place your discarded clothes inside. I will take care of them," Lin Xiaofan offered. Upon hearing this, the three women neatly placed their changed garments into the suitcase. Observing their actions, Lin Xiaofan approached the suitcase, crouched down, and zipped it up securely before climbing up a nearby sturdy tree, seeking a stable position among the robust branches. "Hand me the suitcase," Lin Xiaofan called down to the three women beneath the tree. They raised the suitcase high, and he swiftly grasped it, securing it in a manner that would prevent the clothing from becoming drenched by the rain or being ravaged by the island's wildlife. After Lin Xiaofan settled the suitcase, Mo Mitao, her cheeks slightly flushed, remarked, "I need to take care of something." In truth, a more pressing concern weighed on her mind. She felt an uncomfortable fullness within her body and urgently needed relief to avoid falling ill. Lin Xiaofan nodded in understanding and then jumped down, turning to enter the nearby thicket. Su Yin and Li Tingting exchanged glances and proceeded towards the nearby bushes as well. Once they had resolved their personal matters, the group reconvened and continued along the shoreline. Lin Xiaofan casually glanced into the distance and spotted the faint silhouette of a cruise ship on the horizon. It appeared small, approximately 2 kilometers away. His heart quickened. He hastily seized his binoculars for a closer look. Indeed, it was the very cruise ship they had been desperately searching for. However, the sight that met his eyes tightened his brow. The vessel seemed to have suffered a tremendous impact, its structure cracked and precariously balanced on the waves, as if it might disintegrate with the next gust of wind. "Do you see it? That's the cruise ship," Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, lowering the binoculars and pointing towards the vessel for his companions to see. They quickened their pace and soon arrived near the ship. Lin Xiaofan inadvertently glanced towards the nearby woods and noticed several groups of people. They appeared to be banding together on this deserted island, awaiting rescue. Lin Xiaofan chose not to dwell on this observation. The immediate priority was to explore the cruise ship. Upon reaching the overturned vessel, he removed his shoes and rolled up his pant legs. Considering the potential dangers within the cruise ship, he turned to Mo Mitao, Su Yin, and Li Tingting, instructing them to wait outside while he ventured inside to assess the situation. Upon entering, he found the interior in disarray, swiftly moving from room to room in search of sustenance. But alas, no traces of food were to be found. It was evident that the survivors had thoroughly scavenged the provisions. As he arrived at what appeared to be a kitchen dining area, his eyes gleamed with hope. Amidst the chaotic utensils, he spotted a cast iron pot and a spatula, alongside a lighter, truly invaluable items on this desolate island. A smile crept onto Lin Xiaofan's face. These were indeed treasures, overlooked by others. Upon inspecting the pot, he noted it was in pristine condition, which brought a satisfied grin to his lips. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a mobile phone tucked away in a corner, encased in a waterproof pouch. Upon inspection, he discovered the signal indicator in the upper right corner was blank, confirming the absence of any nearby signal. While the phone itself was useless, the waterproof pouch was a boon. Lin Xiaofan placed his own lighter inside the pouch, along with the lighter he had just discovered, securing them in the zippered pocket of his pants. Surveying the area, he found no other useful items. He procured a length of rope and securely strapped the cast iron pot to his back, brandishing the spatula as he set out to explore additional rooms. Navigating the overturned cruise ship proved to be arduous, yet his years of rigorous training in the military had equipped him for such challenges. Upon reaching the entertainment area of the ship, he discovered 2 billiard cues. Lin Xiaofan picked them up. These high-quality cues, harder than wood and encased in stainless steel, would serve well for warding off beasts or ill-intentioned individuals. With his arms laden with items, he crawled back out, standing at a support point to toss down the spatula and billiard cues. Be sure to hold on to these. I'll search for more practical items, he instructed before diving back inside. Not long after, Lin Xiaofan stumbled upon a suit, a pair of military boots, and several other shoes. The sight of these items filled him with renewed hope for survival. He quickly packed the clothes along with the shoes and hastened back to reunite with Mo Mitao and the others. By this time, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the landscape. "What is this?" Su Yin inquired as she noticed Lin Xiaofan depositing a pile of clothing on the shore. "These are garments, with shoes wrapped inside," Li Tingting remarked, noticing the cast iron pot on Lin Xiaofan's back. "Ha ha, Lin Xiaofan, you are literally carrying the pot." Su Yin burst into laughter, her amusement evident. Lin Xiaofan shot her an exasperated glance. "These are valuable items. You wouldn't understand," he retorted. He then sat down, opting to wear the newly acquired military boots instead of his previous sneakers. The boots, being sturdy and durable, were a much better choice. Subsequently, he secured the suit across his chest, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. "Here, these pairs of shoes are a gift for you all," Lin Xiaofan jested. Su Yin glanced at the 3 pairs of athletic shoes on the ground. While Lin Xiaofan had noticed the high heels, he refrained from taking them, as they would hinder one's ability to walk. This is a deserted island, not a city. Wearing high heels would likely impede one's speed and make them vulnerable to snakes and insects. In the unfortunate event of being pursued by an assailant, one would surely be quickly overtaken. The 3 of them each picked up a pair of shoes. Lin Xiaofan then began to allocate tools. "I shall take a cue stick. Li Tingting can have another cue stick, and let us give the spatula to Andamo. As for Miss Su, she may find herself a sturdy branch." "Why should I?" Su Yin protested loudly. "Do you not possess a small knife for self-defense? Coupled with a branch and your fiery temperament, I doubt anyone would dare to provoke you," he retorted. "Oh, dear sister, it's all right. Xiaofan knows how to distribute things better. Look at me. I only have a cue stick as a weapon." Li Tingting quickly consoled her. "See, Tingting is quite sensible," Lin Xiaofan continued. "Now, let us approach those familiar faces to inquire about the recent happenings and the approximate number of survivors." He cast a glance towards the cluster of people nearby. There were more than 20 at most, and at least a dozen at the very least, all banding together for survival. Mo Mitao and the others nodded in agreement, and then followed Lin Xiaofan towards the group of survivors huddled together. Chapter 13. Su Yan's subtle thoughts as Lin Xiaofan and his companions approached, armed with weapons. The nearest group of individuals displayed expressions of alarm. Each person instantly became vigilant. Their previous discussions abruptly silenced, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. They hastily grasped their weapons. Knives, iron rods, wooden sticks, and one individual even reached for a nearby stone. Lin Xiaofan astutely perceived that this group was wary of outsiders, especially given that he was accompanied by 3 women. It was inevitable that they might suspect ulterior motives in their approach. Recognizing their apprehension, he greeted them with a friendly smile, assuring, "Dear friends, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to inquire about the situation." At the forefront stood a burly man, his face adorned with a robust beard. Rising to his feet, he clutched a stout iron rod, reminiscent of a ship's railing. He bellowed, "What are your intentions? You're not spies from that previous group, are you?" At his words, Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, is this truly the infamous Gu Shandiao? This group must have received his peculiar favor. "Fear not, my friends, we are certainly not spies. We are merely survivors, banding together in hopes of rescue. We recently fled from another group that had been tormenting us, seeking the remnants of a cruise ship to salvage anything of use," Lin Xiaofan candidly explained. He felt it wise to be transparent, as his earlier search for supplies had occurred right under their noses. His mention of being bullied was a subtle probe, testing whether they would divulge any information regarding Gu Shandiao. The bearded man remained on guard, scrutinizing Lin Xiaofan and his companions with an appraising glance. He scoffed, "Have you encountered the red-hair group? In our team, a couple ventured into the nearby woods and have yet to return. They may have." He hesitated, but Lin Xiaofan discerned the implication that they had likely been abducted by the Gushan Diao gang. However, he surmised the woman might still be alive, while the man could have met a tragic fate. "Have you searched nearby for the man's body?" Lin Xiaofan inquired, aware that Gushan Diao had a history of abducting women and silencing potential witnesses. The bearded man shook his head gently. "We have scoured the vicinity. There is no sign of them. Could they have also been taken, forced to join their ranks?" He speculated, "You seem rather outnumbered. Why not ally with us for mutual protection?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan simply smiled politely. "I appreciate the offer, but I prefer the freedom of solitude." At that moment, Su Yin chimed in, "Xiaofan, perhaps we should join them. They seem significantly better than the Gushan Diao group." Lin Xiaofan replied softly, "If you wish to join them, do so. I shall not hinder you. I, Lin Xiaofan, will never compel anyone to follow me." He was aware of Su Yan's intentions, yet he also realized he knew little about these individuals. To join them recklessly might entail adhering to their commands. Learning of the disappearances only solidified his belief that this group may not be trustworthy. Lin Xiaofan smiled as he surveyed the group of 11 individuals. Among them, only one was a woman. The remaining 9 were men. However, these men appeared devoid of any wildness, either excessively overweight or painfully thin. In a life-or-death situation, it seemed likely that they would flee for their lives. After realizing that her attempts to persuade Lin Xiaofan were in vain, Su Yin approached Mo Mitao to encourage her. Yet, Mo Mitao was not foolish. Apart from her close friend, she had a modicum of trust in Lin Xiaofan, while the others were mere strangers. Naturally, Su Yan's entreaties were as futile as whispering into the wind. Li Tingting leaned closer to Su Yin and whispered, "Sister, I believe we should stick with Lin Xiaofan. Just looking at those people makes me uneasy." Su Yin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Lin Xiaofan glanced at her and then walked towards Mo Mitao. "Let us first construct a temporary shelter nearby and stay for a couple of days. Who knows, there may be a rescue." "All right." Mo Mitao nodded in assent. She then turned to Su Yin, saying, "Su Yin, let us go." The latter promptly moved closer, replying, "By the way, I'm feeling a bit hungry." Ignoring her, Lin Xiaofan bid farewell to the group. "Although we won't be joining you, we can form an alliance. I wonder what you think of that?" He suggested politely. His gaze was directed at the bearded man, the de facto leader of the group. The bearded man readily agreed, saying, "Sure, I'm Reno, pleased to meet you." Before any rescue arrives, if either side encounters trouble, the other will lend appropriate assistance, especially since there are wild beasts roaming this deserted island. Lin Xiaofan nodded, responding, "Very well." With that, he led Mo Mitao and the 3 women to the shoreline to search for a suitable location to establish their temporary shelter. After walking for a while, they found a suitable spot approximately 700 or 800 meters away from Reno's group. A large banyan tree stood there, ideal for constructing a makeshift refuge. Upon reaching the banyan, Lin Xiaofan looked up at its branches. Curiously, Su Yan approached and inquired, "What are you looking at?" Lin Xiaofan ignored her, observing for a while before finally stating, "There are no snakes. The branches of the banyan are quite sturdy." "And so what?" Su Yan retorted, slightly raising her voice since Lin Xiaofan was only now responding to her. "You can talk, but you do nothing. Hurry and help drag the tree back." With that, Lin Xiaofan drew out an axe and ventured into the nearby woods. He had previously noted that several branches of the banyan tree were nearly at the same level, which sparked an idea in Lin Xiaofan's mind. Approaching a tree with a trunk about the thickness of his arm, he took a deep breath, gripping the axe tightly, raising it high, and then struck forcefully at the trunk. "Hey!" he shouted, the axe embedding itself deeply into the wood. With each powerful swing, wood chips flew, and soon, the first tree crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. He turned to the three women beside him and called out, "Come, help me drag this tree to the banyan, and then we'll remove the smaller branches." Mo Mi Tao, Su Yan, and Li Tingting hurried forward, working together with great effort to drag the tree beneath the banyan before they began to clear away the branches. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan continued to wield the axe, chopping down trees. One strike, two strikes. Fortunately, after years of practice, otherwise he would have been utterly exhausted after felling these 30 or so trees. Glancing at the processed timber, Lin Xiaofan suddenly recalled something and addressed Li Tingting. "Li Tingting, please search the vicinity for vines. The more, the better," he said while wiping the sweat from his brow. Li Tingting responded affirmatively and swiftly made her way nearby. "And Mo, you two should also join in. But do not wander too far. I need to catch my breath, for there are more pressing matters to attend to." After speaking, Lin Xiaofan swayed his body slightly. Seizing the opportunity while the women searched for vines, Lin Xiaofan sharpened a few branches that Mo Mi Tao and the others had gathered earlier with his axe. He intended to fashion them into fish spears. Living by the mountains, one consumes what the mountains provide. Living by the sea, one feasts on the bounty of the ocean. Observing the spear he had crafted, Lin Xiaofan murmured, "Captain, the skills you imparted to me are finally coming into play today." During his time as a new recruit, he had learned numerous survival techniques during a month-long wilderness training, including how to spear fish taught by his captain. Having fashioned 4 fish spears, Lin Xiaofan's stomach began to grumble. He was genuinely hungry now. Subsequently, he sat down, resting against the grand banyan tree for a moment. After a while, Mo Mi Tao and the others returned, carrying a substantial amount of vines. Lin Xiaofan glanced at the sky. Night had yet to descend, providing an opportune moment to head to the seaside to spear fish. He then handed the crafted fish spears to Mo Mi Tao and her companions. "What is this for? You're not intending to give us weapons, are you?" Su Yan inquired, unaware of their additional purpose. "Follow me," Lin Xiaofan replied, making his way toward the shore. Chapter 14. Aunt Mo was the eldest among the 3 women. Taking advantage of the fading daylight, Lin Xiaofan led them to a tranquil shallow where the water flowed gently, teaching them the art of spear fishing. For the past couple of days, they had subsisted solely on wild fruits and coconut flesh. It was time to replenish their bodies with some much-needed protein. Lin Xiaofan set the large pot by the seaside and, grasping the spear, waded into the shallow water. He bent slightly, demonstrating while explaining, "Come here, pay close attention. When spear fishing, you must move lightly and keep your eyes on the water. Wait for the fish to swim close, then thrust quickly, but be careful not to aim at your feet." That sounds a bit frightening. What if I accidentally pierce Annie's foot? "You little rascal, why don't you try it while I roast a fish for you?" At that moment, Su Yan hesitated. Lin Xiaofan, sensing her reluctance, teased, "Oh, Miss Su, are you feeling timid? Can't even spear a fish?" His words ignited her competitive spirit. "Who says I can't? Watch me." With that, she hastily removed her shoes, revealing her delicate feet as pure and flawless as jade. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but swallow hard. The beauty of a woman's feet was indeed captivating. Within moments, she stepped into the shallow waters, earnestly mimicking Lin Xiaofan's movements. Watching her, he couldn't suppress a smile. Soon, Mo Mi Tao and Li Tingting joined her in the shallow sea, their eyes intently focused on the water surface. Initially, they often missed their targets, as the fish nimbly evaded their spears. However, with persistent attempts, fortune smiled upon one of them. Mo Mitao successfully speared a fish, exclaiming, "I got one." Aunt Mo truly has hidden talents. Lin Xiaofan's gaze fell upon the fabric draping just below her collarbone. Earlier, when Mo Mitao had removed the fish from the spear, its vigorous thrashing had splashed residual water onto her attire. This resulted in a rather captivating scene. Lin Xiaofan marveled inwardly. After all, Mo Mitao was the eldest among the trio. The beige, high-quality breathable top appeared somewhat transparent in that moment, with droplets reflecting a hint of crimson. Lin Xiaofan mused to himself, such beauty can only be found on a deserted island. Not daring to linger on the site, he quickly refocused on the task at hand. Once he devoted himself to the spear fishing, it wasn't long before Lin Xiaofan had caught 4 fish. It seemed the adage held true, with a mind free of distractions. One excels at fishing. Soon after, Su Yin and Li Tingting each caught a fish as well, their faces breaking into long-forgotten smiles. After all, they had not experienced joy since waking up, having been forcefully taken away and nearly insulted. Now, through their own efforts, they had managed to catch fish. How could they not be happy? Noticing their smiles filled Lin Xiaofan with a profound delight. Meanwhile, some commotion arose from the group of bearded men, as several of them ventured into the shallow waters to fish. Perhaps lacking the necessary skills, they struggled for quite a while without any success. In contrast, Lin Xiaofan's group had collectively speared 13 fish in a short time. Observing the darkening sky, Lin Xiaofan called the others back to shore. Subsequently, they began to search for hay, fallen leaves, and dry twigs together. In the nearby thicket, withered branches and leaves were plentiful, yet so were the mosquitoes. Not long after they commenced, Mo Mitao suddenly exclaimed, "Ouch! A mosquito has bitten me." Lin Xiaofan turned upon hearing her voice, only to see several welts emerging on Mo Mitao's delicate hand. Evidently, the mosquito that had bitten her was rather large. "Mo, you must have typo blood. Or perhaps you are simply too fragrant. Even the mosquitoes are enamored with you." Lin Xiaofan chuckled. He continued gathering dry twigs, also snapping a few fresh branches for their intended purpose of grilling fish. After taking a few more steps, Lin Xiaofan's eyes scanned the surroundings, and to his surprise, he spotted a patch of wild mugwort not far away. He hurried over, plucked some, and returned to Mo Mitao, handing it to her. "Here, crush this mugwort and apply it to your skin. It will ward off mosquitoes." Mo Mitao accepted the mugwort and replied, "Thank you, Xiaofan." She gently rubbed it, and a refreshing herbal aroma spread through the air. "No need for thanks between us. We are all comrades," Lin Xiaofan remarked. Montauk Mitao, having just applied the mugwort to her hands, was momentarily puzzled by his words. However, just a second later, she seemed to grasp the meaning. Lin Xiaofan regarded her as someone he trusted. Before long, they had gathered sufficient firewood. The 4 of them made their way to the beach, setting down the firewood they had cradled in their arms. Lin Xiaofan used the lighter he carried to ignite the hay with a crisp snap, thus kindling a fire by the seaside. He then fashioned 2 triangular wooden stands, placing one on either side of the fire pit, and took a few clean branches to skewer the 4 fish, which he then positioned over the flames to grill slowly. The fire licked the fish, producing a tantalizing sizzle. "Wow, Xiaofan, your survival skills are impressive. It's evident you have been trained in the military," Mo Mitao praised him as she gazed at the grilling fish. "Fortunately, Mo, you are quite remarkable yourself," Lin Xiaofan replied, casting a glance at her. At that moment, Mo Mitao was blissfully unaware that she had been splashed with seawater. Perhaps due to the barrier of her clothing, she did not feel it. In the glow of the fire, she appeared even more alluring, her slightly tousled hair enhancing her feminine charm. "Is the fish really that delicious when grilled like this?" Su Yin remarked, her mouth watering. Lin Xiaofan diverted his gaze from Mo Mitao to Su Yin and said, "It should be fine. Once it's cooked, you'll know. This fish is entirely natural, seasoned with its own salt." "Xiaofan, thank you." Li Tingting expressed her gratitude once more, her heart overflowing with appreciation. Lin Xiaofan offered a gentle smile, replying, "It's nothing." He then glanced at Su Yin, who left him feeling somewhat exasperated. Some women, while possessing ample curves, seem to have a rather small sense of gratitude. He noted the stark contrast between her and Li Tingting. However, he had neither the time nor inclination to dwell on their personalities. The most pressing matter was to survive well. As long as Su Yin did not hinder their survival, it sufficed. Should she ever create trouble for the group, he would undoubtedly let her fend for herself. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Lin Xiaofan instructed everyone to prepare 2 large leaves. Subsequently, he instructed Mo Mitao to fetch a dagger and began distributing the fish and meat among them. One word, exquisite. To savor such a delicacy on a deserted island is indeed a remarkable experience. After consuming 4 fish, Lin Xiaofan skewered another 4 to roast. He then handed the dagger to Mo Mitao, saying, "Animo, you and Su Yin can prepare the fish while Li Tingting joins me. It is now evening. We must expedite the construction of a shelter." "All right, Tingting, please assist Xiaofan," he added. Li Tingting nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed." Tingting, Lin Xiaofan said, making his way towards the banyan tree, with Li Tingting closely following behind. Before long, they arrived beneath the banyan tree. Lin Xiaofan first tossed the vines onto the branches. "Tingting, in a moment, you will help me lift each trunk from the ground and lean them closer to me." Li Tingting glanced at the fallen timber and nodded. Lin Xiaofan scanned the branches above, then skillfully ascended the banyan tree. From below, Li Tingting handed him a piece of wood. He received it and securely bound it together with the vines that Li Tingting had gathered. One after another, they worked methodically. Finally, after half an hour, a platform measuring 5 meters in length and 3 meters in width was successfully constructed atop the banyan tree. Li Tingting gazed at the sturdy platform above the tree trunk, her eyes wide with astonishment and admiration. Chapter 15. Exchange. Lin Xiaofan stood on the freshly constructed platform, cautiously placing his feet down before gently stepping on it. His gaze was fixed intently on the junction between the platform and the branch, meticulously assessing the stability of his newfound perch. After a moment of hesitation, he clenched his jaw and forcefully stomped his foot. The platform merely quivered slightly, emitting a few muffled creaks, yet showed no signs of instability. With a sigh of relief, Lin Xiaofan's taut nerves began to relax, and he nodded in satisfaction as he descended slowly along the trunk. Li Tingting, watching anxiously from the side, felt a surge of excitement as she saw Lin Xiaofan descend. "Wow, now I need not fear the beasts," she exclaimed. Lin Xiaofan smiled in response. "Indeed, this way we can sleep soundly. Even if wolves were to come, they can only watch us from this lofty platform, powerless to reach us." However, upon hearing the word wolves, Li Tingting's previously radiant face turned pale, her eyes betraying a profound terror as her body involuntarily trembled. "Are there really wolves on this deserted island?" she whispered. Noticing her distress, Lin Xiaofan hurried over to comfort her. "Do not be afraid. Even if they exist, we will be safe once we climb up here." Yet Li Tingting remained apprehensive. "But enough with the buts. Let's continue to enjoy our grilled fish. It's a rare treat." Meanwhile, 30 meters away, Su Yin sat by the campfire, her eyes transfixed on the flickering flames. She swallowed hard and murmured, "It's been so long. Why hasn't Lin Xiaofan returned yet? I'm already craving grilled fish. Shouldn't we eat without him?" Mo Mitao shot her a disapproving glance. "Let us wait a bit longer. Lin Xiaofan caught the most fish this time. He is our hero, after all, and we should wait for him to share in the meal." Su Yin sighed in resignation, pondering why her older sister always favored him. Could it be that she has feelings for this boy? She mused. "Enough of this nonsense. Let us wait a little longer." As she spoke, Mo Mitao glanced in the direction of the banyan tree. "Look, they're coming." At that moment, Lin Xiaofan and Li Tingting hurried towards them. "Why did you take so long?" Su Yin asked impatiently. Lin Xiaofan's smile began to fade as he walked, saying, "I should have asked you to help." He had considered it, yet felt Su Yin lacked patience and was not as diligent as Li Tingting. Thus, he had chosen to let her roast fish alongside Mo Mitao instead. Now, seeing her make sarcastic remarks, he felt an urge to confront her. Noticing that 4 fish had become slightly charred, Lin Xiaofan turned to Mo Mi Tao. You could have started eating without me. My sister insisted on waiting for you. What kind of potion did you give her? Now she thinks of nothing but you, and Mo Mi Tao teased. Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of satisfaction at her words. You wouldn't understand. Just keep guessing, he replied, reaching out to take the fish from Su Yan's hands. Pass it here. He then began distributing the fish among those present. Mo Mi Tao tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, her beauty captivating Lin Xiaofan, who found his thoughts drifting. Unbeknownst to Mo Mi Tao, he was ensnared by her charm. 4 individuals sat in a circle around the flickering fire, indulging in a hearty meal. As they neared the end of their feast, a woman with cascading hair approached from the direction of the bearded man. She was dressed alluringly, causing hearts to quicken. She softly inquired, could you spare us a few fish? We've managed to light a fire, but unfortunately, we didn't catch any fish during the evening. Her gaze held a hint of longing. Indeed, they had failed to catch any fish, lacking the necessary skills, and were left to gnaw on dry bread, while other supplies were either insufficiently filling or inedible for the time being. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xiaofan felt a stir of inspiration, recalling the sight he had witnessed earlier that afternoon. The bearded man's group had concealed a stash of supplies beneath leaves and branches, likely having entrusted all their findings to him for distribution. Judging by these details, it was evident that the bearded man, Reno, was a formidable character. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiaofan proposed, we have exerted considerable effort to catch our fish. How about this? 1 fish in exchange for a bottle of mineral water and a cup of instant noodles. Instantly, the woman's expression soured, revealing her dismay. She bit her lip, furrowing her brow in distress, fully aware that Lin Xiaofan's terms were not excessively harsh, yet the supplies were equally precious to them. Observing her hesitation, Lin Xiaofan continued, you might want to discuss this with your leader. It's a worthwhile exchange. Sea fish are rich in protein, and consuming them will provide strength. If you go too long without eating, you may not even be able to fend off wild dogs, let alone wolves. I would offer this deal to anyone else. His persuasive words were intended to elevate the perceived value of the fish. After all, in a desolate island, excessive compassion equates to courting disaster. The woman hesitated for a moment before stating, I'll go back and discuss it with him, then swiftly turned and hurried towards the bearded man. Xiaofan, are you really going to trade a fish with them? Mo Mi Tao asked, puzzled. Lin Xiaofan explained, after all, we agreed to form an alliance. A fair exchange of supplies is reasonable, and primarily, I wish to enjoy some instant noodles. All right, you handle it as you see fit. After all, we 3 sisters are relying on you. Mo Mi Tao expressed her thoughts candidly. Lin Xiaofan claimed his desire for instant noodles, but his primary motive lay in the additional utility of the noodle containers. Moreover, the mineral water bottles would also serve a purpose. The woman returned to Reno to convey Lin Xiaofan's proposal. Upon hearing it, Reno's lips curled into a smirk. This young man was no simpleton. He was clever and exuded an intriguing air of mystery. Boss, this guy dares to lead 3 women in survival. He is definitely remarkable. I can see the calmness in his eyes, spoke a short-haired man named Li Feng, who had been with Reno and had recently ventured into the business realm. Reno nodded in agreement, and then turned to the brown-haired woman, Chao Yuan, instructing her, go ahead. As he suggested, 1 fish for 1 bottle of mineral water and 1 cup of instant noodles. Before long, Chao Yuan hurried back, carrying 4 cups of instant noodles and 4 bottles of mineral water. She handed the supplies to Lin Xiaofan, who confirmed their accuracy before graciously offering her 4 fish, adding with a kind reminder, hurry and roast them. The fish is best enjoyed fresh. Gao Ziwan not that, Gotha Fuli. Just about to turn away when Lin Xiaofan called out to her again, handing her the last fish and saying, I'll give you 1 more. After expressing her thanks repeatedly, Chao Yuan hurried back to her camp, clutching the fish. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan and his companions quickly constructed a rudimentary stove using the surrounding stones. They placed a cast-iron pot on top and poured in all the bottled water. Su Yin, perplexed, exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing pouring all that water in? It's enough for us to drink for several days. I am boiling instant noodles. Don't worry, in a couple of days, I'll conjure up more water for you. Do you believe me? Lin Xiaofan replied. How will you manage that? There's no fresh water here besides coconuts. How can I trust you? Su Yin retorted coldly, feeling that Lin Xiaofan was wasting water. Indeed, Xiaofan, have you thought this through? Mo Mitao also appeared confused. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated her skepticism. Mo, how about we make a deal? If I manage to bring drinkable water, you promise me one thing. What do you say? And if you lose? Mo Mitao inquired, recalling the stakes. If I lose, I promise to do 2 things for you and catch 100 fish for you to eat. How does that sound? What exactly are these things? Mo Mitao asked, intrigued by the wager. Rest assured, it's nothing outrageous, just tasks that are within my capability and not too difficult. Remember, no backing out. You must keep your promise. All right, as long as it's not excessive, Mo Mitao eventually agreed. This filled Lin Xiaofan with excitement. He could hardly wait for Mo Mitao to fulfill the wager, as he had 2 strategies to ensure victory. At that moment, the water in the pot began to boil. Lin Xiaofan opened the instant noodle packages, placing the 4 blocks of noodles into the pot one by one. He then crouched down to add some firewood to the stove, causing the flames to rise higher, licking the bottom of the pot. A minute later, Lin Xiaofan tore open the seasoning packets and sprinkled their contents into the pot, instantly releasing a rich aroma that filled the air. It was quite tempting, akin to an enticing scent that evoked appetite. Lin Xiaofan began, straightening a fork for the noodles before pulling up a handful from the pot and slurping them. Ah, it's truly delicious. Seeing this, the other 3 women eagerly picked up their forks as well. Chapter 16. A fortunate encounter on this desolate island. Indulging in a bowl of instant noodles is far more delightful than anywhere else, especially in the company of a lovely companion. Lin Xiaofan found the meal particularly exquisite. It was, without a doubt, the most delectable instant noodles he had ever tasted. After a while, the others had finished their noodles, while Lin Xiaofan savored every drop of the broth, generously sharing it among them. After all, this was precious fresh water, albeit processed. Cheers! Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, raising the noodle cup. The 3 women offered a hesitant smile before lifting their own cups in response. The broth and noodles nearly filled their bellies. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan gathered the 4 noodle cups together. What do you need these for? Su Yin inquired, curiosity shimmering in her eyes. However, Lin Xiaofan merely replied, it's useful. He refrained from revealing that this was one of the methods to win over Mo Mitao. At that moment, Mo Mitao seemed to ponder something, caught between realization and uncertainty. She believed that it would be impossible to find fresh water in the next 2 days unless it rained. Otherwise, she would be at a loss. Searching the dense jungles of the island for water would yield results in just a day or 2. Thus, Mo Mitao's only hope was that it wouldn't rain. If it did rain tomorrow or the day after, she would truly be defeated, left at Lin Xiaofan's mercy. With this thought lingering, she felt a twinge of regret. Yet the 2-day agreement was binding. If fresh water were to appear, she and her 2 companions would survive, and Lin Xiaofan would merely have to lift a finger. This was the conclusion Mo Mitao reached. Little did she know, Lin Xiaofan's intentions were quite different. Lin Xiaofan instructed Li Tingting to wash the pot while he cleaned the 4 noodle cups. It was likely around 9 o'clock in the evening when they returned to the banyan tree. Mo Mitao looked up at the sturdy platform and couldn't help but beam with joy. Xiaofan, you're quite remarkable. I never imagined you could be so skillful. Lin Xiaofan winked. Indeed, my skills extend beyond this. As he spoke, he gazed into Mo Mitao's eyes, prompting her to recall something and quickly avert her gaze in embarrassment. It's a bit high. Climbing is difficult, Su Yin remarked, noticing the height. I have a plan. Just wait a moment, Lin Xiaofan replied, placing the noodle cups a few meters from the banyan tree. He intended to use them to collect rainwater. You can't seriously believe it will rain, can you, Lin Xiaofan? Su Yin expressed her skepticism, recalling that it had just rained that morning and assuming it wouldn't rain again for days. There's a possibility. The weather here is quite peculiar. The vast ocean surrounds us, and the air is very humid, Lin Xiaofan explained. However, he was not solely relying on fate to persuade Mo Mitao to agree to his request. Lin Xiaofan had another method in mind, to create fresh water. having learned substantial skills during his time in wilderness survival training. Xiaofan, that's cheating. Rainwater doesn't count, and Mo Mitao pouted, feeling a bit toyed with. Why not? Mo, rainwater is drinkable. If you lose, it must be fate. And Mo Mitao gritted her teeth. That doesn't count. You're being unreasonable. Rainwater do. And any fresh water that may appear in the woods are all excluded. Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly. All right, none of those will count. If I manage to produce fresh water, you must agree to one request and consider a second one. I won't need an immediate answer for the second. What is this second request? It wouldn't be something illicit, would it? I cannot comply with that. Mo Mitao looked somewhat perplexed. The first request will certainly benefit both of us, and the second will also be a positive endeavor. We can discuss it once I win. Why can't you say it now? Montag aunt in Kvilet Kuliusli. Meanwhile, Su Yin and Li Tingting stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that Lin Xiaofan could conjure fresh water out of thin air. That is certainly not something I could disclose, but rest assured, it is not what you think. Lin Xiaofan is not that kind of person. Now, let us ascend to the platform. I will have the pot and Q stick sent up shortly. With that, Lin Xiaofan climbed onto the wooden platform. Come on, Mo, give me your hand, and I'll pull you up. Lin Xiaofan called from the tree. Mo Mitao was the first to extend her hands. From Lin Xiaofan's elevated position, he could see a flash of white, resembling a little rabbit about to spring forth. The platform was approximately 2 meters high, and the 3 women could not manage to climb up on their own. Therefore, Lin Xiaofan assumed a sturdy stance and hoisted them up. Just as he assisted Mo Mitao, she lost her footing and leaned forward due to her momentum. Lin Xiaofan instinctively reached out to catch her, fearing she might tumble off the other side. In that moment, they collided, and Lin Xiaofan felt a sudden constriction in his chest, the breath knocked out of him by the unexpected embrace. The air that filled his nostrils was overwhelmingly fragrant. Mo Mitao quickly shifted backward, adjusting her stance to stand upright. At that moment, Su Yin and Li Tingting called out from below, "Sister, are you all right? What happened? Are you okay?" And Mo Mitao took a moment to steady her breath and replied, "I'm fine. You both can come up now." Lin Xiaofan then helped Su Yin and Li Tingting ascend one after the other, carefully placing the pot in a nearby tree fork. After all, that pot was hard-earned and essential for cooking. Losing it to theft would be a significant misfortune, an occurrence Lin Xiaofan would not permit. Its future utility was boundless. The platform was quite well made, though it did press against their backs, becoming uncomfortable after prolonged sitting. Su Yin expressed her distaste. "It's better than nothing. Tomorrow, we can carve it a bit and lay down some grass, but for tonight, we'll have to make do. By the way, how do we get down? Shall we jump? It's just over 2 meters. The ground is soft enough to jump from. I did it all the time as a child. You were that reckless as a child." Mo Mitao giggled, covering her mouth. "Not too much, just a typical mischievous kid, but I have matured now. Jumping from over 2 meters could easily lead to an ankle sprain." Su Yin glanced down and noticed she was still a bit above the ground in the moonlight. She had never leaped from such a height before. "You all jump. I'll catch you below," Lin Xiaofan asserted, displaying a rather masculine demeanor. "Isn't that a bit reckless? You might end up getting hurt." And Mo Mitao pondered the safety concerns. "How about this? Tomorrow I'll make a wooden ladder. I'll go up first, then lower the ladder for you to climb up. When you're ready to descend, I'll pull the ladder away, and finally, I'll jump down," she suggested. "Why would you pull the ladder away?" Su Yin inquired with curiosity. "Your thinking is rather simplistic. Leaving a ladder for others to climb up and invade is unwise," Lin Xiaofan remarked, considering the implications more thoughtfully. "Each person will take turns keeping watch for a day. Those on the night shift will sleep during the day. Let us have Li Tingting take the first watch," he continued. Li Tingting nodded in agreement, offering no objections since it was a fair rotation. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan requested a dagger from Mo Mitao and began to smooth out the wooden platform, causing some wood shavings to fall from beneath the banyan tree. Time passed gradually. At that moment, Su Yin retrieved the binoculars Lin Xiaofan had taken from his suitcase and gazed towards the small groups of other survivors. "Wow, look at the supplies at those camps. They have plenty of water and delicious food all to themselves. How infuriating." Lin Xiaofan shook his head. "We can't just take from them. What good does merely envying others do? Besides, they're numerous, and their food won't last long. If help doesn't arrive soon, they'll have to fish or forage in the woods. He was already contemplating the days to come. Stop overthinking. Just make do and get some rest, he said, lying down. Though it was somewhat uncomfortable, it felt much safer. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed from afar. Is it a lone wolf howling at the moon? Mo Mitao and the others trembled slightly, instinctively huddling together in fright. Lin Xiaofan, however, remained calm. What is there to fear? That sound is quite a distance away. Let us sleep and conserve our energy. Hearing this, Mo Mitao and Su Yan also lay down, with Mo Mitao settling beside Lin Xiaofan, while Li Tingting sat up to keep watch, still holding the binoculars she had taken from Su Yan. The quiet night was filled with the distant chirping of insects. Chapter 17. The sow climbs the tree until midnight. Lin Xiaofan felt a tremor resonate through the air. The vibration was initially faint, akin to distant thunder or the earth gently quaking. Lin Xiaofan was instantly awakened, his eyes snapping open as he cautiously surveyed the darkness. Simultaneously, the others were startled, their slumber interrupted by this sudden jolt, eliciting a few sharp gasps. What was happening? Li Tingting, who had merely dozed off during her watch, was unaware of the approaching wild boar. What was going on? Su Yan inquired, her voice trembling. Lin Xiaofan did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced downward, realizing that the terrifying sound originated from beneath the tree. Illuminated by the faint moonlight, he discerned a dark figure shifting below, accompanied by heavy panting and the rustling of branches. This is bad. The wild boar is attempting to climb the tree, Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, swiftly grabbing the cue stick beside him. Panic ensued among the others. Li Tingting clutched Mo Mitao's arm tightly, while Mo Mitao, her face etched with anxiety, fumbled around and picked up another cue stick. Cautiously, Lin Xiaofan leaned over to look down and saw a massive wild sow frantically clawing at the banyan tree, as if intent on ascending it. Moments later, it rammed its head against the trunk once more. It became clear that this creature had awakened him. At that moment, its eyes glimmered with an eerie light in the darkness, and it emitted grunting sounds, each collision causing the banyan tree to tremble slightly. Fortunately, the banyan tree was broad and sturdy, capable of withstanding the sow's assaults for the time being. Wild boars are genuinely capable of attacking humans. Upon realizing it was a sow, Lin Xiaofan could not help but exclaim, "The sow wants to climb the tree?" The absurdity of the scene left him utterly astonished. Yet there was no time for contemplation. He gripped the cue stick firmly, waiting for the opportune moment to strike the boar's head. With a resounding thud, the cue stick made contact with the boar's head. The boar bellowed in pain but did not retreat. Instead, it became even more enraged, persistently battering the trunk and attempting to climb with its forelegs. Seeing this, Mo Mitao summoned her courage and jabbed at the sow with her cue stick. "Go away! Go away!" she shouted, exerting all her strength with each thrust. Thankfully, the platform was over 2 meters high, preventing the boar from ascending. Ultimately, with their combined efforts, the wild sow appeared to tire. It struggled a few more times before grunting in defeat and reluctantly turning away, vanishing into the dark thicket. The group watched the direction in which the boar had departed, and after a moment of silence, they exhaled in relief. That was incredibly perilous. Why did the wild boar suddenly charge the tree? Li Tingting remarked, still shaken. Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow, contemplating, could it be that it intended to consume us, mistaking us for food? Regardless, they had narrowly escaped danger that night, and Mo Mitao added with a hint of trepidation from now on, "We must be even more vigilant at night. No one wants to be devoured by a wild boar. Indeed, it seems like a divine offering of pork," Lin Xiaofan suddenly declared. The three women could not help but glance at him, utterly perplexed by Lin Xiaofan's intentions. He offered a gentle smile and inquired, "Do you wish to eat pork?" It was at that moment that Mo Mitao and the others understood that Lin Xiaofan had audaciously set his sights on hunting a wild boar. "You dare to pursue that creature? Aren't you afraid of being devoured by it?" "I've heard that wild boars can be dangerous to humans." Su Yan expressed her bewilderment. She had not anticipated that Lin Xiaofan would harbor such a notion. Xiaofan, you are far too reckless. What if you get injured? Her concern for him was palpable. Indeed, what Mi Tao said is correct. Xiaofan, let us disregard the wild boar, Li Tingting urged. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath, and to his surprise, the three distinct fragrances around him intensified. Perhaps, in their state of anxiety, they emitted a stronger scent. We cannot allow it to disturb us daily. This creature is a true menace. It must be eliminated swiftly. Otherwise, it could pose an even greater danger in the future. Rest assured, I shall dig a trap for the wild boar and will not confront it head-on, Lin Xiaofan asserted with conviction. At this moment, Mo Mi Tao and the others finally exhaled in relief. In reality, Lin Xiaofan was fully capable of facing a wild boar alone, and with sharp weapons such as daggers. He could dispatch the creature in 3 moves. This was a true account from his time in the military. Now, stranded on a deserted island, he was far from acting recklessly. Very well, Mo Mi Tao softly uttered. Lin Xiaofan nodded and then lay down to rest. Just as he drifted into slumber, he was jolted awake by the sound of a wolf's howl. Damn it, there are wolves! Lin Xiaofan exclaimed as he sat up. At this moment, Mo Mi Tao and the others had huddled together in fright. Paying them no mind, Lin Xiaofan seized his binoculars and scanned the direction from which the sounds emanated. He observed 3 wolves charging toward a group of nearby survivors, prompting a cacophony of shouts and the clattering of weapons as everyone prepared for battle. Additionally, 2 more wolves were swiftly approaching Reno's team of survivors. A sense of unease washed over Lin Xiaofan. After all, they had forged an alliance, agreeing that one would assist the other in times of peril. As he pondered this, a piercing scream pierced the air. When he glanced back at Reno's team, he saw them fleeing toward him, a wolf hot on their heels. The earlier scream had been a cry of agony from someone being mauled. In the distance, another wolf was gnawing at a person's neck. The moonlight obscured the details, but Lin Xiaofan could discern enough to feel a sense of helplessness. With so many individuals unwilling to confront the wolves, acting like prey, their fate seemed sealed. Once caught, death was inevitable. It would be better to fight with desperation, perhaps yielding a sliver of hope. He could not comprehend their mindset. As soon as he finished his thoughts, Lin Xiaofan retrieved an axe and a cue stick from a tree branch. What are you doing, Xiaofan? Mo Mi Tao surmised his intentions and grasped his arm. He halted his movements and replied, I am going down to assist them. Otherwise, more lives will be lost. But there are wolves. Li Tingting's voice trembled, clearly shaken. Beside her, Su Yin chimed in, Do you truly wish to die? Lin Xiaofan interrupted her, exclaiming death? How could that be? Fear not, I know my limits. Should danger arise, I shall return. After saying this, he turned to Mo Mi Tao, who gradually released her grip on his clothing. She was not particularly close to Lin Xiaofan and understood she had no right to impede him. The group gathered closely, their faces faintly illuminated by the moonlight. With a swift leap, Lin Xiaofan descended. Little brother, run swiftly. There are wolves. At that moment, Reno also caught sight of Lin Xiaofan. He quickly approached them, urging, Do not flee. We must confront these beasts, or one by one, you shall fall victim to their bites. With that, Lin Xiaofan positioned himself behind them, wielding a pool cue in his left hand and an axe in his right. Upon hearing his words, Reno and the others turned around. Indeed, they noticed the wolves pursuing them had halted. Their eerie green eyes flickered, as if deliberating something. Letting out a growl, Lin Xiaofan imitated the beast's sounds, shaking the cue and axe in his hands, attempting to scare off the 2 wolves that were merely 5 or 6 meters away. His courage to confront the wolves stemmed from his speed. If the situation turned dire, he would make a hasty retreat. While he sought to aid his allies, he was not willing to sacrifice his life. Everyone gather. We possess weapons. We shall fight if necessary, Lin Xiaofan declared loudly. Chapter 18. Such concern for me upon hearing the commotion, Rainer and the others cautiously approached Lin Xiaofan, armed with makeshift weapons. The 2 wolves, sensing the danger, gradually retreated. Only then did the group exhale in relief. Lin Xiaofan glanced at those around him and remarked, You see, just 2 or 3 wolves. They too are intimidated by our numbers. With this, he inadvertently imparted a lesson to them. Thank you, young brother. Raynor expressed his gratitude, his demeanor softening. Not at all. It was merely a small effort. Next time you encounter wolves, you can climb a tree to evade them. If escape is impossible, then confront them head-on, Lin Xiaofan advised. Raynor nodded thoughtfully. It was only now that he recognized the remarkable nature of the young man before him. What he had previously suspected was confirmed. Tonight, he witnessed Lin Xiaofan's formidable courage, surpassing even his own. Raynor felt a twinge of self-reproach, realizing that he, with his past experiences, was outshone by this seemingly ordinary young man. Furthermore, he was dismayed to find himself and his companions too fearful to confront even two wolves. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan turned his gaze towards the distant camp. Perhaps due to their larger numbers, that area had now grown quiet. It was uncertain whether they had engaged in a skirmish with 3 or 4 wolves or had successfully driven them away. He then returned his focus to the nearby lifeless body, shaking his head in sorrow. The individual was beyond saving. Their carotid artery had likely been severed, rendering any chance of survival null. All right, you all may return now, Lin Xiaofan declared as he made his way towards the banyan tree. Raynor followed suit, leading his companions back to their camp. As they passed the spot where the man had been attacked during the earlier chaos, Raynor crouched to examine the scene, nearly retching at the sight. The man was deceased, his neck and face a gruesome mess. He's dead. It's horrifying. I want to go home, Chao Yuan confessed, visibly shaken. She feared another wolf attack and dreaded sharing the same fate as the man on the ground. It was fortunate that she had reacted quickly and fled, and that Lin Xiaofan had come to her aid. Otherwise, she might have been the next victim. Another woman named Jiuan, slightly plump yet physically capable, had not faltered in her escape, finishing a close second to Chao Yuan. I also wish to go home. I do not want to die here. I still want to learn to dance, she exclaimed, still trembling from the earlier fright. It was fortunate that she was an active woman. Otherwise, her speed might have faltered. Enough of this. Let us assign another person to keep watch. If those beasts return, we must be prepared to alert one another. Shen Ergo, lend a hand in disposing of the body at sea, Raynor instructed. The tallest and leanest man complied, assisting Raynor in lifting their deceased companion towards the shoreline. Perhaps we should seek refuge with that young man. He appears to be more reliable. Chao Yuan quietly suggested to Jiuan as Raynor and the other man carried the corpse away. That thought crossed my mind as well. But he likely wouldn't accept us since we are strangers, Jiuan replied. Before Chao Yuan could respond, Li Feng interrupted, My brother treats everyone well. When he discovered you too, he welcomed you to join us. Otherwise, you might have been devoured by beasts by now. The group fell silent, contemplating the gravity of their situation. On the other side, as Chu Tian returned to the shade of the banyan tree, he was greeted by the concerned words of Mo Mi Tao. Xiaofan, are you all right? Mo, I'm perfectly fine. Why don't you feel for yourself? I assure you, I'm unscathed. Stop being so cheeky and hurry up. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan handed up the cue stick, secured the axe at his waist, and began to climb. Before he could steady himself, Su Yin remarked, What should we do? The wild boars are already frightening, and now there are wolves too. I have no idea how we will manage. Lin Xiaofan first wedged the axe into the tangled branches before replying in a low voice. Wolves rarely venture near the seaside during the day. The food is scarce here. Moreover, after last night's encounter, those wolves may have learned to fear this place and will seldom return. Even if they do, what is there to fear? The real concern lies with other survivors. Let us hope so. I really want to go home. It's far too terrifying here. It's more frightening than any deserted island horror, Su Yin said, beginning to feel despondent. As long as Xiaofan is with us, we will be safe, Li Tingting softly added, her trust in Lin Xiaofan growing steadily. You're so concerned for me, Lin Xiaofan teased. Su Yin then interjected, We're just worried that if something happens to you, we want to have anyone to help us survive. At that moment, Mo Mi Tao's voice chimed in, Xiaofan, please don't act recklessly next time. I truly fear for your safety, and if something were to happen, we would be finished. Her tone was slightly urgent. As she drew closer, Lin Xiaofan caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. He instantly imagined that every part of Aunt Mo must exude this enticing aroma. This is something I must explore further when the opportunity arises, he thought, quickly dismissing any further musings and responding, all right, I know my limits. Oh, you save them. But they haven't mentioned how they repay you. Su Yin recalled, wondering if they would offer some supplies in return. Well, not really, Lin Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. After all, he could procure food easily, and was he worried about going hungry? Just then, Lin Xiaofan caught a glimpse of something white from the corner of his eye. When he looked down, he realized it was Aunt Mo's delicate foot. Wow, Lin Xiaofan began to reach out, but Mo Mitao retracted her foot swiftly. Xiaofan, what are you doing? You mustn't do that. Mo Mitao wasn't angry. She simply used a gentle tone to halt his actions. I thought I saw a bug, he replied. Hearing this, Mo Mitao hastily brushed her feet with her hands. In truth, Lin Xiaofan had merely been speaking offhandedly. There was no bug at all. Everyone, let us rest. Dawn is approaching, he suggested as he lay down. Yes, you have less than 2 days left. If you can't produce fresh water, you'll lose. And then you will have to catch us 100 fish to eat, Su Yin said, covering her mouth as she laughed at the end. She couldn't imagine how Lin Xiaofan would manage to obtain fresh water. She hoped Mo Mitao would prevail. If Mo Mitao lost, she would have to agree to one of Lin Xiaofan's requests and consider another. She couldn't fathom what this clever rascal might come up with. What is the rush? Tomorrow I'll show you something that will scare you to death, he teased. What nonsense! I cannot fathom how you could make anything flow. After all, seawater cannot transform into fresh water. Just await your defeat, Lin Xiaofan remarked with a devilish smile. Make something flow? I can certainly. But that is none of your concern. The revelation will come tomorrow, and I may very well emerge victorious. Lin Xiaofan, you scoundrel. Speaking only in part. I truly wish to kick you down, Su Yin exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and anger flaring within her. Yet she dared not act against Lin Xiaofan. It would be unthinkable to actually kick him down. Should anything unfortunate befall him, her own survival would be precarious, especially given that the other survivors were strangers and unreliable. Thus, Su Yin could only express her thoughts verbally, knowing she would never harm Lin Xiaofan. Very well, must I cease my words? Sleep now, all of you, and replenish your energy. Tomorrow, I shall present you with something extraordinary. What is it? Mo Mitao inquired from her resting position. A secret. You shall discover it tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan replied, feigning an air of mystery. Chapter 19. What is this young man up to? The following day, as the sun's rays filtered through the leaves and gently warmed his face, Lin Xiaofan awoke, having slept in a natural manner. At that moment, Mo Mitao also stirred, roused by her own needs. Xiaofan, I need to go relieve myself, she shyly confided to Lin Xiaofan. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan glanced at the ground below and then lightly leapt down. Mo, just slide down the tree trunk, and I will catch you, he suggested, intending to ease her descent. Mo Mitao assessed the ground and then the sturdy trunk, cautiously sliding down it. Lin Xiaofan quickly extended his hands, grasping her waist gently to mitigate her fall, thereby preventing any potential sprains. A soft sensation coursed through his hands, and, for a moment, Lin Xiaofan forgot to release her immediately. As Mo Mitao felt his hands around her waist, an unusual tingling sensation spread throughout her body. Xiaofan, will you not let go? She murmured softly once safely on the ground, her voice barely above a whisper due to her vulnerability in his grip. At her words, Lin Xiaofan finally relinquished his hold, acutely aware that it was his first time engaging in such an intimate gesture. Reluctantly, he let her go. Mo Mitao then made her way towards the nearby thicket. Be careful, Lin Xiaofan called out to her, before murmuring to himself, Aunt Mo, if I win, you shall no longer suffer. He then delicately licked his lips. We need to come down too, Su Yin shouted from the platform above, prompting Lin Xiaofan to assist in lowering the two of them, just as he had with Mo Mitao. Xiaofan, let us construct a wooden ladder to avoid any mishaps, Li Tingting suggested, glancing at the elevated platform. Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly. Let us do it in the evening. With that, he ventured towards another section of the woods for his own convenience. Su Ran and the others also attended to their needs nearby. Despite consuming relatively little water, one still needed to relieve oneself at least once throughout the day. Once again, the rustling sounds of nature reached his ears. Lin Xiaofan, possessing keen auditory perception since childhood, could discern even the faintest of sounds nearby, and even those from a distance were audible to him. At that moment, Imo Mitao was attending to her own necessity, needing to do so once or twice a day. With her half-year-old child not present, she had no choice but to manage alone. The group emerged from the thicket, and Lin Xiaofan glanced at the sun, deeming it an opportune moment to produce fresh water. He then made his way toward Reno and the others, as he sought a crucial item, plastic film. With a bottle already in his possession, the plastic film was the final piece he required. Upon noticing Lin Xiaofan approaching alone, Li Feng promptly alerted Reno, "Big brother, that young man is coming." Reno remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiaofan, as if the events of last night were unfolding before him, an indelible memory. He refrained from inquiring about Lin Xiaofan's true identity, recognizing that they were merely temporary allies, and excessive curiosity would be inappropriate. "Hey, could I trade with you for that box of noodles?" Lin Xiaofan's eyes landed on a pile of supplies next to their camp, where a box of egg noodles lay. The plastic wrap encasing the noodles was precisely what Lin Xiaofan needed. "Oh, young man, what do you have to offer in exchange?" Renault asked. He felt that Lin Xiaofan's proposition to trade was preferable to a direct request for the noodles. Even if Lin Xiaofan had asked outright, he would have obliged. For it was Lin Xiaofan who had saved their lives last night. Otherwise, they might have been slain by 2 wolves. Lin Xiaofan raised 4 fingers. "For fish, for a box of egg noodles." Li Feng looked incredulous. "That box contains 40 pieces, enough food for us for 2 days, not 4 but 40. What do you say?" Lin Xiaofan pressed. "All right, considering you saved us last night, we'll make the trade." With Renault's agreement, Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of joy. He desired not merely 40 fish, but even 80. The fish were crucial for producing fresh water and seizing an opportunity with animo. "I can prepare the 40 fish for you tomorrow or the day after. May I take the noodles now?" Lin Xiaofan was eager, as it was nearly noon, and he needed to set his plan in motion. "Go ahead," Renault replied readily, his experience in the world lending him a straightforward demeanor. With the confirmation, Lin Xiaofan approached and lifted the box of egg noodles, returning to the banyan tree. Su Yin, watching with curiosity, remarked, "I thought you were bringing back water. Who would have guessed you'd return with a box of egg noodles? You seem quite fond of noodles." Lin Xiaofan offered a faint smile. "You'll find out this evening." At that moment, Mo Mitao and Li Tingting also approached, their faces filled with intrigue. They were unaware of Lin Xiaofan's intentions. Mo Mitao, particularly puzzled, wondered if Lin Xiaofan intended to use the noodles to produce fresh water, a notion she found hard to believe. Disregarding their questions, Lin Xiaofan requested Mo Mitao's dagger. He swiftly sliced open the transparent tape of the noodle box and began shaking out the noodles without hesitation. Soon, he had released several sheets of dough, setting the box aside and smoothing out the plastic film. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Xiaofan, are you certain this will yield fresh water?" Mo Mitao asked, genuinely curious. "Of course, but it requires more than just this. Timing, location, and collaboration are essential." As he spoke, Lin Xiaofan picked up a water bottle from the ground. "Wow, you even have timing, location, and collaboration? Do you possess magic?" Suyin expressed her disbelief. "How can this possibly produce water?" Lin Xiaofan did not respond, but simply said, "Follow me," and headed toward the seaside, with Mo Mitao and the others trailing closely behind. They all wished to see whether this young man was truly as extraordinary as rumored. Upon arriving at the seaside, Lin Xiaofan kicked the plastic film into his pocket, then began to dig in the sandy soil near the water's edge. After a while, a small pit finally revealed the sea water beneath. Lin Xiaofan's excitement surged. This was the outcome he had longed to witness. He hastily widened the pit until it reached a diameter of approximately 25 centimeters before pausing. He then retrieved a bottle and requested Mo Mitao to bring him a dagger. Next, he cut off the bottle's neck and pressed the bottom into the mud, twisting it a few times to ensure it stood firmly. "What is this?" Suyin could not help but inquire. "A valuable item," Lin Xiaofan replied, withholding the full truth from her for the moment. The crucial part was yet to come. He took the plastic film from his pocket and placed it over the pit, subsequently pressing the surrounding sand down to prevent the wind from whisking away his efforts. Finally, he sprinkled sand over the center of the plastic film, right above the neck of the bottle, creating a concave shape. Will this really produce fresh water? Mo Mitao was increasingly curious about Lin Xiaofan's knowledge of such contraptions. Just wait. If all goes well, we should have fresh water soon, he added, deliberately emphasizing the phrase, if all goes well, to alleviate any undue pressure on Mo Mitao. Lin Xiaofan glanced up at the clear sky, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. He understood that this device for transforming seawater into fresh water required the assistance of the blazing sun. Without it, the process would be futile. As long as the sun shone, the seawater would evaporate and condense into droplets of fresh water, flowing into the bottle. This was indeed a practical survival technique. After surveying the arrangement of his device once more, Lin Xiaofan instructed, everyone, do not disturb it. Let us return at dusk to see if it truly is as miraculous as it seems. Mo Mitao responded skeptically, while Lin Xiaofan regarded her with a slight smile, feeling an impatience brewing within him. Awakening from his reverie, he suggested, let us drink some water, catch some fish for grilling, and boil seawater while we await the production of fresh water. Why boil seawater? Su Yin inquired. Her curiosity piqued, as if she could not bear to be uninformed for even a moment. Lin Xiaofan, exhibiting patience, explained, the other day at the cabin, you asked me why seawater is undrinkable, so I wish to show you precisely why. Chapter 20. Truly embarrassing. Ah, you remember. Lin Xiaofan cast her a sidelong glance. It's only been a few days. How could I possibly forget? Now let's fetch a pot. The act of boiling seawater by Lin Xiaofan was not merely to demonstrate its undrinkability. It served numerous purposes. Before long, she retrieved an iron pot, a treasured item for her, one that she would not trade for any amount of supplies. Placing it upon the makeshift stove they had constructed yesterday, Lin Xiaofan ignited a fire. She then ventured to the shore with 2 bottles to collect seawater, pouring it in repeatedly until the pot was half full. Feeling it sufficient, she then set out to gather firewood, knowing that they would require a considerable amount for both boiling and grilling fish. To ensure they had enough firewood, Lin Xiaofan sent Su Yin and Li Tingting to gather more, while she and Mo Mitao attempted to catch fish in the shallows. With nothing but noodles as their provisions, they relied solely on their hands to procure food. Shortly thereafter, the two returned to the stove, having caught nearly 20 fish. Satisfied with their haul, Lin Xiaofan and Mo Mitao ceased their fishing. They then sat nearby, lighting another fire specifically for grilling the fish. Observing the abundance of their catch, Lin Xiaofan tied the fish together with vines and carried them over to Reno. Since they could not consume them all at once, she returned a portion to Reno, mindful of the several fish she still owed him. Lin Xiaofan was not one to neglect her debts. Afterward, Lin Xiaofan returned to the fire pit and retrieved the rack she had set aside the previous evening. She skillfully skewered 4 fish onto a slender branch for grilling. Their simple lunch consisted of freshly caught seafood, which brought contentment to all. They were not only surviving, but also feasting on delicacies from the sea. Time passed swiftly, and the seawater in the iron pot began to dwindle, nearly evaporating completely. A layer of sea salt formed at the bottom, speckled with fine black particles. Su Yin was astonished to discover the abundance of salt in the seawater. Did you see that? The seawater is laden with salt. The more you drink, the thirstier you become, and it even contains black heavy metals. Well, I've learned something new today, Su Yin mused, her mind easing as she absorbed this newfound knowledge. Although she had heard that seawater was undrinkable, the reasons had eluded her until now. After enjoying their grilled fish, the group engaged in conversation. Xiaofan, do you think someone might come to steal our fish and territory? Li Tingting expressed her concerns, uncertain of others' intentions. Lin Xiaofan paused momentarily. They've all constructed their shelters. If they dare to come and seize it, I will certainly stand my ground. Mo Mitao smiled faintly at this. Can you truly resist them? Lin Xiaofan turned the fish over on the grill, unhurriedly responding, Have you heard the saying that fortune favors the brave? Those who have survived are even more fearful of death. Observing her unwavering demeanor, Imam Mitao felt reassured. With you here, I genuinely believe we can endure and await rescue. Hope so. Lin Xiaofan gazed towards the beach and the nearby woods, roughly 200 to 300 meters away, and pointed as he continued. Do you see? There were originally 3 groups over there, but now only 1 remains. They must have exhausted their water supply and ventured into the woods in search of more. Aren't they afraid of encountering danger? There were wolves last night. Su Yin recalled the previous night's events, her voice trembling slightly. When water is scarce, the peril of adventure is preferable to the certainty of dying of thirst, Lin Xiaofan explained. This is advantageous for us. Mo Mitao, perplexed by Lin Xiaofan's statement, turned to him and asked, what do you mean by that? Look, someone has ventured deeper into the jungle. It's akin to them testing the dangers for us. Lin Xiaofan remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Are you saying they're like cannon fodder? Mo Mitao suddenly understood. Su Yin found it hard to believe, her eyes narrowing as she said, well, Lin Xiaofan, I didn't expect you to be so clever. This is a deserted island, not your home. Without a sharp mind and caution, one cannot survive long. Lin Xiaofan, having previously participated in wilderness survival training, understood the rules of survival better than the others. Li Tingting beamed with a smile, now genuinely believing that her rescue was inevitable, especially since it was planned by such a cunning individual as Lin Xiaofan. She felt her trust and reliance on him gradually growing. Mo Mitao shared a similar sentiment, yet as she recalled their wager, a pang of regret washed over her. Perhaps she would indeed lose. She remembered hearing about evaporation and distillation. If she were to back out of the bet now, she feared Lin Xiaofan might abandon them, jeopardizing her and her friends' safety and lives. An inexplicable tension gripped Mo Mitao. She truly didn't know what Lin Xiaofan might require her to agree to. Just as she fell into contemplation, Su Yin spoke up. Sister, it seems you're truly going to lose. This guy is quite clever. At these words, Mo Mitao's heart raced. Xiaofan, you're so wicked, plotting against Annie. Lin Xiaofan replied with conviction, but we haven't reached the end yet. We still don't know if there's water. He reassured her, stating that since it hadn't rained today and the sun shone brightly, he was certain of victory. Would you undertake actions without absolute certainty of success? Su Yin Shama glare. All right, I'm doing this for Aunt Mo's benefit. Let us not dwell on that. Let us continue grilling the fish. With that, Lin Xiaofan busied himself once more. He was simply waiting for time to pass. As long as he emerged victorious, Aunt Mo would dare not retract her words. If she did, he would feign departure, and she would certainly feel apprehensive, ultimately compelled to agree with him. This was Lin Xiaofan's plan. Soon, evening arrived. After they had feasted on grilled fish, Lin Xiaofan eagerly approached the freshwater apparatus he had crafted. Mo Mitao and the others slowly followed. Indeed, the plastic film was covered in droplets of water, and the evaporated moisture was gradually flowing into the bottle below. Lin Xiaofan crouched down and cleared away the mud and sand on one side, subsequently reaching in to retrieve a water bottle. The bottle contained approximately 1/5 of its capacity, filled with water. Mo, give it a taste. I assure you, it's as good as tap water. Upon hearing this, Mo Mitao took the bottle and, like sampling a fine drink, took a sip. It was fresh water. Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly. That means I win, and Mo. You must fulfill our wager. What is it that you want me to agree to? Mo Mitao asked, genuinely anxious. You must agree to one thing and consider another. The stakes had already been raised prior to this. Go ahead. Let us see if I can agree to it. Lin Xiaofan smiled again, then pulled Mo Mitao aside. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered the first request. Instantly, Mo Mitao's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to an apple. She had not anticipated that Lin Xiaofan would ask her to agree to such an embarrassing request. How old are you, and you still think of such matters? This is truly embarrassing. Can we not change it to something else? Absolutely not. Lin Xiaofan firmly declined, continuing, Aunt Mo, constipation is detrimental to your health. Prolonged blockage can lead to illness and even cancer. I'm merely looking out for you. If you don't believe me, Just ask Li Tingting if frequent constipation makes one unwell. On a deserted island with no hospital, you should consider that. Upon hearing this, Imo Mitao fell into contemplation. She was well aware of the health risks associated with frequent constipation. Regrettably, her child was not by her side. To ensure her health, she had no choice but to concede to Lin Xiaofan's request. Moreover, she had lost the bet and had to agree. All right, Xiaofan, I agree. Imo Mitao's face was flushed. Lin Xiaofan smiled gently. Knowing this was for Imo Mitao's well-being while also providing himself with some nutritional benefits. And Imo, you need to consider the second request. What is it? Lin Xiaofan's lips curled upwards as he suggested. Consider becoming my girlfriend. Imo Mitao was taken aback. You sly rascal, Lin Xiaofan. You're thinking of such things. How wicked of you. Lin Xiaofan, however, did not share her sentiment. He looked at Imo Mitao and said, I merely wish to avoid regrets. I have never had a girlfriend, and if one day I were to encounter danger and perish on this deserted island, it will be a profound regret. Imo Mitao, upon hearing this, felt a wave of fear. It was not an impossibility. The island was rife with wild beasts, venomous snakes, and insects, any of which could take a life. You mustn't say such things, Xiaofan. We will survive. Does that mean, Imo, you are willing to consider it? At this, Imo Mitao lowered her head, her face still flushed, and replied softly, I will think about it. Good, then let us proceed. With that, Lin Xiaofan took Imo Mitao by the wrist and led her towards the bushes by the banyan tree. This scene was witnessed by Su Yin and her companion. What is that boy taking my sister to do? Could it be? Su Yin stood up, intending to chase after them. However, she was stopped by Li Tingting. Sister, don't go. Nothing of that sort will happen. If it were that kind of thing, my sister wouldn't agree. Tingting, do you even know what it is? Su Yin inquired. Li Tingting gently grasped Su Yan's hand, encouraging her to take a seat. In a soft voice, she remarked, I understand what this is about. Our dear Peach sister is simply experiencing that particular time. Upon hearing this, Su Yin instantly comprehended the implication, her porcelain-like face flushing with a delicate blush. How mischievous he is to have persuaded the elder sister into such matters. How infuriating. He must have had his sights set on her from the very beginning. She refrained from elaborating further, overwhelmed by shyness. Li Tingting remained composed, recognizing that. From a medical perspective, this approach was indeed the most prudent one. It seemed she had begun to grasp Lin Xiaofan's earnest intentions. Chapter 21. What did you do? Amidst the thicket, Lin Xiaofan was enveloped by a sweet fragrance that filled his nostrils. After a considerable pause, the two emerged from the woods. How did it feel? His heart raced like never before. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly. That was not what I meant. Oh, I feel relieved now. It's not swelling anymore. Xiaofan, with your assistance. I surely won't fall ill, right? Certainly not. Just twice a day, and illness shall evade you. Don't feel awkward. My family has practiced traditional Chinese medicine for generations, and I've learned a bit as well. Medicine knows no gender. It solely aims to heal. Twice, you say? As they spoke, Imo Mitao appeared somewhat astonished. Lin Xiaofan nodded. They then strolled side by side towards Su Yin and Li Tingting. At that moment, Imo Mitao suddenly inquired, how did it taste? Lin Xiaofan was taken aback by her question and could only respond honestly, a bit sweet. Well, you're lucky then, Imo Mitao said, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade. Aunt Imo, haven't you tried it yourself? Lin Xiaofan suspected she hadn't tea, which was why she posed such a question. No, I hadn't thought of it before. Perhaps I should consider it in the future. After being stranded on a deserted island, Lin Xiaofan's mindset had undergone some transformation. Imo Mitao did not respond, seemingly lost in contemplation. Moments later, they were not far from Su Yin and Li Tingting, who were gathered around a pot of salt, engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Lin Xiaofan and Imo Mitao returning, they turned their heads in unison to look at the pair. Lin Xiaofan felt their inquisitive gazes upon him. An embarrassment washed over him. Surely, they had surmised what had transpired moments ago. Before they reached them, Su Yin bounded forward. Lin Xiaofan, tell me, what did you do? I didn't do anything. Lin Xiaofan stammered, struggling to articulate his words. Nothing at all. I don't believe that. Look, My sister's face is as red as a monkey's bottom, and you still claim it's nothing. Lin Xiaofan could only reply, I merely assisted Animo. Didn't T.I. Animo? As soon as the words left his mouth, he glanced at Mo Mitao. The latter, blushing, replied, yes, indeed, you two should stop overthinking it. She wished not to delve deeper into the topic. Just then, everyone began to feel hunger pangs. With food scarce, they could only rely on grilled fish to survive. Glancing at the scant salt in the pot, Lin Xiaofan blurted out, I will prepare something for you all. At his proclamation, the three women's eyes widened in astonishment. How could you, Lin Xiaofan? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, but then he realized what he had said. He quickly clarified, I meant to cook noodles for you. However, it was understandable that his words could lead to misinterpretation. Lin Xiaofan felt quite innocent, acknowledging that the intricacies of the Dragon Kingdom's language could indeed create perplexing or profound meanings, leading to wild imaginations. Hearing Lin Xiaofan's statement, Mo Mitao felt both embarrassed and indignant. Xiaofan you. She was about to raise her hand to strike Lin Xiaofan, but hesitated midway, retracting her hand. She found herself unable to act against him. Sister, hit him. This brat truly deserves it, Su Yin exclaimed in frustration, advancing to deliver a kick at Lin Xiaofan, who instinctively retreated a step. Lin Xiaofan was acutely aware of the potential force behind her kick, recalling the previous encounter with the red-haired Gushan as a cautionary tale. Although he was not afraid, instinct compelled him to step back. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he seized the opportunity to make his escape. Wait here, I'm going to fetch some noodles, he declared, hastily making his way to the banyan tree. He retrieved 4 flatbreads from a box and casually picked up a water bottle. Approaching, Lin Xiaofan handed the flatbreads to Mo Mitao and, quite naturally, extracted the water bottle from the front pocket of her attire. This scene did not go unnoticed by Su Yin and her companion, each wearing expressions of surprise. They perceived a newfound boldness in Lin Xiaofan, as though he and Mo Mitao shared an unspoken bond, devoid of any sense of restraint. Lin Xiaofan began to sift through the pot, extracting small black granules of sea salt, aware that these heavy metals were inedible. Hey, why are you all standing there? Hurry up and help. Do you still want to eat noodles? He urged. Soon, Mo Mitao and the others extended their hands into the pot. The pot's diameter was merely 15 centimeters, and 4 hands busily sorted through the black particles. Each time Lin Xiaofan inadvertently brushed against their delicate hands. The sensation was quite pleasant, smooth and soft. After a while, the unsightly black matter was mostly cleared away. Lin Xiaofan placed the water bottle into the pot, preparing to fill it with salt. Xiaofan, why don't we catch some fish to eat? Su Yin inquired. Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow and replied, save some energy for later when we need to make a ladder. Oh, that sounds good. Su Yin thought back to her descent that morning, unsure if she had slipped from the banyan tree by accident or if Lin Xiaofan had intentionally assisted her. The thought of having a ladder brought her a sense of joy. Lin Xiaofan poured the water in, but it was insufficient for cooking the noodles. In this situation, there was but one solution, to add coconut juice for boiling. He then instructed Su Yin and Li Tingting to gather firewood nearby, while he invited Mo Mitao to accompany him to pick coconuts. Upon reaching several coconut trees, Lin Xiaofan resorted to his usual method, striking the coconuts with stones. 2 coconuts fell with a thud into the earth, fortunately remaining intact due to their sturdy shells. He hurled stones at the tree once more, and before long, the 2 returned to the iron pot, cradling 5 coconuts. Lin Xiaofan borrowed a dagger from Mo Mitao and carefully punctured several slits in 3 of the coconuts, pouring the sweet coconut water into the pot. With this, there would be enough liquid to boil 4 pieces of egg noodles, requiring very little water. Throughout the cooking process, Lin Xiaofan subtly inquired about the others' backgrounds. From their conversation, he learned that Mo Mitao was 34, Su Yin was 26, and Li Tingting was 25. Lin Xiaofan was acutely aware that Su Yin and Li Tingting were slightly older than herself, as those who became close friends with Mo were likely to be few in number. She had also learned that both Su Yin and Li Tingting had experienced 2 or 3 romantic entanglements, all of which ended rather abruptly, leaving them single for a year. Perhaps, on this deserted island, they would gradually open up about their feelings. These two women, labeled as leftover in their advanced age, contrasted sharply with Mo Mitao, who had endured the pain of her husband's infidelity and subsequent divorce. Tragically, Mo Mitao shared that the man who had betrayed her met with an accident shortly after, perishing alongside his mistress in the crash. Since that fateful day, Mo had not sought companionship again. Observing the glistening tears in Mo Mitao's eyes stirred a pang of sympathy in Lin Xiaofan. Yet, a darker thought flickered in her mind. The man's demise had indeed served her purpose, leaving everything for her. A smile unwittingly crept upon her lips as her gaze fell upon the two coconuts on the ground. Without hesitation, she pierced the remaining coconuts with her knife. Seeing this, Mo Mitao hurriedly grabbed a bottle to collect the coconut water. Once the task was complete, Lin Xiaofan retrieved a bottle of salt and sprinkled some over the noodles that were nearing readiness. After a short while, upon noticing that the noodles had cooked through, she called everyone to partake in their meal. Thanks to the addition of sea salt, the dish bore a pleasant flavor, avoiding the blandness that could have marred it. Each person retrieved their disposable forks from the previous day to wash them in the sea, mindful that they would need them. As they still had 36 blocks of egg noodles left to consume, Lin Xiaofan reminded them. Aunt Mo and the others nodded in agreement. Thankfully, they had not discarded the forks into the ocean the day before, or they would have had to resort to using branches to eat. Comparatively, the forks were far more hygienic than twigs. After finishing their meal, Lin Xiaofan wiped her mouth and gazed at the banyan tree that had been transformed into a platform. Previously, access to the platform required climbing, which was quite inconvenient. Now, she resolved to construct a ladder. Let us go help build the ladder. Lin Xiaofan called to the others, inviting them to join her in chopping wood. Chapter 22. Is it delicious? Lin Xiaofan arrived beside the banyan tree, wielding an axe and striking at a tree trunk about the thickness of a small leg. In a moment, you all will need to carve out wrist-sized holes in the trunk every 30 centimeters, ensuring they are aligned. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the three women nodded eagerly, akin to chicks pecking at grains, grasping that this was akin to constructing a wooden ladder. Lin Xiaofan thought that if they failed to comprehend such a clear instruction, their intelligence might be in question. Before long, the tree toppled with a resounding crash. Mo Mitao and Su Yin retrieved their tools and began hollowing out the holes, while Li Tingting busied herself removing leaves and small branches. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness began to encroach, the wooden ladder was finally complete. This delighted the women, as they would no longer have to slide down from the tree. Even if they weren't particularly concerned about Lin Xiaofan's capabilities, they worried about the possibility of injuring themselves. They understood that sustaining injuries on a deserted island could be quite troublesome, even life-threatening. After giving the sturdy ladder a few knocks, Lin Xiaofan felt a sense of satisfaction. Let's go, he declared, hoisting the newly crafted ladder. Mo Mitao and the others followed closely behind him. Observing Lin Xiaofan's robust and broad frame, Mo Mitao felt an inexplicable sense of security. At that moment, Li Tingting called out to Mo Mitao, whispering conspiratorially in her ear, "Sister, Lin Xiaofan is quite strong." Tingting, you're being infatuated again. Xiaofan has served in the military for several years. Of course, he is strong, Mo Mitao replied, unable to suppress a smile. Li Tingting's cheeks flushed slightly. She was the type of woman who appeared cold on the outside, but was warm within, her simmering emotions often going unnoticed. Oh, I was just saying, she remarked, casting another glance at the distance where Lin Xiaofan was walking. At this juncture, Su Yin chimed in, anyone who has been in the military is bound to be fit. I wonder how many abs he has. By the way, why did he stop serving? How would I know? I'm not that nosy to pry into his affairs. Mo Mitao responded, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Li Tingting, once again caught in her daydreams, asked, don't you want to know how many abs he has? Tingting, what are you thinking? Do you want him to take off his shirt? Mo Mitao teased, her smile widening. We could sneak a peek while he is asleep tonight. Just lift his shirt and we DC, she suggested playfully. That is a good idea. I also want to see. The last few I dated were either too skinny or somewhat chubby. None were particularly fit. It's rare to come across a soldier. I must see for myself. Su Yin surprisingly concurred. Upon hearing this, Mo Mitao's face flushed slightly as well, as she imagined cradling Lin Xiaofan's head in her embrace. Just then, Lin Xiaofan, having reached the banyan tree, sensed an emptiness behind him and realized that Mo Mitao and the others had not followed. He turned to see them laughing and chatting animatedly. "Hey, hurry up. It's getting dark. Do you want to be trampled by a pig?" Lin Xiaofan called out, puzzled by what the women found so amusing. "Oh, we're coming," Mo Mitao replied, starting to walk over. In another part of the deserted island, closer to its center, Gu Shandiao sat with several of his followers around a flickering campfire. Since their previous dwelling had been discovered, they had relocated their encampment. The previous makeshift shelter had proven unstable, and after an encounter with a pack of wild dogs, they had no choice but to abandon their former location. The firelight danced upon their faces, revealing a few new members in Gu Shandiao's faction, among them a couple who belonged to the Reynolds survivor team. The man was named Yang Wei, and the woman was Kuichin. They had been captured by Gu Shandiao and coerced into joining his ranks. In addition to them, there were 2 other men and a woman. Gu Shandiao employed both persuasion and coercion to bolster the numbers of his group. However, it was evident that only the couple bore the marks of violence, their faces bruised and battered from relentless beatings. Gu Shandiao brazenly embraced the wife, exuding arrogance, while the woman appeared reluctant, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, rendering her helpless. Both she and her husband had attempted to resist and escape, but their efforts had been in vain. Their current state was a testament to their failed rebellion. Kuichin was now too fearful to move. Not long ago, she had received special attention from Gu Shandiao, and she could hardly bear to look at Yang Wei, her face flushed with humiliation. She dared not even weep, feeling utterly powerless on this desolate island. Li Piao gazed at the attractive figure of Kuichin, his eyes filled with desire, yet he refrained from acting. For Gu Shandiao had established a rule that any captured woman was to be enjoyed by him first. Li Piao resolved to be patient, even as he struggled to contain himself, unwilling to challenge Gu Shandiao for a woman. In fact, they had captured 2 women in the past 2 days, but the other was a rather overweight woman, weighing approximately 140 pounds, with a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth that, due to her size, had transformed into an unattractive blemish. Her name was Duanyaki, and she had a younger brother. Earlier that afternoon, she had ventured out alone when Li Piao and 2 others seized her. Although Li Piao had initially hesitated to take her, fearing the nearby survivors might be alerted, he ultimately decided to proceed. Among the group, Li Piao was regarded as a fearsome figure. Aside from the Shandiao brothers, he was the most intimidating presence. "What about Zhao Yuan and Tong Yixia? Aren't they getting special treatment?" inquired a man with a slanted haircut, named Wang Zhe. Li Piao smirked, feeling somewhat weary of the topic, perhaps in a few days. At that moment, Gu Shandiao, his face contorted with rage, snapped a branch in 2 and shouted, "A bunch of useless fools, only thinking about women. Not a single one of you has found that little brat who dared hurt my brother. If I catch him, I'll make him pay." Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Beside him, Gu Shanquan was seething with anger, cursing vehemently, "Damn it, my situation has worsened significantly. I want to kill him." Thanks to Bai Lin Xiaofan and Su Yin, his time had been drastically shortened to merely a third of what it once was. A fate more unbearable than death. Gu Shanquan gritted his teeth and vowed, "If I encounter that brat again, I will surely kill him and make him aware of my ruthless nature." The other men began to shout in unison, determined to leave Lin Xiaofan no chance of survival. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the island, several individuals successfully ascended to a platform atop a banyan tree. Just as Lin Xiaofan pulled the ladder up, Su Yin remarked, "I hope that wild boar does not disturb us again tonight. If it does, it will save me the trouble of seeking it out," Lin Xiaofan replied, securing the ladder in the tree's fork. "You certainly possess quite the audacity, Lin Xiaofan," Su Yin said, recalling the frightening scene from the previous night when the wild boar attempted to climb the tree. Beside them, Mo Mitao and Li Tian felt a shiver run down their spines, aware that wild boars are indeed capable of harming humans. Lin Xiaofan then retrieved a pair of binoculars, pondering briefly before declaring, "Even if the wild boar does not come, I shall seek it out. I suspect its den lies not far from us." With that, he began to scan the surroundings through the binoculars. "Xiaofan, do you truly intend to eat wild boar meat? Is it even palatable?" Mo Mitao inquired, perplexed. "Indeed. Is it tasty?" Su Yin chimed in, both believing that Lin Xiaofan had prior experience with wild boar meat. "When the time comes, we shall see," Lin Xiaofan responded. In truth, he had tasted it before, albeit only as roasted wild boar, which was rather delectable. Just then, he aimed the binoculars at a distant group of other survivors, unexpectedly witnessing a scene that left him blushing. Chapter 23. Through the telescope, Lin Xiaofan discerned a couple nestled closely amidst the dense foliage of a distant forest. Their silhouettes swayed gently, and he marveled at the wonders of such an instrument. After a few seconds, however, he averted his gaze, fearing the potential embarrassment of being discovered in his clandestine observation. Despite the cover of night, he was still apprehensive about revealing his presence. To divert his attention, he turned the telescope towards the western thicket. The darkness obscured his view, revealing only a shadow gliding through the underbrush, causing the foliage to tremble with noticeable movement. A wave of unease washed over him. Could it be a python? The presence of such a creature on this desolate island was certainly plausible. Yet, the true expanse of the island remained a mystery to him, seemingly stretching endlessly beyond sight. Dismissing the thought, Lin Xiaofan intended to call out to the women to rest and rejuvenate. However, upon turning, he discovered that they were already in a deep slumber, far more profound than that of a pig. Perhaps the prolonged state of tension had rendered them spiritually fatigued. In the faint moonlight, he observed Mo Mitao sleeping soundly, her form rising and falling rhythmically. This sight quickened his heartbeat. A subtle shift of his gaze revealed that Su Yin and Li Tingting were similarly engaged in serene repose, their bodies undulating gently. They were all extraordinarily beautiful. Such a revelation surfaced unbidden in Lin Xiaofan's mind. For him, it was a feast for the eyes, delightfully charming, particularly in the stillness of night, as he beheld the sleeping women, an experience truly unique. With the steady breathing of the three women, Lin Xiaofan resolved to keep watch. The next day would require his vigilance as well. He first secured the telescope before gently unwrapping the box contained within his shawl. Intrigued by these mysterious items, he sought to investigate further, hoping to uncover something of significance. Upon opening the box, he examined a map, an ancient parchment, its lines somewhat faded, rendering it difficult to decipher at present. Setting it aside, he then picked up an ancient tome, carefully leafing through its pages under the moonlight. He had only skimmed a few pages previously, but now he delved deeper and stumbled upon a fragment of text that caught his attention. In the south, beneath the midday sun, a great pine falls to the earth. 800 stones cast shadows at sunset on the mountain's face. From a slope, gaze at the moon and see the shadow that moves 7 or 8 paces. At the foot of the slope, a stream flows against the current, leading to a cave's end. Seek the double mouth behind the deepest wall. 6 feet below lies the city. Search for the central map. Lin Xiaofan regarded the words with intrigue, sensing their significance. They bore the semblance of a treasure-hunting riddle. Doubt began to creep in regarding the authenticity of the letter he had received. Yet, another possibility loomed. Perhaps he had arrived at this location without ever reaching the treasure's true site. He was utterly ignorant of his coordinates and whether this place even appeared on any world map. The unpredictable weather only compounded his uncertainty. He decided to reserve further investigation for another day. Should he successfully decipher the clues and uncover the treasure, it would affirm that this island was indeed the one referenced. If not, it would suggest that this desolate isle was an entirely different entity. All would be revealed in due course. To survive in the present moment, one must remain patient and wait a few more days to see if rescue arrives before making further plans. As for the treasure, it holds little significance for Lin Xiaofan. In this desolate island, safety and health are of paramount importance. Lin Xiaofan secured the box once more and wrapped it around himself. He then surveyed his surroundings and noticed a bottle of water and a quarter bottle of salt placed beside the heads of the three women. The water supply was dwindling, causing Lin Xiaofan to worry. With the coconuts nearly depleted and his method of desalinating seawater yielding merely half a bottle daily, it was insufficient for 4 people. Had it not been for the coconuts, they would have likely faced dehydration. If the coconuts were picked clean in a few days and rain did not come, he would have no choice but to venture into the woods in search of fresh water. Suddenly, he heard a peculiar sound emanating from nearby. Lin Xiaofan speculated that wild boars were approaching. In the next moment, he withdrew the cue stick lodged in the tree fork. Peering down, he indeed spotted 3 wild boars making their way toward him, including the female boar from the previous night. As they walked, they rooted at the ground with their snouts, emitting deep, guttural grunts that seemed to arise from the depths of their throats. Lin Xiaofan quickly reached out to Mo Mitao, tapping her pale thigh. He exclaimed, "Mo, wake up quickly, the wild boars are here." Startled awake, Mo Mitao sat up abruptly, her body shaking violently. At that moment, Su Yin and Li Tingting were also roused by Lin Xiaofan's shouts. Lin Xiaofan paid them no mind, extending the cue stick downward. His gaze swept over the 3 wild boars, which had now arrived beneath the banyan tree. Frustration coursed through him. The female boar had returned to summon reinforcements. Why were they fixated on the 4 of them? Were they taking advantage of their smaller numbers? The trio of wild boars looked up at Lin Xiaofan and the others, their dark eyes gleaming, and they continued to grunt as if they regarded them as prey. It is known that even tigers show deference to a pack of wild boars, for their tough hides and dense flesh render them impervious to harm from venomous snakes. They're among the fearless creatures of the wild. What on earth? Why are there suddenly 3 of them? Su Yin exclaimed, peering out to witness a scene that filled her with dread. What should we do, Xiaofan? Mo Mitao echoed, her face a mask of confusion and genuine fear. We must find a way to drive them away. These beasts will soon become our dinner. He genuinely wished to try boiling wild boar bones for soup, as he had heard they were far more precious than domesticated pigs. At a time like this, you're still thinking about eating pork? Su Yin remarked, somewhat dissatisfied. She was astonished that Lin Xiaofan remained so calm in this situation, leaving her perplexed. Ignoring her, Lin Xiaofan continued to observe the movements of the 3 wild boars. He watched as the largest one kicked off its hind legs and charged violently at the tree trunk. A faint tremor resonated through the air. Observing the wild boars colliding with the trees, the trio of Mo Mitao felt an overwhelming fear, huddling closely together, terrified of the prospect of falling. Should they tumble down, they would surely be reduced to mere bones. At this moment, 2 additional wild boars, unwilling to be outdone, began to mimic the others, relentlessly battering the trunk. Moreover, they lowered their heads, gnawing at the bark with their sharp teeth. Li Tingting clutched Mo Mitao's arm tightly, her face ashen. "Sister, what are they? What do they intend to do?" Mo Mitao, equally anxious yet striving to maintain composure, reassured her, "Do not fear. Xiaofan is here." Before she could finish her sentence, Mo Mitao turned her gaze towards Lin Xiaofan. "They perceive us as prey. They must intend to devour us." As Lin Xiaofan brandished a cue stick and struck the largest wild boar, he exclaimed, "This is truly terrifying. We must drive them away." Su Yan's voice trembled slightly. "Stop just watching. Use another cue stick to fend them off." Lin Xiaofan, responding promptly, aimed another blow at the head of a different wild boar. However, the boars showed no sign of retreating. It seemed they were resolute in their intent to topple the tree or find a way to ascend. The largest among them even rested its front hooves upon the trunk, straining to climb while emitting urgent cries. Witnessing the boars attempting to ascend the tree, Lin Xiaofan understood that they had to be driven away. Otherwise, a peaceful slumber would be unattainable. At that moment, Mo Mitao also retrieved a cue stick. "Aim for their heads, but do not strike their mouths." "Why?" Mo Mitao asked as she jabbed at the climbing wild boar. Chapter 24. It wasn't intentional. Lin Xiaofan earnestly remarked that they would latch onto the cue stick, and if one were to inadvertently pull it away, it would become their meal. Upon hearing this, Mo Mitao instinctively retracted the cue stick that hung suspended in midair. "What shall we do from now on? Being awakened every day is truly distressing." Mo Mitao's anxiety began to surface. Indeed, the group shared the same sentiment. They had barely begun to slumber when the wild boars had roused them. If this continued daily, they would likely lose their sanity. Do not worry. I shall devise a way to deal with them. If they dare to treat us as food, we shall reciprocate in kind and regard them as our sustenance. Besides, they are quite nutritious. I find myself tempted, Lin Xiaofan declared, once again using the cue stick to drive away the wild boars that were climbing trees and gnawing on bark. His intention was to prevent the boars from approaching the banyan tree. Before long, the wild boars, having been thwarted in their quest for food, turned away and departed. Lin Xiaofan let out a sigh of relief. Sleep now. They are unlikely to return. He then shifted his body closer to the trunk of the banyan tree, leaning against it. Faced with the wild boars and other malevolent survivors, Lin Xiaofan's mind conjured images of the lethal techniques demonstrated by the class leader. He had once employed them on himself, though thankfully only to a limited extent. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a hospital by now. At that moment, the midnight breeze of the deserted island swept over him, sending a chill through his body and igniting within him a sense of awe and curiosity about the vast wilderness. In order to survive better, Lin Xiaofan began to envision the combat skills exhibited by the class leader: throat locks, upper body throws, leg entanglements, joint strikes, and pressure points. These techniques repeatedly surfaced in his mind. He understood that in this lawless realm, particularly after the cessation of rescue efforts, the darker sides of many individuals would emerge. At that juncture, his life could very well be at stake, let alone his responsibility for Mo Mitao and the two elder sisters. Thus, he needed to commit these incapacitating techniques to memory. As dawn began to break, the darkness gradually receded. Lin Xiaofan realized it was time for him to catch up on some sleep. Replenishing his energy was essential for survival. After an indeterminate period, a delicate hand gently pinched his cheek, awakening him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the tender, healing visage of Mo Mitao. Xiaofan, you're awake. Ah, what do you mean I'm awake? It was you who pinched me awake. It's only 8 or 9 o'clock. What is it? Lin Xiaofan momentarily failed to notice that this had seamlessly integrated into his daily routine. As she spoke, Mo Mitao's cheeks flushed with a visible hue, adding a touch of allure to her beauty. Simply stunning. Lin Xiaofan smiled softly in response. Let's go. He was more than willing to indulge in such delightful interactions, especially since it primarily concerned the well-being of Auntie Mo. He was merely receiving a unique reward in return. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan extracted a ladder from the crevices of the banyan tree branches. With the ladder in place, the process became significantly less cumbersome. Lowering it, Lin Xiaofan descended first, taking the opportunity to remain vigilant and scan the surroundings for any potential dangers. At that moment, Mo Mitao carefully descended the ladder, her body trembling slightly, an alluring presence that stirred a sense of unease within Lin Xiaofan. Mo Mitao possessed a pear-shaped figure, curvaceous and exuding a mature charm, while also embodying a captivating allure. In essence, she radiated an invigorating energy. As a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, Mo Mitao's dainty feet touched the ground, her rosy cheeks mere inches from Lin Xiaofan's. The atmosphere brimmed with tension. I'm leaving, she stated simply, as Lin Xiaofan prepared to step forward. Just then, Su Yan's voice called from above, Sister, I want to see too. Mo Mitao paused, turning to Su Yan perched in the tree. Su Yan, what are you joking about? No, what do you mean? We sisters often do things together. Why can't I take a look? That's different. You should wait here for me and Xiaofan to return. Lin Xiaofan chimed in. Auntie Mo is right. I'm assisting her. Surely, you wouldn't want Auntie Mo to fall ill, would you? All right, you may go, Su Yan conceded. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but wonder if Su Yan envied Auntie Mo. With women of such diverse personalities, he found himself perplexed by Su Yan. Perhaps he truly needed more time to understand this somewhat fierce individual. At that moment, Mo Mitao brushed past Lin Xiaofan, enveloped in a rich fragrance intertwined with a hint of sweetness that provided a soothing comfort, alleviating anxiety as if one could forget they were stranded on a deserted island. Not wishing to dwell on thoughts, he resolved to assist Aunt Mo promptly. Lin Xiaofan quickly followed her, glancing back after several paces to find Su Yin and Li Tingting both blushing, particularly Su Yin, whose embarrassment was palpable. Her wide eyes fixated on Lin Xiaofan, who offered a gentle smile and reminded, "Make sure to pull the ladder up." Only then did Su Yin and Li Tingting react, hurriedly hoisting the heavy wooden ladder. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan hastened to catch up with Mo Mitao, walking shoulder to shoulder with her. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Mo Mitao casting a slight glance in his direction, causing his heart to race, as he found her bashful demeanor exceptionally enchanting. However, after a brief moment, her gaze returned to the path ahead. Lin Xiaofan felt a sense of relief. After all, he had mentioned the importance of 2 sessions for optimal health yesterday, and today Aunt Mo had silently acquiesced. It was evident that Mo Mitao was willing to go to great lengths for her well-being, further signifying her growing reliance on Lin Xiaofan. "Dear Aunt Mo, I assure you, this is not intentional. We must address this matter properly. Life takes precedence, and I hope you can understand and accept this." Lin Xiaofan contemplated expressing in an attempt to ease her emotions. With a shy nod, Mo Mitao acknowledged him. Before Lin Xiaofan found himself stranded on this desolate island, he had never witnessed the bashful demeanor of Mo Mitao. Yet now, he often caught glimpses of her blushing visage. As they conversed, the two had already approached the thicket, after casting a few cautious glances and ensuring there was no imminent danger. Lin Xiaofan beckoned Mo Mitao to enter the dense foliage ahead. After quite some time, they finally emerged from the underbrush. Lin Xiaofan glanced at Mo Mitao and noticed her smile blossoming more naturally than it had the previous day. They strolled back to the banyan tree, where Su Yin inquired, "Lin Xiaofan, how shall we deal with those wild boars?" Chapter 25. Are you really going to hunt? Upon seeing Su Yan's inquisitive expression, Lin Xiaofan blurted out, "You will find out soon enough." In truth, Lin Xiaofan had contemplated several strategies, all of which he was ready to employ. Even if the wild boar did not perish, it would surely be gravely injured. "What is it? You're being all mysterious. Just tell me." Su Yan, with her impatient nature, felt that Lin Xiaofan was concealing something from everyone. "Are you preparing to make a bow and arrow? Are you actually going to catch it?" Lin Xiaofan glanced at Su Yin and smiled. The moment she heard this, a flurry of anxiety mixed with anger surged within her. "You're laughing at me? That wild boar is ferocious. Are you trying to send me to my doom? You Lin Xiaofan." Lin Xiaofan merely chuckled lightly, thus, "It is essential to craft a bow and arrow to hunt the wild boar. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging for me to contend with it." "Xiaofan, can you make a bow and arrow? How do you do it?" Mo Mitao's eyes sparkled with admiration, and her fondness for Lin Xiaofan surged tenfold. If he truly succeeded in crafting a bow and arrow, she and her sisters would no longer fear being exploited by others. She had no desire to become a mere tool for anyone. Hearing Lin Xiaofan speak of bow-making undoubtedly ignited a glimmer of hope for survival in her heart. Lin Xiaofan nodded, stating that one of the most crucial items for survival in the wild was indeed a bow and arrow. Crafting a bow was not particularly difficult for him. The challenge lay in sourcing quality materials. In fact, suitable plants for bow making included maple and oak, among other resilient species. Without further ado, Lin Xiaofan ascended the platform and retrieved a telescope, seeking suitable materials for crafting a bow. Fortunately, he soon spotted what he was looking for. As the silhouette of a maple tree came into view through the telescope, a smile graced Lin Xiaofan's lips. "Found it. Let's go." He then reached for the ladder. "Where are we going?" Mo Mitao inquired, curiosity piqued as she was unaware of Lin Xiaofan's discovery. "Aunt Mo, we're going to make bows and arrows. Otherwise, we will struggle to subdue the wild boar," Lin Xiaofan replied, lowering the wooden ladder. Even if Lin Xiaofan had mastered his skills, he knew that taking on a herd of wild boars was no trivial matter, as their strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and they possessed considerable lethality. It was imperative to employ other means to eliminate them. Lin Xiaofan instructed the 3 women to descend first. He tossed all weapons beside the treetop, and then carefully retracted the ladder before gently leaping down. Mo Mitao stifled a giggle. "Xiaofan, It seems the ladder was practically designed for us sisters. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan smiled softly. Do you like it? Emomi Tao, puzzled, blinked her large eyes like what? Stop being silly, let us go. With that, she set off. Animo, wait. Lin Xiaofan called as he followed suit. He intentionally quickened his pace, wielding a cue stick with an axe secured to his waist. He led the way toward the direction of the maple trees, and the quartet ventured northwest. Just moments ago, Lin Xiaofan had gazed toward that very direction. As they traversed through the forest, the melodic chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects could still be faintly heard. While it appeared tranquil, danger lurked at every turn. Noticing they were headed in the right direction, Su Yin took the lead. It seemed as though they were destined to arrive first. Just as they approached the maple grove, the vigilant Lin Xiaofan suddenly yanked Su Yin forward. This abrupt motion caused Su Yin to lose her balance and slide from in front of Lin Xiaofan, her face drawing near to his. This exceedingly intimate scene made Mo Mitao and Li Tingting's cheeks flush with warmth. Su Yan's delicate visage had already turned as red as an apple, prompting her to spring to her feet. What are you doing, Lin Xiaofan? She exclaimed. Suppressing the fire within, Lin Xiaofan replied, Turn around and take a closer look. Upon hearing this, Su Yin turned, and when she beheld a deep green snake coiled around a branch, partially obscured by a twig just 2 meters ahead, she was startled, her body shivering involuntarily. A snake, she murmured, covering her mouth. Had Lin Xiaofan not noticed it in time, she would surely have been bitten. Although the snake appeared not to possess potent venom, a bite would still be quite unpleasant. Be careful, Su Yin and Mo Mitao cautioned. At that moment, Su Yan's gaze fell upon Lin Xiaofan, her eyes glimmering with gratitude. Lin Xiaofan dared not meet her gaze. While Su Yin was not as alluring as Mo Mitao, she possessed a bold and unrestrained womanly charm that was somewhat captivating. After a brief moment, Lin Xiaofan shifted his focus away from Su Yin, directing it towards the deep green snake instead. The serpent resembled a mountain snake, known for its swift movements. Watch this, Lin Xiaofan declared, raising a cue stick and aiming it at the snake's head. Seeing this action, Mo Mitao and the others shared a tacit understanding and remained silent, watching Lin Xiaofan's movements with bated breath, fearing to disrupt him. Just 30 centimeters from the snake's head, Lin Xiaofan's arm surged, driving the cue stick directly into the snake's head, pinning it to the branch. The snake's body writhed violently in the air, measuring approximately 1 meter and 30 centimeters. Yet, despite its frantic struggles, it was futile. Lin Xiaofan was resolute in his intention not to spare such a dangerous creature. With a firm twist of the cue stick, he drove the snake's head deeper into the wood, requiring considerable strength. Moments later, he withdrew the cue stick. The 1 meter 30 mountain snake was thus dealt with, its lifeless form dangling from the branch, not particularly unsightly, but undeniably humiliated. It had never imagined being subdued and rubbed against a tree by a human. Let us go, Lin Xiaofan said, disregarding the snake suspended in the air. His goal was the maple grove, and the women followed suit. The snake's body soon attracted nearby ants and insects, as it represented a substantial feast for the small creatures. Xiaofan, you're incredible, Li Tingting suddenly exclaimed. It was nothing, Lin Xiaofan replied succinctly before continuing onward. There were still 700 or 800 meters to go. It was merely a short distance in the grand scheme of things. There's something, but not much, Su Yin remarked with a hint of disdain, brushing aside Lin Xiaofan's act of heroism as if it were inconsequential. Lin Xiaofan paid her no mind. He understood that this woman possessed a certain pride. Mo Mitao quietly observed Lin Xiaofan, who walked ahead, as a wave of unprecedented emotions surged within her. This feeling was peculiar, seemingly transcending mere security. She could not precisely articulate its nature. Fortunately, the path behind them remained relatively safe, devoid of any poisonous threats, save for the occasional chirping of insects nearby. By midday, the group of 4 finally arrived at the maple grove. After ensuring their surroundings were secure, Lin Xiaofan began to select suitable branches for crafting a wooden bow. The branches needed to be fresh, dry, and free from any signs of decay. Only such branches were fit for bow making. Upon spotting an appropriate branch, Lin Xiaofan swiftly drew his axe, decisively severing a segment. He then examined it closely, ensuring that the break was devoid of any cracks, as such imperfections could compromise the bow's integrity and potentially lead to perilous consequences. Thus, the quality of the bow was paramount for a sense of safety. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan extended his hand, still grasping the branch, towards Mo Mitao. Given their proximity, his fist inadvertently brushed against something soft, prompting her to instinctively take a small step back. To alleviate the awkwardness, Lin Xiaofan turned to Mo Mitao and said, "Mo, could you please assist me in smoothing the cut end of this branch?" Chapter 26. Set your sights on the wild boar. Upon hearing this, Mo Mitao extended her hand to receive. Lin Xiaofan ceased cutting branches and instead sought suitable plant fibers for crafting a bowstring. In the wilderness, the best materials for bowstrings are the tendons of large animals, such as deer, leopards, tigers, and cattle. However, he had yet to capture any large game. In fact, encountering such beasts posed significant challenges for Lin Xiaofan, especially since he was not alone. He had 3 women to consider. Without a bow, it would be difficult to hunt large animals. Thus, in the absence of tendons, he resolved to search for suitable plants nearby for bowstring production. Fortune smiled upon Lin Xiaofan as he discovered a plant known as hemp in the vicinity. The fibers of this plant made excellent material for bowstrings. He broke off several branches of hemp and returned to Mo Mitao's side. He noticed Su Ran was toying with a piece of branch, which Lin Xiaofan took from her. He then positioned a branch upright and gradually applied pressure to observe its natural curvature, determining the back and belly of the bow. The inner curved portion is referred to as the belly, while the outer curved part is known as the back. Lin Xiaofan then instructed Mo Mitao to fetch a dagger and marked a small indication at the center of the bow's belly for future reference when crafting the bowstring. Simultaneously, he peeled away a layer of bark from the center of the bow's belly. Lin Xiaofan, I didn't expect you to truly be able to make a bow. Your hands are quite skilled, Mo Mitao exclaimed, admiring Lin Xiaofan's earnest demeanor. Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly at Mo, saying, "It's not difficult. You could learn it with just one look." With that, he employed the dagger to carve small notches at both ends of the branch, ensuring they would securely hold the bowstring. "It looks quite impressive. Well done, Lin Xiaofan," Su Yin remarked, finally speaking with some normalcy. Ignoring her, Lin Xiaofan began to tear some fibers from the hemp to create a bowstring, which he then fitted into the notches at either end of the branch. "Is it ready now?" asked Li Tingting. Lin Xiaofan shook the bow gently. "Not yet. Next, we need to train the bow." "What does training the bow entail?" Mo Mitao inquired, genuinely curious. In response, Lin Xiaofan explained, "Training the bow is akin to tuning it. It ensures the bow is more manageable, allowing for greater distance in shooting." "Oh, I see," Mo Mitao replied, somewhat puzzled but realizing it was not the time to delve deeper into the matter. The priority was to complete the bow as swiftly as possible, so she refrained from further questioning. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan secured the grip of the wooden bow against a nearby branch and pulled the bowstring to check for symmetry and consistency in thickness. Noticing one side was slightly thicker, he removed it and carefully scraped off a layer of bark with the dagger. After weighing both sides and finding them nearly equal, he began to refine and polish the wooden bow for enhanced usability. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away, a large python, as thick as a thigh, slithered past and devoured the snake that had been killed earlier, along with the unfortunate insects and ants that had not managed to escape. At this moment, he had already been engulfed by the serpent's belly. Such is the nature of the wild. A careless disregard for one's surroundings can lead to peril. The phenomenon of the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow oriole waits in ambush is commonplace in the natural world, occurring with regularity. 5 minutes later, Lin Xiaofan set aside the wooden bow. "Is it ready?" Su Yin inquired. Lin Xiaofan affirmed with a soft yes. Su Yin pressed further. "What do you mean by ready? Isn't it already completed? The final step remains. We lack the means to execute it," Lin Xiaofan replied gently. "This last step involves applying oil to create a rudimentary seal, ensuring that the wooden bow does not dry out too quickly and last longer." "What's the matter? Can't we complete the last step?" Mo Mitao interjected. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan held a twig in his hand, explaining, we need to coat it with oil, but we currently have none. Thus, you should understand how to proceed with this final step. Oh, you intend to use lard, Emo Mitao realized suddenly. Clever. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly. Emo Mitao was not foolish, and Lin Xiaofan felt quite satisfied with her. After all, having companions on a deserted island who lack the ability to think critically could be quite vexing. At this point, Lin Xiaofan began crafting wooden arrows. Making these arrows was relatively simple. One merely needed to find straight twigs about the size of a thumb and sharpen one end. However, to enhance the arrow's range, feathers needed to be affixed to them. Regrettably, they had no feathers. Yet for Lin Xiaofan, now equipped with a wooden bow and 6 wooden arrows, acquiring feathers would not pose a challenge. He instructed Su Yin to gather the remaining hemp, while he retained 1 arrow, asking Li Tingting to carry the other 5. Emo Mitao retrieved water from her pocket and distributed it among them. After everyone took a sip, they began searching nearby for wild chickens or birds. Beyond the desire for some wild fare, Lin Xiaofan needed their feathers to augment the range and impact of his arrows. After a considerable time walking, Lin Xiaofan spotted a bird perched on a tree, seemingly dozing, unnoticed by those nearby. Elated, he turned back and gestured for Emo Mitao and the others to be silent. The trio understood and slowed their movements. Lin Xiaofan then gradually drew the bow and nocked an arrow, aiming at the unsuspecting bird. He nearly pulled the bowstring to its full extent, took aim, and released. The wooden arrow whizzed through the air, hurtling toward the slumbering bird. By the time the bird sensed danger, it had already been struck by Lin Xiaofan's arrow. In an instant, it fell to the ground, becoming Lin Xiaofan's first quarry. He approached and retrieved the bird. "Very good," Emo Mitao exclaimed, her face illuminated with delight. However, Lin Xiaofan was more concerned that the arrow had not pierced the bird's body but had lodged itself deeply instead. Clearly, the arrow lacked sufficient power to pose a true threat to the bird, and would be even less formidable against wild chickens, hares, or humans, let alone wild boars and other beasts. Lin Xiaofan handed the bird to Emo Mitao, saying, "And Emo, please take this." "All right," Emo Mitao accepted the bird. Lin Xiaofan observed the arrow and noted that it was sharpened to a satisfactory point. He speculated that the potency of the bow and arrow was influenced by 3 primary factors. Firstly, the absence of feathers for launching had diminished its power. Secondly, the bowstring, made from plant fibers, lacked sufficient elasticity and resilience, resulting in a weakened shooting speed and diminished force of the wooden arrows. Lastly, the inherent weight of the wooden arrows was another contributing factor to their reduced effectiveness. If he could address these 3 issues, Lin Xiaofan felt confident that he could inflict significant injury on large animals, potentially leading to a kill, while also ensuring his own safety. This was the outcome Lin Xiaofan desired. He gazed at the feathers of a nearby bird, eager to remedy the first factor affecting the bow's potency. Subsequently, he secured the wooden bow to his body and began to pluck feathers from the bird's wings. The feathers in this location were particularly suitable for fletching arrows, as they would reduce air resistance and allow for greater distance in shooting. Lin Xiaofan carefully used a dagger to cut each feather into 2 segments, binding them with hemp fibers 5 centimeters from the end of each wooden arrow. In doing so, he outfitted all 6 arrows with fletchings, thereby enhancing their power. He believed that not only could he threaten game like pheasants and rabbits, but even humans or wolves would be at risk of injury. With the addition of fletchings, Lin Xiaofan felt emboldened, especially considering he was accompanied by 3 stunning beauties, all of whom could incite the baser instincts in ill-intentioned individuals. With the bow and arrows in hand, their safety was significantly increased. Just as the group prepared to depart, Lin Xiaofan noticed a black widow spider crawling towards Emo Mitao's waistband. Chapter 27. The owner of the black suitcase has appeared upon witnessing the scene. Lin Xiaofan paused momentarily, then cast aside any lingering thoughts. With a swift motion, he delivered a sharp slap, producing a resounding crack. Emo Mitao was jolted into alertness by Lin Xiaofan's action, her face instantly flushing with embarrassment. Ignoring her reaction, Lin Xiaofan hastily rubbed his palm in the dirt to cleanse it of the blood from the Black Widow spider. Lest he numb his hand. Lin Xiaofan, you scoundrel, how dare you slap my backside? Mo Mi Tao exclaimed, a mix of indignation and shyness flooding her features. Take a look at your pants, Lin Xiaofan replied. At his words, Mo Mi Tao turned around and tugged at her trousers. To her astonishment, she discovered a patch of blood and a dark mass on her pants. What is this? She gasped, spotting the black object, a squash spider. The very one Lin Xiaofan had just dispatched. There's no need to panic. I was merely dealing with the spider. Had I hesitated a second longer, you might have been bitten. This Black Widow is venomous, Lin Xiaofan explained, recounting the urgency that had driven him to act swiftly. Nearby, Li Tingting promptly used a wooden arrow to dislodge the corpse of the spider, clinging to Mo Mi Tao's back. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, realizing Lin Xiaofan's intent was to protect her. However, that slap had indeed been quite forceful, stirring her emotions like tumultuous waves. Be cautious. This forest harbors many dangers, Lin Xiaofan warned, gently flexing his fingers. Reflecting on the earlier incident, he felt a lingering sensation of softness. Having resolved the immediate threat, Lin Xiaofan resumed his journey towards his camp, albeit slightly diverted as he sought wild boars. If he did not eliminate them, he feared restless nights, awakened by their ruckus. Such disturbances were unbearable, especially in the tension of a deserted island, compounded by various threats that heightened his anxiety. Beyond the necessity of a good night's sleep, Lin Xiaofan was particularly interested in the boar fat, which could serve as a lubricant, enhancing the performance of his bow and arrows. Let us go, Lin Xiaofan declared as he pressed onward. Meanwhile, in the southern jungle of the deserted island, 7 women clad in tactical attire resembling that of special forces were gathered around roasting wild chickens. They exuded a striking presence, their beauty undeniable. At the forefront was a mixed-race woman named Dai Ichuan, her long golden hair cascading like a waterfall, casually tied back. Her blue eyes held a captivating allure, while her sun-kissed skin revealed her diverse heritage. As the leader of this female assassin squad, she toyed with a compass. Originally, they had embarked on this treasure hunt equipped with bows and arrows for competition. However, post-shipwreck, they had lost all their weapons, including her most prized possession, the suitcase. They had searched the vicinity for 2 or 3 days without success. Now, all that remained were waterproof lighters and daggers secured to their gaiters. Eat quickly. We need to find a suitable location to construct a shelter nearby, Dai Ichuan urged. The 6 team members began to feast upon the succulent wild chicken. Nearby, a woman with a somewhat fierce demeanor, named Ikema, furrowed her brow, her tone laced with irritation. If anyone has taken the captain's suitcase, I swear I shall make them pay dearly. My toys and personal items are in that suitcase, and they hold immense significance for me. Damn it, it might have been picked up by someone else. Beside her, the sweet-faced Tian Mishu chuckled lightly. Significance, you say? Is that what you're after? Our team is devoid of men, you know. Ikema smirked, retorting, do you not harbor any such thoughts? That is precisely why I brought those items. We've come out here to search for treasure for quite some time now, yet alas, they are lost. Moreover, it's not certain that someone else has taken them. Perhaps they are still adrift at sea, interjected a woman with disheveled hair in a cold tone. Have you all noticed how strangely this maritime disaster occurred? It seems so sudden. Have any of you heard about magnetic field vortexes or anything of the sort? Inquired a short-haired woman, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, the others fell into contemplation, puzzled that the captain spoke of treasure, hunting, yet a maritime disaster had befallen the Midway. It was indeed peculiar. Meanwhile, a slightly plump woman with a curvy figure, Xiao Ichuan, exhibited a nonchalant demeanor. She had been rescued by Dai Ichuan, and since that moment, she had been utterly devoted to her. There was a secret known only to her and Dai Ichuan that the other team members were unaware of. Dai Ichuan, however, paid no heed to their chatter, engrossed in her thoughts regarding ancient texts. Even she was uncertain whether this vast deserted island was the treasure island she sought. She contemplated constructing a shelter nearby before searching for the ancient book, for she needed to decipher the treasure's incantations to ascertain whether this island was indeed her intended destination. Yet with the ancient book lost, She remained oblivious as to whether this island was her goal. "Captain, what is contained within that box of yours?" inquired the short-haired woman, Qin Baoyu, with genuine curiosity, as the captain had never shown them the box. At that moment, Dai Ichuan lifted her gaze slightly and responded, "It contains the treasure book and treasure map. I had intended to reveal it upon reaching the treasure island, but now that it is lost, I cannot ascertain if the island we are on is the legendary treasure island." Upon hearing this, the others gasped in shock. Most of them were either orphans, heavily in debt, or had suffered persecution, which had compelled them to join Dai Ichuan's team in pursuit of treasure to resolve their dire circumstances. Although Dai Ichuan had initially provided them with 10% of the payment, the remaining 90% would only be disbursed upon finding the treasure. Now, however, they were uncertain whether there was any treasure on this island. Hearing their captain's uncertainty, the others could hardly suppress their despondency. "Do not despair. Let us search for the suitcase. If we truly cannot find it, we shall seek out a large stone with turtle markings. It should not be too difficult to locate." Dai Ichuan consoled her team. Because of a phrase passed down from her ancestors, the turtle stone reveals treasures, just as they were about to depart. A deep roar emanated from the nearby thicket. This surely sent a chill through the hearts of the group. The sound undoubtedly belonged to a wild beast. Everyone hastily unsheathed the daggers strapped to their legs and began to retreat. At that moment, a massive tiger suddenly burst forth from the adjacent underbrush, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, lunging at one of the team members. "Quick dodge!" Dai Ichuan shouted loudly. The woman sidestepped in a flash, but it was too late. The tiger pounced upon her like an arrow released from a bow. The member barely had time to emit a scream before the tiger seized her throat in its jaws, blood splattering instantaneously and staining the grass around them. "No!" The woman with the dark hair cried out, her voice filled with anguish. In that instant, she grasped her dagger and charged forward. Chapter 28. Someone was gored by a pig. Eliminate this beast, Dai Ichuan declared as she joined the fray. It was a desperate gamble. Fleeing would only invite certain demise. The woman with the braided hair was named Zhongyi. Witnessing her sister Zhong Shui perish at the jaws of a ferocious tiger, she charged toward the beast with a frenzy. In a swift motion, a dagger plunged into the tiger's back. The creature, in agony, violently flung Zhong Shui aside. At that moment, others also surged forward, inflicting several more wounds upon the tiger. It then charged left and right, colliding with several individuals before breaking free from their encirclement. Zhongyi discarded her dagger and rushed to her fallen sister Zhong Shui. By now, Zhong Shui was barely clinging to life, and Zhongyi hurriedly pressed against her neck. Yet, all efforts proved futile. Mere seconds later, Zhong Shui lay still. With her sister's lifeless body before her, Dai Ichuan could only sigh. The injury was too grave, and even the anti-inflammatory medicine in her waterproof pouch was of no avail. Zhongyi embraced her sister, weeping inconsolably. Moments later, Dai Ichuan approached Zhong Shui, gently closing her eyes, her voice choked with emotion. "We will avenge you. May you rest in peace." What to do now, having lost another? After 2 days of searching, they had finally gathered 7, down from the original 9. Now, 2 remained unaccounted for, possibly lost to the depths of the sea. This place is perilously dangerous. Complaints began to surface. Dai Ichuan quickly reassured them. "We lack bows and arrows. With them, we would feel much safer." Indeed, bows and arrows were invaluable on the deserted island. Tian Mishue kept watch while the others dug a grave for Zhong Shui, and then they set about searching for materials to craft bows and arrows, hoping to prevent such tragedies from occurring. Meanwhile, in the northern jungles of the island, 4 individuals were cautiously navigating through the trees and shrubs. These 4 were Lin Xiaofan and Mo Mi Tao, along with 2 others. "Lin Xiaofan, are you certain the wild boar is nearby?" Su Yan asked, her patience wearing thin. Lin Xiaofan scanned the surroundings before replying, "Yes, it is approximately 500 to 600 meters from our banyan tree shelter. Don't rush. Let us keep searching. Indeed, otherwise, we'll be awakened at midnight every night." "What is that wild boar? A nocturnal owl?" Li Tingting chuckled, but unexpectedly, her laughter was stifled by Lin Xiaofan's hand. As their fingers brushed, Lin Xiaofan felt an unexpected dampness. Li Tingting's voice was muffled as Lin Xiaofan covered her mouth. Just as she attempted to pry Lin Xiaofan's hand away, he released her and made a shushing gesture. In dense forests, loud noises are to be avoided at all costs, as they attract the attention of nearby wildlife and can lead to unnecessary complications. Especially in unfamiliar jungles, one must exercise utmost caution. Everyone, keep quiet, minimize noise, Lin Xiaofan advised. After speaking, he cautiously advanced, estimating that the herd of wild boars was within a radius of 500 meters from where he stood. As he walked, a sudden cacophony reached his ears from a short distance away. Lin Xiaofan's heart tightened. He signaled to the three girls to remain silent and carefully made his way toward the source of the sound. Peering through the dense foliage, Lin Xiaofan was astonished by the sight before him. A group of wild boars was charging aggressively at another band of survivors. That group, comprising a dozen individuals, was being pursued by 5 or 6 wild boars. And for the first time, Lin Xiaofan witnessed people fleeing in panic from the ferocious beasts. The survivors appeared utterly bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, their demeanor fraught with chaos. Beside Lin Xiaofan, Mo Mitao could not help but whisper, "What do they do to provoke the wild boars?" In response, Lin Xiaofan shook his head and whispered back, "Perhaps they inadvertently trespassed into the boars' territory, or their objectives align with ours. They deserve it for attempting to hunt the boars ahead of us." Su Yan seemed somewhat gleeful at their misfortune. "Look, someone has been caught," she exclaimed as Mo Mitao's voice reached their ears. The group peered through the gaps in the leaves and saw a man being tossed several meters away by a boar. A braver man, sporting a beard, approached the scene, attempting to wield a wooden stick to drive off the wild boars. But this action only seemed to further incite their wrath. The boar that had hurled the man away turned and charged at the bearded man. The latter's face paled instantly. He sought to evade the attack, but was already too late. Just as he raised the stick to strike the boar, he was violently knocked aside, crashing to the ground and groaning in agony. The pain was palpable, and it seemed unlikely that this man would survive. Lin Xiaofan, hidden in the shadows, noticed blood seeping from his thigh. At that moment, a scarred man, presumably the leader, turned back. He rallied the remaining survivors, brandishing their sticks to drive the wild boars away. He likely understood the peril posed by the boars. While not as deadly as tigers or wolves, they were formidable nonetheless. As Lin Xiaofan observed this perilous scene, he felt a twinge of conflict within. However, he soon realized that this was not the time for benevolence. Recklessly intervening could place himself and the 3 girls in jeopardy. "Quick, retreat!" shouted the scarred man. They too had sought to feast on wild boar meat, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a nest, nearly becoming prey themselves. The group of survivors, unable to withstand the onslaught, began to scatter. The wild boars pursued relentlessly, and after a considerable time, the area gradually fell silent. Yet, Lin Xiaofan did not rush out. Instead, he waited. He intended to wait for the wild boars to return to their nest before seeking an opportunity. After a while, the wild boars returned, lumbering slowly on their powerful legs toward their lair. The nest was situated at the base of a mound, next to a large tree, surrounded by thick grass and wood shavings. The wild boars gradually settled together within their lair. "They've entered the nest. What now?" Su Yan whispered. "We currently find ourselves in a less than opportune moment. Let us wait and see if any wild boars emerge. Should we shoot an arrow now? It would undoubtedly be a misstep." Lin Xiaofan contemplated the idea of waiting for a solitary boar to wander out, ensuring that the other boars would remain undisturbed. The hour was still early. Mo Mitao and the others, witnessing Lin Xiaofan's demeanor, felt it unwise to dispute his judgment, as they held faith in his discernment. After a considerable interval, a wild boar finally ventured from its den, moving at a leisurely pace. At this moment, Mo Mitao felt a surge of admiration for Lin Xiaofan, not for his judgment, but for his patience. Once the boar had traversed a sufficient distance from its lair, Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath, drew his bowstring taut, and released the arrow with a swift whoosh. The arrow struck the boar, eliciting a pained cry that echoed like the lamentations of a slaughtered beast. However, The injury inflicted was not grievous. After all, the hide of a wild boar is renowned for its toughness. In pain, the boar turned its head, scanning its surroundings but finding nothing amiss. Thus, it bore the wound on its abdomen, which began to seep crimson blood. At this juncture, Lin Xiaofan and his companions remained motionless, while he meticulously observed the spot where the arrow had penetrated. Though uncertain of how deep the arrow had embedded itself, perhaps 5 centimeters, he reasoned that it would not fall away while the boar was in motion. Witnessing this effect, Lin Xiaofan's heart surged with elation. It was known that a wild boar's hide is thicker than that of many creatures, including humans. This suggested that an arrow striking a human's abdomen could indeed pose a lethal threat. The injured boar spun in place, unable to reach the wooden arrow embedded in its flesh, before eventually dragging itself back to its den. Lin Xiaofan chose not to pursue the boar, but instead motioned for Mo Mitao and the others to retreat slowly. Su Yin, curious, inquired, Xiaofan, why not eliminate those wild boars? Kill them? Are you jesting? Lin Xiaofan replied, his tone tinged with severity. Do we wish to be pursued and gored by them like that group of people? At that moment, Mo Mitao quickly sought to diffuse the tension, asking, will they return to disturb us tonight? She glanced expectantly at Lin Xiaofan. Chapter 29. What are you thinking? The likelihood is quite low. Upon hearing this, Mo Mitao and the others appeared puzzled. Why do you say that? Mo Mitao inquired of Lin Xiaofan. This matter is uncertain. No one can predict whether they will strike again. Consider this. They have attempted to attack us twice and failed to capture us. Hence, it is probable that they have abandoned their pursuit and redirected their focus, Lin Xiaofan reasoned, suggesting that the wild boars might target other survivors, particularly those associated with the Scar Man. Lin Xiaofan's previous arrow was akin to using a dagger to eliminate an enemy. It was likely that the Scarred Man would soon find himself in a precarious situation. Are we simply going to let the wild boars be? Su Yin interjected. No, we shall permit them to live a few more days. Tomorrow, we will present them with a grand gift. What kind of gift? You shall find out tomorrow. Now, it is getting late. Let us return and catch some fish. As Lin Xiaofan spoke, he cast a glance at Mo Mitao, who appeared somewhat evasive. She may have misunderstood Lin Xiaofan, thinking he was subtly prompting her to reflect on a certain matter. It's imperative. I am nearly starving, Su Yin remarked, unconsciously swallowing hard. Lin Xiaofan, hearing her comment, could not resist teasing her. I doubt that would be the case. The latter detected his jest and retorted, what are you staring at? Do I look good? Lin Xiaofan chose not to respond, finding Su Yin rather intriguing, as she seemed unafraid to voice her thoughts. After surveying their surroundings, Lin Xiaofan headed towards the banyan tree shelter, with Mo Mitao and the others exchanging glances before following suit. Along the way, they discovered a wild guava tree and picked several guavas to quell their hunger. Thirsty and famished, and in such perilous circumstances, truly, this wretched, deserted island. Su Yin began to grumble. Observing her, Lin Xiaofan shook his head gently. My dear Miss Su, consider yourself fortunate. At least we are still alive. A meal or two missed is inconsequential. We must venture into the jungle to seek food and game. We cannot remain by the shore indefinitely. Su Yin fell silent, seemingly acknowledging Lin Xiaofan's perspective. Indeed, at least she was alive, unlike those who had perished at the jaws of wolves, yearning for life yet unable to grasp it. Su Yin, let us move on. Do not dwell on such thoughts. We must survive to await rescue. Mo Mitao encouraged, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Su Yin nodded in agreement. They then navigated through the dense forest, nibbling on wild guava along the way. Before long, they returned to the banyan tree. Lin Xiaofan cheerfully reassured, Su Yin, Li Tingting, you both start catching fish. Mo and I will gather some coconuts to store water, and then we will return to fish together. We still owe Reno 30 fish. Hearing this, Su Yin's curiosity and carefree nature resurfaced. With a slight smile, she chimed, you two aren't thinking of Li Tingting beside her could not help but smile as well. What are you insinuating? Focus on fishing and be safe. Mo Mitao shot Su Yin a disapproving glance. With that, Lin Xiaofan strode to the left. for the coconut trees to the right had nearly been stripped bare by other survivors. Thus, the group divided their tasks. Lin Xiaofan and Mo Mitao ventured into the coconut grove, while Su Yin and Li Tingting occupied themselves by the river catching fish. Indeed, Su Yan's earlier conjecture proved accurate. Mo Mitao felt another surge of discomfort, prompting Lin Xiaofan to swiftly guide her to a nearby thicket for assistance. Afterward, Mo Mitao experienced a wave of relief and could not help but smile gently at Lin Xiaofan, who appeared to have captured her admiration as well. Subsequently, the pair arrived beneath the coconut trees, surveying the sparse collection of 8 to 10 coconut palms nearby. Lin Xiaofan could not suppress his concern. If they continued to harvest a few coconuts daily, they would soon deplete their water resources. He resolved to venture into the island's forest in search of additional water supplies in the following days. Without further contemplation, Lin Xiaofan gathered stones from the side, and Mo Mitao, noticing his actions, joined him in collecting them. Employing their usual method, Lin Xiaofan hurled the stones at the coconuts on the trees. One by one, the coconuts plummeted to the ground. Mo Mitao, standing beneath the trees, giggled as she gathered the fallen coconuts, occasionally exclaiming, "Xiaofan, throw another." Their teamwork was seamless, and soon they had amassed 5 coconuts, which effectively rendered one coconut tree barren, as each tree typically bore only 5 or 6 coconuts. However, they had no choice. With the scarcity of water, every individual required hydration. They needed to consume at least 1 coconut from each tree daily, supplemented by the fresh water produced by their desalination device. Mo Mitao expressed her intention to approach another coconut tree, and Lin Xiaofan, initially inclined to dissuade her, reconsidered. It was better to gather all the coconuts rather than leave any behind, lest they be discovered and taken by other survivors. Firmly resolved, Lin Xiaofan decided to collect all the coconuts, even if it required several trips. "Xiaofan, all these coconuts are ours now," Mo Mitao declared, and Lin Xiaofan nodded with a smile, surveying the coconuts collected beneath each tree. Approximately 50 in total, enough to sustain the 4 of them for a meager 10 days. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaofan did not intend to stretch their supply over that duration, but rather decided to consume them within 5 days, averaging 10 coconuts daily. Over the past few days, Lin Xiaofan had observed that they could only afford a small sip of water when extremely parched. Prolonged deprivation led to cracked lips and diminished strength. Therefore, he altered his strategy, encouraging the group to drink more water daily, thereby exerting pressure on himself to locate alternative water sources within 5 days. After all, they could not solely rely on the whims of nature for rain. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan and Mo Mitao were consolidating all the coconuts. Next, they began transporting them toward the banyan tree. Together, they carried 11 coconuts in one trip. To expedite the process, Lin Xiaofan climbed the banyan tree to retrieve the iron pot that had been lodged there. This way, they could transport 15 coconuts back in a single day, reducing the necessary trips from 5 to 4. Upon completing the final transport, Lin Xiaofan and Mo Mitao hurriedly concealed the coconuts in the grass not far from the tree, ensuring they remained close yet obscure from prying eyes. The act of seizing belongings on a deserted island is quite commonplace. Survival instinct drives everyone. After all was said and done, Lin Xiaofan and Mo Mitao approached Su Yin and her companion. They chanced upon Li Tingting tending to the fire, while Su Yin skillfully skewered fish. This scene brought a sense of comfort to Lin Xiaofan. Although Su Yin had initially been inexperienced, she demonstrated remarkable aptitude, mastering the art of fish skewering with mere branches in just a day or 2. Her skill had already reached a third of Lin Xiaofan's proficiency. "Well done, young lady Su Yin. I never imagined you would excel at fish skewering," Lin Xiaofan remarked with a hint of admiration. "Of course. Do you not know who I am? Hurry over here. I am simply famished and awaiting you to ignite the fire for grilling the fish," Su Yin retorted playfully. Even a usually taciturn Li Tingting chimed in, expressing her own hunger. In response, Lin Xiaofan and Mo Mitao exchanged amused glances before settling down. Lin Xiaofan promptly retrieved his lighter, and with a flick, ignited the fire pit. Without hesitation, Su Yin prepared to grill the fish, revealing her genuine hunger that nearly provoked her to curse. Witnessing Su Yin and Li Tingting accomplish the fundamental tasks filled Lin Xiaofan with relief. Thankfully, he was accompanied by capable women rather than inept companions, sparing him from further complications. At that moment, Mo Mitao produced a bottle of mineral water from her pocket and said, "Xiaofan, have some water." Lin Xiaofan quickly replied, "You all drink. I'm not thirsty at the moment." Upon hearing this, Mo Mitao blushed and turned away, offering the water to Su Yin instead. Indeed, Lin Xiaofan consumed more water throughout the day than they did, allowing him to forego the mineral water. "By the way, Animo, please bring the bottle with you when you come," Lin Xiaofan instructed, rising to his feet. Chapter 30. To my surprise, "You are still alive," Mo Mitao responded with a soft hum, accepting the water bottle handed to her by Li Tingting and taking a sip. She then stood up to follow Lin Xiaofan, who had approached the freshwater membrane device. This was indeed the method he had used to outsmart Mo Mitao, and it now represented their sole source of freshwater. Therefore, Lin Xiaofan had prepared this device early in the morning, intending to return for water in the evening, ensuring at least half a bottle. In a time of scarce water resources, a sip of water was a precious source of life. "What's wrong, Xiaofan?" she asked, a hint of confusion in her voice, wondering if Lin Xiaofan had summoned her to discuss that matter. Upon witnessing him instructing her on how to collect water and create the freshwater device, her anxiety began to ease. Regarding that issue, she had not yet reached a resolution. She was also aware that the young man before her had transformed into a robust man, no longer a mere child. It was entirely natural to harbor such thoughts, especially in a state of heightened tension on a deserted island, where worry and anxiety were inevitable. The soul genuinely craved solace, yearning for a soothing balm. After Lin Xiaofan taught Mo Mitao how to make the freshwater device, he gently suggested, "While you have the time, go with Animo to the banyan tree. Use a dagger to open a few coconuts and fill up the coconut water. I'll deliver the fish to Reno." As Lin Xiaofan lifted the remaining fish, Su Yin interjected, "Lin Xiaofan, are you really taking all the fish?" "No, I've left behind the two largest," he replied, preparing to step forward. Behind him, Su Yan's complaint followed. "Actually, we could just keep the fish for ourselves, couldn't we?" Lin Xiaofan understood her reluctance to part with the hard-earned catch. He responded, "Having one more ally is far better than acquiring another enemy." At this moment, Mo Mitao softly interjected, "Su Yin, don't fuss. Xiaofan has his reasons for acting this way." Hearing this, Su Yin pursed her lips and fell silent. Lin Xiaofan cast a glance at Su Yin before resolutely making his way toward Reno's camp. Though Lin Xiaofan was not a paragon of virtue, he was acutely aware of the stakes involved. After all, he was still at a disadvantage, considering that in a few days, other survivor groups might scramble for food due to shortages, and Reno was better positioned between him and several nearby clustered survivors. He had previously saved a member of Reno's group. Furthermore, Lin Xiaofan's actions served to demonstrate to the other survivor groups that he had affiliations with Reno's team, thereby dissuading any notions of robbery from those survivors who were less than a kilometer away. When Reno saw Lin Xiaofan approaching with fish in hand, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. "Hey, brother, I didn't expect you to be so honorable." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly and replied, "I, Lin Xiaofan, am not one to break my word. Since this is a trade, we must adhere to the rules of exchange. I cannot allow you to suffer a loss." With that, Lin Xiaofan set the fish down. "Ha ha ha, wonderful. Thank you so much, brother Xiaofan," Reno exclaimed, his gratitude evident. This fish was undeniably a vital source of nourishment for them. This group of individuals had failed to master the art of fishing over the span of 2 days. Their inability to seize the right moment resulted in the fish slipping away, leaving them with only the remnants of their supplies. They were still short by 20 fish. As Reno acknowledged with a nod, Lin Xiaofan refrained from further comment and turned to depart. Reno observed Lin Xiaofan's retreating figure with a sense of admiration, realizing that the young man was no ordinary individual, particularly as he noted the finely crafted wooden bow slung across Lin Xiaofan's back. Reno, who valued loyalty and camaraderie, understood the essence of righteousness. Subsequently, he instructed Li Feng to distribute the fish, ensuring an equal share for each person. Upon returning, Lin Xiaofan found Mo Mi Tao and her companions gathered around the fire, diligently working on coconuts. Observing their efforts, he joined them, pouring the coconut water into bottles of mineral water. The remaining coconuts were passed around in a communal fashion, each taking turns to sip. On a deserted island, there was little concern about who had drunk first. The mere availability of water was a blessing. The refreshing liquid brought immediate relief, invigorating their spirits. With each sip, they experienced a profound satisfaction akin to finding sweet dew after a drought. As the fish began to sizzle, Lin Xiaofan suddenly turned his head, spotting a group approaching from the opposite direction, approximately 20 individuals. Recognizing their unfamiliarity, he recalled having seen other survivor teams through his binoculars, and these were not among them. Clearly, this was a new group of survivors, and as the sun dipped lower in the sky, their intentions seemed dubious. Lin Xiaofan's instincts heightened, while Mo Mi Tao and her friends exchanged fearful glances at the advancing crowd, instinctively reaching for their weapons and pool cues. As the group drew nearer, Lin Xiaofan's gaze fell upon his security company supervisor, Lu Koxue, whose name was fitting, as he was known to drool at the sight of women. He also recognized several tenants of Mo Mi Tao among the newcomers. Notably, 2 women in the group bore bruises on their faces and arms, their expressions vacant, clearly having endured some form of mistreatment. In such an isolated setting, the plight of women was rarely favorable, with few escaping the trauma that had befallen these unfortunate souls. Mo Mi Tao noted this with a sense of relief. While Su Yan's face was a mask of fury, she harbored a deep disdain for those who forced others into submission. Meanwhile, Li Tingting was overtaken by fear, dreading the possibility of being captured again, having narrowly escaped a harrowing fate alongside Su Yan. Although they had no doubts about Lin Xiaofan's military prowess, the sheer number of their adversaries was daunting. The group halted less than 10 meters away. Lu Koxue's eyes widened in surprise upon spotting Lin Xiaofan, exclaiming, "Is that you, Lin Xiaofan? I didn't expect to see you alive." Lin Xiaofan replied succinctly, acknowledging the supervisor's relief that all were safe. However, Lu Koxue's attention quickly shifted to Mo Mi Tao and her companions, his eyes glinting with a predatory eagerness, reminiscent of a bulb illuminating. He rubbed his hands awkwardly, a lewd smile plastered on his face as he inquired, "Lin Xiaofan, where did these young ladies come from? You're rather selfish, hoarding 3 for yourself without considering your old brother." As he spoke, Lu Koxue leaned in closer, but Lin Xiaofan, sensing the impending approach, bellowed, "Stop. If anyone dares to take another step forward, they shall face dire consequences." Lu Koxue was taken aback by Lin Xiaofan's fierce demeanor and promptly halted his advance. Astonished by this newfound assertiveness, Lin Xiaofan understood that this was not the moment for reasoning. He needed to be resolute. Just as Lu Koxue attempted to speak, a burly man beside him restrained him with a hand. "Madam Landlord, I wonder if you would consider accompanying me. I assure you of your safety." Mo Mi Tao recognized the speaker. He was a man of some influence, a steel mill owner named Li Gang, who had previously rented his residence to be closer to her. Annoyed by his persistent advances, Mo Mi Tao had reluctantly agreed to the arrangement. To her surprise, she encountered him here. She replied, "Thank you, but no." Upon seeing Mo Mi Tao's lack of interest, Li Gang's smile vanished instantly. "If you choose to follow this young man and your so-called friends, it may not be long before you all meet your demise. There are many wild beasts out there. With me, we have strength in numbers and can fend them off." Despite his grandiose claims, Mo Mi Tao found his assurances untrustworthy. She still deemed Lin Xiaofan the more reliable option, for her instincts had never betrayed her. Noticing Mo Mi Tao's indifference, he pressed on, "Madam Landlord, are you truly intent on following this young man?" Chapter 31. Resolute in action, seeing his obstinate behavior, Mo Mi Tao hesitated to provoke him further and simply nodded. Lin Xiaofan recognized this man, having seen him before but never exchanged words. Observing him vexing Mo Mi Tao, Lin Xiaofan decided to speak plainly. "This gentleman, if she does not wish to engage with you, Why press the matter relentlessly? As he spoke, Lin Xiaofan readied himself, prepared to take action should the man choose to escalate the situation. Feeling somewhat helpless, he noted how the beautiful women beside him resembled ripe peaches, tempting the ill-intentioned to reach out and grasp them. Consider yourself fortunate, but this cannot simply be overlooked. I refuse to have made this journey in vain. What do you want? Lin Xiaofan inquired decisively, eager to ascertain their intentions. The leader of the group, a burly man, replied, "Let these 4 fish serve as compensation for my offense." He began to step forward. Lin Xiaofan intervened. On what grounds? We worked hard to catch these fish. Why should we give them to you? Fish caught by us are not to be given away freely. This is a deserted island. Li Gang hesitated for a moment. Then his gaze fell upon Mo Mi Tao, his eyes gleaming with desire. So fragrant. Might I have taste? He insinuated. Mo Mi Tao ignored him, raising her gaze slightly to the group and spotting a familiar face among them, the younger brother of a pair of siblings. Duan Ishio, affectionately nicknamed Little Fatty, stood at a modest height of 165 centimeters, weighing approximately 150 jin. He had only one arm, having lost his left in a childhood accident, and though he was 22 years old, the injury had left him somewhat slow-witted. Mo Mi Tao felt apprehensive, but could not find the words to address him, as she noticed his sister, Duan Yaki, was absent. In that moment, Little Fatty appeared dazed, contemplating approaching the landlady, but hesitating at the sight of his companions. Frozen by fear, Lin Xiaofan discerned that the men in this group were clearly eyeing Mo Mi Tao and her companions. Indeed, a deserted island reveals the essence of human nature. Listen well, please leave, or do not blame me for being uncivil. Lin Xiaofan began to usher them away. However, Li Gang showed no inclination to depart. Instead, he laughed. You crack me up. You think you're someone important? With so many of us, do you really believe we would fear just one of you? Well then, if you find it so amusing, laugh yourself to death. Su Yin interjected loudly, directly challenging Li Gang. His teeth clenched in anger at her retort. Watch your tone, girl. Be careful I don't deal with you, he warned. Su Yin refrained from further comment, realizing her misstep just as Lin Xiaofan gestured for her to remain silent. Aware that her words nearly jeopardized their safety, she chose to withdraw her remarks. Seeing their unwillingness to retreat, Lin Xiaofan conceded slightly. There are still 2 fish remaining at your feet. If you do not find them objectionable, you may take them. What do you think? How do you deal with beggars? Li Gang scoffed, disdainfully stepping on the head of a nearly dead fish. It seemed he was not an easy opponent to contend with. Lin Xiaofan discerned this truth, and he was acutely aware that he was not to be trifled with. He offered a courteous smile to the others. On a deserted island, those who failed to procure food and sought fish bore a striking resemblance to beggars. After a tense 3 seconds, Lin Xiaofan finally spoke, urging, ignore them. You all should eat the fish. Upon hearing this, Mo Mi Tao and her companions hastily indulged in the delectable grilled fish, their eyes flickering between their meal and the unfolding situation. At that moment, a menacing voice pierced the air. Hao Run, Fan Jian, bring me the fish and the woman. 2 men beside him advanced. The audacity of attempting to seize both food and women was alarming. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiaofan swiftly drew his bow and aimed an arrow at the thigh of the long-haired man, Hao Run, who was approaching. With a swift whoosh, the arrow pierced Hao Ren's thigh. Blood gushed forth, narrowly missing a grievous injury. Fan Jian halted in his tracks, intimidated. Hao Run, in agony, dropped to one knee, clutching his thigh, exclaiming, My leg! Damn it, my leg! Lin Xiaofan firmly declared, If you dare take another step forward, I will not hesitate to send you on your way. Su Yin, witnessing the scene, began to cheer, well shot. You're certainly not a good person, but if you dare approach, I shall make you regret it. You bully women, you shall not fare well. Her words tightened the hearts of the men present, while the 2 women among them could not help but smile, finding solace in the thought of someone standing up against their oppressors. Fan Jian instinctively shielded himself and retreated with the injured Hao Run. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan had already drawn his bow again, this time aiming at Li Gang. The latter felt a twinge of fear, He realized that this young man before him could easily end his life without repercussions. Everyone feared death, especially as he awaited rescue to return to his lavish life. "Ah, my young brother, let us discuss this calmly," Li Gang stammered, recognizing that his previous bravado had evaporated under the threat of the bowstring. At that moment, Reno and his group arrived, armed with clubs and knives. "Do not fear, Brother Xiaofan. I am here," Reno proclaimed loudly, having just returned from searching for water and food, only to witness Lin Xiaofan subduing their adversaries with overwhelming force. "What are you up to?" Reno demanded furiously. Li Gang's face twitched in disbelief. He had anticipated an easy target, but had encountered unexpected resistance. Did this young man have allies? "Get lost!" Lin Xiaofan shouted at Li Gang. The latter slowly retreated, leading his group away. Mo Mitao hesitated, wanted to call out to the chubby boy Duan Ishio, but the words caught in her throat. She had noticed the boy's clothes were tattered and stained with mud, undoubtedly having been used as free labor by this group. She wore a face full of concern, yet felt utterly helpless. On one hand, she feared that Lin Xiaofan might consider the plump fellow a burden. On the other, she wished to avoid any excessive entanglement with that group. Not long after they had departed, Li Gang's arrogant voice echoed back, "Kid, just wait. I will eventually take you down." Lin Xiaofan merely curled the corners of his lips into a smirk, choosing to ignore him. Observing the limping Hao Run, Lin Xiaofan shook his head. Without anti-inflammatory medication, the man would likely succumb to fever, and if he couldn't endure, he might just meet his end here. Among the departing crowd, two women frequently glanced back toward Lin Xiaofan, seemingly seeking rescue. Mo Mitao felt a twinge of compassion. After all, as a woman herself, how could she not understand? Yet, they were on a deserted island with scarce resources. That group was truly spineless, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. "Brother Xiaofan, I apologize. I went into the woods to search for a water source and have only just returned. I wasn't able to assist you," said Reinu, his tone tinged with regret. "Not a problem," Lin Xiaofan replied nonchalantly, before accepting the roasted fish that Mo Mitao offered him. "Oh, a water source?" Lin Xiaofan then inquired, "Did you find fresh water?" To this, Reinu shook his head. Lin Xiaofan let out a slow sigh. Indeed, there was no fresh water in the vicinity. Without dwelling on it further, he took another bite of the fish, relishing the meal in the blissful absence of interruptions. After a moment, Lin Xiaofan turned his gaze toward Reinu. Chapter 32. Lin Xiaofan turned to Renault and said, "You all should head back first." "All right," Renault replied, leading his team away. Lin Xiaofan then sat down, as the issue of fresh water had plagued him for the past 2 or 3 days without resolution. Mo Mitao sensed Lin Xiaofan's concerns and asked Xiaofan, "Are you worried about the possibility of running out of water?" "If it comes to that, we can manage with my." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly. "Your contribution is hardly sufficient for 4 people. We must venture out tomorrow to search for water. Once our coconuts are finished, we will only have half a bottle of water each day, which is simply inadequate for all of us." Mo Mitao let out a shy "oh." But Lin Xiaofan was moved by her spirit. She was willing to make sacrifices for the group. With no other course of action, she could only wait for Lin Xiaofan to devise a plan. As he contemplated strategies, he picked up the 2 fish and skewered them for roasting, one of which had been stepped on by Li Gang. Wasting food was not an option, especially on a deserted island. Lin Xiaofan cherished food greatly, understanding that sufficient sustenance was essential for prolonged survival. At that moment, Li Tingting, her thoughts somewhat tangled, spoke up, "Xiaofan, do you think that group will come back to harass us?" "It's possible, but they won't come at night. After all, they don't know where our campsite is." Lin Xiaofan speculated. The sky had already begun to darken, and their camp was perched atop a banyan tree over 2 meters high, surrounded by branches and leaves, likely hiding them from view. They might have a general idea of the area, but considering Renault's camp was relatively nearby, he would come if anything happened. Lin Xiaofan felt an 80% certainty that Renault would arrive. Even if he didn't, it was improbable that anyone would discover their hideout at night without a fire to signal their presence. Not everyone possessed a telescope like he did. Lin Xiaofan had already considered this potential risk. Now, with the scarcity of water resources, he was uncertain about what to do. Would 4 people survive on half a bottle of water each day? Su Yin expressed her concerns. Seeing her troubled demeanor, Lin Xiaofan reassured her. Even a full bottle wouldn't suffice for 4 people in a day. However, we can check among the other survivors for iron or glass bottles to trade for fish or coconuts. We might manage to gather an extra 2 bottles of water each day. And after 3 or 4 days, we could trade 1 bottle for food or other valuable items, which they would undoubtedly need as well. Lin Xiaofan surmised that the nearby survivors would soon be out of drinking water. The moisture from wild fruits and plants was barely a drop in the ocean. With access to fresh water, they could trade for instant noodles, canned meat, bread, and even tools. Are you certain? Mo Mitao inquired, intrigued. Then let us visit the other survivor teams tomorrow. All right. Tomorrow's tasks will be to exchange for bottles or glass containers, search for a water source, and perhaps encounter that wild boar. What? Xiaofan, you're still thinking about the wild boar? Su Yin distinctly felt that Lin Xiaofan had taken a risk. Could he not pause to contemplate? Rest assured, I have a plan. Lin Xiaofan's reasoning stemmed from his desire to eliminate all threats. The 4 of them shared 2 fish. While it may not have been a feast, it sufficed to stave off hunger. Should hunger strike, Lin Xiaofan had contingencies in place. They commenced their meal with instant noodles, which required no cooking. Equipped with a bowl and a pot, Lin Xiaofan rose and announced, I'm leaving now to rest. Mo was on duty, and it was already quite late. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the air felt somewhat humid. Do not worry. They cannot see us from 50 meters away. The women exchanged knowing glances, and Su Yin leaned in, whispering, Tonight, the eldest sister is on duty. Let us see how many abs she has. Their laughter erupted, only to be met with Lin Xiaofan's stern reminder to keep their voices down. The 3 women promptly lowered their volume and followed him as visibility diminished in the night. Approaching the banyan tree, they could barely discern its shadow from 50 meters away. At that moment, Mo Mitao realized Lin Xiaofan's words were astutely accurate. Without firelight, one truly could not see or feel anything at that distance. However, she was perplexed by his mention of humid air, feeling only a slight chill without noticing anything unusual about the atmosphere. Lin Xiaofan ascended first, then lowered the wooden ladder. Once everyone was up, he stowed the bowl and pot before pulling the ladder up. Lin Xiaofan, do you think the wild boars will disturb us? Su Yin inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. Highly unlikely. After all, they cannot reach us, Lin Xiaofan replied confidently, believing the wild boars would retreat. All right, let us get some rest. We have much to attend to tomorrow. Survival has only just commenced. What do you mean by that? What was all that we endured in the previous days? Su Yin detected an underlying message in Lin Xiaofan's words. She struggled to comprehend. Survival entails confronting numerous challenges. What they had gone through was merely a warm-up. Now, having clashed with 2 groups, they were truly at the beginning of their ordeal. They needed to conserve their energy, for they would inevitably be discovered, forcing them into the forest. Upon hearing the mention of the unknown forest, the women felt a shiver run down their spines. Wolves, wild boars, snakes, and unsavory individuals lurked nearby, not to mention the myriad dangers within the forest. Who knows how many threats awaited them? They might even encounter a mountain eagle, or, worse yet, wild men. The thought sent goosebumps cascading over Mo Mitao. She was genuinely terrified. Yet, the scarcity of water left them with no alternative. Let us sleep. Do not dwell on it too much. Those who are destined to survive will find a way. Lin Xiaofan reassured them before lying down. Su Yin and Li Tingting followed suit. Mo, if you find yourself bored, take the binoculars and survey the surroundings, reporting any findings to me by morning. I need to analyze the situation, and you can rest once dawn breaks. Lin Xiaofan instructed Mo Mitao, concerned she might doze off and overlook any impending dangers. Understood. Montak Mitao replied. Subsequently, she retrieved a pair of binoculars from the branches. Through the lenses, Mo Mitao observed that aside from the Reno team, there remained only 2 clusters of survivors a kilometer away. The other 2 or 3 teams had vanished without a trace. She surmised that the others must have ventured into the forest in search of water, depleted of resources. A faint smile graced her lips. Indeed, It aligned closely with what Lin Xiaofan had mentioned, that those 2 or 3 teams had ventured forth to scout the terrain. This realization provided her with a sense of safety. In contemplating this, Imo Mitao found Lin Xiaofan quite clever. She also felt fortunate that he was an ally. Had he been an adversary, she feared that even 10 of her could hardly escape his clutches. As midnight approached, the group succumbed to slumber, their breaths steady and rhythmic. At that moment, a flicker of delight surged within Mo Mitao as she glanced at Lin Xiaofan. A thought blossomed in her mind. Yes, she wished to glimpse Lin Xiaofan's abdominal muscles. Gently, she lowered the binoculars and leaned towards him, her heart fluttering with a mix of shyness and trepidation. With utmost caution, she slowly lifted the fabric of his shirt. Drawing closer for an intimate view, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Indeed, 6 distinct abs revealed themselves. As her gaze descended, she noticed his belt, which led her to speculate whether it concealed a 7th and 8th. Yet whether there were 6 or 8, she could not ascertain at that moment. Perhaps only in the future, as Lin Xiaofan's girlfriend, would she have the privilege to discover the truth. Just as she prepared to gently lower the shirt, an unexpected occurrence unfolded, leaving her both frightened and flushed. Chapter 33. Oh, Lin Xiaofan. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan suddenly rolled over. Mo Mitao instinctively recoiled, and at that instant, she felt something brush against her face, startling her. Upon realizing what it was, her heart inexplicably began to race. She had never anticipated that Lin Xiaofan would turn over so abruptly, nor could she fathom how impetuous he truly was. Fearing detection, Mo Mitao hastily picked up the binoculars that lay beside her and began to survey her surroundings once more. Through the lenses, she glimpsed something that sent a shiver through her heart. Although it was indistinct, about 3 or 4 kilometers away, she discerned a serpentine form coiling around the trunk of a tree. The sinuous shape made her immediately conclude that it was a python. Even in the dim light, she could sense its considerable girth, at least the size of a water barrel. Mo Mitao dared not speculate further. Perhaps some trees were uniquely shaped, growing in a twisted manner? Without lingering on those thoughts, she refrained from looking any longer. She gently patted her ample bosom, a gesture meant to calm her nerves. After all, having never encountered such a sight, she was reluctant to believe it. Only when dawn began to break did she finally lie down to sleep. Lin Xiaofan, an early riser, awoke soon after. After a short while, he retrieved the binoculars again, directing his gaze towards the coastline and the adjacent woods, hoping to ascertain whether that group of individuals would appear. This was a concern weighing heavily on his mind. Fortunately, he did not spot them. With a light leap, Lin Xiaofan landed on the ground. He approached a nearby tree, scanning the area and inspecting the branches above. Once assured of his safety, he proceeded to relieve himself. However, just as he finished, a few drops of rain began to fall from the sky. This undeniably kindled a flicker of hope within him. Rainwater indicated the presence of a water source. Perhaps the heavens had finally opened their eyes. Lin Xiaofan was aware that rainwater could contain harmful substances. Yet he felt no apprehension. With fire and an iron pot at his disposal, he could simply boil the rainwater to make it drinkable. The only regret he harbored was the lack of a larger container to collect the water. He had also forgotten to bring his suitcase meant for carrying clothes. Being caught in the rain was detrimental to one's health, and he feared he might fall ill. Thus, he hurried back to the banyan tree. At this time, Mo Mitao and her companions had also awakened. Despite the banyan tree's lush canopy, there were still small gaps that allowed the rain to seep through, waking everyone as the droplets fell upon them. "It's raining," Mo Mitao called out to Lin Xiaofan beneath the tree. "Yes, the heavens have blessed us with water," Lin Xiaofan replied, glancing at the several instant noodle containers and 2 mineral water bottles, a smile spreading across his face. Originally, there had been 5 bottles, one for water, one for salt, and another designated for a seawater desalination device. Now only 2 remained, which Lin Xiaofan had placed near the banyan tree specifically to collect rainwater. At last, it was truly raining. Fortunately, there was no thunder. Otherwise, Lin Xiaofan would have urged a few people to descend quickly and leave the banyan tree, as lightning striking trees is not an uncommon occurrence. Thus, on rainy days, it is unwise to seek shelter beneath trees. Upon hearing Lin Xiaofan's remarks, Mo Mitao's face radiated with a charming smile, possessing a certain allure. Noticing the absence of thunder, Lin Xiaofan climbed up as well. Just as he settled down, he observed that the foremost Mo Mitao had gotten part of her clothing wet, with droplets of rain adorning her attire. When Mo Mitao caught sight of Lin Xiaofan, she instinctively covered herself and exclaimed, "What are you staring at, Xiaofan? Be careful, or I shall gouge out your eyes." Su Yin could not help but respond fiercely upon witnessing this. Lin Xiaofan merely smiled lightly. "Well, the heavens have granted us this opportunity. It was not my intention." He couldn't help but reflect on Su Yan's sharp tongue. "This weather is quite peculiar. It has been raining since early morning, leaving my clothes thoroughly soaked," Li Tingting remarked, visibly irritated, as she tugged at her clothing in an attempt to shake off some of the water. Lin Xiaofan found himself at a loss for words. Did Li Tingting not realize that shaking off rainwater now was futile? Setting aside such thoughts, he inquired of Mo Mitao whether anything unusual had occurred the previous night. Mo Mitao recounted everything she had witnessed to Lin Xiaofan. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan's heart sank. It seemed this deserted island was far more intricate and perilous than they had anticipated. "What shall we do now?" Su Yang questioned. "If we venture into the forest, we must remain vigilant," Lin Xiaofan replied, exhaling slightly. The rain continued to fall, with droplets occasionally cascading down their faces and necks. Fortunately, the rain was not heavy. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly resemble drenched chickens. Perhaps the scenery would have been even more captivating then. "Once the rain subsides, we shall retrieve your spare clothing so you can change and avoid catching a cold," Lin Xiaofan suggested, genuinely concerned that someone might fall ill, for he had yet to discover any herbs on the island capable of reducing fever. "What about you? Your spare outfit hanging on the branches is also drenched." Mo Mitao expressed her concern. This small gesture of care made Lin Xiaofan feel that Aunt Mo genuinely worried for him. He reassured her, "Do not fret. A little rain cannot harm me. I am quite robust." "Indeed, quite strong," Mo Mitao quietly remarked, shyly glancing at Su Yin and Li Tingting. Lin Xiaofan observed this scene and asked, "How do you know that, Aunt Mo?" Before he could finish, Mo Mitao quickly interrupted, shaking her head, "No, no. How could that be? You were a soldier, doing push-ups and sit-ups every day, so of course you would be strong." Yet her flushed cheeks betrayed her. "Yes, yes. The elder sister is right," Su Yin chimed in. Lin Xiaofan paid no heed. As long as they meant him no harm, that was sufficient. Thankfully, the characters of Aunt Mo and the others were commendable, and since they were acquaintances, Lin Xiaofan felt secure enough to sleep soundly beside them. "Turn around," he instructed. As Lin Xiaofan observed the rain was nearing its end, she spoke up. "What is it?" Su Yin inquired with curiosity. Lin Xiaofan shot her a glance, stating, "I need to wring out my shirt before putting it back on." At this moment, her shirt was nearly soaked through. Upon hearing this, the three women reluctantly turned away, their movements somewhat sluggish, their eyes furtively glancing back at Lin Xiaofan. Aware of their little thoughts, Lin Xiaofan quickly averted her gaze. "Oh," the three women hesitantly managed to utter. Observing them turn around, Lin Xiaofan swiftly removed her shirt, wrung it out with vigor, and then donned it again. Even though she was quite sturdy and possessed good physical fitness, it was prudent to guard against catching a cold. "All right, let's go," she declared. "The rain has stopped. We should retrieve our luggage." After saying this, Lin Xiaofan lowered the ladder, allowing Mo Mitao and the others to descend first, before she pulled up the ladder and leapt down herself. Subsequently, the group traversed the desolate coastline, heading towards the spot where they had changed clothes and hidden their luggage 2 days prior. Lin Xiaofan promptly retrieved the suitcase. "Hurry and change. We mustn't catch a cold." Here, Su Yin twisted her little head, scanning the surroundings. Chapter 34. Digging a pit for the wild boar. She somewhat misunderstood Lin Xiaofan's intentions. "Well, I didn't say it was here. You should be over there in the bushes." The others remained silent, each retrieving their own garments. Even while standing, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Their clothes were perfumed. "No peeking. Su Yin shot Lin Xiaofan a glare while retreating towards the nearby thicket. Mo Mi Tao and Li Tingting followed suit. Lin Xiaofan glanced at them briefly before decisively turning away, presenting his back to them. At that moment, he overheard their hushed murmurs. "Hey, this guy really is just talk," one remarked. "Isn't that what you said?" Another chimed in. "Exactly, but Lin Xiaofan seems rather gentlemanly. You would have a crush on him, would you?" "Hey, stop joking around, you two." The group engaged in light banter about Lin Xiaofan while donning their clothes. However, for Lin Xiaofan, whose hearing was exceptionally acute, their words were distinctly audible despite the distance. "Hey, how many abs does he have?" one asked. "6. But I suspect he has 8, came the reply. 8? So there are still 2 hidden? Those 2 are probably covered by his belt. True. Those who train are indeed different. He might really have 8. All right, enough already. Oh dear, look at you blushing. You really do like that guy. What nonsense. I don't. Anyway, stop talking and hurry up. Once the sun is out, we can hang our clothes to dry." After adjusting their hems, they emerged from the bushes. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofan turn away from them, they couldn't help but smile. This scene further elevated their fondness for him. Unfortunately, Lin Xiaofan was aware they had come out, and he turned around to remark, "What's there to feel sorry about?" Su Yin laughed in response. "Oh, it's nothing," Lin Xiaofan said. "Let us go." Mo Mi Tao shyly took a few steps forward. Lin Xiaofan then picked up the large suitcase, feeling a tinge of regret at its size. "If only I could use this to collect rainwater, I could gather fresh water for several days." Upon returning to the banyan tree, Lin Xiaofan set down the suitcase and retrieved 2 water bottles and 4 instant noodle containers. Looking at the ample supply of water, they all shared knowing smiles. With this rainwater, as long as it was boiled, it would be drinkable, allowing them to endure for a few more days. It was then that Lin Xiaofan resolved to embark on his hunting endeavor. His primary target was to investigate the wild boar. He intended to present them with a grand offering, one that required several fish as an accompaniment. Lin Xiaofan promptly made arrangements. First, he would catch fish and, after satisfying their hunger, take several fish along to scout the wild boar's nest. The women were all quite eager, perhaps driven by hunger, as they spread their clothes on the sandy ground and began to search for fish spears. Witnessing their industriousness, Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but reflect that they truly were splendid teammates. He then made his way towards the nearby thicket, as the firewood was insufficient and needed replenishing. Time passed inexorably. Meanwhile, the 4 by the riverbank were joyfully feasting on roasted fish, while some were even drying clothes by the fire, which were not thoroughly soaked and quickly dried. "Ah, Lin Xiaofan, why haven't those wolves appeared?" Lin Xiaofan pondered for a moment before responding. "Perhaps they're not concerned about food. Do you wish to encounter them?" No, I certainly do not," Su Yin replied, still quite fearful of wolves. Once the last of the 4 fish were grilled, Lin Xiaofan distributed 1 to each person, not for their consumption, but for another purpose. At that moment, Mo Mi Tao hesitantly spoke, "Xiaofan." Lin Xiaofan immediately grasped her intention. Helping Aunt Mo now would mean that they could all venture into the forest together later. Having prepared everything, Lin Xiaofan led Mo Mi Tao and the others onward. Before long, they arrived near the wild boar den. Lin Xiaofan swiftly identified a likely path for the boars and rolled up his sleeves to begin digging a pit. Mo Mi Tao and the others squatted down to assist him. "Xiaofan, are you making a trap? Will it really catch a wild boar?" Mo Mi Tao inquired, using a stick to pry at the soil. She was concerned that wild boars were large and could likely escape if they fell in, and even if they could not, capturing them would be difficult. The other 2 women echoed her skepticism. Hearing this, Lin Xiaofan raised his gaze slightly towards Mo Mi Tao and reassured her, "Do not worry. If a wild boar falls in, it will surely be injured, and we will finish it off." "How deep must you dig for the boar to be harmed?" Su Yin asked, her tone laced with doubt. "This is something you will soon understand. Just keep digging," he urged, and the group worked with renewed vigor. Lin Xiaofan sensed the intoxicating aroma of 3 different scents growing stronger, likely due to the exertion causing the women to emit their natural fragrances, which wafted into his nostrils. Unconsciously, he glanced at Mo Mi Tao and the others, feeling his heart race. The scenery was enchanting, yet he quickly buried his head again to continue digging. After half an hour, They finally completed a pit that was 1 meter deep and wide. Lin Xiaofan was slightly out of breath, and when he looked at the women, he noticed beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, their garments dampened to varying degrees. After a brief pause, Lin Xiaofan moved to the other side to start digging a second pit, which was also a location abundant with boar tracks. This proved to be a more arduous task. The second large pit took nearly an hour to finish. What do we do next? Su Yin asked, wiping the sweat from her brow. Next, we need to find some branches and sharpen them, Lin Xiaofan replied as he set off. Xiaofan, how are you so adept at this? You seem like a survival master, Imom Mitao remarked, beginning to feel that Lin Xiaofan possessed an impressive breadth of knowledge. Lin Xiaofan simply responded softly, I have learned. Upon finishing her words, Lin Xiaofan began to search for suitable branches in the vicinity, subsequently sharpening them to create pointed barbs. Gradually, the other women began to comprehend the situation. Lin Xiaofan explained that the wild boar would inevitably sustain injuries from the barbs when it fell into the pit. He then placed the meticulously crafted barbs densely at the bottom of the pit, completing a flawless trap. Gazing at his masterpiece, Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of pride within, imagining that soon the wild boar would emerge to forage, allowing him to receive the carefully prepared gift. Come, help me find some grass. He instructed Imom Mitao and the others to gather fresh grass nearby, while he himself sought out slender twigs. Lin Xiaofan placed the delicate branches atop the pit and then covered them with the fresh grass collected by Imom Mitao and her companions. Finally, he gently laid a fish on top. Thus, the trap was truly completed, and now all that remained was to wait for the wild boar to fall for the ruse. Using the same method, he constructed another identical trap nearby. After surveying the two traps, which were not far apart, Lin Xiaofan clapped his hands and said to Imom Mitao and the others, let us hide nearby. Once the wild boar falls in, we shall rush forward to strike it. As he spoke, his gaze swept the surroundings. How cruel! Su Yin thought of the scene where the wild boar would be brutally killed. Lin Xiaofan shot her a glance and remarked, what? Miss Su, you call this cruel? You nearly exploded that Gushan K. You didn't find that cruel at all. That was self-defense. Otherwise, I would have been at the mercy of that scoundrel. Thus, in this context, mercy is a jest with one's own life. Just consider how wolves and wild boars can eat humans, and you will no longer view our hunting of wild boars as cruel. With that, Lin Xiaofan moved towards a nearby thicket, as this position afforded a clear view of the two traps. After hearing Lin Xiaofan's earlier words, Su Yin lowered her head, evidently acknowledging the validity of his statements. At that moment, Imom Mitao approached Su Yin, placing a hand on her shoulder. Su Yin, Xiaofan is right. We must survive, and that necessitates eliminating threats to our existence. Su Yin nodded in agreement. The three of them exchanged a few more words before following suit. Lin Xiaofan asked Imom Mitao to bring him a cue stick, striking the grass a few times before entering it. He crouched down, adopting a position of concealment, intently observing the two traps. Today, he was determined to capture a wild boar. If he did not consume it, he might find himself on the menu someday, especially since he had encountered others with designs on hunting wild boar the previous day. Therefore, he would take initiative, lest there be no wild boar left in a short while. Lin Xiaofan set his wooden bow aside and retrieved a wooden arrow, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Imom Mitao and the others imitated him, crouching beside Lin Xiaofan. Despite this, their hearts were tinged with apprehension, uncertain if they would truly succeed in capturing a wild boar. Lin Xiaofan glanced at the nearby branches and fresh grass, his heart suddenly leaping with joy as an idea struck him, one that would enhance safety during exploration, water sourcing, and even in encounters with foes. It seems they are indeed coming. Li Tingting interrupted Lin Xiaofan's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan's gaze immediately sharpened as he turned to behold the wild boar striding forward with a bold and imposing gait. Chapter 35 Farewell to the chubby boy. Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath and slowly sat up, retrieving 4 wooden arrows from his back, meticulously arranging them beside him. He then gradually drew his bow, aiming the arrowhead at the wild boar before him. The creature appeared relatively small, weighing perhaps a little over 100 pounds. whereas it is not uncommon for wild boars to weigh between 2 to 300 pounds. At this juncture, Lin Xiaofan devised a contingency plan. Should the wild boar show no interest in the roasted fish and venture closer, he would release all 5 arrows in rapid succession and then seize his axe to fell the beast. As the wild boar approached the trap, a sudden voice emerged from the nearby thicket. "Sister, where are you?" "Sister." The sound of a human voice caused the wild boar to retreat rather than advance. Lin Xiaofan struck the ground in frustration, lamenting what could have been. "Let's investigate over there. I wonder who is searching for their sister." At this moment, Mo Mitao interjected, "I believe I know who it is. I recognize that voice." Lin Xiaofan, somewhat puzzled, refrained from asking further questions and followed the direction of the voice. They heard someone continue to call for sister, likely searching for a lost sibling. After walking 200 or 300 meters into the woods, they spotted a one-armed chubby boy approaching, glancing around in search of something. Lin Xiaofan recognized this boy. He appeared youthful, perhaps a year or two younger than himself, with a somewhat simple demeanor that suggested no ill intent. This was indeed the chubby boy from the group they had encountered the previous evening. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofan and his companions, the boy ceased his calls and turned his attention to Mo Mitao. "Chubby boy, Auntie," they greeted each other. Just as Mo Mitao was about to approach him to inquire about the situation, a cacophony of voices erupted from behind the chubby boy. "Kid, what are you doing here?" A group of people emerged, calling for Duan Ishio. It was none other than Li Gang and his entourage. Lin Xiaofan immediately grew vigilant, readying himself to draw his bow once more. Li Gang, barely 20 meters away, glared menacingly at Lin Xiaofan. Truly, fate had conspired to bring them face to face once more. Ignoring Li Gang, Lin Xiaofan surveyed the rest of the group, noting the absence of Hao Run, likely injured and left behind at their camp, or worse, having met his demise. Regardless, Lin Xiaofan had already subdued them with a single arrow the previous day. Seeing that Lin Xiaofan remained silent, Li Gang tugged at Duan Ishio, threateningly stating, "Kid, behave yourself, or you'll starve to death." Duan Ishio's expression revealed his distress. It was evident he was merely a pawn among this group, with little to no food to sustain him. Witnessing this, Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of disdain. He harbored a deep aversion for those who resorted to threats and intimidation. Mo Mitao, too, was filled with concern, for the chubby boy was one of her tenants and a pitiable soul at that. Lin Xiaofan scrutinized the group before him, noting that there were only 13 individuals present, suggesting that a few had remained behind at the camp. To Lin Xiaofan's astonishment, among the group there was an individual carrying a rudimentary bow and arrow. He could discern that the bow and arrow were hastily crafted, lacking any significant power, likely incapable of even taking down a wild chicken. Lin Xiaofan understood that such a makeshift weapon could only be the creation of an amateur. In the crowd, someone addressed Duan Ishio, stating, "Your sister has gone missing. She is unlikely to be found." "You speak nonsense. My sister is alive, and I will search for her," Duan Ishio retorted, his eyes gradually glistening with unshed tears. Mo Mitao hesitated, at a loss for words, silently observing the unfolding events. Hearing the chubby boy express his desire to find his sister stirred Lin Xiaofan's sympathy. Previously, he had encountered the boy, but had exchanged only a few words. Now, he saw him as a child who had lost his sister. It was essential to realize that becoming separated on this desolate island was akin to being lost between life and death, with no knowledge of one's fate. At that moment, amidst the tense standoff, the chubby boy turned to Lin Xiaofan and his group, asking, "Have you seen my sister?" Although his mind was somewhat unhinged, he had not yet reached a state of complete insanity. Upon hearing his inquiry, Lin Xiaofan and the others slowly shook their heads, confirming that they had indeed not seen his sister in recent days. Upon receiving their response, tears streamed down Duan Ishio's face. The absence of his sister, with whom he had shared a deep bond, would sadden anyone profoundly. Meanwhile, Lu Koshue, ignoring Duan Ishio's distress, directed his gaze at the women beside Lin Xiaofan, who had just changed back into their alluring clothes, drawing the attention of all. "Hey, Lin Xiaofan, do you truly intend to keep all the attention to yourself? I have treated you well," Lu Koshue remarked, provoking a surge of anger within Lin Xiaofan. He had already drawn his bow, aiming it directly at Lu Koshue. The true nature of Lu Koshue had been vividly revealed on this island. Any woman who fell into his clutches would undoubtedly suffer, even if confronted by a stranger. Lin Xiaofan felt compelled to intervene without hesitation. All right, I won't say anything more. Lu Koshue relented, clearly intimidated, having witnessed Lin Xiaofan's skill with a bow. The unfortunate Hao Run was a testament to Lin Xiaofan's prowess, now barely clinging to life. Lin Xiaofan's gaze sharpened as he pulled back the bowstring, releasing the arrow aimed at Lu Koshue. In that fleeting moment, Lu Koshue was overcome by the chilling sensation of impending death, causing him to lose control. The chubby boy behind him widened his eyes in shock. The arrow flew past him with such speed that he had no time to evade it. In an instant, it struck a black, poisonous snake pinned against the trunk of a tree behind him. Lu Koshue collapsed to the ground, his pants noticeably dampened. Clearly, he had been so frightened by the thought that Lin Xiaofan intended to take his life that he had soiled himself. The group, initially terrified, turned to see where the arrow had landed, discovering it had impaled a black snake against the tree trunk, which stood perilously close to them. They mistakenly believed Lin Xiaofan had saved them, feeling an unexpected surge of gratitude. In truth, Lin Xiaofan was simply rescuing the chubby boy, as the snake was closest to him. If that venomous serpent were not dealt with, the chubby boy would surely be bitten. It is essential to understand the gravity of being bitten by a poisonous snake on a deserted island. It signifies an ominous encounter with death. If they did not depart soon, the next arrow would surely find its mark among them. Upon hearing Lin Xiaofan's words, Lu, despite his trembling legs, forced himself to crawl backward, merging into the crowd. Li Gang, witnessing this, muttered a curse, calling him an old fool, and demanded the bow, an arrow from a nearby individual. Just as that person attempted to retrieve the weapon from his back, Lin Xiaofan swiftly aimed at him. Do not move. Any further motion will result in your demise. Although the bow and arrow lacked substantial power, the proximity rendered it a potential threat to the nearby women. Even the slightest injury could prove disastrous. Hence, Lin Xiaofan intervened. Seeing the bow aimed at him, the individual abruptly halted his actions, unwilling to share the fate of Hao Run. Realizing he could no longer compete with the young man before him, and recognizing the bow's ineffectiveness, Li Gang resolved to withdraw with his companions. Naturally, he intended to drag the chubby boy along, for to them, he represented an invaluable asset, a natural labor they could not afford to lose. As they gradually retreated, Lin Xiaofan finally exhaled in relief and stepped forward, intent on extracting the arrow. Suddenly, the snake lunged forward with ferocity. Chapter 36. The escaped wild boar. Just as Lin Xiaofan withdrew the arrow, the once immobile serpent suddenly lunged forward. A shiver coursed through Lin Xiaofan's heart, yet he quickly regained his composure. Be cautious, Xiaofan, Mo Mitao warned, her voice laced with concern as she observed the snake still writhing in its death throes. Lin Xiaofan's gaze sharpened. The arrowhead had lodged itself 10 centimeters below the snake's head. Even if it were not entirely lifeless, it could not reach him. How audacious of you to feign death. Attempting a final struggle, Lin Xiaofan mused, glancing at the serpent. With a powerful leap, he executed a spinning kick, crushing the snake's head with a single blow, causing a tree, thicker than a thigh, to sway alarmingly. The three women watched in astonishment. Impressive, Xiaofan, Su Yin remarked, clearly taken aback by Lin Xiaofan's unexpected prowess. At that moment, both Mo Mitao and Li Tingting raised their thumbs in admiration. Once the snake lay lifeless, Lin Xiaofan extracted the arrow, and the black serpent fell to the ground. Were you not afraid of being bitten just now? Mo Mitao inquired. Lin Xiaofan smiled gently. My boots ensure that it cannot reach me. He had noted that the snake could only extend 10 centimeters, while his boots measured approximately 20 centimeters from sole to top. Even if he had not kicked it, it would be unable to bite his feet. Otherwise, he would not have dared to undertake such a perilous action. Glancing at the utterly defeated serpent, an idea struck Lin Xiaofan, and he picked it up. What are you doing? Mo Mitao asked, puzzled. I recall that wild boars feast on snakes, as they are their natural adversaries, Lin Xiaofan elucidated. Indeed, snakes tremble at the sight of wild boars, for their thick hides are impervious to snake fangs. What do you intend to do with that snake? Su Yin inquired, intrigued. Of course, it shall serve as bait. Perhaps the wild boar prefers snakes over fish, he replied, stowing the dead serpent in his pocket. Let us return and continue our vigil for the wild boar. The earlier commotion caused by the chubby one had frightened the boar away, necessitating a fresh stakeout. As they walked, Lin Xiaofan noticed an unusual sight: several small creatures, including butterflies and rabbits, and even a deer, were making their way toward them. However, upon spotting Lin Xiaofan and his companions, they quickly veered off course. After a considerable while, they returned to the trap they had previously set. Lin Xiaofan retrieved one of the fish from the top of the pit and handed it to Mo Mitao, while he gently placed the dead snake atop the trap. This. Mo Mitao lifted the fish and waved it before her eyes. Lin Xiaofan understood her implication and replied with a soft smile. It's fine. It's not dirty. Let us share it for dinner. With that, he walked toward the thicket, and Mo Mitao followed with the fish in hand. The four of them crouched amidst the grass, their eyes fixed on the two traps not far away, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the wild boar. Perhaps feeling parched, Mo Mitao retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her pocket. Several individuals sipped water while sharing 3 roasted fish. Observing Mo Mitao's demeanor over the past couple of days, Lin Xiaofan could no longer restrain her curiosity. Mo, do you seem troubled? Your mood hasn't appeared very bright lately. After taking a sip of water, Mo Mitao slowly replied, I'm not sure. Ever since I saw that little chubby boy, I feel a sense of sorrow for him. His sister has gone missing, right? Lin Xiaofan nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, Mo Mitao continued. He must be feeling quite distressed, considering the bond he shares with his sister. Oh, could you tell me more about this little chubby boy? Lin Xiaofan inquired, eager to understand Mo Mitao's concern for the siblings. According to his sister, Duanyaki, he suffered a car accident a couple of years ago, resulting in the loss of his left arm and some cognitive impairment. He seems a bit out of sorts. With this revelation, Lin Xiaofan finally comprehended why the boy appeared somewhat dazed. Mo, do not worry. Fortune favors the brave. He is likely safe, but his sister's fate remains uncertain. Mo Mitao nodded, expressing her sympathy. Indeed, I find their situation quite tragic. Oh, dear sister, there are even graver misfortunes. Just a few days ago, we witnessed someone being killed by a wolf. That is true tragedy, Su Yin recalled, her mind drifting back to the first night beneath the banyan tree when she saw a member of the Reno team fall victim to a wolf attack. I think I understand Aunt Mo's intentions. She wishes to bring the little chubby boy into our team, Lin Xiaofan remarked, glancing at Mo Mitao, who began to look more cheerful and nodded in agreement. Is that acceptable, Xiaofan? It is feasible, provided he is not a burden. However, the current situation with Lu Koshue and his group indicates that they will not easily relinquish someone so useful to them. Wouldn't it be better if we want to rescue him? Li Tingting interjected, feeling a swell of compassion for the boy. Li Tingting, your thoughts are rather simplistic. We do not know the location of their camp. Rushing in could be perilous. You've seen they possess bows and arrows. While their range may not match mine, they could still inflict harm if we approach recklessly. It's not that we refuse to help, but we must first ascertain their camp's layout. I would prefer to enhance my bow's power for greater assurance. Your reasoning is sound. I was too hasty. I thought you had decided against augmenting our numbers. Mo Mitao sighed in relief. Lin Xiaofan cast her a glance before asserting, we must indeed bolster our ranks. Otherwise, how can we contend with 2 groups? We have already offended both the Gushandiao and Lu Koshue factions shortly after our arrival on this desolate island. We are yet unaware of how they might retaliate against us. The 3 women paused, taken aback by the implications of their predicament. They, 3 beautiful women, were under scrutiny from 2 rival factions, becoming objects of contention. Shoo, Lin Xiaofan whispered, gesturing toward the front. At that moment, a wild boar approached, its identity uncertain. The 4 of them remained still, their eyes fixed in anticipation, waiting for the boar to step closer. Soon, enticed by the dead snake, the wild boar indeed ventured nearer. Indeed, wild boars seem to have an affinity for consuming snakes, indicating that such delicacies are not uncommon for them. Just as it was about to snap up the lifeless serpent, the ground beneath it gave way. A small branch snapped, causing the wild boar to tumble down, emitting a startled grunt. Success! Lin Xiaofan immediately dashed towards the creature. However, to his astonishment, midway through his pursuit, the wild boar, despite its injury, bolted away. Clearly, the pit had not been excavated deeply enough. The fleeing boar veered unexpectedly in a different direction, one that did not lead to its den. Could it be sacrificing itself for the safety of its kin? Perhaps it had sensed danger and wished to avoid bringing it back to its group. Blood dripped from its wounds as it fled. Observing this, Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, "Let us follow it." No sooner had he spoken than he sprinted after the wild boar, with Mo Mitao and the others closely behind. For Lin Xiaofan, having finally cornered the wild boar, now wounded, there was no way he would let it escape. He intended to utilize its sinews for bowstrings. He fixated on the wild boar, which was not far ahead. To his surprise, the boar seemed to gain speed. Lin Xiaofan quickened his pace accordingly. As the distance between them increased, he contemplated shooting an arrow at the creature. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air from a distance, aimed at the injured wild boar. Were there others? That was Lin Xiaofan's first thought. Chapter 37. A hair-raising scene. Lin Xiaofan quickly came to a halt, urging the few individuals who had just reached his side to hide. Although they were initially bewildered, they complied obediently and concealed themselves nearby. Lin Xiaofan crouched down, his gaze sweeping in the direction the wild boar had fled. Who could it be? Perhaps other survivors? Or was it Lu Koshue or Gu Shandiao and his cohort? A multitude of thoughts surged through Lin Xiaofan's mind. This sudden turn of events had caught him completely off guard. Gently parting the underbrush, he peered through the gaps and noticed that several arrows were embedded in the wild boar, while a wild man stood nearby, wielding a log as thick as his arm and striking the creature's head. Lin Xiaofan observed the three wild men, clad in garments of animal fur, their skin a deep shade of brown, with serpent-like patterns adorning their foreheads. Cannibals? Lin Xiaofan's eyes narrowed as he fixated on the wild men not far away. The women beside him covered their mouths in shock. Having recognized they were not modern humans, they speculated that they were indeed the fabled cannibals. Too frightened to utter a sound, the three wild men murmured amongst themselves, leaving one in place while the other two moved towards the sides. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that they had discovered his group? With this thought in mind, Lin Xiaofan turned to the tightly clustered Mo Mitao and whispered, lie down, and spread out in different directions. He was the first to lower himself to the ground. Mo Mitao and the others, upon hearing his instructions, followed suit and positioned themselves in various directions. Their heartbeats quickened to varying degrees, Lin Xiaofan included. The weight of worry pressed against his chest, intensifying the thudding of his heart. His face felt slightly flushed. He surmised that the two wild men might come over to investigate. Xiaofan, what are we doing? Have the wild men left? Mo Mitao whispered softly. Lin Xiaofan replied in a hushed tone, not yet. Everyone stay quiet. At his words, Mo Mitao's heart raced even more, as if it might leap from her chest. At that moment, the two wild men roamed about, observing their surroundings. Finding nothing amiss, they proceeded towards the nearby woods. Lin Xiaofan exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet his focus remained on the wild man guarding the boar, who had not departed. Lin Xiaofan lamented internally, thinking it was over. The boar would likely be taken away. Alas, a cooked duck had flown away. He anticipated encountering wild men. How could these individuals be hunting here? Recalling the earlier sight of animals moving towards the forest's edge, Lin Xiaofan speculated that the wild men must have been chasing prey. Just as Lin Xiaofan pulled his thoughts back, he caught sight of two wild men carrying a man emerging from the opposite side. Startled by this scene, Lin Xiaofan whispered urgently, Animo, you three, move over here. Upon hearing his command, Mo Mitao and the others shifted their positions, inching closer to Lin Xiaofan, their gazes aligning with his. In that moment, they all beheld the two wild men transporting a person towards the wild man waiting at their original spot. Upon catching sight of that individual's face, Mo Mitao felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, for he was a survivor and one of her tenants. It was a disheartening fate indeed. Although they were separated by a distance of 70 or 80 meters, the group could still discern the man being carried out, pierced by several arrows, his garments stained crimson with blood, clearly lifeless. The wild men had evidently taken him as prey to be hunted down. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiaofan and the others were inexplicably filled with dread. They were fortunate to have evaded detection, for the danger posed by such a discovery was immense. It was now confirmed that those individuals belonged to a tribe of cannibals. The two wild men casually tossed the corpse aside, treating it as one would discard a dead dog. Subsequently, the three approached the man, stripping him of his clothing and extracting the arrows from his body. Mo Mitao and Li Tingting instinctively closed their eyes, while Su Yan remained wide-eyed, seemingly transfixed by the spectacle. Lin Xiaofan, however, focused intently on their actions. One particularly robust wild man picked up the clothing, sniffed it, and then cast it aside. He then turned his attention to the lifeless man on the ground, lifting his arm to his nose and inhaling deeply, as if savoring the scent of a deceased survivor as one might appreciate a delicacy. Moments later, the wild man surprisingly retrieved a bone knife from his waist, which bore a striking resemblance to something fashioned from human bones. He proceeded to manipulate the corpse with the knife, and before long, he grasped a small clump of flesh and stuffed it into his mouth. At this sight, Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow in dismay. The women nearby swallowed hard, nearly retching, yet they understood the necessity of maintaining silence, pressing their hands firmly against their mouths. Even though their eyes grew moist with tears, they dared not utter a sound. This horrifying scene instilled fear even in Lin Xiaofan, a man of considerable stature. It was now indisputable that they were indeed dealing with cannibals. Yet, Lin Xiaofan remained curious about the serpentine patterns on their foreheads. Did they perhaps worship serpents? At that moment, the other two wild men also stuffed pieces of bloody, viscous matter into their mouths, just as one might anticipate their gruesome feast to continue. They unexpectedly halted their cutting and turned their gaze toward a nearby wild boar. One of the wild men stood up and kicked the lifeless boar twice, as if suddenly finding it unappetizing. After muttering a few words, the largest wild man picked up his arrows and headed south, toward the center of the desolate island. The two wild men behind him each took hold of a limb of the deceased survivor, following in the wake of the strongest among them. This bewildered Lin Xiaofan. They were abandoning the wild boar? He had expected them to carry it along as well. To his surprise, they opted not to, a decision that seemed almost effortless. A flicker of joy sparked within Lin Xiaofan. However, at that moment, Mo Mitao and the others could no longer suppress their nausea. "Keep it down," Lin Xiaofan cautioned, fearing their retching might alert the wild men who had not strayed far. Upon hearing his words, the three managed to lower the volume of their retching. Truth be told, Lin Xiaofan himself felt a wave of nausea rising within him. After all, it was the first time for Mo Mitao to witness such a gruesome scene. She felt a surge in her throat and soon found herself retching up the fish she had consumed not long ago, feeling as though her meal had been in vain. Lin Xiaofan said nothing further. At that moment, Su Yin, wiping her mouth, softly inquired, "Have the cannibals departed?" Lin Xiaofan turned to her and replied, "They have left, but we should wait about 10 more minutes before venturing out." His caution was rooted in a desire for safety. He wished to ensure the wild men had retreated a considerable distance before emerging. The wild boar was not going anywhere. Even if other animals approached to feast upon it, Lin Xiaofan would not hesitate to send an arrow towards the intruders. After all, this was food he had set his sights on. Who would dare to claim it? After a considerable time had elapsed, the only sounds surrounding them were the chirping of insects, with no other disturbances. It was then that Lin Xiaofan signaled for Mo Mitao and the others to step outside. Upon seeing the wild boar, Lin Xiaofan was filled with astonishment. What a day it had been, a blend of both fright and delight. He approached the lifeless creature lying on the ground with quickened steps, his eyes gleaming as if he had discovered a treasure. A wild boar weighing nearly 200 pounds was indeed a remarkable find. As he reached the side of the boar, Mo Mi Tao and the others instinctively covered their mouths, their throats churning once more. The harrowing scene that had unfolded just beneath their feet lingered in their minds, truly spine-chilling. Mo, let us form 2 groups and take turns lifting the wild boar, Lin Xiaofan instructed Mo Mi Tao and the others. Chapter 38. Will you abandon us? Upon hearing the words, the 3 nodded in agreement, eager to vacate the area. Lin Xiaofan and Mo Mi Tao each took one of the wild boar's legs. As they attempted to lift it, they realized the weight was overwhelming. Mo Mi Tao struggled to lift it. After all, it was a 200-pound beast. Lin Xiaofan, you carry it, Su Yin commanded without the slightest hesitation. Lin Xiaofan shot her a glance, retorting, do you think it's as easy as carrying a few hundred meters? You speak so lightly of it. What do you propose, then? The wild boar is enormous, Su Yin replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Could you perhaps engage your brain for once? Lin Xiaofan chided her directly. Su Yin, with her impulsive temperament, needed a nudge. Otherwise, she tended to float away in her thoughts. Nearby, Mo Mi Tao and Li Tingting stifled their laughter. Lin Xiaofan regarded them for a moment before suggesting, how about this? You 2 search for some vines nearby to bind it, while I chop down a small tree. We can carry it as if we were shouldering a ceremonial roast pig. It will be much easier that way. You're quite clever, Mo Mi Tao exclaimed, her eyes scanning the vicinity for suitable vines. On this deserted island, there was no shortage of trees and vines. Lin Xiaofan surveyed the area, and upon confirming it was safe, he drew his axe from behind. He approached a small tree and began to swing the axe with determination. Meanwhile, Mo Mi Tao and the others began to gather and tug at the vines. Before long, Lin Xiaofan returned with a neatly stripped small tree in hand. He then secured the axe back to his belt and weighed the slender wooden pole, which was roughly the thickness of an arm, and presumed it would bear the load well. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan's gaze fell upon the wild boar, noticing that one of its tusks had bizarrely curved into a U shape. The tusks varied in curvature. He glanced at the bloodied clothing and, without further thought, squatted down to tie the bloodied garment around his waist. In such desolate surroundings, even clothing held its value. Mo Mi Tao and the others approached him, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Xiaofan wrap the blood-stained cloth around his waist. What do you need that person's clothing for? Su Yin inquired. Lin Xiaofan cast her a sidelong glance before replying, it will be useful, so mind your own business. Su Yin chose not to press further. Here, Mo Mi Tao said, handing Lin Xiaofan the collective vines. After accepting them, he began to bind the wild boar. After several loops around the creature, he secured the remaining length of vine to the wooden pole. This method would significantly reduce their exertion. Let us go, Lin Xiaofan announced as he lifted the wooden pole. Mo Mi Tao quickly followed suit. Thus, the 2 began to carry the wild boar northward. Su Yin, Li Tingting, you 2 keep watch, he instructed, and the 2 women nodded in response. As Lin Xiaofan bore the weight of the wild boar, an unsettling feeling crept over him. He had not anticipated the existence of cannibals in this place. This added a layer of danger. Not only did they have to contend with treacherous survivors and wild beasts, but now there were also natives to consider. He was utterly unaware of the location of their lair. Lin Xiaofan pondered with concern how those savages had come to be in such proximity. Could it be that their lair is not far from here? Or perhaps the hunters, having spotted the deeper survivors, pursued them relentlessly? Regardless, the emergence of a more perilous adversary is now undeniable. In the days to come, venturing deeper in search of water sources will require utmost caution. Lin Xiaofan also discerned that the might of their bows and arrows surpassed even his own. He understood that the cannibals who had inhabited this land for so long must have refined their tools through countless generations of wild men, thus ensuring their effectiveness. With this realization, Lin Xiaofan resolved to take his iron pot on his next expedition into the forest for water. It could prove useful should he encounter the wild men. After traversing a considerable distance, Lin Xiaofan felt relatively untroubled, yet Mo Mi Tao was nearing exhaustion. He subsequently summoned Su Yin and Li Tingting to assist in carrying the wild boar, while he and Mo Mi Tao ambled behind, easing their shoulders in the process. Mo Mitao inquired, Xiao Fan, what will we do from now on? I never imagined we would encounter cannibals. It is truly terrifying. The memory haunted her, as though it were indelibly etched in her heart, a moment she might never forget. Lin Xiaofan glanced at the anxious Mo Mitao and replied, we take it one day at a time. What is the big deal? They are merely cannibals. If they provoke us, I should make them aware that we are not to be trifled with. Mo Mitao chuckled wryly, you're just boasting. Those wild men are fierce. If they set their sights on us one day, it would be our end. With a sigh, Lin Xiaofan expressed a hope that such a scenario would not come to pass. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. I would have to flee. I will manage. But I worry if you all can escape. He intentionally sought to frighten her, curious about her reaction. You would abandon us? She stammered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Well, it's true. We are not family, she added. Rest assured, I would never leave you behind. I, Lin Xiaofan, am not the type to run away. Really? Mo Mitao blinked, a tear cascading down her cheek. Indeed, Lin Xiaofan affirmed with a nod. In truth, he had no immediate plan to confront the wild men. Hey, Lin Xiaofan, if such a day were to come, and you dare to flee, I would definitely cling to your leg. If we must perish, we shall do so together. Lin Xiaofan chuckled at this. Hey, Suyin, must you be so ruthless? You would drag me down with you? Absolutely. We are bound by life and death, Su Yin declared without an ounce of shame. Lin Xiaofan laughed. Oh, it sounds as if you were my woman, claiming such a bond. How delightful. Listen well, all of you. Do not rely on me for everything. I am no deity. You must learn to protect yourselves, to recognize and evade danger. How do we learn? Mo Mitao asked, perplexed. We will discuss it upon our return. I will teach you another day. For now, hone your senses. Do not merely use your eyes to captivate, but observe keenly and listen attentively. Do you understand? Lin Xiaofan stated with a calm demeanor. Understood. The women found themselves at a loss for words. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan recalled that she faced not merely 3 forms of peril, but a 4th as well. The possibility that the owner of the black suitcase had not perished and was, in fact, searching for her. Having taken so many of her treasures and uncovered her secrets, it was likely that the owner harbored intentions of eliminating her. Should they cross paths again, it would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Lin Xiaofan was uncertain of the number of adversaries she might encounter. Those who come with a plan are invariably well prepared. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she became aware of the soothing sound of the waves. Her anxious heart gradually began to ease. The seaside felt considerably safer, allowing for prompt detection of any impending danger. Next on her agenda was to deal with the wild boar, a creature that possessed enhanced bow and arrow capabilities and could provide substantial nourishment, given its high nutritional value. With the daylight still lingering, the group transported the wild boar to the shore. Lin Xiaofan first untangled the vines before drawing forth her axe. Chapter 39. Helping 3 women overcome psychological barriers, Lin Xiaofan wielded an axe and struck directly at the belly of the wild boar. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. The boar's belly was torn open. Only then did Lin Xiaofan call for Mo Mitao to bring a dagger to carefully process the boar. Here, help me clean it, Lin Xiaofan said as she handed a boar's heart to Mo Mitao. Upon seeing it, the latter, unable to take it in time, covered her mouth and emitted a retching sound, though nothing came out, having recently emptied her stomach. Similarly, Li Tingting and Su Yin reacted the same way, recalling the intense moment from not long ago. You must learn to adapt and confront your fears. Fear is a human instinct, and facing it requires courage. Without even this modicum of bravery, how can one strengthen their inner self? Lin Xiaofan urged. But, Su Yin stammered, struggling to find her words. Enough. Quickly lend a hand. You will take turns processing the boar, while the other 2 must keep their eyes wide open and not look away. Lin Xiaofan arranged this task to cultivate their courage. Otherwise, if they encountered wild beasts or hostile humans again, they might find themselves paralyzed with fear. Mo Mitao was the first. Lin Xiaofan handed her the dagger and instructed, process the wild boar as you would chicken or duck. Throughout the process, Lin Xiaofan offered occasional guidance. Li Tingting turned her face away in fear several times, but Lin Xiaofan firmly held her chin, forcing her to face the boar on the shallows. Hearing Lin Xiaofan's words, Su Yin surprisingly found her courage, fixating her gaze on Mo Mi Tao as she dealt with the boar. A woman who could be so audacious was indeed formidable, much like Su Yin, who wouldn't hesitate to retaliate against any man with ill intentions. After a moment, Lin Xiaofan called upon Su Yin to take her turn, ensuring they all participated. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan untied her blood-stained clothing from her waist and began washing it in the shallows. It was not until Li Tingting had finished processing the boar's entrails that Lin Xiaofan took over, as he needed to extract the boar's sinew for bowstrings. The sinews of large animals possess excellent tensile strength, surpassing that of hemp fibers, thus enhancing the power of the arrow's shot. After meticulously removing the longest strands of sinew, Lin Xiaofan turned the boar over and cleaned it thoroughly. He wrapped the sinews in his clothing. Once all was completed, Lin Xiaofan, dagger in hand, cut the boar into strips, deliberately leaving a sizable piece of a leg, nearly a quarter of the entire boar. Huh, Xiaofan, why are you leaving that piece unprocessed? Mo Mi Tao inquired, puzzled. Lin Xiaofan slightly rotated his neck, stating this is for Reno and his group. Observing the substantial amount of boar meat, Lin Xiaofan contemplated sharing some with Reno, as it would facilitate future collaborations. After all, there were multiple adversaries to contend with. Why? We worked hard to obtain this. Su Yin protested, somewhat dissatisfied. Lin Xiaofan comprehended her thoughts and subsequently elucidated that, regardless of the setting, one must grasp the intricacies of human relationships. A lesson you will come to understand in due course. Su Yin, we have an abundance of wild boar meat now. Lin Xiaofan's arrangement surely holds its own rationale. Mo Mi Tao, standing nearby, spoke in defense of Lin Xiaofan, seemingly grasping the significance of his actions. Lin Xiaofan hoisted a hefty wild boar leg, which indeed bore considerable weight. He made his way to the Reno camp, where he observed Reno and others kindling a bonfire. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofan bear the wild boar leg, their eyes sparkled with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that this young lad had managed to hunt a wild boar, a formidable creature indeed. How had he achieved such a feat? This question lingered in the minds of many. Reno, this is for you, Lin Xiaofan declared as he lowered the boar leg from his shoulder. What a good lad, so generous, Reno remarked, stepping forward to pat Lin Xiaofan on the shoulder. Lin Xiaofan offered a gentle smile, asserting that allies should support one another. Don't you agree? Indeed, Reno replied, accepting the wild boar meat Lin Xiaofan proffered. Among them, Chao Yuan and Jia, when gazed at Lin Xiaofan with glimmering eyes, seemingly captivated by him. Women are often drawn to strength. As long as one exhibits prowess and capability, admiration follows suit. After exchanging a few words, Lin Xiaofan took his leave, for many tasks awaited him, such as roasting the wild boar meat and replacing bowstrings, all of which required time. Consequently, Lin Xiaofan, accompanied by Mo Mi Tao and the others, ventured into the nearby thicket to gather dry twigs and grasses. Seizing the moment before darkness fell, they sought to procure ample firewood, initially intending to boil the wild boar meat. They soon realized they lacked sufficient water and resorted to roasting instead. Lin Xiaofan contemplated that once they secured an adequate supply of fresh water, he would surely prepare a delectable stew. Just the thought of such a day approaching filled him with contentment. Embracing the philosophy of living each day to its fullest, Lin Xiaofan resolved to make the most of the present. Before long, the group commenced roasting the wild boar meat. Prior to this, Lin Xiaofan instructed Li Tingting to apply salt to the meat. He had entrusted her with the sea salt they had previously acquired, for it would enhance the flavor of the smoked boar. During the roasting process, Lin Xiaofan replaced the bowstring with wild boar sinew. Once secured, he tested its elasticity, pleased to find it quite robust. This enhancement would amplify the power of his arrows. What do you think? Mo Mi Tao inquired, observing Lin Xiaofan handle the wooden bow. He responded with a smile. Indeed, this way, even when faced with large beasts, we still have a chance to retaliate. What about cannibalistic savages? Li Tingting voiced her concerns about potential future encounters. That would depend on whether we encounter one or two, Lin Xiaofan replied. If it's just one or two, I am confident I can eliminate them, but if there are more, we would have to flee. Before long, the savory aroma of roasting meat began to waft through the air. The flavor of the wild boar, roasted, was indeed delightful. He glanced at the sizable chunks of boar fat resting in the shallows. Lin Xiaofan hastily gathered them up, wrapping them in the blood-stained garments. For tomorrow, Lin Xiaofan intended to utilize wild boar fat as an exterior coating for the arrows, enhancing their durability. After a considerable while, the wild boar meat was gradually being roasted to perfection, and the firewood was nearing its end. Only when the flames had nearly extinguished, leaving behind glowing embers, did they commence their feast on the wild boar meat. Each person held a piece, secured by grass or leaves on either side, and began to savor it. Delicious, Lin Xiaofan remarked after taking a bite. However, the three of Mo Mitao hesitated. Lin Xiaofan contemplated urging them to confront their psychological aversion to vomiting. Subsequently, she encouraged to eat, where you want to even have the strength to escape. Upon hearing this, the trio of Mo Mitao slowly began to eat. Lin Xiaofan, what shall we do next? Why has rescue not yet arrived? Li Tingting voiced her concerns while chewing on the wild boar meat. Fear overwhelmed her as she found herself on this perilous, deserted island. At her words, Lin Xiaofan slightly lifted her gaze. Chapter 40. Lin Xiaofan. Don't leave. Upon noticing the three gazing at him with eager anticipation, Lin Xiaofan responded, Let us take a stroll. I wish to impart some teachings. Oh no, I mean to gradually instruct you on how to survive. The women, intrigued, were unaware of how Lin Xiaofan intended to educate them on survival. Although they were aware of his participation in wilderness survival training, they had never encountered such dire circumstances. Let's discuss it tomorrow. For now, eat quickly and rest afterward. Seeing them begin to eat, Lin Xiaofan felt a sense of satisfaction as they had overcome their initial resistance. After finishing their meal, Mo Mitao and Li Tingting rose to wash their hands by the sea. At that moment, Su Yin spoke up. Lin Xiaofan, do you think we might perish here? It feels exceedingly perilous. In response to Su Yan's words, Lin Xiaofan handed her a leftover piece of wild boar meat, somewhat irritated, and said, If you continue to speak such defeatist words, do you believe I will? What are you talking about? Su Yin retorted with a hint of annoyance. I might just throw you into the wild boar's den. Lin Xiaofan replied with a chuckle. You scoundrel. Su Yan's face flushed crimson as she raised her fist, unsure of how to retaliate. This lad truly deserved a reprimand for his reckless words. Do you know what the greatest taboo in survival is? Su Yin lowered her fist and shook her head. The greatest taboo in survival is despair and the loss of the will to fight for your life. Reflect on what you just said. Were you not expressing despair? If a beast were to pursue you and you succumb to despair, would you not forfeit your life and become prey? At his words, Su Yin nodded, realizing that she had indeed contemplated giving up for a fleeting moment. Upon noticing her understanding, Lin Xiaofan apologized. I'm sorry for my earlier words. I had to say that to silence you. However, you could express it differently. Lin Xiaofan shook his head, choosing silence. For he understood that addressing peculiar situations required unique methods, an insight imparted to him by his former instructor. Just then, Mo Mitao and Li Tingting returned. I need to relieve myself, Su Yin announced as she stood. Lin Xiaofan called out to her, Do it by the sea. It's safer. Su Yan looked surprised. Lin Xiaofan added, Can't the three of you take turns? The other two can stand guard. After speaking, he moved aside to take care of his own needs. His voice reached the ears of the women. Li Tiantian looked at Lin Xiaofan's back and, covering her mouth, whispered to Mo Mitao and Su Yin, How impressive. Are you swooning again? Enough of that. I'll go first. You two help me keep watch. After a considerable time, once they had all attended to their personal matters, Mo Mitao encountered a problem, prompting Lin Xiaofan to assist her. At that moment, Su Yin quietly shared with Li Tingting what Lin Xiaofan had said to her earlier. Unexpectedly, Li Tingting replied softly, I find men who express their innermost thoughts quite appealing. Li Tingting, who would have thought you felt that way? Li Tingting did not refute, but rather casually remarked, Do you prefer men who keep things hidden? Su Yin, momentarily at a loss for words, replied, I don't like that. After a considerable pause, Lin Xiaofan and Mo Mitao returned. The group then bound the wild boar meat with vines. And Lin Xiaofan also took along a U-shaped, sturdy boar tusk. For Lin Xiaofan, the tusk held significant utility. Subsequently, the trio made their way back to the banyan tree shelter with the securely bound wild boar meat. That evening, it was Su Yan's turn to keep watch. They hung the meat on nearby branches to allow it to drain. Once this task was completed, everyone except Su Yan lay down to rest. At that moment, the surrounding area was enveloped in an eerie silence that was somewhat unsettling. In the dead of night, Mo Mitao began to talk in her sleep. Xiaofan, don't go. Don't leave us behind. Su Yan was taken aback and was about to inquire when Mo Mitao abruptly awoke, sitting upright. Lin Xiaofan, disturbed by the commotion, also sat up. What is wrong? He asked. Li Tingting also slowly rose. Mo Mitao appeared to be on the verge of tears. I dreamt that many wild beasts were chasing me, and you left us to save yourself, she said, turning towards Lin Xiaofan. How could that be? Dreams are often the opposite of reality. What is so unbelievable about it? You said so yourself this afternoon, Su Yan pressed. Would I, Lin Xiaofan, be that kind of person? At the very least, I would try to save you. If I couldn't, then I would leave, he asserted. See, you said it yourself. Su Yan exclaimed, growing anxious. Lin Xiaofan decisively stated, therefore, you must learn to save yourselves. Let us start tomorrow. I really need to rest now. With that, he disregarded their concerns and lay back down. For Lin Xiaofan, adequate sleep was essential for survival, especially since fresh water had yet to be found. The three vital components for survival were fresh water, shelter, and food, and it was alarming that the most crucial, fresh water, remained elusive. Moreover, they had encountered wild men, which was undoubtedly a severe blow to Lin Xiaofan. The following morning, Lin Xiaofan first boiled a pot of seawater and then, along with Mo Mitao and the others, gathered vines, breaking them into 1 meter lengths. As sea salt gradually formed, he placed the wild boar meat into the pot to soak in the salt. He then instructed them to tie the meat into strips, which were hung on the branches of the banyan tree to dry, thus transforming it into cured meat. Lin Xiaofan also brought the boar fat, but he did not rush to oil the wooden bow. Instead, he taught Mo Mitao and the others how to practice archery. They moved to the wooded area near the sea, where Lin Xiaofan crafted a target the size of a fist using vines and grass. Initially intending to create a basketball-sized target, he decided that a stricter standard would foster genuine skill development. Thus, he hung the fist-sized target from a branch of a tree. He then walked 100 meters to the beach, teaching them archery step by step, starting with Mo Mitao. As Lin Xiaofan drew closer, he was enveloped by a rich and sweet aroma. Paying little heed to this, he began to instruct Mo Mitao on the art of drawing the bow and knocking the arrow. This essential step in archery requires a firm grip on the bow, careful aim at the target, and a powerful pull on the bowstring, all while holding one's breath at the moment of release. Lin Xiaofan imparted the fundamentals of archery to Mo Mitao. Give it a try, he encouraged. Mo Mitao nodded and followed Lin Xiaofan's guidance to draw the bow and knock the arrow. The bowstring sank deeply into her attire, and it must be noted that Mo Mitao possessed a remarkably graceful posture. With a swift motion, she released the arrow, which veered off target by approximately 1 meter. As this was their initial practice, hitting a target 100 meters away proved challenging. One individual practiced while the other two retrieved the arrows, and they took turns honing their skills. Lin Xiaofan issued these instructions, mindful that they had only 5 bows available. Subsequently, he ventured into a nearby grove, recalling that he had spotted a few bamboo stalks there the day before. Chapter 41. A delightful stroll. As they leisurely entered the woods, they soon spotted several bamboo stalks. Lin Xiaofan snapped off a few branches and returned to the banyan tree, where he picked up 2 coconuts and settled down a short distance away from Mo Mitao and the others. He then asked Mo Mitao for a dagger and began to pierce the coconuts. It was now Li Tingting's turn to practice archery, while Mo Mitao assisted her in retrieving the fallen wooden arrows. Earlier, Mo Mitao had attempted to shoot arrows, but had failed to hit the target even once, having released a total of 15 arrows without scoring a single hit. Unbeknownst to her and Su Yin, Lin Xiaofan had intentionally increased the difficulty to enhance their archery skills. Su Yin quietly remarked to Li Tingting, "Look at Lin Xiaofan. He is quite considerate, bringing us coconut juice." At her words, Li Tingting turned to glance at Lin Xiaofan, who was diligently piercing the coconuts, and a smile graced her face. Meanwhile, Mo Mitao, who was collecting the arrows in the distance, couldn't help but smile at the heartwarming scene, thinking that Lin Xiaofan was a good person for bringing them coconuts to quench their thirst. Li Tingting resumed her archery practice as Lin Xiaofan pierced the coconuts and inserted a small section of bamboo into the crack to serve as a straw. However, his subsequent actions left Mo Mitao and the others speechless. He began to drink from the coconut himself. Enraged, Su Yin stamped her foot, having initially believed that Lin Xiaofan had prepared the coconuts for them, only to realize that he intended to drink them all himself without any thought for her. Frustrated, she called out, "Hey, Lin Xiaofan, why are you drinking by yourself? What about us?" Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow and replied loudly, "You can only drink coconut juice when one of you hits the target. Otherwise, you must keep practicing. Why is that fair?" "Siempre testif. Because you all can't even shoot straight," he retorted, leaving Su Yin momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Lin Xiaofan added, "Hurry up and practice well. This coconut juice is truly sweet, haha." Upon hearing this, not only Su Yin, but even Mo Mitao, who had just returned with the arrows, was stomping her feet in frustration. It was one thing for Lin Xiaofan to drink by himself, but to praise the sweetness of the coconut juice felt like a cruel taunt. Li Tingting kept her emotions in check, focusing again as she aimed another arrow at the target. However, deep down, she felt much like Su Yin and Mo Mitao, irritated with Lin Xiaofan's behavior. Yet, for their survival, they had no choice but to heed his advice and continue practicing. They were acutely aware that learning essential skills was imperative for surviving on this deserted island, and archery was among the most crucial. At that moment, Su Yin was fuming. She believed that even a sip of coconut juice would suffice, never imagining that Lin Xiaofan could be so stringent. Once accustomed to being in charge, it was frustrating for her to be dominated by a boy. Though it was still morning, the sun shone brightly, warming their skin as Lin Xiaofan enjoyed his coconut juice, watching them practice archery with a sense of contentment. In Lin Xiaofan's gaze, he observed Mo Mitao and Li Tingting drenched in sweat, their perspiration adhering to their garments, accentuating their voluptuous figures. One was retrieving wooden arrows while the other practiced archery, and under the sun, their clothes were undoubtedly soaked through. Even Su Yin, who stood nearby, had beads of sweat seeping through her attire. Lin Xiaofan turned his attention to Mo Mitao as she returned with a bow and arrows, resembling a celestial maiden emerging from bath. Upon catching sight of her well-nourished bosom, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of coconut juice, an unfamiliar sensation surging within him. He took another sip, savoring its sweetness. If only there were a lounge chair, he mused, he would recline, sipping coconut juice while watching them practice archery. The feeling was comparable to witnessing a songstress dance. It was not that Lin Xiaofan was heartless, denying them even a taste of coconut juice. He was acutely aware of their surroundings, a desolate island that instilled fear even in him. To show them kindness would be to jeopardize their safety. For now, he believed it better for them to sweat more, thereby bleeding less in the future. Thus, he harbored no pity for their training. When it was Su Yan's turn, she glanced back at Lin Xiaofan, her expression somewhat intimidating, as if she wished to chastise him. She stomped her foot and feigned anger. Lin Xiaofan, perceiving her as a playful cat, chose to ignore her. Seeing his lack of response, she reluctantly took the bow and commenced her practice. However, a minor mishap soon occurred. Perhaps she had drawn the bowstring too close to the front, causing it to snap back and strike her. Lin Xiaofan captured this moment perfectly, nearly spitting out his coconut juice. Su Yin, clutching her front with her right hand, bent over slightly. The sting had been genuine. Otherwise, she would not have needed to pause. Mo Mitao and Li Tingting rushed over to inquire about her condition. "I'm fine," Su Yin replied, continuing her archery practice. Lin Xiaofan had considered approaching to check on her, but his own reservations held him back. If he showed concern for Su Yin, she might not learn from her mistakes. Meanwhile, he relished another sip of the refreshing coconut juice, marveling at the exquisite scenery surrounding him. He had not anticipated such delightful occurrences in this place, almost believing his ancestors were watching over him. The trio of Mo Mi Tao took turns, yet none managed to hit the target. Lin Xiaofan understood that it was their first day of practice. It was entirely normal not to hit a target 100 meters away. Observing their drenched forms, he ultimately decided to prepare a coconut filled with juice, equipped with a bamboo straw. "Here, you three can share this," he offered, handing the coconut to Mo Mi Tao, who met him with a grateful gaze. "Could we not have one each?" "I'm so thirsty," Su Yin retorted, somewhat exasperated. Lin Xiaofan shot her a sideways glance, reminding her that they hadn't even hit the target, and she was asking for more. "You can have 2 coconuts when you finally hit," he replied. "Oh," Su Yin conceded, softening her stance. She's indeed a person with high expectations of herself. Earlier, she shot 15 arrows, none of which struck the target. Not even a single arrow grazed it. Now, she has no choice but to relent. Once they had all finished drinking the coconut juice, Lin Xiaofan remarked that her clothes were drenched in sweat and needed urgent attention before being washed. Mo Mi Tao wiped the sweat from her neck and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she, along with Su Yin and Li Tingting, made their way towards the nearby woods. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan went to fetch a spear from the area where the coconuts were stored. It was now midday, and her stomach began to grumble with hunger. Lin Xiaofan approached the sea with the spear in hand. Moments later, Mo Mi Tao and the others returned, clutching their clothes. The young lady truly felt ravenous. After Su Yin expressed her feelings, she headed toward the shore. Chapter 42. The peculiar Lin Xiaofan removed her shoes and commenced the task of spearfishing. Mo Mi Tao, accompanied by Su Yin and Li Tingting, was washing clothes by the seaside. The sun shone brightly, making it easy for the garments to dry. Once they had hung the clothes out to dry, the trio joined in to assist with the fishing. Exhausted and famished, the women, having practiced archery, felt drained. After an hour, they had only managed to catch 7 fish, while Lin Xiaofan alone had speared over 10. Observing their fatigue, she suggested they collect sea snails and clams along the shore, a task that required less exertion. Unlike them, Lin Xiaofan had spent the morning merely watching them practice archery, expending little energy. As she glanced at the 3 women foraging for sea creatures, Lin Xiaofan felt a slight blush creep across her cheeks from her vantage point. The gentle curves of their forms were quite captivating. Not intentionally, but the beauty was undeniable. After catching a few more fish, Lin Xiaofan departed from the beach to gather dry twigs and grass nearby. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a pile of firewood. Mo Mi Tao was fortunate enough to discover an abalone nestled between the rocks. Its presence there a mystery, though regrettably, there was only one. "Come back and help me grill the fish." Upon hearing this, Mo Mi Tao and the others gleefully trotted toward the firewood pile, their delicate feet leaving soft impressions in the sand, adding to the charm of the scene. "Well done. Such a bountiful harvest," Lin Xiaofan remarked as she arranged the grill. "How wonderful. These are all delicious," Mo Mi Tao said, extending her slender hand, cradling the sea snails and other seafood toward Lin Xiaofan. The latter admired the offerings, delighted by the prospect of not only fish, but also exquisite seafood. As the fire began to dwindle, she planned to toss the snails onto the coals and cover them, akin to the final step of preparing a clay-baked chicken or sweet potato. Soon, Lin Xiaofan lit the fire. Su Yin and the others had already set the snails aside and were skillfully threading the fish onto small branches. Witnessing this, Lin Xiaofan thought to herself how clever the little aunt and the 2 elder sisters were. They learned quickly. Not only had they mastered spearfishing, but they had also grasped the technique of grilling fish. The only skill left to acquire was archery. "Mo, you all start grilling. I'll go fetch more fish for Reno and the others. We still need 20 more, she declared. After securing 10 fish with some vines, she confidently carried the bundled catch toward Reno's camp. Once Lin Xiaofan had walked away, Li Tingting remarked, "Lin Xiaofan is quite a good person. He keeps his promises and follows through." Mo Mi Tao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have always thought well of him. I admire a man who stands by his word. It seems he wouldn't abandon us." Su Yin, brushing a few stray strands of hair away from her lips, added, "Sister, let us not jump to conclusions too quickly. In times of crisis, people often take flight. He might run away faster than anyone else when danger arises. Do not speak so, for we must be cautious that Lin Xiaofan does not overhear. It may lead him to believe we lack trust in him, which would be even more detrimental. He is indeed a commendable individual, willing to guide us, a few vulnerable women, which clearly indicates he harbors no intentions of neglecting our welfare." Aunt Mo offered such an assessment of Lin Xiaofan. Li Tingting nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, what the eldest sister says holds merit. We ought to treat him with greater kindness henceforth. Second sister, perhaps you should temper your sternness towards him." Upon hearing this, Su Yin felt somewhat aggrieved. She pointed to her ample bosom and retorted, "Am I being harsh? I merely highlight the issues. Otherwise, he might mistakenly believe he is infallible, leaving us with no voice." This was a manifestation of Su Rant's professional demeanor as a leader. "Do take care," Li Tingting advised, "to utter a few words and then relent. Is that what constitutes manhood?" Su Yin declared resolutely. The boisterous Su Yin also possessed a strong, commanding side. Had there been a bottle of wine present, she would not hesitate to consume it entirely. "I believe Lin Xiaofan is a true man. Do not be misled by his youth. He possesses wisdom beyond ours." Li Tingting interjected, "Even if he has served in the military for a few years, such maturity is unlikely without having experienced something significant." Her contemplative nature set her apart. The other two women exchanged glances, silently expressing their uncertainty. Meanwhile, after walking several hundred meters, Lin Xiaofan finally arrived at Reno's camp, only to find him absent. The camp was left with 3 men and 1 woman, the latter being a woman named Jiwen. She appeared curvaceous and undeniably beautiful. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofan approach, her eyes sparkled with interest. Lin Xiaofan inquired, "Where is Reno?" At this moment, Jiwen stepped forward, stating, "He has taken some men to the northwest in search of fresh water." "Very well. I shall return this fish to you." 10 fish remain unreturned. Gratefully taking the bundle of fish, Jiwen's heart swelled with delight, for this meant there would be fish to eat. Her eyes danced with a hint of mischief as she hesitated before asking, "Young sir, may we be introduced?" "I am Jiwen." Without regard for whether she was older than the young man before her, she offered a friendly introduction. Lin Xiaofan regarded her with curiosity, questioning, "What sort of name is that? It sounds peculiar." Jiwen laughed lightly. "What are you thinking? It is composed of pure for Jiwen and rain depicted in the character below. Now, what do you understand?" "Oh, I see. Is there something you wish to discuss?" As he spoke, Lin Xiaofan scanned the camp, searching for glass bottles or metal cans. Does your camp require additional members?" "We wish to join you," she murmured softly. Lin Xiaofan understood she was inclined to join a small team. Else she would not have spoken so quietly, so only the two could hear. "We do need more people, but I do not wish to poach Reno's crew. By the way, do you happen to have any glass bottles or metal cans?" "I am in need of 2. Noticing Lin Xiaofan had shifted the topic, Jiwen felt a twinge of disappointment. "We do not have those, only plastic bottles. Would you like them?" Lin Xiaofan shook his head, as he sought glass bottles or metal cans to construct a distillation apparatus. The apparatus is designed as follows. Sand is boiled in a pot, with 2 bottle openings positioned horizontally opposite each other, resting atop the sand. One bottle contains approximately 1/3 seawater, while the other remains empty. Once the sand is heated, the seawater side begins to boil, and the evaporating water enters the other bottle, resulting in what is known as distilled water. Regrettably, there are no glass bottles or metal cans available, so Lin Xiaofan had to abandon the idea. He then bid farewell to a few individuals and returned to the fire pit. "Hey, Lin Xiaofan, you've been gone for quite a while. Were you flirting with the ladies?" One of them teased. Lin Xiaofan shot her a glance, replying, "Not necessary, there are 3 right here." With that, he plopped down and began assisting in roasting fish. At these words, several women smiled faintly. Regardless of the time, women always appreciate compliments. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the first batch of 4 fish was gradually cooked. The tantalizing aroma of the meat wafted through the air, prompting Su Yin to lean in for a sniff, exclaiming, "How delightful!" She was genuinely famished. "Let us eat. Our young lady is quite impatient, Lin Xiaofan remarked, placing the fish on a nearby patch of dry grass to cool, noting that they would be too hot to eat immediately. He then scored the remaining 4 fish with a knife before placing them on the grill. Mo Mitao casually added some firewood. After a while, the fish had cooled sufficiently, and the group began to share the meal. Once they finished the fish, Lin Xiaofan noticed that the other fish were nearly done as well, so he tossed the sea snails and clams into the fire, creating a hearty feast. Before long, the group had finished the fish, and Mo Mitao thoughtfully extracted an abalone. She then turned to Lin Xiaofan, saying, "Xiaofan, thank you for teaching us archery. Please enjoy this abalone." Seeing Mo Mitao's thoughtfulness, Lin Xiaofan felt it inappropriate to refuse. After expressing his gratitude, he set the abalone aside to cool. He then used a stick to retrieve the other sea snails and clams from the fire. 3 minutes later, he picked up the warm abalone, licking it to check if it was still hot from the fire. At this, Mo Mitao and the others involuntarily narrowed their eyes, feeling an unusual flutter in their hearts. "How disgusting." Suyin shot Lin Xiaofan a glare. "You look rather strange." Mo Mitao blushed as she spoke. Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow at the group, asking, "What is wrong? I merely want to test if it was too hot before eating. Is there a problem?" The women merely flushed, not responding, as they recognized that Lin Xiaofan's actions were not incorrect. Rather, it was their overly sensitive minds that were at fault. Lin Xiaofan then took a hearty bite of the abalone, savoring its exquisite flavor. At that moment, Mo Mitao glanced at the sunlit sea and suggested the idea of washing up, considering that they had been stranded on the deserted island for several days without any means of cleansing themselves. Chapter 43. The Serpent Appears. A bite from the snake. Lin Xiaofan nodded in agreement, feeling a hint of perspiration on his body. In contrast, the 3 girls, Mo Mitao and her companions, still exuded a delightful fragrance even after several days. This made Lin Xiaofan reminisce about a lyric, the color of moonlight, the scent of a woman. "Lin Xiaofan, please turn around first. Once we are in the water, we will call for you to turn back," one of them instructed. Lin Xiaofan readily complied, his heart fluttering with delight as vivid images began to play in his mind. As a spirited young man, he felt it would be unnatural not to harbor certain thoughts. He then turned his back to them, granting them the space they desired, embodying a moment of chivalry. As he turned away, Mo Mitao and her companions removed their shoes and walked barefoot towards the shore. Upon reaching the water's edge, they instinctively reached for their garments. After a considerable time, Mo Mitao finally called out, "Lin Xiaofan, it's all right, you can turn around now." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan turned back, and a breathtaking scene unfolded before his eyes. It was the afternoon, and the sunlight cast an enchanting glow over the moment. He couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, the 3 girls were frolicking in the waves, the water just covering their shoulders. Lin Xiaofan suddenly sensed a hint of danger and shouted, "Hey, don't venture too far into the deep water." Mo Mitao responded, a mix of annoyance and forced laughter in her voice. "What are you thinking, Xiaofan?" "Exactly." Su Yin chimed in with a hint of exasperation. "If you're in shallow water, wouldn't you be at a disadvantage?" Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly. "Better safe than sorry. What are sharks?" "Stop scaring us," Su Yin replied, casting him an exasperated glance from a distance. The other 2 exchanged looks and began to wash themselves hastily. "Su Yin, hurry!" Mo Mitao realized the potential danger lurking in the water. "Oh," Su Yin replied simply and sped up her washing. Just as they were preparing to return to shore, Lin Xiaofan noticed a dark shadow about 30 meters behind them, moving slowly through the water. Could it be a crocodile? His heart raced as he discerned that the silhouette was elongated and serpentine. Clearly not a crocodile, but rather a large python. Alarmed, he shouted at the 3 girls, "There's a python. Quickly, get to shore." His voice boomed across the beach. Before he could finish, he unslung his bow and swiftly moved forward, preparing to draw an arrow. Hearing his urgent call, the girls turned to look behind them, and a collective gasp escaped their lips. In that moment, they forgot their bathing and focused solely on escaping. They hurriedly moved away, while the massive creature quickened its pace in the water. Once the 3 reached the shore, their instincts kicked in. They instinctively covered themselves and hastily grabbed their clothes from the sand, running towards Lin Xiaofan. Survival took precedence over modesty. Had it not been for the imminent threat, they would never have approached Lin Xiaofan in such an unguarded manner. The python had now reached the shallow waters, its girth larger than that of a barrel. "Run! Into the woods!" Lin Xiaofan urged. Lin Xiaofan spoke briefly before drawing his bowstring and releasing an arrow. With a swift whoosh, the wooden projectile flew toward the python that had just emerged onto the shore. By a stroke of coincidence, it struck the creature directly in its eye. The python, with its massive body, writhed violently before swiftly advancing towards Lin Xiaofan. Sans signe imminent danger. He promptly turned and fled into the dense forest behind him. Upon entering, he was startled to see 3 individuals engaged in the act of donning clothing. This sight alarmed Lin Xiaofan. Given the circumstances, they ought to have retreated further before dressing. Without dwelling on this, he called out urgently and once again drew his bow, releasing another arrow towards the pursuing python. This shot found its mark 50 centimeters below the python's neck. The creature recoiled in pain, yet it showed no signs of retreat. Lin Xiaofan continued to flee alongside Mo Mitao and the others, occasionally glancing back. He was the one holding the rear. Cursed beast, it persistently pursued him without relent. Lin Xiaofan cursed under his breath. Fortunately, he had successfully struck it twice, particularly the arrow that pierced its eye, which had slowed its advance. Otherwise, it would have caught up with him in no time. As he continued to run, Lin Xiaofan sensed something amiss. When he glanced back, he realized the python had vanished from sight. Alarmed, he thought to himself that the creature possessed a degree of cunning, likely planning a flanking attack. He raised his bow and shouted, "Animo, you all must run." After issuing this warning, he remained vigilant, acutely aware of the python's movements. He urged Mo Mitao and the others to flee while he took up the rear, confident that as long as he stayed put, the python would not foolishly pursue the retreating group. Lin Xiaofan was convinced the python was nearby, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. He dared not relax his guard, his eyes darting rapidly from side to side. Fortunately, the trees near the coastline were somewhat sparse. Had they been denser, he would have been utterly defenseless. Yet, there was no point in speculating on what-ifs. He could still feel the rapid thumping of his heart, a sensation of being encircled by a colossal predator swelling within him. Moments later, as he sidestepped and drew his bow taut, he caught sight of a gaping maw approaching him. His eyes narrowed, and he released an arrow, which pierced the python's upper jaw, the tip emerging from its skull. Drawing a second arrow, he noticed that the python seemed to be reconsidering its assault. It began to slither away, attempting to rub its head against a tree trunk in a futile effort to dislodge the wooden projectile. As the python retreated towards the sea, Lin Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief. "You thought you could consume me? Dare to harbor such malicious intentions? This is the price you pay. Rest assured, I will eliminate you in due time." He shouted towards the direction in which the python had fled. Though Lin Xiaofan's abilities were limited, he possessed a commendable vigor in his speech, often tinged with a hint of humor. After securing his arrows and slinging his bow across his back, he set out to locate Mo Mitao and the others. After all, there were numerous survivor teams scattered over a 10-kilometer radius, which meant Mo Mitao and her companions could be in peril. "Animo," Lin Xiaofan called out, cupping his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice. Moments later, the responses of Mo Mitao and her companions echoed nearby. "We are here. Xiaofan, hurry. Are you all right?" Mo Mitao expressed an inexplicable concern for Lin Xiaofan. "I'm fine," Lin Xiaofan shouted, and promptly made his way towards the source of the voices. However, after just a few steps, Mo Mitao's shriek pierced the air. "Ah, snake! I've been bitten." Lin Xiaofan quickly rushed over to her side. There he found Mo Mitao collapsed on the ground, clutching her foot and weeping. "Xiaofan, I've been bitten by a snake. Woe is me. Am I going to die?" Su Yin and Li Tingting, filled with anxiety, urged Lin Xiaofan to help Mo Mitao. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaofan crouched down to inspect her injury, revealing 2 distinct fang marks that were beginning to turn purple. He swiftly removed his shirt, revealing a physique reminiscent of one who has diligently trained at the gym for several months. Paying no heed to modesty, he tore the garment in half. One portion was quickly fashioned into a tourniquet, tightly binding it several centimeters above the bite to prevent the venom from spreading. The other half was employed to secure her ankle. Thus, the venom was effectively contained within her lower leg. Lin Xiaofan then retrieved a dagger and reassured her, "Animo, don't worry, you Auntie die. Just bear with it for now." With that, he positioned the dagger against Mo Mitao calf. Chapter 44 Confession. Lin Xiaofan plunged a dagger into the bite marks, allowing the snake venom to flow forth. "Lin Xiaofan, why aren't you helping to suck it out?" Su Yin inquired anxiously. Lin Xiaofan shot her a glance. "Don't be misled. Do you not possess any common sense? Snake venom cannot be sucked out. Not only is that ineffective, but it also endangers the one attempting to do so." "Oh, I see. Is my elder sister going to be all right?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan felt a wave of exasperation. Of course, there were repercussions. However, it was not critical. "Come, both of you help me squeeze out the venom. I will search for some herbal remedies for snakebite nearby." Indeed, certain herbs in traditional Chinese medicine can counteract snake venom, such as Hediotis diffusa, Chonlu, Haloxodendron, and Viola yedoensis. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiaofan hastily began to search his surroundings. Typically, in areas inhabited by snakes, there exists a plethora of antidotal herbs nearby. Fortunately, Lin Xiaofan had some knowledge of traditional medicine. Meanwhile, Su Yin and Li Tingting anxiously worked to extract the venom from Mo Mitao. The venom oozed slowly, trailing down Mo Mitao's delicate foot and dripping to the ground. At that moment, Mo Mitao felt slightly dizzy, her lips tinged with a hint of purple. Had Lin Xiaofan not arrived in time, the toxin would have undoubtedly spread throughout her body. "It hurts." Mo Mitao felt a sharp pain radiating through her calf. Those who had been bitten could sense it acutely. It was not merely pain. A profound sense of weakness enveloped her, making her feel as though she were on the brink of death. "Elder sister, bear with it. Even though it hurts, we must expel the poison. It will be all right. Just endure a little longer." Observing Mo Mitao's frail appearance, Su Yin and Li Tingting's eyes glistened with unshed tears. They had never anticipated such misfortune today, being pursued by a python and then bitten by a venomous snake. For Mo Mitao, it seemed that this day was destined to be the unluckiest of her life. "Xiaofan, have you found it?" Su Yin called out toward the direction Lin Xiaofan had gone. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan had indeed discovered the Hediotis diffusa and was urgently uprooting it. "I found it. It will be ready shortly," he exclaimed, gathering handfuls of the herb. Once he felt he had enough, he hurried back to Mo Mitao's side. Mo Mitao was now squinting, appearing utterly drained. Lin Xiaofan recognized the urgency of treatment. He placed the Hediotis diffusa on the ground, severed its roots with the dagger, and then placed it in his mouth, crushing it before applying it directly to the wound inflicted by the snake. Seeing Lin Xiaofan's dedication on her behalf, a warm surge of emotion welled up within Mo Mitao. Lin Xiaofan then swiftly stripped the leaves from the Hediotis diffusa, his hands moving with remarkable speed, reminiscent of a decade-long single man's dexterity. He then handed the leaves to Mo Mitao, urging, "Quickly, crush it and consume it." Without hesitation, Mo Mitao took the leaves, understanding only that they were the antidote Lin Xiaofan had sought. She did not wish to perish. Lin Xiaofan shared this sentiment. Not only had she yet to agree to be his girlfriend, but Mo Ai's gentle kindness had profoundly touched him. Mo Ai was indeed the most familiar and trusted female figure in his life. Seeing her swallow the remedy, Lin Xiaofan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He repeated his previous actions, plucking the leaves of the white-flowered snake-tongue herb and offering them to Mo Mitao to chew and swallow. The remaining leaves were placed in the pockets of Lin Xiaofan, who then retrieved the bow and arrows from the grass beside him and handed them to Su Yin. He then remarked, "Hold on to the bow and arrows. I will carry Animo back shortly." After saying this, Lin Xiaofan untied the piece of cloth wrapped around Mo Mitao's calf, wrapping it twice around the wound treated with the white-flowered snake-tongue herb before fastening it securely. Once he completed these tasks, Lin Xiaofan handed the scarf, which had previously contained the package, to Li Tingting. He leaned towards Mo Mitao, saying, "And Mo, I will carry you." With that, he gently pulled her arms over his shoulders. Mo Mitao naturally wrapped her arms around Lin Xiaofan's neck. "Up," he exclaimed, lifting her thighs with both hands. Thus, he hoisted Mo Mitao on his back. Instinctively, she tightened her embrace. Lin Xiaofan immediately felt the warmth of her softness pressed against his back. Without dwelling on the sensation, he proceeded to walk forward with Mo Mitao. During her escape, the clothes she had worn had fallen onto the beach, which she had not had the chance to retrieve. Consequently, combined with her injury, this allowed Lin Xiaofan to take advantage of the situation. However, in light of this minor loss, Mo Mitao chose not to dwell on it. "Thank you, Xiaofan," she said, tears streaming down her face. No man had ever treated her with such kindness. It was exceedingly rare to find a man willing to stand before her in times of crisis. She couldn't help but tighten her grip further, burying her head into Lin Xiaofan's neck, as if rewarding him for his kindness. Lin Xiaofan felt her warmth and enthusiasm. Being liked and needed was exceptionally gratifying. "If you want to thank me, just endure it and express your gratitude properly later." Upon hearing this, Mo Mitao playfully replied with a soft hum, a sound that sent shivers down his spine. Su Yin and Li Tingting, watching from the side, felt a twinge of jealousy. Were it not for the fact that she was Lin Xiaofan's elder sister, they might have believed that a lovesick girl was being carried on his back. Before long, Lin Xiaofan returned Mo Mitao to the banyan tree. Gazing out at the horizon, he noticed that the python had vanished. Puzzled, he wondered if there were indeed pythons that resided in the sea. This place was undeniably strange. Not dwelling on it further, and seeing no sign of the python, Lin Xiaofan set about boiling the white-flowered snake tongue herb. Mo Mitao needed the medicinal soup to recover quickly. With insufficient water, he resorted to using coconut water. He cracked open several coconuts and poured the juice into the pot, adding the remaining herbs before gathering some firewood to begin cooking. During the cooking process, Lin Xiaofan returned to check on Mo Mitao's injuries. Fortunately, the poisoning was not severe. There was still hope for her recovery. After carrying Mo Mitao back and busying himself for a while, he felt the need to rest, regardless of his robust physical condition. Lin Xiaofan then climbed up to the banyan tree shelter and donned a piece of clothing before descending to relax and rest. Meanwhile, Su Yin and Li Tingting gathered several coconuts and began chopping them with an axe. These two were proving to be quite considerate. Observing her recent flurry of activity, she felt a tinge of fatigue. To her surprise, they took the initiative to learn how to open coconuts themselves. Witnessing this scene brought her a sense of satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, Li Tingting handed the first coconut, which Su Yin had opened, to Mo Mitao, who savored slowly. The second coconut was offered to Lin Xiaofan. Su Yin shot her a disapproving glance, incredulous that her younger sister had engaged in such an infatuated act. Li Tingting merely smiled, suggesting they let Lin Xiaofan have it first. Su Yin chose silence and continued her tasks. When the third coconut was opened, Li Tingting remarked, "Second sister, you drink this. I'll manage the rest," as she took the axe into her own hands. Before long, Lin Xiaofan noticed that the herbal concoction made from the white flower snake tongue grass was ready. After waiting for half an hour, she finally filled a bottle with the potion to offer to Mo Mitao. During their ascent to the banyan tree shelter, it was the two of them who helped Mo Mitao up. As for assisting Mo Mitao, they had discreetly sent Su Yin away. Days passed, and Mo Mitao's foot had nearly healed. She could walk normally again. On her first venture into the thicket post-injury, she asked Lin Xiaofan for assistance. Just after aiding Mo Mitao, Lin Xiaofan suddenly embraced her tightly. Mo Mitao was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, her mind momentarily blank. "Xiaofan," she stammered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She sensed that Lin Xiaofan might be making a move on her, yet she was not entirely ready to accept him and felt hesitant to refuse, especially since he had saved her life. Otherwise, she would have been lost to the earth. Just as she grappled with her uncertainty, Lin Xiaofan gently uttered, "Mo, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Chapter 45. audacious thoughts upon hearing the words. Mo Mi Tao was momentarily taken aback before responding. Are you certain? I am 12 years your senior, you know. Absolutely, I speak from the heart. They say a woman 3 years older than a man brings wealth. I am bringing 4 bricks of gold, he replied earnestly. Mo Mi Tao smiled faintly. All right, I promise you. However, we cannot engage in that matter just yet. Also, if we encounter those 2 siblings, let us welcome them into our circle. Lin Xiaofan felt a pang in his heart at her words. Let us postpone that conversation until you accept me fully. I will grant you the time you need. And as for those 2 siblings, we shall see how it unfolds. Mo Mi Tao responded with a soft nestling into Lin Xiaofan's broad chest. After a while, when she intended to rise, Lin Xiaofan leaned in and captured her lips with his own. Mo Mi Tao's expression turned flustered, her eyes wide with surprise. Although she did not despise the kiss, she felt the pace was rather swift. After a considerable time, Lin Xiaofan reluctantly withdrew his lips. With a flushed face, Mo Mi Tao gently murmured, "Let us keep our affair from Su Yin and the others for now, shall we?" Lin Xiaofan understood her concerns and nodded in agreement, deciding to reveal the truth to them in due course. Mo Mi Tao shyly acknowledged his nod. "Is your calf completely healed?" Lin Xiaofan inquired with a hint of worry. Mo Mi Tao smiled softly. "I'm fine now, let us go." With that, she stood up, and Lin Xiaofan followed suit. The sensation they had just shared was wondrous, sweet, and soft, accompanied by the delightful fragrance that filled the air. "It seems the python has not shown itself these past few days," Mo Mi Tao remarked simply. Her comment piqued Lin Xiaofan's interest. Indeed, the creature had been absent. He speculated it might be recuperating in its lair, or perhaps had ventured elsewhere. However, his conjecture was soon challenged. Before they reached the banyan tree, they saw Li Tingting and Su Yin rushing back from the seaside. "Snake! Python!" Su Yin shouted as she ran, clutching Lin Xiaofan's wooden bow and the recently crafted bamboo quiver. Upon witnessing this commotion, Lin Xiaofan hurried over to take the bow and arrows from Su Yin, swiftly preparing to shoot. Strangely, the python seemed unaware of their presence, or perhaps was too timid to come ashore. It was plausible that both scenarios were true, for the python's eyesight was notoriously poor. Anything beyond 30 meters would evade its sight and scent. The wind, temperature, and the sense of other creatures muddled the python's sense of smell. How frightening! It wouldn't dare come up, would it? Mo Mi Tao exclaimed, visibly shaken, for she harbored a deep-seated fear of snakes. Lin Xiaofan offered no reply, but gestured for the others to step back, keeping a safe distance from the slithering python in the shallows. "Xiaofan, didn't you say it had gone somewhere else?" "Montak mi tayo vispiret timidly." Lin Xiaofan regarded the python, stating that was merely conjecture. Man's calculations are no match for fate. We should maintain our distance. The python slowly emerged its head, scanning left and right, and then suddenly inhaled deeply. Lin Xiaofan's gaze was fixed upon this unfolding scene. The remaining 2 arrows embedded in the python's body had fallen away, leaving only the one piercing its head, with a fragment still faintly protruding. Lin Xiaofan could not help but snort at the sight. "Lin Xiaofan, go fetch some cured meat to toss to it. Perhaps once it's satiated, it will return to the sea," Su Yin eagerly suggested. A spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Xiaofan. How had Su Yin suddenly become so astute? Upon hearing her words, he handed her the bow and arrow, then swiftly descended to the banyan tree, climbing up to retrieve 5 strips of dried wild boar meat. From a distance of about 40 to 50 meters, Lin Xiaofan weighed the meat in his hands, and then, with a forceful flick akin to hurling a grenade, he sent the cured meat flying. The python, noticing this, swiftly engulfed it in a single gulp. He tossed over 4 more pieces of meat, creating a scene that could easily mislead an observer into thinking that Lin Xiaofan was nurturing a python. After a while, seeing that the python had not departed, Lin Xiaofan decided to disregard it. He would simply watch. If it dared to approach, he would retaliate with an arrow. The supply of wild boar meat was dwindling. The group had been consuming dried meat and raw noodles for days, too fearful to venture to the seaside to fish or gather sea snails. Wary of the python's sudden appearance, if entangled by such a massive serpent, survival would be nearly impossible. Unless equipped with a weapon, one could only hope to grip it tightly and attack the python in a frenzied manner. However, this was unlikely, as few could react swiftly enough to mount a vigorous defense before being completely ensnared. Thus, maintaining a safe distance from the python was paramount, a notion Lin Xiaofan had no intention of testing. After some time, the python, having found no further food, retreated slowly, possibly haunted by its previous encounter on land when it pursued humans, leaving it with a throbbing headache. The python was not dead. Continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. Lin Xiaofan pondered and conceived a bold idea: to use cured meat as bait to lure the python. He had been rambling about wanting to eliminate the great python days prior. Turning to Mo Mitao and the others, he declared, "Prepare the hooks. I intend to fish for the python." The statement stunned Mo Mitao and her companions, who could not fathom Lin Xiaofan uttering such a reckless proposition. "Lin Xiaofan, have you lost your mind? That creature could swallow you whole. Do you dare to fish for it? Are you seeking death?" Suyan exclaimed incredulously. Montauk Mitao chimed in. "Xiaofan, don't be foolish. It's far too dangerous." Even the usually reticent Li Tingting nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaofan exhaled deeply and replied calmly, "Consider this. If that snake continues to exist, we will live in constant fear, worrying that one day it might slither into our shelter. Thus, we must act swiftly to eliminate the threat." At his words, Mo Mitao and the others instinctively hugged their shoulders, goosebumps prickling their skin as the image of a python climbing the banyan tree invaded their minds. "But isn't it too perilous?" Mo Mitao expressed her concern. Lin Xiaofan smiled subtly. "How will we know unless we try? Rest assured, I have a plan." Upon witnessing Lin Xiaofan's resolute decision, Mo Mitao refrained from further persuasion. She recognized that Lin Xiaofan's reasoning was sound. Until the formidable python was dealt with, they would continue to live in fear. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan glanced at the overturned cruise ship in the distance. He then led Mo Mitao and the others towards it, for the vessel contained steel cables. Precisely what he required. Even if it meant wielding a dull axe, he was determined to sever the steel cables. After an arduous half-hour of relentless hacking, he finally succeeded in cutting through the mooring cables. Lin Xiaofan, alongside Mo Mitao and the others, then dragged the cables back, estimating their length to be around 60 meters. Next, they would fashion hooks from wild boar tusks. Lin Xiaofan began by carving a circular groove into the tusks with his dagger. He then unraveled one end of the steel cable, separating it into several slender strands, each intricately wrapped around the carved grooves of the tusks and intertwined securely. With the hooks crafted, Lin Xiaofan did not hasten to fish for the python. Instead, he sought assistance. That assistance would come from Reno and his companions. He subsequently instructed Mo Mitao and the others to kindle a fire beneath the banyan tree to roast meat while he went to consult with Reno. Chapter 46. Fishing for pythons. Upon arriving at the Reno camp, I was greeted by the sight of Reno, his face smeared with dirt, hurriedly returning with 5 or 6 others. Curious about their predicament, I approached them to inquire. They had departed before dawn in search of fresh water and, remarkably, discovered a natural reservoir approximately 7 to 8 kilometers to the northeast, sprawling across an area the size of a football field. Unfortunately, it was surrounded by 4 or 5 groups of survivors who had laid claim to the territory, forbidding outsiders from accessing the water. The only means of obtaining it was through barter: 5 pounds of meat in exchange for merely 1 pound of unfiltered water. After hearing Reno's account, I grasped the situation. Within a 10-kilometer radius, the only source of fresh water was to the northeast, and it was under the control of others. The exchange rate of 5 pounds of meat for a pound of water seemed exorbitant. However, this predicament presented me with an opportunity to persuade Reno and his companions. I extended an olive branch to Reno, inviting him and a few others to join me in fishing for pythons. Reno was taken aback, and the rest of the team appeared incredulous. "You wish to fish for pythons? Young man, that is perilously dangerous. What possessed you to suggest such a thing? Are there even pythons in your vicinity?" One of them queried, a hint of skepticism in their voice. "How do you intend to catch them?" Another, named Chao Yuan, asked with curiosity. Fear not, I reassured them. I am well prepared. When the time comes, you need only summon a few more individuals to assist me, and once we succeed, the python's bounty will be shared equally among you. It was worth noting that such a robust python could weigh close to 300 pounds, though it might not rival the heft of an 8-meter-long anaconda. Upon hearing this, Reno seemed intrigued. Over 100 pounds of meat could potentially procure more than 30 pounds of water, a most advantageous exchange. Given that his team of 10 was nearing the end of their water supply, he had intended to fetch more when he was discovered, prompting his hasty retreat. I expressed my sympathy, deeming the survivor's behavior exceedingly selfish. After all, the water was not theirs to monopolize. Indeed, the darker aspects of human nature were laid bare in this scenario. For the moment, my focus was not on those selfish souls, but rather on the task at hand, fishing for pythons, which would allow us to procure water that could be settled and boiled for consumption. What are the specifics of your plan? Reno inquired. I leaned in closer and quietly shared my thoughts. The group appeared to find merit in my proposal, nodding in agreement. Very well, for the sake of water. It is worth the risk, Reno declared, glancing at his team. Aside from the 2 women who remained silent, the other 7 affirmed their willingness to give it a try. With their collaboration secured, I requested a solid iron rod from them, as it was crucial for a pivotal step in my plan. I intended to carve a hole in a tree nearest to the shore to accommodate a steel cable without a hook. My rationale for this meticulous approach was to ensure absolute certainty. Once the python was hooked, its fate would be sealed. We agreed to commence preparations first thing in the morning. With that settled, I set off with the iron rod in search of a suitable tree in the vicinity of the camp. Before long, they discovered an area nearby adorned with shrubs and several trees thicker than a thigh. Lin Xiaofan, upon noticing this, offered a faint smile and remarked to the python, "Prepare to be cleansed. Tomorrow marks your day of sacrifice." After muttering this, Lin Xiaofan began searching for stones in the vicinity. At that moment, Mo Mi Tao and her companions approached. "What are you up to, Lin Xiaofan?" Su Yin inquired upon seeing him. Lin Xiaofan remained silent, picking up a stone and moving toward the tree. Mo Mi Tao and the others gathered around, utterly perplexed by Lin Xiaofan's intentions. He examined the sturdy tree before him and, at a height of approximately 1.5 meters, drove a metal rod into the trunk, aiming to create a hole. This would render the python's mouth merely decorative. After much effort, he finally penetrated the wood, but when he attempted to extract the rod, it stubbornly resisted. He then called upon Mo Mi Tao and her friends for assistance. With considerable effort, they managed to pull out, but their force was so great that all 4 tumbled backward. Lin Xiaofan found himself landing directly on Su Yan's back, a wave of softness enveloping him. Su Yan, caught off guard, coughed sharply a couple of times. "Cough, cough, Lin Xiaofan, get off me, you're on top of me." Before Lin Xiaofan could rise, Su Yan forcefully pushed him away with both hands. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but feel that Su Yan was being overly formal. It was merely a slight pressure, not a grasp. After a moment, the group stood up, and Lin Xiaofan was the first to inspect the hole. Mo Mi Tao and her companions leaned in closer. Lin Xiaofan was struck by a rich aroma that wafted through the air, so vivid that he could discern it with each breath. In the absence of any stimulating sense, one often remains unaware of their own breathing, a natural and unobserved act. However, the potent fragrance now captivated Lin Xiaofan's senses, making each inhale distinctly perceptible. Once satisfied with the size of the hole, Lin Xiaofan twisted slightly, only to accidentally brush his lips against Li Tingting's cheek, who was standing uncomfortably close. She recoiled sharply, covering her face with her hands, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "I didn't mean to," Lin Xiaofan stammered in quick defense. Su Yin, however, looked on with a hint of disdain, remarking, "If it wasn't intentional, then it must have been deliberate, always taking advantage, typical of men." In response, Lin Xiaofan chose not to argue, simply stating, "Miss Su, if that is your belief, then so be it." Sometimes, explanations only complicate matters further. He felt there was no need to clarify. His focus remained on how to securely catch the python. "Oh dear, Xiaofan, Su Yin, can you two be a bit more amicable?" Mo Mi Tao interjected, unable to bear the tension. Amicable? Not likely. Lin Xiaofan retorted as he grasped the iron rod and headed towards Riinuo, determined to return what belonged to another. After Lin Xiaofan had walked a distance of 20 or 30 meters, Mo Mitao turned to Su Yin and said, stop nitpicking at every little flaw. No one is perfect. All right then, let us go find some firewood, Su Yin replied. Upon finishing her words, Su Yin gracefully moved towards a nearby thicket in search of firewood before dusk descended. Lin Xiaofan soon returned, and a fire was kindled beside the banyan tree. He retrieved 4 pieces of dried cured meat from the tree. Their dinner consisted of roasted cured meat accompanied by some raw egg noodles. As the sun began to set, Lin Xiaofan gazed upon the tranquil sea, his mind lingering on the great python, which promised over 200 pounds of meat. After a hearty meal, he proposed that he and Mo Mitao take turns keeping watch for safety, as one person alone might fail to notice the serpent's approach. Observing Su Yin and Li Tingting peacefully asleep, Lin Xiaofan extended his hand towards Mo Mitao, clasping her right hand with his left. Mo Mitao did not withdraw her hand, silently acquiescing to his gesture. The following morning, Lin Xiaofan and Mo Mitao indulged in sleep until midday. As the sun shone brightly, he finally arose to prepare for the task of catching the python. He gathered a steel cable with a hook, several strips of dried cured meat, an axe, and their respective weapons for self-defense. He proceeded to the tree with the drilled hole, threading one end of the steel cable through it. He then instructed Su Yin to place the strips of meat along the shoreline, 1 meter apart. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan called upon Reno and the others. Responding promptly, Reno and 3 other men followed him to the tree. With a wild boar hook, Lin Xiaofan secured a piece of cured meat, completing the preparations for catching the python. He then instructed everyone to conceal themselves in the thicket. Once the python took the bait, they would pull the steel cable taut and retreat into the woods. Lin Xiaofan ventured to the shoreline, throwing stones to lure the great serpent. Soon, a sinuous shadow emerged on the water surface, prompting him to return. The group held the steel cable tightly, and indeed, the python soon crawled ashore, devouring the strips of meat one after another. As it bit into the last piece, Lin Xiaofan shouted for them to pull. The group exerted their strength on the steel cable, pulling it toward the forest until it became immovable. Hold steady and do not relent. Reno, take someone with you to follow me, Lin Xiaofan instructed as he, Reno, and Li Feng approached the struggling python. The serpent writhed in vain, its head pressed firmly against the tree. Lin Xiaofan commanded, "You too grasp its tail." With that, he drew the axe from his belt and advanced toward the python's head. Once Reno and the other man had secured the tail, Lin Xiaofan swung the axe, striking the snake's head repeatedly, 20 or more blows. The serpent's head was nearly severed, and its struggles ceased. Noticing the python's stillness, Lin Xiaofan halted, realizing that for the first time, he had successfully caught a python. Chapter 47. What are you doing? Lin Xiaofan let out a long breath, while beside him, Reno and Li Feng were still in a state of shock. The bloody scene they had just witnessed had truly startled them. They had never anticipated that this young man would be so formidable, displaying decisive lethality without granting his opponent a moment's respite. Reno felt a profound respect for Lin Xiaofan, recognizing that this young man was even more ruthless than he had been 10 years ago. At that moment, the two of them released the motionless tail of the python and stood up, moving closer to its head. They were met with the sight of the python's head, now a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. "Young brother, you are quite valiant," Reno exclaimed in admiration. "Brother Reno, you flatter me. Had it not been for your assistance, I truly would not have known if I could have dealt with this beast," Lin Xiaofan replied, turning to call out to Mo Mitao and the others. "All right, no need to hold on any longer." Only then did the 6 individuals near Mo Mitao release their grip and approach. Lin Xiaofan then turned his gaze back to the python, silently thinking, "To die by my hand is indeed unfortunate for you. May you be reborn into a better life in your next incarnation." As Mo Mitao and her companions drew closer, they instinctively waved their hands beneath their noses. It was no surprise, considering the overwhelming stench of blood that lingered in the air emanating from the shattered head of the python. Even the wild boar tusks had been severed into several pieces. "Stand back. I shall divide the python," Lin Xiaofan instructed, prompting the others to step aside as he raised his axe and struck at the lifeless serpent. After a brief period, the once mighty python was cleaved in two, blood oozing from the cut and staining the surrounding area crimson. This python had perhaps met the most gruesome of fates. Not only had it been bisected in death, but it would likely soon be devoured as well. Lin Xiaofan handed the longer portion, closer to the tail, to Reno, as it was likely heavier than the head. Reno recognized Lin Xiaofan's gesture of humility and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Young brother, thank you." Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly in response. "Brother Reno, you are most welcome. I shall trouble you to guide me again tomorrow." Reno nodded in acknowledgement, and then called for Li Feng and Chun Ergu to carry the segment of the python. "Let us go. You can join me at my camp tomorrow morning, and we shall proceed together." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan nodded in agreement. He then pulled apart the bloodied head of the serpent and subsequently extracted the steel rope from the hole. Just as he was about to stow it away, Su Yin spoke up. "Lin Xiaofan, someone brushed against me. I'm uncertain if it was intentional." Lin Xiaofan, puzzled by her words, responded, "Miss Su, with your beauty, such occurrences are inevitable." "Nonsense. That person's gaze was peculiar, as if he intended to devour me," Su Yin added. "Women are often acutely aware of the attention they attract, easily sensing even the slightest furtive glance." "Oh, who?" Lin Xiaofan inquired, glancing toward Reno and his companions, who had not wandered far. Su Yin pointed. "That one, the chubby man with long hair." Lin Xiaofan's gaze fell upon the individual Su Yin had indicated, locking onto him with a steady stare. "Fear not. He dares not act recklessly." Lin Xiaofan's prowess was well known. As long as he was present, no one dared to act recklessly. However, in his absence, the outcome remained uncertain. Su Yin chose not to elaborate. Had that individual pressed further, she might have truly lost her temper, reminiscent of the incident with the red-haired Gushan. After fashioning a loop with the steel cable, Lin Xiaofan handed it to Mo Mitao. "Let us go. Su Yin, you and Li Tingting will carry the python." "Ah, why aren't you carrying it?" Su Dianri Tortith. Visibly disgusted by the thought of the python, Lin Xiaofan hesitated momentarily before responding, "You must learn to confront it. It cannot bite you now, so what is there to fear?" Reluctantly, Su Yin, along with Li Tingting, lifted the python's upper half. Upon returning to the banyan tree, Lin Xiaofan secured the snake among its branches. Once this was accomplished, he gazed toward the northeast, contemplating the audacity of those who dared to claim the reservoir as their own. He firmly believed that a natural reservoir should belong to no individual, but rather to nature itself. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps the absence of rescue for 10 days had led everyone to believe that help would not arrive, prompting them to partition the territory in search of a more viable living environment. Beyond this reasoning, Lin Xiaofan could not fathom their motivations. With the threat of the python eliminated, Lin Xiaofan and his companions began to relax. Several coconuts had been opened, and they delightedly sipped their refreshing contents. "Now that the giant python is gone, we can spear fish again," Su Yin exclaimed first, having developed an addiction to the thrill of fishing, relishing the anticipation and satisfaction of successfully spearing a fish. Lin Xiaofan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the shallow waters were indeed safe now. What astonished him was the revelation that pythons could survive in the sea, which left him perplexed. Yet he dismissed the thought. Perhaps there truly existed some kind of sea python. After a brief moment, Lin Xiaofan retrieved a pot, with only 2 pieces of preserved meat remaining. It was inadequate for 4 people, so he contemplated spearing some fish and gathering sea snails and clams for a communal boil. "Hey, Xiaofan, there's a layer of black substance at the bottom of the pot," Su Yin remarked upon glancing at it. Indeed, some black material had accumulated, a natural consequence of prolonged cooking. Suddenly inspired, Lin Xiaofan decided to protect the pot by seeking out mud along the shore, applying a thick layer to the bottom. "What are you doing, Lin Xiaofan?" Su Yin inquired, curiosity piqued. Lin Xiaofan explained, "This will serve as a protective layer, allowing the pot to last longer." His companions were momentarily taken aback. Although this method would slow the heating process, it would indeed safeguard the pot. On this deserted island, procuring a new pot was impossible, making Lin Xiaofan particularly cherish this iron vessel. Placing the pot on the stove, Lin Xiaofan filled a bottle with seawater and poured into the pot. Lacking sufficient freshwater sources, he had no choice but to resort to using seawater to cook the sea snails and clams. As for the 2 pieces of cured meat, Lin Xiaofan and the others utilized them for grilling. The iron pot had not been used for several days, and Lin Xiaofan decided to fire it up. An iron pot is rendered more effective through frequent use. The group felt a surge of joy, especially since the python was no longer lurking in the shallow waters, allowing them to prepare their meals by the seaside without concern. They boiled sea conchs and clams in seawater, and Lin Xiaofan paid careful attention. As soon as the seawater began to bubble, he promptly added more seawater to prevent it from scorching the bottom of the pot, which would lead to the formation of sea salt. Before long, the clams opened their shells, indicating that both the clams and conchs were cooked. Only then did Lin Xiaofan cease adding firewood. As they gazed at the pot filled with freshly cooked seafood, the group licked their lips in anticipation. This was a pot of entirely natural seafood, rich in flavor even without added salt, thanks to the seawater cooking method. Meanwhile, the cured meat was also ready. The group first indulged in the cured meat, and after a while, they all reached into the pot. By this time, the seawater had cooled enough to safely retrieve the conchs and clams. As dusk began to settle, Lin Xiaofan instructed Su Ran to rest first, planning to awaken her later for her watch duty. It was her turn for the night watch. Lin Xiaofan thought it prudent to let her sleep now and rouse her at midnight, allowing her to rest a bit more until dawn, especially since they would need to set out early to fetch more water. He felt uneasy about leaving her alone to guard the camp. Night fell, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. However, for Lin Xiaofan and his companions, this was a welcome reprieve as the wild boars had ceased to disturb their rest, allowing for a peaceful night as sleep. The next day, Lin Xiaofan and the others took the python along with the pot, even bringing the waterproof suitcase, which could be used to carry water. Since carrying the bow and arrows was cumbersome, Lin Xiaofan entrusted the pot to Li Tingting. She smiled gently and did not refuse. Entrusting the pot to her also served another purpose. It could be used as a shield in case they encountered trouble in populated areas, providing some protection against incoming arrows. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan and his 3 companions met up with Reno and the others, forming a group of 14 as they set off toward the northeastern region of the deserted island, burdened with 2 segments of the python. Chapter 48. The mysterious reservoir. Lin Xiaofan and his companions trailed behind Reno, who led the way through the dense jungle. After a night of bloodshed, the snake's wound had ceased to bleed, yet the pungent scent of blood lingered in the air, causing a sense of dizziness, particularly among the women, who wore expressions of distaste. The journey was long, prompting Lin Xiaofan to organize the group into pairs for carrying the load, while another set of companions assisted in dragging the suitcase. This suitcase, equipped with a sealed zipper, remained functional despite its security lock being compromised. As long as the zipper was secured towards the handle, it could effectively hold water without spilling, provided it wasn't filled to capacity. Occasional animal calls echoed around them, and they spotted deer and rabbits along the way. As noon approached, Lin Xiaofan and his party stumbled upon a thicket where they discovered no fewer than 10 wild chickens. The prospect of capturing them promised a delightful feast, as wild fare often surpassed domesticated in nutritional value due to its natural essence. Proficient in the ancient method of distraction to ensnare wild chickens, a skill he had inherited from his grandfather, Lin Xiaofan considered this opportunity. However, he decided to postpone the hunt, focusing instead on the urgent need for water and gathering information about the surrounding area. His curiosity about the territorial claims of others brewed a sense of discontent within him, determined to ascertain the situation before strategizing his next move. The group navigated the jungle at a slow pace, hindered by the dense foliage. Under the blazing sun, they finally caught sight of the reservoir. At that moment, Reno approached Lin Xiaofan, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. "Be cautious when we reach the reservoir," Reno advised. "Yesterday, we merely fetched some water and were chased off by a group. Fortunately, We managed to escape swiftly. Lin Xiaofan nodded slightly, contemplating the possibility that it might be the likes of Gu Shandiao or Li Gang's crew. He was already aware that these two factions were not to be trifled with, while he remained uncertain about others he had yet to encounter. Lost in thought, Lin Xiaofan was interrupted by a voice ahead, announcing their arrival. It was Li Feng, one of Reno's loyal subordinates. Following the sound, they advanced to within 5 meters of the reservoir. Lin Xiaofan observed the diamond-shaped body of water before him. It appeared modest in size, roughly equivalent to a football field. Just as he contemplated moving closer, a group of individuals surged forth from the vicinity. "What do you want?" they shouted. The newcomers wielded spears and clubs, with 2 individuals carrying bows and arrows. This was a faction of survivors that Lin Xiaofan had never encountered before, and their demeanor suggested hostility. At the forefront stood a robust man, resembling a fitness instructor, his muscles prominently defined. It emanates an imposing aura. Reno promptly approached with a beaming smile, addressing the muscular man. "My friend, we have brought meat to exchange for water." Upon hearing this, the leader of the muscular men turned his gaze towards Lin Xiaofan and his companions. When he beheld the individuals before him, who had evidently slain a python, his eyes narrowed in intrigue. He realized that this group was no ordinary band. Their audacity to hunt such a formidable serpent was remarkable. Just yesterday, another group had come to barter for water, but they had only managed to kill a wild boar. "Very well. Do you have the containers for water?" The muscular man, named Wang Ji, who was a trainer at a gym, inquired. "Indeed," Reno replied, and soon after, he and his companions revealed their collection of mineral water bottles, having come prepared with 3 boxes of empty containers. "All right, place the meat aside, and you may proceed to fill your containers," Lin Xiaofan instructed, signaling for Li Tingting and Su Yin to position the severed python near their counterparts. He then leaned closer to Mo Mitao, whispering, "Stay vigilant of the other's movements. Here, SA bow for you." With that, Lin Xiaofan handed the bow down from his shoulder to Mo Mitao and then retrieved his suitcase. Before filling the containers, Lin Xiaofan dipped his finger into the water's surface and tasted it, confirming it to be fresh water. However, this piqued his curiosity, temporarily setting aside other thoughts. He focused on filling his suitcase with water, while Reno and the others filled their mineral bottles. Although the exchange rate was nominally 5 pounds of meat for 1 pound of water, it was merely a formality, as there were no scales to measure. They merely estimated the amounts visually. After filling his container, Lin Xiaofan noticed a crocodile gliding towards them from a distance. This sight startled him, prompting an urgent warning to Reno and the others. "Crocodile, hurry and fill your containers." Seeing the crocodile, Reno and his companions hastily completed their task and retreated from the water's edge. Mo Mitao and her companions moved closer to Lin Xiaofan, evidently shaken by the presence of the crocodile in the reservoir. At this juncture, Wang Ji chuckled. "Did you think fetching water was so simple? This reservoir harbors not just crocodiles. Other perilous creatures may lurk here as well." Lin Xiaofan cast a sidelong glance at him before redirecting his attention to the reservoir. His focus was not solely on the crocodile. Instead, he surveyed the entirety of the water body. To his surprise, he noticed a small stream flowing into the reservoir from a distance. Furthermore, he observed that the water level was receding rapidly. It seemed as though the reservoir was gradually drying up, revealing 2 or 3 distinct water lines, with the most recent one a good 10 centimeters above the current water surface. Given the size of the reservoir, it was inconceivable that the water level could drop so significantly in such a short span. Even with over 100 individuals and numerous nearby beasts quenching their thirst, it would not account for such a drastic reduction in water. Lin Xiaofan's intuition hinted at a hidden secret beneath the reservoir. As he gazed into the water, he began to analyze various possibilities. Firstly, the reservoir might be drying up due to large creatures burrowing beneath, or perhaps the soil at the bottom was unstable and collapsing. At the far end of the reservoir, there unexpectedly flows a stream. One wonders if there are individuals who have claimed dominion over that territory. How did this reservoir come into existence? And how could it be home to creatures such as crocodiles? Could these beings have traversed from a stream? Additionally, does the bottom of the reservoir connect to the ocean beyond the deserted isle? If the water in this reservoir is indeed natural fresh water, how could crocodiles inhabit it? Conversely, if the stream is a conduit for seawater, then the reservoir's water cannot possibly be pure fresh water, even with the dilution from rainfall. These inquiries inundated Lin Xiaofan's mind, prompting a cascade of doubts. After all, amidst the desolation of an uninhabited island, harboring a greater degree of skepticism is far wiser than succumbing to carelessness. It is crucial to recognize the nature of this place, an uninhabited island. Lin Xiaofan has yet to grasp the answers to these mysteries. For now, the priority is to depart from this locale. Just as Lin Xiaofan and Reno were preparing to leave, a group of individuals emerged from the nearby woods. Chapter 49. Tensions rise. The newcomers were none other than Gu Shandiao and his group. Lin Xiaofan recognized them instantly, as they were indeed old foes. The irony of their encounter in this place was not lost on him. Once everyone had disembarked, the onlookers were taken aback by the sheer number. There were 4 to 5 dozen of them, which was rather alarming. In just over 10 days, Gu Shandiao's entourage had swelled to 46 members. Although some were reluctant and coerced, they had banded together under Gu Shandiao's threats and temptations. After all, who did not wish to survive? It was common knowledge that one could scarcely endure alone. Hence, unity was essential for survival. Upon spotting Lin Xiaofan and his companions, Gu Shanshui's expression darkened. "Brother, that's the brat who thwarted my plans and even struck me." Gu Shandiao's gaze was fixed on Lin Xiaofan and his friends, and Lin Xiaofan felt a palpable aura of malice directed at them. Yet, he soon regained his composure. Wang Ji, unfamiliar with this group, also felt perplexed by their sudden appearance. Gu Shandiao remained silent while Gu Shanshui bellowed, "Brat, hand over those 2 women, or you shall not leave here alive today." At this, Lin Xiaofan merely smiled faintly. He surmised that they would not dare to act here, as everyone had ulterior motives. Moreover, this was not Gu Shandiao's territory, and a conflict could easily draw in 3 other factions lurking nearby, complicating matters for him. Hey, please refrain from causing a ruckus on my territory. I ask that you all depart," Wang Ji interjected, eager to protect his own interests and maintain the sanctity of his domain. Spare me your words. It is best you do not meddle in our affairs. That brat must die today." Gu Shanshui's voice grew increasingly strident, but he was silenced by Gu Shandiao's intervention. From Gu Shandiao's calm demeanor, Lin Xiaofan discerned that he was a formidable character, which explained his steadiness. After surveying the surroundings, Gu Shandiao remarked, "Brat, be wise and surrender those 2 women. This matter will end amicably." Lin Xiaofan glanced at Su Yin and Li Tingting, then retrieved a bow and arrows from Mo Mitao. He perceived the fear in Su Yin and Li Tingting's eyes, aware that anyone would be frightened. They were likely concerned that Lin Xiaofan might abandon them for his own sake. Unexpectedly, rather than acquiesce, Lin Xiaofan turned his attention to Gu Shandiao. "You should reflect on your brother's actions. He deserves the punishment he receives. If I simply hand over those who have chosen to follow me, who would ever wish to ally with me again? Do not presume to reject civility, for harming my brother is a death wish," Gu Shanshui retorted. No sooner had he finished speaking than his companions began to disperse, stepping forward. Some wielded wooden clubs, while others brandished various weapons, and 3 even took up bows and arrows. Do they possess arrows as well? Lin Xiaofan realized that on this deserted island, in dealing with wild beasts, one would inevitably craft bows and arrows to aid in their survival, even if the right bowstring was challenging to produce. At that moment, Mo Mitao approached Lin Xiaofan and whispered, "Xiaofan, what should we do?" She was extremely anxious, unwilling to see the 2 sisters fall into the jaws of danger. Lin Xiaofan quickly devised a plan that seemed plausible yet uncertain. "Here's the plan. You and Su Yin will grab the suitcase and run, while Li Tingting uses her pot as a shield to cover your escape. I'll draw their attention. I refuse to believe they are entirely fearless. This won't do. It's too dangerous for you to go alone," Mo Mitao replied, her concern palpable. Lin Xiaofan casually reassured her, "Don't worry, I have a strong constitution. I won't perish easily." However, Imo Mitao remained troubled. Unbeknownst to her, she had gradually developed feelings for this infuriating young man. Enough with the buts. Just prepare yourself, she insisted. You must return alive, or I shall not forgive you. There was a hint of sorrow in her voice. If I return alive, you must accept me, he teased. This time, Imo Mitao did not hesitate to agree. When Imo Mitao lifted her gaze, she was startled to see Duan Yaki, the older sister of the chubby boy Duan Ishio. It turned out that the sister the chubby boy had been searching for had been abducted by Gu Shandiao and his gang. She appeared quite haggard, and Imo Mitao wondered if she had endured any mistreatment. Clearly, the siblings had suffered. Her compassionate heart began to swell again, even amidst her own peril. Seeing Lin Xiaofan silent, Gu Shandiao boomed, "Kid, have you made up your mind? Either hand her over or face death." As the conflict loomed, Wang Ji turned to a tall, slender figure beside him and instructed, "Go back and bring everyone with weapons." The individual promptly departed. Lin Xiaofan then shouted at Gu Shandiao, "Your brother is at fault. Instead of disciplining him, you indulge him. What a worry you are as an elder brother." His banner was merely a means to buy time, as he was aware that Wang Ji had called for reinforcements, which would soon arrive. At that point, the opposition would dare not be overly aggressive. "Oomph. Are you trying to instruct me?" Gu Shandiao retorted. Lin Xiaofan responded with a faint smile. "How could I dare to instruct you? I addressed the matter at hand, and your brother is indeed at fault. Don't play tricks. Hand him over now." Lin Xiaofan tilted his mouth in a smirk. "And what if I refuse?" "If you refuse, then I shall have no choice but to take him by force." Just then, Lin Xiaofan heard footsteps approaching from a distance. "I do not seek trouble, but I do not fear it either. Anyone who dares approach will meet their end. Several have perished at my hands during this time," he declared with bravado. Though in truth, he had never harmed anyone. It was merely a tactic to intimidate his opponents. Gu Shandiao bellowed, "Kid, tough talk won't save you. Go, eliminate that boy, and those 3 women will be ours." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan quickly turned and shouted, "Run." Simultaneously, he drew a wooden arrow, and Imo Mitao and the others hurried into the woods behind them. Lin Xiaofan also swiftly darted toward a different section of the forest. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Gu Shandiao swiftly organized the team. "Wang Zhe, take 10 men to pursue those 3 women. Shan Ke, you gather 6 individuals to escort the 5 women back to the camp. The rest shall follow me in pursuit of that young man." Instantly, the 46 individuals dispersed into their respective tasks. Wang Ji, observing the scene, refrained from intervening. He was unwilling to provoke such a band of desperate individuals over a mere boy. With a resigned shake of his head, he murmured, "Young man, may fortune favor you. Otherwise, you shall surely perish at their hands." Gu Shandiao led his men swiftly in the direction Lin Xiaofan had fled. He aimed to eliminate Lin Xiaofan, thereby stripping the women of their protector, rendering them vulnerable and helpless. Noticing this, Lin Yuo whispered to his companion Li Feng, "Let us follow." With that, he carefully trailed behind Wang Zhe and his 11 companions. However, shortly after they began their pursuit, an arrow was shot from ahead, striking Li Piao squarely in the chest. Gu Shandiao shouted, "Quick, pursue them." He seized a bough from one of his men and retaliated, shooting an arrow towards the direction for which the first had come. Meanwhile, the fallen Li Piao clutched his chest, stammering, "Boss Gu, save me." As he ran, Gu Shandiao replied, "Dogzi, take him back." Concealed behind a tree, Lin Xiaofan witnessed an arrow whizzing past him, a smirk playing on his lips as he softly remarked, "Playing a game of jungle chase." His first arrow had found its mark on the bald man Li Piao. Surely, death was not far off for him. Lin Xiaofan recalled this bald man. He had seen him alongside a woman in the woods when he had rescued Li Tingting. Li Piao, in his greed for accolades, had unexpectedly been the first to fall. In the shadows, Lin Xiaofan whispered, "Animo, I hope you are safe." He had a premonition that Lin Yuo would intervene to assist, earning him a significant favor in return. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan rose and dashed to retrieve the arrow shot by Gu Shandiao, before vanishing once more into the adjacent woods. Chapter 50. Acceptance hiding amidst a thicket. Lin Xiaofan examined the wooden arrows he had scavenged. The arrows appeared rather rudimentary, lacking fletching at their nocks, indicating a lack of craftsmanship. Clearly, these were hastily fashioned projectiles. If not for the sinew serving as the bowstring, their effective range would scarcely exceed 70 to 80 meters. In stark contrast to Lin Xiaofan's exquisite arrows, which boasted a range surpassing by 40 to 50 meters, this disparity was overwhelmingly disadvantageous. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan heard sounds approaching from behind. Turning his head, he glimpsed through the gaps in the foliage a group led by Gu Shandiao, less than 100 meters away, charging forth with great fervor. Drawing his bow and nocking an arrow, Lin Xiaofan aimed at Gu Shandiao. An arrow emerged from the thicket and flew through the air towards its intended target. Startled, Gu Shandiao narrowly evaded the deadly projectile, though one of his companions was not as fortunate, collapsing to the ground with a cry. Gu Shandiao was compelled to instruct two of his men to escort the fallen back while he pressed on in pursuit. Thus, a relentless chase ensued, with Lin Xiaofan maintaining a distance of approximately 70 meters, ensuring he could shoot an arrow and subsequently retrieve one from the adversaries, despite the crude nature of their arrows. When coupled with his meticulously crafted bow, their effective range was enhanced by 10 meters. Lin Xiaofan waited until they were within 60 meters before loosing his arrows, a distance at which he could reliably inflict harm. Each time he struck an adversary, he effectively compelled two of their number to withdraw and assist the injured, allowing him to dispatch 3 foes with each shot. The pursuit, while not highly injurious, was undeniably overwhelming in its effectiveness. In that moment, Lin Xiaofan recalled Mo Mitao and her companions. Without pausing, he sprinted towards the direction from which Mo Mitao had retreated, hoping to catch up with her and her group. Meanwhile, Mo Mitao and her companions found themselves pursued by a band of assailants, having abandoned their luggage and cooking pot in a patch of grass during their flight. The burden of heavy belongings would have hindered their escape significantly. As they noticed Wang Zhe and his crew closing in, Mo Mitao and her friends hastily gathered stones to hurl at their pursuers, aiming to slow their advance. After their impromptu barrage, they resumed their flight, heading back the way they had come. At that moment, Wang Zhe and his group became aware of another contingent pursuing them, Reno and his team of 10. "Hey, why no greetings for your dear grandpa, eh?" Reno boomed, a sturdy iron rod slung over his shoulder, exuding an air of dominance that would have been complete with a cigarette. He and his men advanced towards Wang Zhe's group, working to buy precious time for Mo Mitao and her companions to escape. The arrival of reinforcements did not go unnoticed by Mo Mitao and her friends, who finally grasped Lin Xiaofan's intentions. The favor he had earned by rescuing Reno and his companions from the jaws of danger, as well as the assistance exchanged for fish, was now being repaid in earnest. "I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Otherwise, our paths may cross as adversaries in the future." The formidable Wang Zhe issued this warning, though it fell on deaf ears. Reno showed no leniency, retorting, "What does it matter to me? You are pursuing the woman of my savior. If I do not hinder you, my conscience shall torment me. Indeed, provoking that youth is tantamount to courting death. Are you unaware of how formidable he truly is?" "Li femme remarqua coldly." Their words reached the ears of Mo Mitao and her companions, who, though gripped by fear, could not suppress a hint of amusement. Reno's eloquence was commendable, casting them as the women of Lin Xiaofan. At that moment, Wang Zhe turned to the fading figures of Mo Mitao and her friends, then addressed his companions, "Li Xing and I shall pursue those 3 women. The rest of you, hold them off for a few minutes and then flee. Once I capture those 3, I shall return." Faced with such circumstances, he had no choice but to orchestrate this plan. Wang Zhe possessed a modicum of intelligence. Otherwise, he would not hold the position of the third in command within the Gu Shandiao team. He and Li Xing then pursued Mo Mitao and her companions. Reno intended to follow, but was thwarted by a diversion set by the opposing side. Instantly, a fierce battle erupted, with both factions clashing violently. Reno and Li Feng relentlessly suppressed their adversaries, wielding a metal rod and a makeshift knife fashioned from scrap metal, respectively. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhe found that although his men managed to delay Reno for a few minutes, half of them lay on the ground, subdued and battered, while the remaining few fled in haste terrified and helpless, embodying the saying, "In times of great peril, each one takes flight." At that moment, Wang Zhe and Li Xing were vigorously pursuing Mo Mitao and her companions when Shadow darted toward them at great speed, colliding intimately with Li Xing. An arrow pierced his shoulder, causing him to collapse. Witnessing this, Wang Zhe abandoned Li Xing and fled, fully aware that armed only with a dagger, he stood no chance against the unseen assailant. As they saw the fallen and fleeing duo, Mo Mitao and her companions halted not far away. Could it be Lin Xiaofan? While they were lost in thought, Lin Xiaofan emerged from the thicket. "Xiaofan!" Mo Mitao exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. "It is indeed Lin Xiaofan." Li Tingting leaped in excitement. This scene nearly stirred Lin Xiaofan's heart. With a gentle smile, he approached and placed his foot on Li Xing's head. Ignoring the pain, Li Xing cried out, "Spare me, brother, spare me." Lin Xiaofan scoffed, "Only now do you plead for mercy. You were so eager to chase just moments ago." I was coerced," Li Xing weakly explained. At this moment, several women surrounded him. After Su Yin approached, she kicked Li Xing, saying, "Humph, you nearly captured this young lady." Su Yin was quite irate. Had it come to that, she would have surely resisted to the bitter end. At this juncture, blood had begun to flow from Li Xing's back, evidently a result of the potency of Lin Xiaofan's earlier shot. Lin Xiaofan spoke with unwavering resolve, instructing, "When you return, convey this message. I, Lin Xiaofan, harbor no intention of becoming enemies with you." With that, he released his grip. Li Xing, enduring the pain, managed to rise and subsequently fled in a dejected manner. "Lin Xiaofan, you truly let him go? Why not eliminate him?" Su Yin expressed her frustration. Lin Xiaofan explained, "Killing him would serve no purpose. It would only breed greater animosity. In his current state, he will meet his demise soon enough." Upon hearing this, Su Yin fell silent. At that moment, Mo Mitao approached, her eyes glistening with tears, and rushed towards Lin Xiaofan, embracing him tightly. "Xiaofan, I'm so relieved you're all right. I thought you." She sobbed. This scene startled both Su Yin and Li Tingting. In truth, they were aware of the situation but had not anticipated such swift developments. Following this incident, Mo Mitao would need to inform her two sisters later. This moment had undoubtedly clarified everything. "Why are you crying? Me perfectly fine. Aren't I? There's nothing to worry about." Lin Xiaofan gently brushed Mo Mitao's disheveled hair. Chapter 51. Ruthless and unyielding after a considerable amount of time. Mo Mitao reluctantly released Lin Xiaofan, signaling her acceptance of him. Mo Mitao's commitment to her words was commendable. "Let's take a detour, swiftly gather the water, and then depart," she suggested. Lin Xiaofan noticed the empty hands of the group, realizing they had abandoned their pot and suitcase. Carrying such burdens would indeed hinder their escape, so he refrained from chastising them. "They won't pursue us, will they?" he wondered. "I don't know, but we shouldn't linger here. Follow me," he instructed, moving towards the rear. Mo Mitao and her companions said little, hastily trailing behind him. "Xiaofan, how did you manage to evade so many pursuers?" Li Tingting inquired, her curiosity piqued and relief palpable at Lin Xiaofan's safe return. After all, he was quite a decent fellow. Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly, "Though I'm no match for them. In the forest, they would surely be outpaced by me." "Ha! You are the master of escape," Su Yin teased, igniting mischief once more. Lin Xiaofan turned and shot her an exasperated glance, retorting, "If you can't compete, why not flee? Would you rather wait for death? Use your wits, will you?" With that, he continued onward. Meanwhile, on his way back, Li Xing was discovered by Wang Zhe. "Help me, brother Wang," Li Xing pleaded. Wang Zhe responded with a sinister smile. As Li Xing approached, Wang Zhe's right hand discreetly reached for the fruit knife concealed behind him. "I will escort you home," he said, swiftly advancing to draw the knife, ending Li Xing's life in an instant. Li Xing could scarcely comprehend that the team he had followed had ultimately taken his life. Sometimes, aligning with the wrong faction incurs a grave cost. As he gazed down at his blood-soaked abdomen, his eyes widened in terror. Wang Zhe gently sliced his own wrist with the knife. He then tore a strip from his clothing to bandage the wound, ensuring he could return with a plausible story. Glancing in the direction of his escape, Wang Zhi departed hastily. His motive for eliminating Li Xing stemmed from the fact that he had abandoned him during their flight. Should Li Xing return alive, he would inevitably arouse Li Piao's suspicion. After all, Li Xing was Li Piao's brother. Thus, with foresight, he sought to eliminate any potential complications. Upon returning to the location where he had encountered Reno, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. There was not a soul in sight. Without further deliberation, he set out to find Gu Shandiao and his group. Before long, he reunited with Gu Shandiao and the others. What are the others? Gu Shandiao inquired. Wang Zhi explained. The other group intervened. I left 9 men to hold them off for a few minutes while I pursued the 3 women with Li Xing unexpectedly. That fool turned on me, and Li Xing was killed. I managed to escape and come back to report. He subtly lifted his left hand, intentionally allowing Gu Shandiao to see his bandaged wrist. At this revelation, Gu Shandiao nearly ground his teeth in frustration. He was now consumed with the desire to eliminate Lin Xiaofan, simultaneously recognizing that Lin Xiaofan was no ordinary adversary, as they had failed to subdue him despite their numbers, resulting in several casualties. By the way, Boss Gu, that young man is tied up with something. I wonder what it could be, perhaps a treasure. Wang Zhi diverted Gu Shandiao's attention. Oh, what makes you say that? Gu inquired. Wang Zhi explained, if it weren't a treasure, why would he be bound with it rather than keeping it hidden? Upon hearing this, Gu Shandiao nodded in agreement, sharing the same suspicion. Soon, the notion of searching for Lin Xiaofan and seizing the object emerged in his mind. Let us return for now. Gu Shandiao instructed the remaining group to retreat. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan, having taken a longer route, finally located his suitcase and iron pot. These 2 items were of great significance. He would not abandon them unless absolutely necessary. Subsequently, the group headed north as evening approached. If they continued walking at this pace, they would return to the banyan tree sanctuary just as night fell. Lin Xiaofan was indeed curious about the reservoir. He contemplated exploring it alone in a few days to learn about the other 3 teams occupying the fish pond, hoping to identify any acquaintances among them. Today, aside from encountering Wang Zhi's team, who had claimed the territory, he was unaware of the other 3 groups. However, before that, he needed to teach Mo Mitao and the others how to shoot arrows and craft a few wooden bows, 1 for each person. Without such provisions, survival would be challenging. Just like today, when the 3 women nearly got caught. The outcome would have been dire had they been overtaken. Yet with bows in hand, their adversaries would stand little chance. As they proceeded halfway, Lin Xiaofan noticed no sign of Reno and his group, assuming they had likely retreated swiftly. Just then, Mo Mitao whispered, Xiaofan, look. Following her pointing finger, Lin Xiaofan spotted over a dozen wild chickens moving in the thicket they had passed earlier. Rest assured, in a few days, these wild chickens will be ours, Lin Xiaofan remarked. At that moment, Li Tingting asked, how do we catch them? If we approach, they'll all run away. Indeed, you don't plan to rush in and grab them, do you? Su Yin expressed skepticism about the feasibility of capturing wild chickens that way. Wild chickens were far quicker than domestic ones, having honed their agility and evasive skills to survive in such environments. What are you all thinking? That is definitely not the way. We must learn to employ strategy rather than charging in, Lin Xiaofan advised. What kind of strategy? Su Yin asked, intrigued. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly. We'll use the ancient method of a leaf to obscure vision. What is that method, and how does it work? Mo Mitao inquired, equally curious. Lin Xiaofan teased. I'll reveal it later. For now, we must hurry back. Night is approaching. You rascal, always leaving things half said, Su Yin complained, stamping her foot. Observing this, Lin Xiaofan felt a slight blush on his face. The secrets of fate cannot be revealed. Once disclosed, they lose their efficacy. Now let us move quickly. Su Yin refrained from pressing further. After all, Lin Xiaofan was unwilling to share, and she could not threaten him into revealing his plans. They would have to wait a few days to discover how he intended to catch wild chickens. As evening descended upon the beach, I chanced upon the Reynolds camp and was startled by an alarming sight. How did those individuals end up at Reynolds camp? Su Yin whispered to Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan had just made the same observation. It became evident that earlier in the afternoon, Reynolds had captured a few individuals who had now pledged their loyalty to him. Perhaps it was Reynolds' chivalry that had swayed them. Upon noticing Lin Xiaofan and his companions approaching, Reynolds stepped forward to greet them. "Brother Reynolds, thank you." Lin Xiaofan expressed his gratitude for saving Mo Mitao and the others. "As long as everyone is safe," Reynolds replied. "Who are those individuals?" Lin Xiaofan inquired, seeking clarity to avert potential conflicts in the future. Hearing this, Reynolds turned his gaze, smiled, and explained, "Those individuals were from that group. I have successfully recruited them, thus expanding my ranks." "Very well, just keep a close watch," Lin Xiaofan remarked nonchalantly. Reynolds understood the implication behind Lin Xiaofan's words. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Xiaofan and his group departed from Reynolds' camp. Shortly thereafter, a fire was kindled beside the banyan tree. Chapter 52. Breathtaking scenery by the campfire. A small group sat gathered around the fire, their expressions pensive. "It appears we must bolster our ranks. We are quite outnumbered," Lin Xiaofan murmured softly. Mo Mitao nodded in agreement, but lamented, "Our acquaintances are few, and some may have already met their demise in the depths of the sea." Lin Xiaofan understood this well. Thus, he proposed a formidable idea for Mo Mitao and her companions to swiftly learn archery. With each person equipped with a bow, their chances of survival would significantly improve. Upon hearing Lin Xiaofan's suggestion, Mo Mitao and her friends nodded in assent. However, Su Yin interjected, "But archery is not easily mastered. I haven't hit a target even once. It's only been a few days. Archery is not a skill acquired in a day or two. We have ample time." Lin Xiaofan reassured her. Mo Mitao then encouraged Su Yin, "Don't worry. We will practice diligently and soon master it." "You need fret over us, Xiaofan." Su Yin replied with an affirmative sound, but suddenly a thought struck her. "Sister, have you and Lin Xiaofan become a couple?" Mo Mitao remained silent, merely nodding. "I suspected as much, but I didn't think it would happen so soon," Su Yin confessed, glancing at Li Tingting, who chimed in, "Indeed. Does this mean Lin Xiaofan is to be your brother-in-law?" Her disbelief was palpable, yet circumstances left her no choice but to accept the reality. Su Yin, however, was less inclined to acquiesce, teasingly stating, "Don't think that just because you're my brother-in-law, you can boast. I'll still have my way with you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly. "How do you intend to bully me?" "Apart from your sharp tongue, of course." Are you asking for trouble?" Su Yin retorted, annoyance evident in her tone. Hey, you two. Let us refrain from bickering," Mo Mitao intervened, hoping to prevent another round of playful banter. "Let us eat. Tomorrow we'll continue practicing archery. Those who hit the target will be rewarded with 2 coconuts, while those who miss will have to settle for a diluted coconut water." The 3 women exchanged glances, and Su Yin's eyes sparkled with determination. She was fiercely competitive and undoubtedly aimed to hit the target. "Hey, Lin Xiaofan, do you think it will find us here?" Lin Xiaofan pondered for a moment before replying. "It's highly unlikely. The distance is considerable. Even if they do come, we can simply retreat. This vast deserted island offers plenty of places to hide, does it not?" "True, but the thought of their ferocity is rather frightening," Mo Mitao mused, recalling the chase from earlier. "I'm relieved I managed to escape. Otherwise, I shudder to think of what might have transpired." "Don't worry, Mitao. It's all behind us now. You're safe with me," Lin Xiaofan reassured her, prompting a sudden smile from Mo Mitao. "Wow, you've changed your tune rather quickly." Su Yin feigned indignation at Lin Xiaofan's words. "Well, it's only fair. Mitao has accepted me, and I do not regard either of you as outsiders, right?" "That's true," Su Yin conceded, feeling a twinge of awkwardness, but ultimately accepting the situation. After all, this young man had fortuitously become her brother-in-law. Primarily, it is a matter of age, as he is a few years younger than herself. "All right, return and rest. Tomorrow, practice archery diligently. Otherwise, survival will indeed be challenging, for one must contend not only with other humans, but also with wild beasts." Having said this, Lin Xiaofan rose and walked towards the banyan tree. Su Yin, while picking up the last seashell, muttered a remark about not wasting it. She then followed Lin Xiaofan. The quartet swiftly ascended to their constructed shelter within the banyan tree. "Tonight, I shall be on watch. You all should rest well and be in high spirits tomorrow," Lin Xiaofan declared. The women nodded in agreement. Through the gaps in the leaves above, Lin Xiaofan noticed that Mo Mitao appeared particularly enchanting. He then shifted closer and gently tidied her somewhat disheveled hair. She lowered her gaze, embodying a bashful demeanor. It was then that Lin Xiaofan realized Mo Mitao possessed a captivating side. The two others exchanged glances, astonished by the newfound boldness of their companion. Observing their peculiar expressions, Lin Xiaofan chuckled. "Do you wish for me to style your hair as well? You are being greedy, aren't you? With my elder sister around, do you dare to?" Su Yin clearly felt Lin Xiaofan had overstepped. Li Tingting interjected, "Be careful. My sister might become jealous." "All right, it was merely a jest. Let us hasten to rest. At least Mi Tao understands me. Do not misinterpret my intentions. I will keep watch for your safety," he reassured them. As dawn broke, Lin Xiaofan went about rousing the still, slumbering women. "Oh, I wish to sleep a little longer." Su Yin grumbled as she reluctantly arose. "Sleep, sleep, still wanted to sleep, while the sun has already risen. Hurry, it's time to practice archery," Lin Xiaofan admonished as soon as she was up. He understood that while many matters could be approached with ease, the matter of survival must never be taken lightly. Soon, they arrived at the previous archery practice spot. Lin Xiaofan adjusted the difficulty, setting the target distance to approximately 70 meters, making it easier for them to learn. If they could hit targets at this range, they would be prepared to confront moving creatures at about 50 meters, be it a fleeing human. They would still be within the effective range of harm. After arranging their practice, Lin Xiaofan moved to the banyan tree, bringing 3 coconuts and a half-filled bottle. He placed the coconuts on the ground and opened one for himself. Mo Mitao and the others glanced over. "That guy is actually mixing coconut water with plain water. How detestable," Su Yin remarked with disdain. "Is it enjoyable that way?" Li Tingting whispered. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan held the coconut over the bottle, pouring some coconut water into it. This tactic was intended to encourage them to practice archery earnestly. He then sealed the bottle and set it down, while he took a bamboo straw and inserted it into the coconut, taking a refreshing sip. Thus, Lin Xiaofan leisurely sipped coconut water beneath the grand banyan tree, all the while observing their archery practice and relishing the breathtaking scenery. Upon witnessing Lin Xiaofan in such a state of leisure, Su Yin felt an overwhelming urge to stride over and give him a swift kick. While she toiled under the sun practicing archery, that young man languished beneath the banyan tree, sipping coconut juice. The stark contrast of their circumstances stirred a tempest of frustration within Su Yin, prompting her to stamp her feet in exasperation. This scene startled Lin Xiaofan, causing his heart to race and nearly choke on his drink. Su Yan's vexed demeanor was undeniably captivating. Once he finished his coconut juice, Lin Xiaofan contemplated the idea of spearfishing. As they honed their archery skills, he could not afford to remain idle. He resolved to prepare lunch for them, simultaneously repaying the last 10 fish he owed to Reno. Upholding one's word is the hallmark of Lin Xiaofan's character. He harbored a distaste for being indebted to others. He sought out another branch, stripped it of its leaves, and sharpened the tip. He even whittled down the adjoining thick twigs to create an upgraded spear for fishing, expanding the range of his catch. With the spear in hand, Lin Xiaofan ambled to the shore, removed his shoes, and rolled up his pant legs. He waded into the shallow waters and commenced his fishing endeavor. After quite some time, a scattering of lively fish began to appear along the shore. Just as Lin Xiaofan was poised to thrust his spear at a sizable carp, an urgent shout erupted from behind him, calling out in a frenzy, "There's a snake! A bear! Lin Xiaofan, hurry!" Chapter 53. A fortunate discovery. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Xiaofan hurried ashore, hastily wiping his feet on the cuffs of his trousers before donning his boots. Was this a python and a bear? Lin Xiaofan pondered, a hint of confusion washing over him. Dismissing his thoughts, he quickly made his way to the spot where Mo Mitao and the others were practicing archery, only to witness a startling scene. There, at the edge of the woods, a massive black bear and a python were locked in a fierce struggle. Approximately 400 meters away, Are they fighting? Su Yin questioned, bewildered. Perhaps it's a territorial dispute. Lin Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. Nature is often brutal, but the ferocity of the wildlife here seems unusually intense. I cannot fathom the reason. At that moment, the battle between the black bear and the python intensified. The bear, with its thick hide and robust physique, proved difficult to constrict and suffocate. Unlike humans, who would surely perish if ensnared by a python of such girth, the black bear roared defiantly, gnashing its teeth upon the serpent's midsection. The python writhed in pain, yet showed no sign of relinquishing its grip, instead sinking its fangs into the bear's skull. Remarkably, the bear appeared unfazed, retaliating with another powerful bite. The python, unwilling to release its prey, continued its assault, shifting its focus to other vulnerable areas of the bear. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Emo Mitao and her companions furrowed their brows in dismay. "I'll take care of both of them," Su Yin declared, stepping forward with her bow drawn. However, she was swiftly pulled back by Lin Xiaofan. "Are you seeking death?" "Wait a moment," he admonished, genuinely perplexed by Su Yan's sudden surge of bravado. "Lin Xiaofan, I just hit the target, so I thought I might take a shot at them," Su Yin replied, her confidence evidently soaring. Lin Xiaofan cast her a sidelong glance. "You hit the target, so you think you can approach ferocious beasts engaged in battle? What if they turn their attention toward you?" "Oh," Su Yin murmured, lowering her head like a child caught in wrongdoing. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan added, "Have you ever heard the saying about the mantis catching a cicada while the oriole waits in the shadows? We're like the oriole, waiting for them to exhaust themselves in their struggle, allowing us to reap the benefits." Emo Mitao smiled slightly. "Xiaofan, you have a bit of a mischievous side, don't you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly and resumed his observance of the fierce clash between the bear and the python. This was indeed the first time he had witnessed such a spectacle. After a while, the python ultimately succumbed, dragging its injured body away in defeat, leaving a pool of blood in its wake. The black bear, noticing the presence of others nearby, gradually approached Lin Xiaofan and the others. "Look, it seems to be coming over here," Emo Mitao remarked. However, moments later, the black bear collapsed to the ground, its limbs broken and multiple wounds rendering it unable to rise. Seeing this, Lin Xiaofan smirked with a hint of mischief. "Let us go over there." Startled, Su Yin snapped back to attention. Without delay, Lin Xiaofan strode forward, prompting Emo Mitao and the others to follow suit. Before long, the group found themselves within 10 meters of the fallen black bear. The condition of the black bear is now painfully clear. Its body is marred with wounds, blood seeping from its injuries. It seems unlikely to survive. Lin Xiaofan, resolute in his decision, chooses to end its suffering swiftly. "Su Yin, you can practice your archery now." Understanding the implication, Su Yin knocks an arrow and releases it toward the bear, striking it squarely in the abdomen. The bear lets out a ferocious roar, causing Su Yin and her companions to instinctively take a step back. "Do not panic. Continue shooting. It is gravely wounded and likely unable to rise," Lin Xiaofan reassures them. Encouraged by his words, Su Yin, invigorated, looses 3 more arrows, all finding their mark on the bear's body. At a distance of 10 meters, precision is expected. Any inaccuracy would render her practice futile. The rationale behind eliminating the bear lies in the strength of its tendons, which can be fashioned into bowstrings, offering superior elasticity compared to those of wild boars, making it an excellent material for archery. Seemingly addicted to the act, Su Yin continues to shoot arrows into the bear, which protests with futile roars. Once Su Yin has exhausted her arrows, Lin Xiaofan retrieves an axe from his waist and approaches the ailing bear. Gazing at the creature, barely clinging to life, he murmurs, "Let me assist you on your journey, to spare you further suffering." With that, he raises the axe and brings it down upon the bear's head. Given that hunting a bear is considerably more challenging than a wild boar, and considering the bear's current state, having already endured no fewer than 6 arrows from Su Yin, Lin Xiaofan finds it impossible to let it escape. Only when the bear lies still does he summon Emo Mitao and the others to help drag it back. "Lin Xiaofan, you are so cruel," Su Yin exclaims while hauling the bear, her brows knitted together in concern, clearly aware of its weight. Lin Xiaofan instructs Su Yin and Li Tingting to roast fish while he and Mo Mitao begin to process the bear. Initially frightened, Mo Mitao gradually joins in the task, encouraged by Lin Xiaofan's gentle words. To alleviate her fear, he occasionally brushes against her small hand. The atmosphere is charged. Lin Xiaofan deliberately leans in closer, his enticing scent captivating. Oh dear, they might notice. Mo Mitao shyly glances over at Su Yin and Li Tingting, who are busy roasting fish. At that moment, Su Yin softly remarks, "I can't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. That fellow has so easily won our elder sister's favor. And now he is to be our brother-in-law." Li Tingting smiles slightly and responds, "It's not as easy as it seems. He genuinely cares for our sister, and his sincerity is evident. I find it rather comforting, considerate. Their mutual affection indirectly ensures our protection." Su Yin ponders this, nodding in agreement. If there were no semblance of familial bonds or emotions in times of crisis, who knows whether Lin Xiaofan would truly look after them. But now, the situation has changed. Even if he were to decide against it, Mo Mitao would likely persuade him otherwise. At that moment, a tantalizing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, causing Lin Xiaofan's stomach to rumble audibly. He retrieved the 4 tendons from the black bear and carefully stored them in a water bottle. Then, he led Mo Mitao to the fire pit to savor the grilled fish. As for the black bear, Lin Xiaofan decided to slice the meat into manageable pieces, akin to the process of drying pork. He had no intention of cooking it, as boiled bear meat was rather unpalatable. However, the bones were excellent for making broth. After enjoying the grilled fish, Lin Xiaofan instructed the others to practice archery while he attended to the black bear. At that moment, Mo Mitao approached and tugged at the hem of Lin Xiaofan's shirt, and he immediately understood her intent. Subsequently, they walked to another side together. Li Tingting observed their retreating figures, and beside her, Su Yin teased, "What is this? Are you feeling envious?" Chapter 54. A Hint of Sweetness. Treading on serpents, nest no way. Li Tingting pouted. After Lin Xiaofan assisted Mo Mitao with her matters, their eyes met, and it felt as though the very air around them had warmed. Lin Xiaofan grasped Mo Mitao's shoulders and kissed her. After what felt like an eternity, they parted, a delicate, glimmering thread of connection slowly severing in the atmosphere. They exchanged affectionate smiles and then strolled together towards the banyan tree. Lin Xiaofan pressed his lips together, sensing a sweetness in the air. Upon returning beneath the banyan tree, Mo Mitao inquired, "Xiaofan, when shall we craft a few more wooden bows?" To this, Lin Xiaofan responded with a gentle smile, "We'll do it later. Once I finish preparing the black bear, you can practice your archery." Mo Mitao nodded, and she and Su Yin began their archery practice. Lin Xiaofan then made his way to the seaside to tend to the black bear. It was only in the afternoon that he finished, slicing the bear meat into chunks and hanging it on the branches of the banyan tree, far from the platform. He then returned to check on the progress of Mo Mitao and the others' archery practice, witnessing their clothes drenched in sweat. The scenery was breathtaking, reminiscent of a hillside after the rain, indicating they had indeed put in considerable effort. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. At that moment, Su Yin was shooting arrows, her stance unsteady. Lin Xiaofan took it upon himself to provide guidance. Seizing the bow from her hands, he felt an unexpected smoothness. "What are you doing?" Su Yin protested, tapping his arm. Lin Xiaofan replied, "You need to be steady when shooting. Don't sway as though you might fall into someone else's embrace." Su Yin shot him a glare, acknowledging the truth in his words. Her balance while shooting was lacking. Lin Xiaofan steadied himself and released an arrow, hitting the target perfectly. "Well done, you have some skill," he remarked with a faint smile, returning the bow to Su Yin. "Wait a moment, change your clothes. We are setting out to make bows," he added, turning away. He noticed his arm felt sticky and wiped it gently, bringing his hand to his nose. "How fragrant," he mused. Indeed, it was different. Even sweat carried a pleasant scent. No wonder there was a saying about fragrant perspiration. Without further ado, Lin Xiaofan prepared the items for their departure: 2 bottles of coconut juice and 2 pool cues, with the rest of the equipment distributed among them. He took one cue for himself and left the other for Li Tingting, as she lacked any other weapon. Approaching Mo Mi Tao and the others, he admired the stunning scenery. "Quickly now, you have 10 minutes to get ready," he urged. In response, Mo Mi Tao swiftly handed her bow to Lin Xiaofan, then joined Su Yin and Li Tingting to change in the nearby woods. They hastily walked toward the seaside just as a breeze swept by, causing their garments to flutter. They quickly submerged their changed clothes in the ocean water, giving them a swift rinse before laying them out on the grass near the archery range. It was a splendid afternoon, with the sun shining brightly. Upon returning in the evening, they could gather the laundry. Lin Xiaofan, observing that they had completed all preparations, led the group towards the direction of the wild boar den. It was in this vicinity that suitable materials for crafting bows and arrows had been discovered previously. Naturally, they headed in a general direction aligned with their earlier expedition. Though the path may not have been identical to the one taken before, the orientation remained relatively consistent. As they ventured into the forest, the group scattered slightly, yet remained within a 10-meter radius of one another. Not long after, the voice of Su Yin resonated through the air. "Wow, look over there. Beautiful flowers." She hurried towards the vibrant blossoms nestled beside the grass. "Hey, Su Yin, don't touch those. You might not know if they're toxic. This isn't a tourist area. It's a deserted island, and many plants here can be poisonous." Lin Xiaofan cautioned, somewhat exasperated by Su Yan's overwhelming curiosity. However, Su Yin heeded his warning and refrained from touching the flowers, opting instead to crouch down and observe them with a puzzled expression. The shape of a pear emerged in Lin Xiaofan's mind. He could not deny that Su Yin possessed a striking beauty. "Let's go," Lin Xiaofan called out to her. Su Yin responded with an enthusiastic "oh," and promptly rejoined the group as they continued their journey. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, almost unsettling in its stillness. Fortunately, the trees in this area were relatively sparse, posing minimal danger. Just as they were nearing their destination, a piercing scream erupted from Li Tingting. "A snake!" The group turned to see her frantically rushing towards them, with over a dozen snakes in pursuit. Fear gripped them all. Li Tingting had inadvertently stepped on a snake's nest, triggering this alarming scene. "Run!" Lin Xiaofan shouted. They had barely made it a short distance when Li Tingting stumbled and fell. "Xiaofan!" she cried from the ground. As she turned, she felt something slither across her abdomen, terror flooding her features as tears streamed down her face. A snake had nestled inside her clothing. Overwhelmed with fear, Li Tingting was on the verge of fainting, her eyes locking with the serpent's. Just as she resigned herself to her fate, a shadow darted past her. Fortunately, Lin Xiaofan arrived just in time, using his cue stick to swat the snake away. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaofan grasped her collar and hoisted Li Tingting to her feet, swiftly lifting her in his arms and sprinting away. At that moment, the other snakes followed closely behind, one even lunging at Lin Xiaofan's boot, but it was as ineffective as striking a wall. The group ran desperately forward. "Let us head to the wild boar den," Lin Xiaofan urged. With remarkable strength, he carried Li Tingting in such a manner that his speed exceeded that of Mo Mi Tao and Su Yin. Mo Mi Tao, unsure of Lin Xiaofan's intentions, chose not to hesitate and kept pace closely behind him. Lin Xiaofan ventured toward the wild boar den, suddenly inspired by the notion of utilizing the pigs to combat the snakes, since wild boars are known to prey on venomous serpents. Approaching the lair, he called out, "Come forth, foul wild boars," before swiftly darting to the right. At that moment, several wild boars emerged in response to the sound, coincidentally colliding with a dozen pursuing venomous snakes. Subsequently, the boars launched a fierce assault on the snakes. Lin Xiaofan glanced back, reassured by the sight, and only then did he set Li Tingting down. A faint blush adorned her cheeks. At that instant, Lin Xiaofan perceived the fragrant aroma emanating from her, an enigmatic scent that seemed capable of momentarily clouding one's mind. This fragrance was peculiar, distinctly different from that of Mo Mi Tao and Su Yin. Why was that? Lin Xiaofan, however, dismissed the intricacies of the aroma and turned his gaze toward the wild boars. He observed them voraciously tearing into the snakes. while a few of the serpents slithered away in retreat, clearly intimidated by the boars. After all, the fangs of venomous snakes could not penetrate the boar's thick skin, rendering them effectively immune. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiaofan smiled subtly, pleasantly surprised by the efficacy of his spontaneous idea. Those wild boars are truly formidable. Why do they consume venomous snakes? Su Yin inquired curiously. Chapter 55. A clever trick. The wild boar bounds away upon hearing this. Lin Xiaofan turned to her with a side glance and explained that when a venomous snake encounters a wild boar, its only option is to flee. For the serpent's fangs are ineffective against the boar's thick hide, which measures nearly 2 centimeters in thickness. The snake cannot penetrate it and, consequently, cannot inject its venom. Oh, Mo Mitao and the others nodded, their eyes reflecting their awe at the wonders of nature. Your tactic of using a blade to eliminate an enemy is quite commendable. Mo Mitao cast an admiring glance at Lin Xiaofan. A smile crept onto Lin Xiaofan's lips as a thought struck her. Let us tread carefully and circumvent this area. There lies the perfect material for crafting our bows and arrows. With that, she led Mo Mitao and the others around. At that moment, Li Tingting appeared particularly cautious, the recent events still fresh in her mind. Before long, they arrived at the site where they had previously crafted bows and arrows. Lin Xiaofan then gathered materials, including hemp, and commenced the process of bow and arrow production. Pay attention, everyone, she encouraged, wishing to impart some wilderness survival skills, especially the art of bow making. As before, Lin Xiaofan asked Mo Mitao for the dagger and began meticulously shaping the wooden bow. For the bowstring, she decided to temporarily use fibers from hemp. Provided the bow possessed sufficient resilience, the hemp string could penetrate the boar's hide by 5 to 6 centimeters, inflicting considerable injury. It was in this very manner that Lin Xiaofan had previously struck a solitary wild boar. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan turned to Li Tingting, remarking, "Tingting, your fragrance is quite distinctive, though I cannot quite articulate what sets it apart." Li Tingting hesitated before responding. It has always been this way since childhood. I cannot explain it. In truth, she harbored a secret within her heart, one she herself found hard to accept. Here, Xiaofan, take a sip of water before continuing. Mo Mitao kindly offered coconut juice. Lin Xiaofan refrained from probing further into Li Tingting's secret. As long as everyone remained safe, she was content. After taking a sip, she returned the drink to Mo Mitao, who also took a sip before passing it to Su Yin and Li Tingting. Lin Xiaofan resumed her work. Shortly thereafter, the bowstring was affixed. She then pulled it taut, satisfied with its elasticity and resilience. Here you go, Mo Mitao. Now, find some branches nearby to craft arrows, she instructed. Mo Mitao nodded and, alongside Su Yin, ventured to break some branches in the vicinity. Lin Xiaofan swiftly set to work on another wooden bow. The group collaborated diligently, and before long, 3 bows were completed. Lin Xiaofan then assisted them in refining the wooden arrows. Excellent. We just need feathers now. We can replace the bowstring with bear sinew later. But where shall we find feathers? Su Yin exclaimed. Lin Xiaofan shot her a glance, saying, Search the nearby woods for birds or wild chickens. They are abundant with feathers. Additionally, it will be a good opportunity to test the results of your recent archery practice. With that, she tucked the remaining hemp fibers into her pocket. Mo Mitao and her companions exchanged knowing smiles. With their bows and arrows in hand, they felt a renewed sense of security, aware that capture on this deserted island could lead to dire consequences for women. The group then commenced their search for wild chickens and birds in the vicinity. Mo Mitao and her companions, lacking bamboo tubes to store their bows and arrows, had no choice but to place some of their equipment in the bamboo tube on Lin Xiaofan's back, while the remaining arrows were held in their hands. Before long, they stumbled upon a black wild chicken. The specific breed was unknown to Lin Xiaofan and the others, but they recognized that its feathers were precisely what they needed to stabilize the trajectory of their arrows. At that moment, the wild chicken was no more than 50 meters away from them. Aim carefully. When I say release, let your arrows fly. Lin Xiaofan instructed Mo Mitao and her companions in a hushed tone. They nodded in agreement and then drew their bows, taking aim at the wild chicken. Release! Lin Xiaofan called out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows pierced the air, hurtling towards the wild chicken. After a few flaps, the bird fell silent. The wild chicken, struck by 3 arrows, lay motionless on the ground. Hooray, we hit it! Su Yan exclaimed in delight. Lin Xiaofan paid her no mind and hastened forward. There was a reason he had asked them to shoot at the wild chicken together. Increase their chances of hitting the target, leaving the bird no opportunity to escape. After retrieving the wild chicken and removing the arrows, he began to pluck its feathers. At this moment, Mo Mitao and her companions gathered around, intrigued. This was their first catch, and they leaned in closely to admire the spoils of their successful hunt. Lin Xiaofan was enveloped by a delightful aroma, while the breathtaking scenery unfolded before him. How does it feel to hit your target? He inquired. It's quite special. It brings a profound sense of accomplishment. Su Yan was the first to respond. Mo Mitao and Li Tingting nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaofan surveyed the 3 of them and remarked, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. In fact, shortly, you'll have a chance to showcase your skills. Wait, are you suggesting we go hunt wild boars? Mo Mitao astutely discerned Lin Xiaofan's thoughts. As he was binding feathers with fibers, Lin Xiaofan smiled subtly, appreciating her insight. Oh, come on, with that little mind of yours. How could I not know? I've lived longer than you. Mo Mitao replied with a gentle smile, her dimples fully apparent. She was stunning, enchanting, and exuded a healing aura. Lin Xiaofan found himself momentarily entranced, unable to suppress a soft smile. He understood that Mo Mitao, being significantly older and having encountered a variety of people, could easily perceive his intentions. Had it not been for his ability to ensure her survival and the fact that he had saved her, he likely would have remained unnoticed in her eyes, let alone earn her affection and admiration. Once the feathers were secured, Lin Xiaofan handed several wooden arrows to Mo Mitao and her companions. He then gathered vines to bind the wild chicken, securing it to his waist. This wild chicken was also highly nutritious, capable of replenishing essential proteins and other nutrients. Let us go, Lin Xiaofan announced as he rose and began walking toward the wild boar den. He intended to stake out the area to see if any wild boars ventured out alone in search of food. After all, the wild boar bone soup that Lin Xiaofan had been longing for still remained elusive. The water required was just sufficient to complement a portion of the dull wild boar bone broth. A few individuals made their way to a thicket located merely 100 meters from the wild boar den, positioned alongside its edge. Lin Xiaofan's gaze roamed, and to his astonishment, he discovered a small cluster of wasp nests nestled in the branches of a large tree near the den, resembling a football in size. Such nests can grow even larger than a water bucket. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of joy, silently contemplating that if the boars chose not to emerge, he would compel them to do so in a rather energetic manner. Resolute in his decision, he instructed Mo Mitao and the others to wait for him. No sooner had he uttered these words than he advanced forward. Upon reaching a position approximately 60 meters from the wild boar den, Lin Xiaofan took refuge behind a tree, drawing his bow and aiming at the wasp nest. Without a moment's hesitation, he released an arrow that cleaved through the air, striking the nest with precision. Instantly, the nest plummeted to the ground, and a swarm of wasps erupted forth. In an instant, the wild boars let out a series of sharp cries and scattered in all directions. The trio concealed in the shadows, Mo Mitao and her companions, finally grasped the situation. What a rascal, Mo Mitao exclaimed. None had anticipated that Lin Xiaofan would resort to such a cunning tactic, forcing the wild boars to flee in disarray. Hiding behind a tree, Lin Xiaofan wore a faint smile as he spotted a smaller wild boar darting past him, its body marked with several welts, evidently stung by the wasps. As it raced away in a state of distress, without hesitation, Lin Xiaofan pursued, calling out to Mo Mitao, "Peach, hurry over." At his call, Mo Mitao and the others followed suit, while Lin Xiaofan relentlessly chased after the smaller wild boar. Chapter 56. The Hunt. A great commotion. The reason Lin Xiaofan pursued the wild boar was to lead Mo Mitao and the others in encircling it. Capturing the beast would ensure a delectable bone broth was within reach. The wild boar raced ahead, while Lin Xiaofan chased closely behind, preparing his bow and arrow. He swiftly drew his bow and released an arrow, but alas, it veered off course, striking the boar's thigh instead, merely slowing it down slightly. Mo Mi Tao and her companions quickly followed suit, drawing their bows as well. Aside from Su Yin, who managed to hit the boar's tail, the other two missed their targets, still struggling to master the art of shooting moving targets. Mo Mi Tao, puzzled, heard Lin Xiaofan's voice instructing them to anticipate the boar's next position and aim for its head to strike a vital point between its head and rear. Upon hearing Lin Xiaofan's guidance, the three women grasped the concept and, following his advice, knocked their arrows and released them. Indeed, as Lin Xiaofan had indicated, their arrows struck true against the boar's body, eliciting a loud squeal. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaofan loosed another arrow at the now considerably slowed boar, this time striking its abdomen. The boar collapsed forward, rolling several times before finally lying still on the ground, emitting faint squeals, clearly nearing its end. Having endured 5 arrows, the smaller wild boar had no choice but to surrender. After securing his bow, Lin Xiaofan retrieved an axe from his waist and boldly approached the boar. In a panic, the creature attempted to rise, but after a prolonged struggle, Lin Xiaofan swiftly brought it down with a decisive blow. He then delivered several quick strikes to the boar's head, which had begun to struggle much less by this time. The 4 gathered around the furry beast, crouching as they awaited its final breath. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan detected 3 enticing aromas, now mingled together, causing the previously eerie scent to diminish significantly. "Are we still good?" Su Yin inquired, having crouched down, clearly seeking validation. Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly. "Indeed, quite well, though a bit more practice is necessary." Su Yin shot him a sidelong glance, but he paid her no mind, knowing that excessive flattery would inflate her ego beyond reason. Noticing Lin Xiaofan's silence, Su Ran stood and kicked the boar, which suddenly convulsed erratically. Startled, Su Yin stumbled back, landing on the ground. "It's playing dead. It's playing dead," Su Yin exclaimed in terror, pointing at the boar. Mo Mi Tao and Li Tingting also rose in alarm. Lin Xiaofan found himself momentarily speechless. Rest assured, it isn't fully dead yet. How could it play dead? Even if it were, it wouldn't behave that way. Upon hearing his words, Su Yin slowly stood up, still shaken by her earlier fright. "Hey, Lin Xiaofan, why haven't you finished it off? Why let it die slowly? What do you know?" he retorted, to allow the soon-to-perish wild boar to relax into its demise, thus ensuring the tenderness of its meat. Lin Xiaofan's gaze fell upon the creature. "Ah, Xiaofan, is there really such a notion?" inquired the curious Mo Mi Tao beside him. "Indeed. Why is that?" Su Yin asked, a look of confusion adorning her face. Lin Xiaofan glanced at the trio, recalling what he had previously heard. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued, "It's nearly time. Gather some vines, and I'll chop a branch." Upon hearing this, Mo Mi Tao and the others promptly sprang into action. Observing their response, Lin Xiaofan felt a sense of satisfaction. These women indeed took his words to heart. As time passed, the wild boar succumbed to death. Lin Xiaofan then proceeded to bind the boar securely. Just as he intended to lead the others away, he sensed rapid footsteps approaching from the southern direction. "Everyone be cautious. Something is drawing near," he warned. At his words, Mo Mi Tao and the others broke into a cold sweat. Could it be that a large animal with a keen sense of smell had caught the scent of the boar's blood and was approaching? Perhaps a carnivorous creature like a tiger or a leopard. "Spread out and take cover," Lin Xiaofan commanded decisively. He then diverged in a different direction to hide. The wild boar was left behind, as there was no time to concern themselves with it. If a large predator arrived, they would likely have to work together to hunt it down. Lin Xiaofan pondered this. Fleeing would undoubtedly lead to their demise. He estimated that someone might perish. Hence his directive for the group to scatter was aimed at preparing for an encirclement of the impending beast. Seconds ticked by, and the footsteps grew ever closer. Lin Xiaofan braced himself, glancing at Mo Mi Tao and the others, who were also readying their bows. When the disturbance emerged from a nearby thicket, Lin Xiaofan realized that it was not a wild beast, but rather a breathless, plump woman. Indeed, the newcomer was Duan Yaqi, the sister of the chubby boy, marked by a beauty spot. "Mistress Tao, you are alive. How wonderful!" exclaimed Mo Mi Tao as she approached. "It's all right. We are all safe," she reassured her. At that moment, Su Yin also stepped forward, saying, "I never expected you to truly be alive. Your brother has been searching for you." Upon hearing this, Duan Yaqi's expression turned frantic, and she turned to Su Yin, asking, "Sister Yin, have you seen my brother? How is he? Is he well?" From her evident anxiety, Lin Xiaofan surmised that she was deeply concerned for her sibling. After all, they were blood relatives. "He is alive, but his whereabouts are currently unknown," Su Yin replied calmly. This was indeed the case. Although he had seen the chubby boy twice, there had been no opportunity to bring him into their fold. "As long as he is alive, that is what matters," Duan Yaqi said, surveying the surroundings and recognizing several faces, including Lin Xiaofan and Li Tingting. "Sister Ting, you are here as well." She was born in the same year as Li Tingting, just a little over a month later. Li Tingting softly remarked, when she turned to Lin Xiaofan. A hint of surprise crossed her face. "You are the new tenant, Lin Xiaofan?" Lin Xiaofan confirmed yes. At that moment, Mo Mi Tao interjected, "Yaqi, how did you manage to escape?" I escaped halfway," Yaqi replied. "Yesterday, that fellow Gu Shanxia was escorting several of us women back, but we were scattered by a herd of goats. We seized the opportunity to flee quickly. They went after the other women, which gave me the chance to save myself. I found a hollow in a tree where I spent the night and ran away at dawn. I just happened to encounter you all." Yaqi recounted her experiences from yesterday to today. Lin Xiaofan was quite aware of the general situation. However, Yaqi was rather fortunate to have met him here. "So that's how it is," Mo Mi Tao exclaimed. For her, this was indeed a stroke of good fortune. If she could manage to bring her brother over one day, their group would surely grow stronger. She then turned to Lin Xiaofan. Chapter 57. The escapade of Duan Yaqi. Lin Xiaofan suddenly comprehended the intentions of Mo Mi Tao. In a gentle tone, Mo Mi Tao suggested, "Xiaofan, shall we allow Yaqi to join us?" Lin Xiaofan responded with a faint smile, "Of course. We cannot let her fend for herself, can we?" He was acutely aware that surviving alone in such a treacherous environment was nearly impossible, unless one were a survival expert. Furthermore, he had promised Mo Mi Tao that he would incorporate both siblings into their group. His own team needed to grow, otherwise, when he encountered Li Gang and Gushan Diao, he would appear weak. "Do you all listen to him?" Duan Yaqi inquired, intrigued by the fact that Mo Mi Tao and her companions actually heeded the words of this young man. "Yaqi, do not underestimate this seemingly ordinary fellow. Our survival during this time has relied entirely on him," Mi Tao replied. Upon hearing this, Yaqi's face registered disbelief. She could hardly fathom that a man she had met only a few times could sustain several women for so many days. "Joining is acceptable, but I must insist on one rule," she stated. "What rule?" Duan Yaqi asked, puzzled. "You must obey him. He is the leader," Su Yin quickly explained. Hearing this, Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly. After pondering for a moment, Duan Yaqi responded, "All right, as long as it ensures our survival." It was evident that her desire to live was strong. Otherwise, she would not have rushed to join them. "All right, have you rested enough? Help me carry the wild boar." Lin Xiaofan began to issue orders to the newly joined Duan Yaqi. It was crucial to assert control over the newcomer. Otherwise, commanding her later would prove challenging. Duan Yaqi nodded in agreement. "I will help you carry it," Mo Mi Tao said as she approached the wild boar, grasping one end of the wooden stick. Observing this, Duan Yaqi hurried over to assist. Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly and took the lead, wielding a cue stick in front of him. "Follow the path I tread," he instructed the four women behind him. "Understood, Suyan replied carefully." Lin Xiaofan gently shook his head and continued toward the banyan tree camp. Shortly thereafter, they passed a cluster of bamboo. Lin Xiaofan remarked, "You all go ahead, I will catch up shortly." With that, he drew out his axe and approached the bamboo, striking it down with a swift motion. The bamboo fell with a thud, and Lin Xiaofan quickly hurried to rejoin Mo Mi Tao and the others. His gaze fell upon Duan Yaqi, and he noted with curiosity that she had not lost any weight. She remained plump. Lin Xiaofan wondered how it was possible that she had maintained her figure despite the scarcity of food at Gushanyao's place. Perhaps, having not seen her for a while, she might have lost a few pounds, but he could not be certain. Duan Yaqi curiously asked, "Mitao, you all are quite impressive to have hunted a wild boar." Mo Mitao smiled warmly and replied, "It was Lin Xiaofan's clever idea. Otherwise, we would never have managed to hunt the boar. Indeed, you have no idea. This lad knocked down a wasp nest, which gave us the opportunity to hunt the wild boar." Su Yin added, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Although she feigned indifference, she secretly held a measure of respect for Lin Xiaofan. "Your words lead me to believe he is a survival expert," Duan Yaqi remarked with a gentle smile. "You flatter me, Sister Qi," Lin Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. "Oh, the boy is being modest." Su Yin rolled her eyes at Lin Xiaofan behind her. "You truly are impressive. I know wild boars can be quite fierce." Duan Yaqi continued her praise. "This is nothing. Just the other day, we took down a python as large as a barrel, though it was merely Lin Xiaofan's ill-conceived idea," Su Yin boasted. Duan Yaqi was taken aback by this revelation. How bold of Lin Xiaofan to conceive such a notion. Before long, the five of them arrived at the shoreline. Lin Xiaofan instructed Li Tingting and Su Yin to set down the wild boar, then asked Mo Mitao and Duan Yaqi to handle it. Simultaneously, he untied the black wild chicken from his waist and gently placed it atop the wild boar. He then made his way to the banyan tree to craft arrow tubes. 3 more arrow tubes were still needed. Understanding the urgency, Su Yin and Li Tingting quickly ventured nearby to gather branches and leaves, preparing for their evening meal. Lin Xiaofan swiftly divided the bamboo into several segments. He then inserted a wooden stick into a bamboo tube, approximately 80 centimeters long, and struck it with an axe, allowing the stick to pierce through the bamboo's inner layers. This would enable the creation of a simple arrow tube, with shallow grooves carved at both ends using a dagger, and secured with slender vines. The task would be complete. At the shore, Duan Yaqi inquired of Mo Mitao, "Sister Tao, weren't you chased by a group of people yesterday? How did you manage to escape?" Mo Mitao recounted how Rainer had thwarted the majority of the pursuers, and how Lin Xiaofan had arrived just in time to rescue them. Hearing such a thrilling account left Duan Yaqi deeply impressed. She had not anticipated the presence of good-hearted individuals in this place, nor had she expected Lin Xiaofan to be so enigmatic. Initially, she thought survival among this group would be challenging, but now it seemed she had overestimated the situation. "I wish to find my brother." Duan Yaqi expressed her longing for her one-armed brother, Duan Yishio. Mo Mitao comforted her, saying, "Do not worry. He is safe for now. There will be ample opportunities in the future. We should first discuss things thoroughly with Lin Xiaofan, rather than recklessly seeking him out. If misfortune befalls us, we may find ourselves in danger without locating him." Mo Mitao's analysis reflected the wisdom she had gained during her time with Lin Xiaofan, learning to think more comprehensively and with foresight. Upon hearing Mo Mitao's reasoning, Duan Yaqi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After some time, Lin Xiaofan finally completed the arrow tubes. After scratching an itch, he carried the arrow tubes back to the pile of grass behind a banyan tree, which was used for coconuts, before heading towards the shore. "Xiaofan, the rest is up to you," Mo Mitao said sweetly, turning back to him and playfully winking her beautiful eyes. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly and nodded. Mo Mitao had just winked at him. How charming. Indeed, it is the women one loves who display such tenderness. Lin Xiaofan hastened towards the nearly processed wild boar. "Peach, Qi Jia, you two should take a break. I'll handle the rest." "Thank you, Lin Xiaofan." Duan Yaqi wore an expression of polite gratitude. After all, having just joined, she was not yet well acquainted with everyone, and her courtesy was genuine. "It's nothing, please don't mention it," Lin Xiaofan said before he began to prepare the wild boar. Mo Mitao pulled Duan Yaqi towards Su Yin and her companion, who were arranging the campfire. "How come he calls you Peach? It seems like you two." As they approached the fire, Duan Yaqi inquired. Mo Mitao smiled slightly. "You guessed correctly, I am indeed his girlfriend." There seems to be quite an age difference between you two." Duan Yaqi expressed her confusion. Their conversation caught the attention of Su Yin and her companion. Gulme, I must have a serious talk with you. Suyin invited Duan Yaki to sit down. Although Duan Yaki felt a bit uneasy, she slowly took a seat. She was dressed in a fitted casual outfit. If only she were a bit slimmer, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Suyin cleared her throat. Ahem, Chi Mei. Let me tell you how Lin Xiaofan managed to charm my elder sister. Chapter 58. Gratitude and Generosity. Duan Yaki's eyes widened slightly, her expression resembling that of an eager listener. She was genuinely curious about how Mo Mitao had captured Lin Xiaofan's heart. The story unfolded as follows. Lin Xiaofan, with his clever ideas, had concocted fresh water and proposed a wager, which he won, leading to her sister falling into a gentle trap. Upon hearing this, Duan Yaki stifled a giggle, truly surprised by the unexpected turn of events. From Su Yan's words, it became evident that Lin Xiaofan was indeed remarkable, young yet quite capable, even managing to produce fresh water. Subsequently, she inquired of Mo Mitao, Sister Tao. It seems to have a fondness for Lin Xiaofan, do you not? Otherwise, one would be reluctant, wouldn't they? At this question, Mo Mitao's delicate features flushed with a rosy hue. Indeed, she had initially harbored feelings for Lin Xiaofan, and after days of survival on the deserted island, her affection for him had deepened. Strangely, she found herself unable to resist these feelings. Glancing at Duan Yaki, Mo Mitao nodded in acknowledgement. He certainly has it easy, Su Yin remarked with a hint of irritation. Su Yin, do not speak nonsense, Mo Mitao interjected, wishing to spare Lin Xiaofan any embarrassment. While she was fine with Su Yan's other jests, this was a different matter. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan approached, carrying a substantial portion of a wild boar. He had vaguely heard their voices while processing the boar, though the specifics of their conversation eluded him. Hey, you all can start the fire, Lin Xiaofan said, producing a lighter and handing it to Duan Yaki. Upon seeing the wild boar on his shoulder, Su Yin expressed her astonishment. Lin Xiaofan, you possess such strength. What do you intend to do with that wild boar? Lin Xiaofan merely cast her a fleeting glance before responding. I'm delivering it to Reno. He saved us, and we must remember to show our gratitude, right? Well, there is no need to offer half a wild boar, Su Yin exclaimed, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Such an abundance of meat could sustain several people for days. Lin Xiaofan smiled gently. Do not worry, I have it all figured out. We still have 4 legs of pork left. And let's not forget we have the black bear as well. With that, he turned and made his way toward the Reno camp without looking back. Lin Xiaofan's actions stemmed from a dual purpose, to express gratitude and to lay the groundwork for an alliance. This notion arose from his experiences of being overpowered by the numbers of others, aware that he was surrounded by a diverse group of survivors. He understood the necessity of fostering relationships to ensure his own survival. It was a long-term strategy that required patience and gradual progress, much like undertaking a significant endeavor that demands the accumulation of experience to achieve success. As Lin Xiaofan departed without a backward glance, Mo Mitao smiled softly. Look at him. Xiaofan is so loyal and principled, a person worthy of trust. The 3 of them, including Su Yin, nodded in unison, unable to suppress their agreement. Upon reaching the Reno camp, Lin Xiaofan noticed that they too had begun to build a fire with a pile of sea conchs, clams, and even a large crab nearby. Seeing Lin Xiaofan approach with a wild boar, Reno hurried over to greet him. Ah, dear Xiaofan, why bring such a grand gift upon your arrival? Truly, my friend, I am not worthy of such generosity. As he spoke, Lin Xiaofan set down the freshly cleaned wild boar. Reno accepted it, immediately feeling the weight. It was almost too cumbersome for him to lift. Brother Reno, I, Lin Xiaofan, am certainly not one to forget kindness, he declared. Indeed, you are a person of deep loyalty, young brother, which I greatly admire. Reno, who had previously relied on brotherhood to make his way in the world, understood well that those who value loyalty are worth befriending. Why have you not yet mastered the art of spearing fish? Lin Xiaofan inquired. Well, we have attempted numerous times without success, Reno replied, his tone tinged with frustration. Without guidance, it truly is quite challenging. Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly. Simply find some branches with plenty of leaves, sharpen each end, and you will expand your range for spear fishing. It will not be difficult at all. Ah, I see. I shall give it a try tomorrow. Li Feng, Li Ergu, come here and take this wild boar away, he called, turning to the two sitting nearby. They quickly approached to carry the boar off. At that moment, Jia Wan and Xiao Yuan were whispering to each other, sitting closely, their conversation a mystery to the others. Jia Wan was Reno's partner, while Xiao Yuan, his cousin, had several suitors, with Li Feng and Li Ergu being the most likely contenders. Thus, it was inevitable that one would ultimately be left behind. Lin Xiaofan, catching a glimpse of the two, noticed them glancing in his direction. With a keen sense of awareness, he remained vigilant, aware of the subtle movements around him. Not lingering any longer, Lin Xiaofan bid farewell to Reno and returned to the campsite. Instead of heading straight to the fire pit, he retrieved a cast iron pot and a coconut. Curiosity piqued among the onlookers. What was Lin Xiaofan planning? He placed the pot on the stove, then set the coconut on the ground, swiftly splitting it open with an axe before pouring the coconut water into the pot. What are you doing, Lin Xiaofan? Suyin asked, puzzled. Lin Xiaofan's lips curled into a smile. I am preparing a nourishing pork bone coconut chicken soup for everyone. This was something he had longed to create in recent days, and now the moment had finally arrived. How impressive, Xiaofan. That sounds incredibly nourishing, Mo Mi Tao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I had no idea you were so skilled, Duan Yachi chimed in, unable to contain her admiration. I could do it too, you know. Who can make soup? Su Yin retorted, a hint of defiance in her tone. She felt a twinge of discomfort seeing Lin Xiaofan excel at everything. Little did she realize her words provided Lin Xiaofan an opportunity to respond. You are absolutely right, Miss Su. It seems I cannot ask you not to assist after all, he said, handing her a pig leg. Here, take this to the seaside, remove the skin, wash it clean, and bring it back to the pot. That way, you can claim half the credit for the dish. Su Yan's lips parted slightly. Oh, fine then. Unbeknownst to her, she was being directed by Lin Xiaofan. Each time she attempted to assert herself, she found herself maneuvered into compliance. She was unwittingly caught up in this absurdity, her pride leading her to actions that ultimately allowed Lin Xiaofan to take the reins. Lin Xiaofan was not idle either. He hurried back to retrieve the suitcase filled with water and, on a whim, brought along a coconut. Subsequently, he lifted the suitcase, tilting the handle gently, allowing the water to flow out gradually. The water from the suitcase had been settled, and the upper layer appeared relatively clean. After boiling it, it would be safe for consumption. How did you add water? Su Yin inquired. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly. There were hardly any coconuts left, so I had no choice but to dilute it with water. It's still UISNT it? As she spoke, Su Yin placed a chicken and a piece of peeled pig's trotter into the pot. Add some firewood. Duan Yaki promptly inserted branches into the stove. Lin Xiaofan set the suitcase aside and tightened the zipper. He then sat down, ready to wait for the nourishing soup to simmer. Xiaofan, what made you think of concocting such a rich broth? Mo Mi Tao asked softly. Lin Xiaofan smiled gently at her. I believe that since we are here, we should make the most of our time on this deserted island. Living each day to the fullest seems the wisest choice, don't you think? Upon hearing this, the others could not help but smile. Where did you learn such profound wisdom? Su Yin teased as she glanced at the pot. Tiny droplets of water were forming at the bottom, and the temperature was steadily rising. This ISNT, just wisdom, it's hope and anticipation. We ought to cherish each day we have. Indeed, I agree with that, Mo Mi Tao replied with a subtle smile. As dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, the atmosphere became serene. Chapter 59. A decision to explore before long. An enticing aroma wafted through the air, and the group exhibited expressions of sheer enjoyment. However, it was still too early to indulge, as the concoction required a simmering period of 3 to 4 hours. Lin Xiaofan inquired about Duan Yaki's skills, a question he posed to all new members. I can weave, she responded. In my childhood, my family crafted various woven goods to sell. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan nodded, realizing he had stumbled upon a valuable asset. This weaving ability could certainly aid in survival. For instance, crafting baskets or traps would allow them to gather more sustenance. To his surprise, the plump woman before him hailed from a rural background, somewhat akin to his own. He believed that regardless of one's origins, If a person possessed good character, a friendship could flourish. Very well. I hope to call upon your skills for crafting in the future, he remarked. Duan Yaki generously replied, if ever you find a use for my abilities, do not hesitate to ask. After all, we must band together to survive. I should contribute in any way I can, right? Lin Xiaofan nodded in agreement, thinking that this woman exhibited a commendable spirit of generosity, a quality far superior to Su Yin, who was largely inept. Were it not for her quick learning, Lin Xiaofan might have deemed Su Yin a burden. The group continued their conversation, primarily discussing strategies for survival. Lin Xiaofan proposed, tomorrow at noon, after we have replenished ourselves, let us bring some provisions and explore the stream on the other side of the reservoir. Why must we go? Isn't it fine here? Su Yin replied with reluctance. Lin Xiaofan cast her a sidelong glance and explained, we must assess the conditions of others and trace the stream's source. Moreover, this location lacks water resources, necessitating a water exchange every few days. Water is traded at the exorbitant rate of 5 pounds of meat for a single pound. Do you think hunting is a simple endeavor? The sparse woods here yield little game. We must also check if Sister Chi's brother is over there. Besides, this area is prone to tidal surges. It is not a sustainable refuge. Should we ever find ourselves surrounded, we would be at a loss for escape routes, left only with the option to fight. Lin Xiaofan meticulously analyzed the situation, ensuring his companions understood that their current circumstances were far from secure. It was inevitable that they would need to seek a new shelter. In tandem with their exploration, they should search for a suitable habitation, so that, as their alliance grew, they could gather nearby for survival. He pondered the number of factions present and whether they would cooperate or absorb smaller survivor groups. Thus, Lin Xiaofan aimed to explore while simultaneously scouting for a fitting dwelling. This way, should they be pursued, they could find refuge for the night. He was acutely aware that each member of his group had inadvertently crossed paths with certain survivor factions, necessitating caution, especially regarding the Go Mountain scavengers. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Mo Mitao declared, casting a trusting glance at Lin Xiaofan, who responded with a gentle smile. He then surveyed the others, observing their subtle nods of agreement. Finally, Lin Xiaofan exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of relief. In contemplating the various factions that band together, Lin Xiaofan was reminded of a telescope. Simultaneously, a thought crossed his mind regarding the owner of the suitcase. He wondered if she was still alive. Lin Xiaofan mused on the potential outcomes should they ever meet again. Would it be a matter of reclaiming what rightfully belonged to her, or would it lead to self-harm? Uncertainty clouded his thoughts. He found himself torn between wishing for her demise and hoping for her survival, as a chance encounter might elucidate whether this island was indeed the one chronicled in ancient texts. As for deciphering the cryptic treasure-hunting phrases, Lin Xiaofan was at a loss as to where to begin. At this juncture, his foremost priority was to expand his team and forge alliances for mutual survival. This was of paramount importance. Everything else could be set aside for later consideration. Lin Xiaofan was acutely aware of what truly mattered. Lost in thought, he was suddenly enveloped by a rich, aromatic fragrance. His meticulously prepared, nourishing soup was nearing completion. Peering down, he noticed a layer of milky essence adorning the surface of the broth, a treasure, a mlang of marrow and meat juices. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the enticing aroma that wafted through the air, eliciting involuntary salivation. Wow, it smells divine, Su Yin exclaimed, often the most talkative among them, interjecting her enthusiasm. Lin Xiaofan found her candidness rather endearing, even if he furrowed his brow at other aspects. Can we eat now? Li Tingting inquired, her hunger palpable. Yes, Lin Xiaofan nodded, dashing to retrieve 4 bowls of instant noodles from beneath a banyan tree. Here, each of you take one. Tao Tao, and I will share the other 2. Su Yin holded her bowl, pursed her lips before playfully remarking, oh, so close with Tao Tao now, huh? Lin Xiaofan cast her a glance before responding, relationships evolve. So too do the terms we use. It's quite normal, isn't it? Just get used to it and serve the soup. Don't dwell on trivial matters. Having felt the sting of her own words, Su Yin sometimes regretted her impulsiveness, realizing her tendency to speak out of turn. She chose silence instead, filling her bowl with a generous portion and gently shaking it in her hands. Lin Xiaofan did the same, tilting his bowl to his nose and inhaling deeply. So fragrant. In this desolate place, savoring such nourishing broth was truly a rarity. After a while, as the soup cooled, Lin Xiaofan took the initiative and drank a mouthful. Delicious. You all should try it quickly. His words barely left his lips before he gulped another spoonful. Before long, the pot was emptied among the group. Lin Xiaofan distributed the wild boar leg and chicken pieces to everyone present, then assigned Li Tingting to watch over the camp while he carefully stored the pot and hung the boar meat on a nearby tree branch. They then settled down to rest. Duan Yaki remarked on the robustness of their platform, expressing her satisfaction with its safety. The following morning, after a hearty meal, they cut the roasted boar leg into over a dozen pieces and prepared their gear for departure towards the reservoir. Lin Xiaofan handed a harpoon to Duan Yaki as a weapon. Given her formidable physique, anyone daring to approach her would surely be met with a fierce blow from a harpoon, resulting in significant injury. Apart from this, Lin Xiaofan had no other weapons to offer her. Additionally, he entrusted the pot to Duan Yaki, instructing her to wield it as a shield in critical moments. Assuming a protective role, Duan Yaki understood that, given her strength, she could only afford to be the last to flee. Lin Xiaofan's suggestion to use the pot as a shield was, in essence, a means of safeguarding herself. This heartfelt consideration was not lost on her. She could also grasp the practicality of using a pot as a shield, having previously been compelled to join the Gushan Diao team, where archers were present. She had witnessed other teams equipped with bows and arrows as well. Fortuitously, the pot could serve as an impeccable shield against arrows. It was her first realization that an iron pot could double as a protective barrier. As they traversed a thicket teeming with wild chickens, Lin Xiaofan was struck by a sudden inspiration. He then contemplated employing ancient methods to capture the wildfowl. Chapter 60. Special trade items at the Grassland Trading Post. As Lin Xiaofan moved aside, Su Yin inquired, "Lin Xiaofan, where you up to? Come over here. I shall teach you how to effortlessly catch wild chickens," he replied. Intrigued, Mo Mitao and her companions followed closely behind Lin Xiaofan. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt before the thicket where the wild chickens were known to roam. Mo Mitao, unable to stop in time, collided with Lin Xiaofan's back. Softly, she thought nothing of it at that moment. Had she not agreed to be Lin Xiaofan's girlfriend, she would surely have felt embarrassed. "Xiaofan, why did you stop without a word? You almost made me fall." Hushing her, Lin Xiaofan turned to the group and made a shushing gesture. He then proceeded to gather large leaves and small twigs from nearby bushes. He rolled the leaves into a funnel shape, securing the junction with slender twigs resembling toothpicks, ensuring they would not come apart. Next, he cut a piece of meat, roughly the size of a peanut, with his knife. Subsequently, he pierced the meat with a twig approximately 3 centimeters long and affixed this skewer within the funnel of leaves. Thus, the ancient method of creating a chicken trap was completed. "Xiaofan, what is this?" one of the women queried. "Are you certain this will allow us to catch wild chickens effortlessly?" Each of them expressed their skepticism, curious if this small contraption could indeed capture a chicken. "Patience," Lin Xiaofan responded, continuing to craft more traps in the same manner. After a while, 6 small traps were prepared. Cradling the finest trap, Lin Xiaofan cautiously approached and tossed each one into the thicket where the wild chickens were gathered. Su Yin, who was hiding nearby, called out, "Lin Xiaofan, do you truly think this will work?" "Silence, and look over there." He motioned towards the bushes. To their astonishment, several wild chickens had indeed plunged into the funnel traps, flailing about in a frenzy, momentarily disoriented. This illustrated the principle of the funnel trap. The chickens, fixated on the bait, were unable to escape their obscured vision. "All right, let's go and catch them," Lin Xiaofan declared, stepping forward. Mo Mitao and the others followed suit. Witnessing the 6 chickens darting about like headless flies startled them. They could hardly fathom that this device had rendered the wild chickens defenseless. Mo Mitao gave Lin Xiaofan a thumbs up, believing wholeheartedly that encouraging one's partner was never amiss. As their eyes met, Lin Xiaofan and Mo Mitao exchanged a glance. Her charming smile, accentuated by two delightful dimples, could easily be deemed enchanting. Meanwhile, Su Yen, engrossed in the task, managed to catch 2 chickens at once. "Look, I caught 2," she exclaimed, reveling in her triumph. Lin Xiaofan could discern her desire for affirmation. She not only sought to showcase her prowess, but also to indulge her vanity. This matter had long been discerned and grasped by Lin Xiaofan. Approaching her, Lin Xiaofan casually complimented, "Miss Su is quite impressive." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Mo Mi Tao, who immediately understood. She promptly retrieved a dagger and handed it to Lin Xiaofan. He instructed Su Yin to grasp the chicken's wings while he meticulously removed the small trap covering the chicken's head. With a firm hand, he held the wild chicken's neck and swiftly plunged the dagger into its head. A spray of blood erupted. Su Yin trembled violently, startled by Lin Xiaofan's decisive and unhesitating action. "What's wrong? Are you frightened?" Lin Xiaofan teased her deliberately. Su Yin swallowed hard, her words faltering as she replied, "No, how could that be? She was merely putting on a brave front." Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly, choosing not to dwell on her inner turmoil. Instead, he proceeded to dispatch all the chickens in the same manner, including those held by Mo Mi Tao and the others. This was the most convenient way to carry them without the worry of the wild chickens making noise. "Let us go," he declared, rising to lead the way while leaving the wild chickens for the others to carry. They arrived near the reservoir well after noon, and Lin Xiaofan remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. He deliberately guided the group to avoid detection. Before long, they reached the woods by a stream. Lin Xiaofan sensed movement ahead, accompanied by faint wisps of smoke. He was certain that someone was present, possibly one of the 4 major factions occupying the reservoir. He quickly motioned for the others to remain silent and gently parted the grass in front of him. Through the gap, he was surprised to spot several wooden cabins not far away. The cabins were well constructed, and in front of them, more than 20 individuals sat around a recently kindled fire, engaged in conversation while preparing food for roasting. Most of these people were familiar to Lin Xiaofan. They were chefs and waitstaff on the cruise ship. Nearby, a few individuals were attempting to spear fish in the small stream, though their technique was novice. Yet confirmed their role in catching fish. The stream was modest in size, barely 2 meters wide. Lin Xiaofan decided against approaching them, knowing that many could lose their true selves in such an environment. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he led his companions to quietly depart from the side, following the stream's course. Before long, a cacophony of voices reached their ears. Lin Xiaofan stealthily approached to investigate. He discovered a grassy area about the size of half a basketball court, where 7 or 8 stalls were set up, selling various items. Lin Xiaofan speculated that this was a marketplace where local survivors had come together to trade. Thus, this place was relatively safe. As he scanned the stalls, his gaze fell upon a woman kneeling on the ground, her clothing stained with blood. Behind her stood 3 imposing men, one wielding a metal rod and the other 2 bearing makeshift bows and arrows. Was this woman a commodity for trade? Lin Xiaofan paused momentarily, contemplating the situation. "What should we do?" Mo whispered. Lin Xiaofan was acutely aware of her own thoughts. The other women, observing the scene not far away, felt a tumult of emotions within them. As women themselves, they found it particularly intolerable to witness another woman being persecuted. Lin Xiaofan decisively stepped forward. "Xiaofan, wait," called out Momo, who assumed Lin Xiaofan would still choose to take a detour. To her surprise, Lin Xiaofan boldly emerged this time. Venturing into the grassy area, Lin Xiaofan surveyed her surroundings, her gaze landing on the faces of each individual present. The sight of several people approaching with bows and arrows caused a flicker of hesitation among the crowd. Those engaged in the trade seemed unperturbed, as they were backed by a formidable group. In this marketplace, it was evident that no one wished to provoke conflict. They were merely here to exchange for what they needed. Lin Xiaofan's attention shifted to the items laid out before them. Iron rods, several boxes of medicine, dried fish, mushrooms, and wild fruits. Her gaze eventually fell upon the last stall. "Ah, this one contains approximately 50 pounds of meat," proclaimed a burly man. At his words, a wave of surprise surged within Lin Xiaofan. Could such transactions truly occur? It was almost beyond comprehension. Yet, this was a desolate island. Anything could happen. She glanced at the terrified woman nearby. The woman appeared to be quite young, perhaps in her early 20s, with large eyes and a slightly rounded face. Resembling a frightened little rabbit, Lin Xiaofan then turned her attention to the trio before her and spoke softly. How can you engage in such transactions? Chapter 61. 1,000 gene of meat for exchange. The leader of the group, a burly man, stated, Our boss believes that food is exceedingly scarce, which is why we have brought something for exchange. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan surmised that they must belong to one of the 4 major factions near the reservoir. Thus far, 2 factions had emerged, the wooden houses to the south and Wang Ji, who had previously exchanged water. The identities of the other 2 factions remained unknown to Lin Xiaofan. Choosing to remain silent, Lin Xiaofan observed as the 4 women beside him whispered among themselves. We cannot let them take advantage. This is the minimum price. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly, pondering the fact that 50 gene of meat had not yet been exchanged. Was it possible that 50 gene of meat was difficult to procure? This notion led him to suspect that the nearby prey was scarce, and with so many hungry individuals, they were resorting to trading meat for survival. Perhaps this woman was a recent capture brought forth to be sold. It seemed likely that this was their first attempt at such a transaction. I wish to exchange for a person. How do we proceed? Upon hearing Lin Xiaofan's words, the 3 men were momentarily taken aback. They were aware that their leader had stated that the exchange of a whole person required 1,000 gene of meat. This young man before them had brought only a few wild chickens, far from sufficient to barter for the woman. 1,000 gene of meat for the whole person. No negotiations, the leader declared firmly, exuding an air of finality. 1,000 gene of meat? Lin Xiaofan's mind momentarily stalled. Acquiring such a quantity in a short time was utterly implausible. This was indeed a predicament. At that moment, he noticed the pitiable woman gazing at him, as if pleading for him to rescue her. She glanced at Lin Xiaofan, instinctively sensing that he was different from the other men. After all, how else could he have several women following him for survival? Lin Xiaofan felt a pang of compassion, despite his usual decisiveness. He could not bear to stand idly by while someone was in peril. Very well, I will provide 20 gene of meat as a deposit. All right, but you must ensure that this woman remains safe and unharmed. If you do not present the full 1,000 gene by tonight, these chickens will not be returned. Agreed. It is a deal, Lin Xiaofan affirmed, and upon receiving their confirmation, he swiftly departed with the women. However, he did not venture far. He instructed Li Tingting and Su Yin to keep an eye on the group from the nearby bushes while he took Duan Yaqi and Mo Mitao to hunt in the vicinity. After walking for a while, Lin Xiaofan inquired, Sister Qi, where did you encounter the herd of goats previously? Duan Yaqi surveyed the surroundings and pointed in a particular direction. Now she understood how Lin Xiaofan had the audacity to propose exchanging 1,000 gene of meat for the woman. He had clearly been confident all along. Lin Xiaofan then asked, You possess considerable strength, do you not? Duan Yaqi nodded, replying, I weigh over 140 gene. Indeed, with such a stature, her strength was undoubtedly formidable. Without further ado, Lin Xiaofan produced an axe and handed her a branch as thick as his arm. This is suitable for you, he said as he offered the branch to Duan Yaqi. The latter smiled slightly. All right, no problem. Just tell me what I need to do. Time was of the essence, and Lin Xiaofan had no choice but to hasten towards the direction indicated by Duan Yaqi. Mo Mitao and Duan Yaqi quickly followed suit. After walking for quite a while, Lin Xiaofan discovered goat hoofprints beside a tree. Let us go. We must be close. With that, Lin Xiaofan quickened his pace. Nearly an hour later, they came upon a grassy area strewn with gravel, where a herd of wild goats grazed. Lin Xiaofan's heart leaped with joy upon seeing them, and he turned to Mo Mitao and Duan Yaqi, saying, When I shoot a goat, Mitao will shoot the same one, and then Qijia will deliver a couple of blows to the fallen goat. Lin Xiaofan swiftly devised a plan. His strategy was simple. Once he hit the target, the goat would surely be his prize. Mo Mitao and Duan Yaqi nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaofan readied his bow and arrow, inching closer. Once he was within 100 meters, he decisively released an arrow towards a goat of moderate size. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air, striking the goat in its abdomen. The goat, feeling the pain, attempted to flee but was met with another arrow from Mo. Chaos erupted among the herd as they scattered in all directions. "Chase!" Lin Xiaofan shouted as he dashed forward, once again drawing his bow. The goat that had been struck by 2 arrows did not escape far before collapsing to the ground, where Duan Yaqi swiftly delivered 3 blows to its head. Soon, it lay gasping for breath. Glancing at the scene, Duan Yaqi followed Lin Xiaofan's lead. In a matter of moments, Lin Xiaofan released 3 more arrows while Mo joined in to deal the finishing blows. Their coordination was commendable, and with Duan Yaqi's assistance, they soon triumphed. Having captured 4 goats, each weighing nearly 200 pounds, totaling around 700 pounds, the remaining goats had vanished without a trace. Had Lin Xiaofan not been quick on his feet, they might have caught only 4. With a sigh of relief, Lin Xiaofan turned back to see several goats, not far apart, that Duan Yaqi had rendered unconscious. A faint smile graced Lin Xiaofan's lips. They would take these back first and devise a further plan. The group then gathered some resilient vines, and Lin Xiaofan dragged the goats together, extracting the arrows one by one and stowing them back in the bamboo quiver. Together with Mo and Duan Yaqi, they bound the 4 goats, each weighing close to 170 pounds, using a wooden stick held by Duan Yaqi as a makeshift yoke. With Lin Xiaofan and Duan Yaqi carrying the approximately 700 pounds of goats, they trudged along slowly. The burden was undeniably heavy. After carrying them for several dozen meters, they paused to rest. It was important to note that they were hauling nearly 700 pounds of goat, even with Lin Xiaofan's and Duan Yaqi's considerable strength. They could not maintain this for long. They had time. Lin Xiaofan was not overly anxious, as long as those individuals kept their promise and did not bring that woman back to their camp. He was confident he could secure another 300 pounds of meat before nightfall. Thus, they rested intermittently after every few dozen steps. Time passed slowly until the sun began to set, and Lin Xiaofan and Duan Yaqi finally brought the 4 goats before Li Tingting and Su Yan. "Wow, you truly excelled, having hunted so many goats," Su Yan exclaimed with great delight upon witnessing the scene. With this, that woman would surely be saved. "So, they haven't departed yet?" Lin Xiaofan inquired. Li Tingting shook her head and replied, "Not yet. Is this goat heavy enough, reaching 1,000 jin?" Upon hearing that they had not yet left, Lin Xiaofan felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Not quite, but I have devised a plan." "What kind of plan?" Su Yan interjected eagerly. "You'll find out later. You and Li Tingting keep an eye on this goat," he instructed. With that, Lin Xiaofan seized an axe and chopped off a segment of the goat's leg. "What are you doing?" Mo asked, intrigued. "Tao Dao, come with Duan Yaqi and me, and bring along that sturdy stick," he said. Following this, Duan Yaqi extracted the thick stick used to lift the goat and joined him. At that moment, Mo seemed to grasp the intention behind his actions. This fellow was using a piece of goat leg to fish for something. Chapter 62. Slaying the Crocodile, completing the deal indeed. Lin Xiaofan intended to use a piece of lamb leg as bait. The target was none other than the crocodile residing in the reservoir. After all, this creature weighed no less than 200 pounds. While other animals might not be easily lured, a crocodile was different. It would swiftly approach if it sensed prey on the shore, and might even lie in ambush. Upon reaching the edge of the reservoir, Lin Xiaofan secured the lamb leg with some vines and cast it into the water. "Lin Xiaofan, are you really trying to catch a crocodile?" Duan Yaqi exclaimed, taken aback by his audacity. "This rascal, if he dares to fish for pythons, why wouldn't he try for a crocodile?" Mo remarked, a smile creeping on her face. Lin Xiaofan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the waters beside the lamb leg. Moments later, a crocodile surged forth. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaofan yanked the lamb leg back onto the shore. The crocodile, noticing the retreating bait, clambered onto the bank. This was precisely Lin Xiaofan's intent. Once he had lured the crocodile a good 10 meters away from the water, he paused. The crocodile immediately clamped its jaws around the lamb leg, and Lin Xiaofan, along with Mo Mitao, aimed their arrows at its eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated. Blood blossomed from the crocodile's head as it paid the price for its greed. It immediately began to thrash violently. Chijia, Lin Xiaofan called out, understanding his intent. Duan Yaqi grabbed a wooden stick and approached, striking the crocodile on its head. Lin Xiaofan let loose another arrow, which struck true against the crocodile's belly. The creature was clad in a thick armor of skin, with only its belly and eyes as vulnerable points. Lin Xiaofan's strategy to draw it onto land was to prevent it from retreating to the safety of the water. Should he have shot at its eyes while it was submerged, it would have undoubtedly plunged into the depths, rendering their efforts futile. Now, however, the crocodile bore injuries to its eyes and belly, and with Duan Yaqi striking its head from 2 meters away, it was only a matter of time before they subdued it. Mo Mitao joined in, firing arrows as well. Before long, the crocodile's belly was stained crimson, with 7 or 8 arrows embedded within. Hunting the crocodile was indeed costly in terms of arrows, as many had broken during its thrashing. After a while, the crocodile gradually ceased its struggle. Lin Xiaofan fetched a stone from nearby and cautiously approached the creature. Chijia, please hold the crocodile's head down a bit, he instructed. At his behest, Duan Yaqi pressed down on the struggling crocodile's head with her stick. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaofan lifted the stone and brought it crashing down upon the crocodile's head, releasing his grip afterward. Observing the crocodile's diminished resistance, Lin Xiaofan took another moment to strike it with the stone. All right, it's time to switch, he declared, grasping the crocodile by the tail to assist in lifting it. Duan Yaqi, displaying great understanding, passed the stick to Mo Mitao, and then helped Lin Xiaofan carry the 200-pound crocodile toward Li Tingting and Su Yan. Just then, Wang Ji and his entourage emerged, having been drawn by the commotion. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofan, he was utterly astonished. Wasn't he this lad being pursued just the day before? How was he still alive? Lin Xiaofan spotted Wang Ji and then set down the crocodile. This, brother, the waters you've divided. The creatures within should belong to no one, right? Wang Ji momentarily found himself at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he remarked, well, animals can be caught at will. Oh, by the way, I see you've truly got a charmed life. With so many pursuing you, you still appear unscathed. His expression was one of incredulity. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly, attributing it to luck. Besides, they're all alive and well. How could I possibly meet my end? Wang Ji let out a hearty laugh. You are undoubtedly the most intriguing and resilient individual I have ever encountered. Take your prey and go. Thank you, my friend. Lin Xiaofan expressed his gratitude to Wang Ji before continuing to assist Duan Yaqi in lifting the bloodied crocodile. As the sun began to set, Lin Xiaofan commenced the exchange of personnel with the burly men. The crocodile and 4 sheep together weighed close to 1,000 pounds. The group divided the burden into 2 trips to present the crocodile and goats to the 3 men, who wore expressions of disbelief. Not only had they hunted the elusive goats, but they had also managed to slay a crocodile. How could they not be astonished? It is worth noting that the thought of capturing a crocodile had never even crossed their minds. The onlookers at the other stalls began to murmur among themselves, clearly recognizing that Lin Xiaofan and his companions were no ordinary group. As per their agreement, Lin Xiaofan began to exchange for the woman. Let us go. A large man hoisted the woman and pushed her towards Lin Xiaofan, causing her to stumble and fall into his arms. Soft. Realizing the situation, the woman quickly stepped away from Lin Xiaofan's embrace. Thank you, she stammered, perhaps shy or fearful of being thrust from one perilous situation into another. It's nothing. Let us move, Lin Xiaofan replied, leading the group away. They had not walked far when a voice called out from behind. Wait a moment. Did they perhaps have second thoughts about the exchange? Lin Xiaofan pondered. To his surprise, the leader of the group, with a cheerful demeanor, said, you're always welcome here. We have other offerings. Lin Xiaofan turned back. Oh, what else do you have? Anything you desire, the man replied. Lin Xiaofan smiled gently. Very well, I shall return if the need arises. With that, he quickened his pace. He did not wish to linger any longer, especially with the sun setting, as he needed to find shelter swiftly. The nighttime jungle could be perilous. The group proceeded cautiously through the jungle, visibility diminishing with each passing moment. "We must find shelter quickly, or we shall have to endure the night among the bushes," Lin Xiaofan whispered. The others were startled. Everyone understood the dangers of spending the night in such a place. As they walked, a sudden scream pierced the air. It was the charming woman. "Ah!" Lin Xiaofan turned to see her tumble down a slope. Alarmed for her safety, he hastily slid down after her, only to find that she had vanished without a trace. This startled Lin Xiaofan, prompting thoughts of encountering a ghost. It was not impossible for such bizarre occurrences to transpire on a deserted island. He searched frantically and, fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. Among the underbrush, he discovered a woman who had fainted. Lin Xiaofan hurried over and gently patted her delicate face. "Hey, wake up. Please don't tell me she's dead." He thought, incredulous at the fragility of a woman. Could a fall be so deadly? At that moment, others began to gather around. As Lin Xiaofan surveyed the area, he noticed a cave a few meters ahead. Without hesitation, he hoisted the woman onto his back and made his way toward it. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a large cave, cleverly concealed by an abundance of lush shrubs and wild grasses. Had he not approached, he would never have discovered its existence. After placing the woman down, Lin Xiaofan once more patted her face. Thankfully, this time she stirred and began to awaken, albeit groggily. Mo Mitao and a few others soon arrived. "Aye," she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Just say what you need to say. No need to hesitate." Lin Xiaofan replied calmly. She touched her stomach, murmuring, "I'm hungry." "Ah, so that was the issue." Lin Xiaofan retrieved some roasted meat wrapped in tattered cloth and offered it to her. She grasped it with one hand, but Lin Xiaofan did not release his hold. After a moment of hesitation, she appeared a loss. He then produced a knife and cut off a substantial portion, handing it over, keeping in mind that this roasted meat constituted his rations for the day. "Eat up," he encouraged. She glanced at him and began to devour the meat ravenously, as if she hadn't eaten in ages, completely disregarding her manners. "Take your time, little sister," Mo Mitao said, as she affectionately stroked the girl's hair. Lin Xiaofan then stated, "We've found the cave. We'll explore it shortly." He expressed this intention to prepare some torches for a safer investigation. After ensuring there were no immediate dangers, he began to gather sticks, dry grass, leaves, and vines. Before long, he had fashioned a makeshift torch. He ignited it and began to push through the underbrush, cautiously stepping inside. With the torch illuminating the way, Lin Xiaofan discovered the cave was impressively spacious, filling him with exhilaration. He led the others further in, only to find a bend in the path. Rounding the corner revealed the cave's most expansive area. Everyone crouched down, and Lin Xiaofan called out before joining them. Suddenly, a swarm of bats erupted from the shadows. After a brief 5 seconds, Lin Xiaofan stood and directed the torchlight toward the cave's ceiling, astonished to find it truly vast, an expanse of 300 to 400 square meters. Continuing deeper into the cave, he made yet another remarkable discovery. Chapter 63. The ant's genuine confidant. To his astonishment, he discovered 2 small caves, each approximately 4 meters wide, seemingly excavated by human hands. Lin Xiaofan brandished a torch and ventured into one of the caves, only to find it ended after a mere 10 meters. A whimsical idea struck him. This could serve as a room, and the entire cave could become another refuge for him. It was remarkable how a simple misstep could lead to such serendipity. Sometimes, surprises lie hidden within the unexpected. Retiring from the cave, Lin Xiaofan resolved to kindle a fire. In such a spacious cave, a bonfire would hardly produce any smoke, which would likely dissipate into the surrounding air before becoming noticeable. With a plan in mind, Lin Xiaofan sprang into action. The group began to survey the vicinity, closely observing the cave. He passed the torch to Mo Mitao and called upon Su Yin and Duan Yaqi to join him in search of firewood. As night descended, flickers of flame finally illuminated the cave, and the group gathered together. Lin Xiaofan glanced at the woman and inquired, "What is your name?" Her gaze flickered momentarily before she replied softly, "I am Chen Kiki." Indeed, her name suited her. She possessed a certain charm. "I am Lin Xiaofan." He introduced himself. You won't harm me, will you? Chun Kiki asked, a hint of fear in her voice, still unable to fully trust her instincts. I assure you, we can be friends and survive together, Lin Xiaofan replied gently. At that moment, Imo Mitao approached Chun Kiki, nearly standing shoulder to shoulder with her. It's all right. We mean you no harm. We are not like those wicked individuals, Imo Mitao reassured her, which helped to ease her apprehension. Mitao and I will keep watch. You all should rest well, Lin Xiaofan said, rising to depart. Imo Mitao followed suit, and the two navigated around a corner to a spot near the cave entrance. Xiaofan, help me. Lin Xiaofan guided Missouri Mitao close to the wall. After assisting her, they settled down together, gazing at the sky outside the cave, seemingly savoring the tranquility of the night. In the deep of night, Lin Xiaofan felt Imo Mitao, in a drowsy state, lean closer to him. Xiaofan, she murmured. He instinctively grasped her shoulder. Such a serene night, he thought, feeling a sense of growth within himself. They leaned against one another, and at that moment, the sky appeared to grow dimly brighter. Mitao, this is wonderful, he exclaimed. Imo Mitao replied softly, leaning against Lin Xiaofan like a clingy kitten. They drifted off to sleep in each other's company. As dawn broke, others began to stir, signaling that it was time to rise. By midday, Lin Xiaofan and the others departed the cave, making their way toward the stream's opposite bank. Along the way, he stole a glance at Imo Mitao, clenched his fist, and thought to himself, being a true man feels rather splendid. Before long, the crowd discovered that the stream forked into two distinct paths. One flowed gently towards the northeast, while the other rushed fiercely towards the south. Lin Xiaofan crouched down to closely observe the velocity of the water. The northeastern tributary was languid, with a flow rate merely a third that of its southern counterpart. He speculated that the southern stream might lead to a spring waterfall, whereas the northeastern branch could very well be the route to the sea. This would elucidate why the reservoir's water resembled fresh water so closely. The minuscule influx of seawater had been diluted. It also conveniently explained the presence of aquatic creatures, such as crocodiles, within the reservoir. As for the significant decline in the reservoir's water level, Lin Xiaofan was yet unaware and deemed it unnecessary to investigate further. He subsequently dipped his fingers into the southern stream, confirming it to be fresh water. Everyone be cautious, he advised, as he led Imo Mitao and the others southward. Not long after, they spotted a survivor team nestled in the woods diagonally across from them, seizing the opportunity while the others remained oblivious. Lin Xiaofan guided his companions deeper into the forest. At that moment, Su Yin walked ahead of Imo Mitao and whispered, "What do you think?" Imo Mitao was momentarily puzzled by her question. Leaning closer, Su Yin spoke in a voice so soft it was barely audible last night. "I heard something and saw you with Lin Xiaofan. No more spying in the future." Imo Mitao, her cheeks flushed, muttered a response before rejoining the group. The stream seemed interminable, stretching beyond sight. As they walked, Lin Xiaofan sensed movement ahead and halted. At that moment, Kiki accidentally bumped into Lin Xiaofan's sturdy back. Turning around, she saw Kiki, her expression one of youthful embarrassment, apologizing. "I'm sorry, it was unintentional." Lin Xiaofan, ever gracious, merely gestured for silence and proceeded forward. Through the dense foliage, Lin Xiaofan discerned several familiar figures: Li Gang, Lu Koshue, and others, including the portly boy. At that moment, Lu Koshue and another man were directing the portly boy to gather firewood. "Hurry up, you clumsy fatso, or you'll feel the whip," the brown-skinned man barked, wielding a vine in his hand. This despicable treatment of the portly boy, akin to that of a beast of burden, pained Duan Yaki deeply. However, she dared not rush forward to intervene. Just then, Lu Koshue and his companion began to usher the portly boy towards their direction. Seeing this, Lin Xiaofan whispered, "Everyone, disperse and hide well. Wait for my signal to act." Duan Yaki was the first to respond, seizing the opportunity to rescue her brother. She quickly complied with Lin Xiaofan's instructions, retreating to conceal herself. Lin Xiaofan and the others followed suit, finding refuge among the underbrush. As they drew closer, Lin Xiaofan quietly commanded, "Surround them," and with a swift motion, he darted out. By the time Lu Koshue and his companion reacted, Lin Xiaofan had already knocked an arrow, aiming it at them. Lu Koshue raised his hands. "Do not move, or my arrow may misfire." Lin Xiaofan attempted to intimidate them. At that moment, Mo Mitao surrounded the two from three directions. Brother, sister, Duan Yaki, and the chubby sibling had been apart for over 10 days and were finally reunited. Both were immensely excited. "Supervisor Lu, please inform your leader that I, Lin Xiaofan, seek one person from him, and I shall repay this favor in due time." "Very well. Whom do you wish to borrow?" "Speak," Lu Koshue stuttered, nearly tongue-tied. "This chubby one," Lin Xiaofan replied, glancing subtly at the plump child. "What do you want with this mere boy with a severed hand?" Lin Xiaofan frowned. "Mind your words. I merely wish to facilitate a reunion between these siblings. That is all. Convey to your leader that I, Lin Xiaofan, have no intention of becoming your enemy." "Oh, very well," Lu Koshue conceded. Hearing this, Duan Yaki exclaimed, "Brother, come here quickly." Duan Ishio hastily approached, and the siblings embraced, weeping. It was no surprise. Siblings who had faced life and death were bound to succumb to overwhelming emotions. Lin Xiaofan shouted at Lu Koshue and his companion, "Leave." The two departed in a dejected manner. Lin Xiaofan turned to Duan Yaki and said, "There will be ample time for reminiscing later. We must leave this place swiftly." Chapter 64. A close call. Duan Yaki understood and subsequently released her younger brother, the chubby one, and followed her sister. After speaking, she and her brother hurried to catch up with Lin Xiaofan, who had just stepped away. As Duan Yaki gazed at Lin Xiaofan's retreating figure, she felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Had it not been for Lin Xiaofan's decisive action today, she could not fathom when she would have been able to rescue her brother. Overwhelmed with joy, she wiped away her tears twice. "Why are you crying, sister?" the chubby brother inquired. At that moment, Duan Yaki sniffled and replied, "It's nothing. I am simply shedding tears of joy upon seeing you safe and sound." Lin Xiaofan did not lead the group to further explore the southern tributary, surmising that the mountain eagle was likely at the source of the stream. A person of cunning would certainly seize control of the source, for it is only in this manner that one can wield influence. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiaofan decided to return to the banyan tree sanctuary. On the way back, Duan Yaki noticed some wild fruits nearby and dashed over to pick them. Her brother, Duan Ishio, followed suit. Suddenly, a python emerged, and Duan Ishio promptly pushed his sister aside, only to find himself ensnared by the serpent, thick as a water bucket. "Ah, sister, help me," he cried out. Duan Yaki, having rolled several meters away, exclaimed in horror as she scrambled to confront the python. She could not bear to see her beloved brother harmed. However, after taking only a few steps, she felt a heavy impact on her back, causing her to lose her balance and stumble forward. It was Lin Xiaofan who had kicked her. "Stay calm," Lin Xiaofan commanded, firmly pressing his foot against her back, while simultaneously drawing his bow to aim at the python's head. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air echoed as it struck the python's mouth. At that moment, Mo Mitao and others also released their arrows. Chun Kiki, witnessing the viscous drool dripping from the python's mouth, collapsed in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Xiaofan drew another arrow and released it. The python, in pain, relinquished its prey and slithered away in defeat. Lin Xiaofan then lifted his foot from Duan Yaki. The latter scrambled towards her brother, who had fallen to his knees, coughing while propping himself up with his right hand. Had he not been rather sturdy, he might have suffered several broken ribs. Duan Yaki cradled her brother's head, tears streaming down her face. "It's all right. It's all right." She comforted him, planting a kiss on his hair, her expression radiating tenderness. The others, witnessing this poignant scene, felt their eyes moisten. Lin Xiaofan approached, prompting Duan Yaki to rise. "Lin Xiaofan," she began, but before she could finish, a sharp slap landed on her face. "Indeed," Lin Xiaofan retorted, striking her back. "Do you realize that you nearly endangered your brother's life? You should never stray too far from the group without ensuring the surroundings are safe. Was it worth it for a few wild fruits? Was it worth it?" With that, Lin Xiaofan unleashed a torrent of admonition upon Duanyaki, who now wept. I'm sorry. I will be more careful in the future. The onlookers were taken aback, for it was their first encounter with the fierce Lin Xiaofan. A moment of surprise gripped their hearts, yet they swiftly comprehended that Duanyaki had brought this upon herself. Lin Xiaofan softly uttered an apology, acknowledging that he had struck a bit too hard, and advised her to be more aware of her surroundings, as certain predators tend to target solitary beings. It's all right, my fault, Duanyaki said, her cheeks flushed as she gently touched her right cheek. The chubby boy, witnessing this scene, dared not speak, feeling that the young man named Lin Xiaofan was rather intimidating. Having experienced a car accident, he had suffered significant injuries to his left hand and head, resulting in a decline in his cognitive abilities. Let us move. Be cautious of your surroundings, Lin Xiaofan declared before proceeding forward, with the others following suit. Chun Kiki found it difficult to move her legs, prompting Mo Mitao to assist her, linking arms with her. Clearly, the earlier scene of the python attempting to devour a person had truly frightened her. At merely 20 years of age, she was even 2 years younger than Lin Xiaofan. As he retraced his steps, he exhaled deeply, realizing that unlike himself, they lacked combat training and thus had a diminished awareness of danger. It seemed they would have to gradually enhance their vigilance in the days to come. In the southern part of the deserted island, Dai Ichuan led a team as they set up a spike trap. Now, in addition to 5 team members, 2 women had recently joined them. These women had been rescued by Dai Ichuan and her companions after narrowly escaping a harrowing encounter with several brutish men from an island nation. Passing by, Dai Ichuan and her teammates had taken down the men, inadvertently allowing the 2 women to join this band of female fighters. The bodies of the assailants were disposed of in the freshly laid spike trap, as the group had discovered the presence of a red-eyed python in the vicinity just days prior. Fortunately, each member was equipped with a bow and arrow, successfully driving away the bloodthirsty serpent. It is worth noting that this red-eyed python was a particularly vicious breed, comparable in size to a green anaconda, yet exhibiting a far greater thirst for blood. At that moment, a flock of birds suddenly took flight nearby. It's here, Dai Ichuan whispered, signaling the 7 members to take cover. Among them, 4 individuals formed 2 pairs, each gripping a makeshift rope woven from hemp. Soon, from a nearby tree, a red-eyed python, thicker than a barrel, began to descend from the branches, drawn by the scent of blood. As it approached the bodies ensnared in the spike trap, it unwittingly thrust its head forward, only to be pierced by a spike. In agony, it reared up slightly, eyeing its meal, intent on biting into the carcasses. In that instant, 4 figures dashed forward with rapid precision, ensnaring the serpent with the hemp ropes. Although it struggled fiercely, the upper half of its body was restrained, rendering it incapable of unleashing its full strength. Moreover, the 4 were skilled assassins, possessing strength beyond that of an ordinary person. Release the arrows, Dai Ichuan commanded, swiftly loosing an arrow herself, while the remaining members knocked their arrows as well. In a matter of moments, they had emptied their quivers of hollow wooden arrows. The crimson-eyed python, riddled with 30 to 40 arrows, continued to writhe in a futile struggle. Lowering her stance, Dai Ichuan commanded the 4 individuals holding the rope. After taking merely 2 steps, she instructed the others to remain vigilant. No sooner had her words escaped her lips than she swiftly approached the crimson-eyed beast, firmly pinned to the ground. The creature was now marred with numerous gaping wounds, each oozing blood. With a determined foot, she pressed down upon its head. Subsequently, she withdrew a dagger from the side of her leg and plunged it fiercely into the python's skull, her demeanor reminiscent of a frenzied specter. The embodiment of a female reaper had arrived. As blood sprayed forth in vivid bursts, the python's head was rendered a grotesque mass. Its eyes had been brutally extracted. After a short while, the creature ceased its struggles. Observing its stillness, Dai Ichuan finally halted her assault, and the 4 companions released their grip on the rope. Chapter 65. The melodious Chun Kiki Captain. We have finally vanquished the beast that nearly devoured us not long ago. Dai Ichuan approached. Indeed, Dai Ichuan nodded, following the tragic loss of a team member to a ferocious tiger. She had not only equipped her companions with bows and arrows, but had also trained them in the art of strangulation and the intricate technique of encirclement, specifically designed to confront formidable predators. She consistently assigned 2 or 3 members to remain vigilant of their surroundings. After dispatching the red-eyed python, Dai Ichuan wiped her dagger against the grass, sheathed it at her thigh, and remarked coolly, "Let us proceed to hunt." With that, she led the 7 away. Once they departed, the tail of the red-eyed python twitched slightly. In the northern part of the deserted island, Lin Xiaofan returned to the seaside with several companions. Su Yan stretched her alluring waist, exclaiming, "The seaside is truly delightful. There is no need for constant trepidation." Her words held truth. If not for the presence of numerous nefarious individuals, this locale would indeed be the safest, devoid of the myriad dangers lurking in the forest, albeit lacking fresh water. Lin Xiaofan smiled gently, choosing not to engage her, and instead inspected his freshwater apparatus. At that moment, the youthful Chun Kiki approached. Brother, what are you doing?" Upon hearing her, Lin Xiaofan felt a flutter in his heart. Was his little sister adept at forging connections so easily? Brother already? It was understandable. Chun Kiki was undoubtedly astute, aware that fostering camaraderie was essential for survival. Turning his profile towards her, Lin Xiaofan replied, "This is a freshwater apparatus, though the yield is rather modest." "Wow, brother, you're so impressive." "I don't understand this at all," she exclaimed. "It's merely a basic attempt. By the way, since you are still unfamiliar with our shelter and its surroundings, I shall have Sister Tao Tao guide you for a brief tour." "Okay." Chun Ki's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing such an adorable girl made Lin Xiaofan's lips curve into a smile. He too longed for a sister. To his surprise, fate had been rather kind to him in this desolate place. "Come, Kiki, let me show you around and help you get acquainted." Mo Mi Tao approached, and Chun Kiki quickly rose to follow her. Among the women here, she found Mo Mi Tao the most approachable, naturally preferring to stay by her side. As for Lin Xiaofan, she perceived him as somewhat imposing, being the leader of the group, which inevitably stirred feelings of admiration within her. However, her innocent musings and glances did not escape the notice of the 34-year-old Mo Mi Tao. Montak Mi Tao was unbotat. Thinking that Lin Xiaofan's affection for the young girl stemmed merely from a sense of compassion, she led Chun Kiki beneath the banyan tree, introducing her to the platform. The items nestled among its branches, as well as the pig legs and chunks of black bear meat hanging from the opposite branches. "Wow, did you all hunt these?" Chun Kiki marveled. Mo Mi Tao smiled softly, replying, "Indeed, you shall no longer go hungry." Chun Kiki beamed, her cuteness radiating warmth and innocence, evoking a protective instinct in those around her. "Come, take a look over here. This thicket has coconuts and fish spears, while the bushes over there can serve as a place to dry clothes. If it's convenient, venture behind the bushes. Remember, when you go to relieve yourselves, it's best to go in groups of 2 or 3. Do not venture alone. Although this is a coastal forest, dangers still lurk." Mo Mi Tao, like a caring mother, fussed over them. "Understood, Sister Tao," Chun Kiki replied, her patience unwavering. She recognized how invaluable it was to have someone teach her survival skills on this deserted island, and thus she cherished it deeply. Lin Xiaofan had already begun gathering firewood, preparing to roast 2 pieces of pig leg this evening, especially since 2 new members had joined their ranks. 1 pig leg would hardly suffice. Approaching the chubby one, Lin Xiaofan inquired, "What are you particularly skilled at? What do you do well?" The chubby one hesitated before responding, "I can throw stones with great accuracy." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly. "That's impressive. Let me see your skill another time." The chubby one nodded in agreement. At that moment, Duan Yaki interjected, recalling that he had previously been mischievous and had even killed someone's dog with a stone. Hearing this, Lin Xiaofan felt intrigued. If he could kill a dog, surely his strength was formidable. If he hit a person, it could result in serious injury. "All right, everyone, let's quickly gather firewood and prepare to roast the pig legs." Upon hearing this, Su Yan's eyes lit up. Her stomach was beginning to rumble. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of crimson, Lin Xiaofan and the others gathered around the fire pit, roasting the pig legs. Lin Xiaofan glanced at Chun Kiki, who was once again inquiring about the skills of the newcomers. Chun Kiki replied, "I can sing." The group exchanged glances, pondering this revelation. "Well, that is also quite good." Lin Xiaofan smiled gently, refraining from mentioning that singing had little utility for survival. "Why not sing for us, dear sister?" Su Yan suggested with a smile, and the others echoed her encouragement. "Thank you, then I shall sing a song." After clearing her throat, she began to sing, her gentle voice enveloping the air. Lin Xiaofan found solace in the melody, which helped alleviate the anxiety that plagued everyone on the deserted island. "That's wonderful, lovely indeed." Cheers erupted, and applause followed suit. "Thank you." Su Yan urged her to sing a couple more songs. At that moment, Mo Mitao offered Chun Kiki a drink, saying, "Here, hydrate your throat before you sing again." Nodding, Chun Kiki took the water and sipped before continuing her song. Her voice, as gentle as her demeanor, had a truly soothing effect on the soul. As night fell, the flickering flames, shadows of people, and the melody intertwined. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Xiaofan and his companions had turned their gathering into a bonfire celebration. Once the wild pig legs were thoroughly cooked, Lin Xiaofan retrieved a dagger to distribute the meat. "Here, Kiki, you go first. You've worked hard singing." He cut a piece of meat and handed it to her. Chun Kiki accepted it and began to savor it in small bites. Gazing at the considerate Lin Xiaofan, an inexplicable flutter of excitement stirred within her heart. Soon, two rosy hues blossomed upon her cheeks, unnoticed by the others. After all, it was not daytime. Just as the group was relishing their meal, a sudden chill swept through the air. Lin Xiaofan quickly sensed the change in weather. A fierce wind was blowing in from the sea, enveloping everyone in a cool embrace. What on earth is happening? Why is the wind so strong? Since their arrival, they had spent several nights here without encountering such gusts. At that moment, the water level of the sea began to rise. Is a storm approaching? This was the immediate thought that crossed the minds of the group. However, Lin Xiaofan focused intently on the sea. Previously, the water level had been 5 meters away from the stove, but now it lingered at less than 3. The sight sent shivers down her spine. Could it be a sign of an impending tide? Or perhaps a precursor to a tsunami? Lin Xiaofan urged everyone to eat quickly. Chapter 66. The onset of the typhoon. As night fell, a tempestuous wind arose, accompanied by torrential rain. Sleep eluded everyone. At the break of dawn, the howling winds grew increasingly pronounced, signaling the unmistakable arrival of the typhoon. Lin Xiaofan glanced down, and to his dismay, the seawater had already surged beneath the trees. Panic ensued among the group, with the women's hair disheveled by the relentless gusts. Even the branches of the banyan tree swayed precariously. Had it not been for its robust trunk and abundant foliage, it might have been uprooted entirely. At that moment, Mo Mitao surveyed the nearby trees, noting several saplings that had been uprooted and flung over 10 meters away. The typhoon showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified, nearly whisking away the lightest among them. Chun Kiki. Had she not grasped Su Yan's arm tightly, she would surely have been swept from beneath the tree. Lin Xiaofan then turned his gaze towards the horizon, his breath hitching as he beheld the towering waves rolling ominously towards them. A tsunami too? Without hesitation, he instructed everyone to arm themselves with bows and arrows and evacuate the shoreline. The group gasped in alarm. As they witnessed the approaching tsunami, fear gripped them, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Xiaofan quickly fetched a wooden ladder and set it down. "Hurry, move quickly," he urged. The group scrambled down the ladder, making their way towards the forest. Lin Xiaofan followed, carrying the pot, suitcase, and binoculars. Mo Mitao returned to take the suitcase and promptly retreated. The harpoons and bear meat were abandoned. Survival took precedence over all else. They then proceeded northeast, each person drenched, their clothes clinging to their skin, accentuating their silhouettes. In the midst of a downpour, Lin Xiaofan led the group with urgency. If such towering waves were to strike, they could easily engulf the forest for over 5 kilometers, potentially affecting the reservoir as well. Meanwhile, Reno and his companions had already fled their original shelter, also heading northeast. They had departed earlier than Lin Xiaofan's group, and the distance between the two teams had now exceeded a kilometer. Just then, in this critical moment, Chun Kiki twisted her ankle. Lin Xiaofan handed the pot to Duan Yaqi and then lifted her onto his back. With the tsunami looming, Lin Xiaofan, being the only man, had no choice but to carry her. The group weaved precariously through the forest, buffeted by the howling winds that uprooted wild grass and sent leaves rustling to the ground. What on earth is happening? It feels as though the world is ending, Su Yin muttered as she grasped a nearby shrub. Fortunately, they had entered the woods. Had they remained by the shore, the typhoon might have knocked them over, rendering them unable to rise. Let us move quickly. Lin Xiaofan, with Chun Kiki on his back, outpaced several others. Practice makes perfect, Su Yin commented as she hurried to keep up. Meanwhile, Li Tingting clung to Mo Mitao's arm, the two supporting each other as they moved. Little Fatty and his sister were faring relatively well, considering their combined weight approached 150 pounds, enabling them to endure the tempered typhoon as they ventured through the woods. After what felt like an eternity, the group of 7 finally arrived at the cave they had previously discovered. Here, the winds had lessened considerably, being situated approximately 10 to 12 kilometers from the coastline. The abundance of trees provided ample shelter. Once inside the cave, Lin Xiaofan gently set down Chun Kiki and proceeded to examine her injuries. It hurts, Chun Kiki grimaced, her eyebrows furrowed. Which foot? Lin Xiaofan inquired. The left, she replied. With utmost care, Lin Xiaofan removed her shoe, revealing a delicate, pale foot. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her ankle was swollen, resembling a plump pig's trotter. The sprain was evidently painful, rendering her nearly immobile. The others gathered around, eager to assess the severity of her injury. This seems quite serious, was Su Yan's immediate reaction. Hang in there, Lin Xiaofan reassured her before gently grasping Chun Kiki's foot. He began to delicately tug and rotate it, aiming to alleviate the tension in her ligaments and expedite the swelling subsidence. You'll need to refrain from walking for a few days. It might take a while to heal. Chun Kiki nodded in understanding as she listened to Lin Xiaofan's words. Even within the cave, the howling winds outside were audible, a testament to the ferocity of the typhoon. The group hastily laid down their damp clothes and removed their soaked shoes. We're going to be hungry. Damn this storm, Su Yin lamented. Indeed, the tempest downpour left no dry kindling for a fire, putting a halt to any hope of cooked food. What's the worry? Once the storm eases, we can forage for wild fruits nearby. When the sun shines, we'll gather firewood. Lin Xiaofan maintained a positive outlook, contrasting Su Yan's complaints. What about tonight? Su Yan expressed concern about going hungry. Lin Xiaofan scoffed. A day or two without food won't kill us. There's no need to fret. Su Yan hesitated. Realizing the dire situation left them no choice but to endure hunger. All right, you all wait here. I'll go look for something to collect water in. With that, Lin Xiaofan rose and headed toward the cave entrance. Be careful, Xiaofan, Mo Mitao called out with a hint of concern. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly, appreciating the warmth of someone's caring words. He braved the rain, scouring the vicinity but found no bamboo, only a few wild fruits. Reluctantly, he returned to the cave. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofan return with the wild fruits, Su Yin rushed over to snatch some. Hey, let us share. 2 for each person, he reminded her. Su Yin paused her actions. As for the water dilemma, Lin Xiaofan had already devised a plan on his way back, using an arrow tube to collect water, given that the tube was crafted from bamboo. As for the purity of the water, he could only chuckle wryly. After settling, the impurities were minimal, and under the current circumstances, boiling was not an option. So they would have to make do. Lin Xiaofan extracted the arrows from the quiver and called upon Mo Mitao for assistance. He then lifted the suitcase to pour out water. Before long, the quiver was filled to the brim. The group gathered around, taking turns to drink eagerly. Lin Xiaofan glanced at the suitcase and estimated that there was still half a container of water left. It appeared that, aside from the 10 centimeters of water at the bottom that was undrinkable, the remaining water would suffice for 7 individuals over the course of 3 days. The primary concern now was food. Wild fruits were scarce in the vicinity, and they could only hope for the typhoon to pass swiftly. Otherwise, hunger would become an imminent threat. Lin Xiaofan let out a deep sigh. His gaze swept over the others, noticing that their clothes were completely soaked. You, and the chubby one, turn around and wring out your clothes before putting them back on, lest you catch a cold, he instructed. With that, Lin Xiaofan turned his back with the chubby one, allowing them some privacy. Fortunately, it was now late summer. Had it been winter, being drenched in rain would have posed far graver consequences, potentially leading to fever. As night fell, the typhoon continued to howl. Leaning against the stone wall, Lin Xiaofan lamented. Damn it, the meat is gone, and the noodles with eggs have been submerged by seawater. He felt a pang of anxiety over the loss of food. The scarcity of coconuts in the area was particularly alarming, insufficient to sustain them all. The others busied themselves in the darkness, organizing their supplies. Lin Xiaofan assigned Duan Yaqi and the chubby one to keep watch while he and the others rested in place. Chapter 67. Fate or Coincidence. The tempest raged for 2 days, only abating on the third. By then, Lin Xiaofan and his companions were ravenously hungry, their stomachs pressing against their backs. At midday, the long-awaited sun finally broke through the clouds. Lin Xiaofan led the group to gather dried grass and twig from the surrounding area to dry in the sun. Just then, Su Yin approached, her voice tinged with hunger. Lin Xiaofan, I'm starving. He nodded in acknowledgement. Since you're hungry, let us go hunting shortly, and we can also refill our water supplies. Upon hearing this, Su Yin pouted slightly. In truth, Lin Xiaofan was well aware that everyone was famished. The previous days had been spent subsisting on wild fruits. Casting a glance at the firewood laid out to dry, Lin Xiaofan clapped his hands together. Let us set off. The others quickly gathered around him. Lin Xiaofan turned to Chun Kiki and inquired, Is your foot better? It feels much better now, hardly affecting my ability to walk. Fear not. I assure you I will not be a burden. Lin Xiaofan was pleasantly surprised by the resilience of the lovely Chun Kiki and silently admired her strength. No worries, we are all in this together. There's no talk of burdens. At that moment, Su Yan's expression shifted subtly as she muttered under her breath, You, back then, did not say this. She recalled how Lin Xiaofan had previously expressed reluctance to carry any encumbrance during their struggle for survival. Yet here he was, accompanied by a delicate girl. Lin Xiaofan, possessing keen hearing, caught her words but chose not to dwell on them. Instead, he handed Chun Kiki a sturdy stick. This will make traversing the uneven terrain a bit easier. Thank you, brother, Chun Kiki murmured softly as she accepted the stick. With a simple let's go, Lin Xiaofan moved ahead, followed closely by the others, each armed with a weapon. Duan Yaqi wielded a stick as thick as her arm, while the chubby one clutched a stone. Mo Tao and her 2 friends carried bows and arrows. The group now boasted a total of 4 bows among them. After walking for a while, they found no signs of game nearby, compelling Lin Xiaofan to lead them further afield. As they continued, a foul stench wafted through the air, immediately putting Lin Xiaofan on high alert. Could it be the corpse of some animal? Mo covered her nose, and the others murmured their agreement. Indeed, the odor was exceedingly repugnant. Lin Xiaofan scanned the area, pinpointing the source of the smell. This way, he declared, promptly making his way in that direction. Before long, he stumbled upon a decaying body sprawled on the ground, an arrow protruding from its back. The corpse was infested with maggots, its vacant eyes staring blankly ahead. A collective gasp escaped the women. Lin Xiaofan quickly hushed them. What are you shouting for? Do you not know the taboos of the forest? For him, the sight was unsettling but not terrifying. He crouched beside the body and recognized it as the individual he had released days prior. Indeed, it was Li Xing, the brother of Li Piao. Could it be that this man succumbed to his wounds and perished here? Wait a moment. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan noticed a blood mark on the corpse's throat. It appeared not to be the result of insect bites, but rather akin to a slash from a blade. Driven by curiosity, he picked up a slender stick from the ground and prodded the corpse's chin. Indeed, the area surrounding the blood mark was caked with dried blood. Clearly, the cause of death was a deliberate throat cutting. Who could have done such a thing? At that moment, Su Yin suggested that perhaps a wild man had also come here. Lin Xiaofan shook his head, reasoning that if a wild man had been present, the body would have been dragged away. It was likely that another had committed this heinous act. Earlier, he had shot an arrow, not intending to kill. but rather hoping the man would return to inform Gu Shandiao of his unwillingness to become an enemy. Now, it seemed, the man had met his demise en route, complicating matters further between Lin Xiaofan and Gu Shandiao. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan pressed down the corpse's eyelids with a dry twig, ensuring it could rest in peace. He had no time to dig a grave for the deceased. Instead, he led the others to search for game nearby. They soon arrived at the thicket where wild chickens had previously been spotted. "Look, we've reached this place. It appears we can only hunt a few wild chickens now," Lin Xiaofan remarked. Everyone was hungry, and the prospect of hunting larger game felt beyond their means. Without further ado, Lin Xiaofan knocked an arrow and shot at the wild chickens hidden in the underbrush. Mo Mitao and the others followed suit. Unbeknownst to them, one of the arrows went astray, missing its target. They watched as 3 wild chickens flapped their wings in a frenzy. The group hastened towards them. Lin Xiaofan chose not to stab the chickens with a knife, but rather twisted their necks by hand, a method more convenient for transport, silencing their squawks. The others exchanged glances, remaining silent, as if they understood the rationale behind Lin Xiaofan's actions. Surveying the surroundings, Lin Xiaofan found no signs of larger animals, nor even a single rabbit. Perhaps, in the wake of the recent typhoon, many creatures had sought refuge in their burrows. Nevertheless, 3 wild chickens would suffice for a hearty meal for the 7 of them. Afterward, Lin Xiaofan beckoned the others to return to the cave. Along the way, he spotted an unusual small tree with a section of its branch indented. This could serve as a spoon, he mused, promptly chopping it down to take back with him. As they neared the cave, Su Yin noticed some mushrooms and approached to gather them. "Miss Su, be careful not to pick recklessly," Lin Xiaofan cautioned. "Mushrooms can be quite tasty," Su Yin replied. "We sisters often enjoyed them before, and besides, with chicken, mushrooms are a natural accompaniment." Lin Xiaofan could only shake his head slightly. As long as her actions did not pose a threat to their safety, he chose not to intervene. He observed as Su Yin filled 2 bags with mushrooms, and Li Tingting joined in the gathering. "Are mushrooms truly that delightful?" Lin Xiaofan pondered, having tasted them himself, but finding them merely acceptable, not particularly exquisite. Seeing the 2 women filling their bags, he hurriedly urged them to return and prepare a meal. Within the cave, Lin Xiaofan discovered some stones and fashioned a rudimentary stove. He then instructed Duan Yaki to place the pot down while he filled it with water. Soon, the water began to boil, and everyone pitched in to pluck feathers, ensuring no one slacked off. Lin Xiaofan remarked, "Oh, good. All right," to which several others nearly agreed. The pot contained only a quarter of water. Once it boiled, they could take turns placing the chickens in to be scalded and plucked. As time gradually passed, the water reached a boil, and everyone engaged in the plucking process. By the end, they even managed to clean the chickens thoroughly. Thus, 3 chickens were held by the group. Lin Xiaofan discarded the water from the pot and added some fresh water from their supplies. "Place them in," he instructed. Mo Mitao and the others each dropped their chickens into the pot. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan added firewood, while Su Yin took out a small knife to slice the tops off the mushrooms, deftly adding them to the pot. Mo Mitao assisted in the task as well. Nearby, Duan Yaki commented, "We don't eat mushrooms. Then you 2 siblings can simply skip the mushrooms and the soup and just enjoy the chicken once it's cooked." Su Yin replied nonchalantly. She loved mushrooms and, having already cut them, had no intention of removing them from the pot. Lin Xiaofan felt helpless regarding this and glanced at Duan Yaki, who nodded in understanding. He recognized that she didn't mind cooking together, so he refrained from stopping Su Yin. They only added the mushroom tops to the pot, discarding the stems aside. While waiting, Lin Xiaofan fashioned a spoon, skillfully peeling the bark off with his knife. In this way, a simple wooden spoon was completed. Upon seeing this, Chun Kiki exclaimed, "Brother, how impressive! You can make a spoon." Lin Xiaofan glanced at her with a slight smile, not thinking it to be anything remarkable. After all, he could craft a bow and arrow, so a simple wooden spoon was trivial. By evening, the pot of mushroom chicken soup was ready. "It smells wonderful," Su Yin said, wafting the aroma towards her nose. Mo Mitao followed suit, also savoring the delightful scent. "Indeed, Xiaofan, this soup is splendid," she remarked. Lin Xiaofan skewered a wild chicken with a wooden arrow and handed it to Duanyaki. He then skewered another one, saying, "Let us have 2 chickens for the 5 of us." Su Yin seemed a bit reluctant, noticing that the siblings each had 1 chicken, while she barely had half. "We still have mushrooms and soup," Mi Tao added, sensing her unspoken concern. They enjoyed the chicken meat while sipping the soup with wooden spoons, all displaying expressions of joy. After several days without meat, they were delighted to indulge in such delicious fare. Before long, they had finished all 3 chickens, some mushrooms, and an entire pot of soup. That night, it was once again the turn of Duanyaki and her brother to be on duty. While Lin Xiaofan invited Mo and the others into a larger cave on the right side, as the night air had grown quite cool. This cave was spacious, measuring about 10 meters long and over 3 meters wide, capable of accommodating 20 people comfortably. Not long after lying down, Lin Xiaofan began to feel warm. It wasn't just him. The other 4 felt the heat as well. "It's hot. Why is it so warm? Didn't it just rain?" The next day, Mi Tao and the others awoke in astonishment. They exchanged glances, covering their eyes in disbelief. It was only then that the realization dawned upon them. However, the events had already transpired. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Lin Xiaofan, Su Yin felt an overwhelming urge to kick him twice. Chapter 68. The tragedy of Li Tingting. They chose not to awaken Lin Xiaofan, opting instead to exit the cave. At that moment, Mi Tao whispered, "Su Yin, this is all your fault. We must have consumed some hallucinogenic mushrooms. I had no idea it would turn out this way." Su Yin replied. "Well, it seems we are all now under Lin Xiaofan's spell," Li Tingting remarked softly. Beside them, Chen Kiki remained silent, her mind in disarray, utterly bewildered by the circumstances. With the situation as it was, she could only accept it. It was not until noon that Lin Xiaofan awakened, shaking his head in an attempt to clear his thoughts. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he surveyed his surroundings and began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Could it be? A slight smile crept across his lips as he exited the small cave. He happened upon the others, who were gathering firewood and arranging it against the stone wall. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofan, all but Duanyaki and the plump girl felt a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, Su Yin approached, leaning close to Lin Xiaofan's ear to whisper, "You are truly fortunate." Lin Xiaofan understood her implication and replied, "It was merely an accident, a stroke of luck, and not without your influence." Su Yin playfully nudged him, saying, "Oh, please, I despise you." Lin Xiaofan chuckled. "Why would you hate me? Shouldn't you be expressing gratitude instead?" "You." Su Yin found herself at a loss for words, realizing that the events had unfolded due to her own actions. She could not fault Lin Xiaofan. With a grin, Lin Xiaofan suggested, "Right, let us wander about and see where Reinu and the others are." He was aware that Reinu was not far from the reservoir, for he too recognized its potential for fresh water exchange. After gathering their gear, Lin Xiaofan led the group to hunt for water and, at the same time, to locate Reinu. They meandered around the vicinity of the reservoir, and before long, they heard a commotion not far off. Lin Xiaofan distinctly recognized Reinu's voice. "It is Reinu," he exclaimed, hastening towards the noise, with the women following closely behind. As they navigated through the trees, they came upon 2 factions, weapons drawn, facing off against one another. The smaller group was indeed led by Reinu and his companions. Upon noticing the stir, both factions turned their attention towards Lin Xiaofan. The opposing group outnumbered Reinu's team 2-1. Lin Xiaofan surmised they were likely one of the 4 dominant forces near the reservoir, as he had never encountered these individuals before. "Hey, little brother, you're here too," Reinu called out. "Indeed, brother Reinu, I arrived during the typhoon." At that moment, Lin Xiaofan noticed a corpse lying before the larger group. He began to understand why Reinu and his companions were in a standoff. They suspected that Lin Xiaofan's group had slain one of their own. Reinu wore an expression of innocence. "Hey, who are you?" The leader of the larger group shouted at Lin Xiaofan. "Just passing through," Lin Xiaofan replied nonchalantly as he approached Reinu. "Brother Reinu, what happened?" Reinu then recounted the events. "We intended to fetch water and happened upon this individual, only to find he had already passed. Just as they arrived, they accused us of killing him." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan turned to the other party, inquiring, "Do you have any proof?" "I witnessed it myself." The leader was somewhat portly, adorned with a gold chain around his neck, exuding an air of authority. "Nonsense. This individual was already deceased when we retrieved him. We are not the ones responsible for his demise," Raynor interjected, incensed by the unfounded allegations against his group. "Since your arrival, my patrol personnel have met their end. You cannot evade culpability," the leader with the gold chain retorted. Introducing himself as Imogen, he insisted that Raynor and his companions were blamed. At this juncture, Li Feng could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, "This has nothing to do with us. We typically operate in groups. No one ventures alone, nor would we be foolish enough to provoke others. Could you all remain calm and first ascertain the cause of death?" Lin Xiaofan interposed. "How can we investigate the cause of death? They must have been caught stealing water and subsequently killed our patrol personnel," Imogen asserted, relentlessly shifting the blame onto Raynor's group. Lin Xiaofan, disinterested in further banter, approached the corpse. A mere glance revealed that the individual had not been dead for long. He commenced his examination and soon discovered a lump on the head, indicative of a heavy object having struck it before the body was disposed of in the reservoir. "You see, this person was struck by a heavy object," Lin Xiaofan stated. Imogen crouched down to inspect the body as well. Lin Xiaofan continued, "We are newcomers here, with no enmity. There is no need for such heinous acts. Could it be that other factions near the reservoir are involved, or perhaps this individual had a vendetta against someone?" "A vendetta?" Imogen rose, glancing back at his team. "Has anyone strayed from the group?" He scanned the faces around him, his gaze settling on a woman. It appeared he had realized something. This woman bore a grudge against the deceased. During the previous expansion of the team, her partner had been killed in an altercation over food with the deceased. The woman's expression shifted dramatically. "I killed him. Who told him to murder my partner and threaten me?" At this moment, the truth emerged. The woman had seized the opportunity to eliminate him while he was on patrol. A misunderstanding. Imogen chuckled, then turned to the woman. "Zhu Wei, you." He hesitated, as Zhu Wei had joined him after losing her partner, rendering Imogen unable to say more. "I have made it abundantly clear. It was not my people who committed this act." Raynor sighed in relief. "Enough, let us depart," Imogen declared, leading his group away. After Lin Xiaofan exchanged directions with Raynor, they guided their companions toward another path. Lin Xiaofan contemplated exploring that area, hoping to hunt larger game. The vicinity housed several survivor groups, resulting in a significant reduction of wildlife. The team delved deeper into the forest. "Brother, you are incredible. You could easily be a detective," Shun Kiki remarked with a smile. In response, Lin Xiaofan offered a faint smile. "I only possess a rudimentary understanding. I am far from a detective." The group continued their journey, occasionally spotting wild deer and rabbits along the way. As Lin Xiaofan prepared to hunt, he was suddenly alerted by unusual sounds nearby, reminiscent of a flute's melody. Filled with curiosity, he advanced a few steps and spotted a deer sprinting towards him, closely followed by a multitude of snakes slithering rapidly in pursuit. Not far away, a group of 7 or 8 wild men could be seen, one of whom was playing a harmonica fashioned from bone. "Run!" Lin Xiaofan shouted, turning to warn the others. The group fled desperately towards the reservoir. However, they had not traveled far when Li Tingting stumbled, caught by an unseen object. Lin Xiaofan glanced back and saw several snakes already crawling onto Li Tingting's clothes. Without hesitation, he drew his bow and shot several arrows, aiming to eliminate the snakes encroaching upon her. Yet, there were too many serpents for him to approach safely. "You all go. Hurry, don't worry about me," he urged. "Tingting, get up quickly." Mo Mitao's eyes brimmed with tears. At that moment, 2 or 3 arrows whizzed past, nearly striking Mo Mitao and Lin Xiaofan. Realizing the danger, Lin Xiaofan steeled himself and commanded, "Go." He then urged everyone to flee for their lives. After a considerable distance, he paused and said, "You all return first. I will go back to check on Tingting." Mo Mitao nodded in understanding. Without a backward glance, Lin Xiaofan turned and retraced his steps. Chapter 69. ominous signs and new discoveries, yet there remained no trace of Li Tingting. Only the 3 snakes that had fallen victim to his arrow. It was likely that she had been captured by the wild men, leaving her chances of survival nearly non-existent. Lin Xiaofan sat at the spot where Li Tingting had collapsed, reminiscing about the moments they shared. From her rescue from Gushan Jiao and his companions to the uncertainty of her fate now. Just last night, he had finally embraced her, and now she was in the clutches of the wild men. With determination, Lin Xiaofan drew his axe and forcefully severed the vine that had tripped Li Tingting. Suddenly, a realization struck him. There was no blood at the site of her fall. He glanced around, and indeed, there was no sign of blood nearby. Confusion washed over him. He had assumed that the wild men would have shot Li Tingting, as they had witnessed earlier before taking her away. However, it appeared she had been taken directly without a struggle. Observing the traces in the grass, Lin Xiaofan quickly pinpointed the direction they had taken and pursued them. Unfortunately, after traversing several kilometers, he found no sign of the wild men. With a heavy sigh, he turned back towards the reservoir, fully aware that the situation for Li Tingting was dire. Even if she had not been killed on the spot, reaching the wild men's lair would likely seal her fate. The journey back felt interminably long. Upon returning to the cave, Mo Mitao rushed over, inquiring about Tingting. Lin Xiaofan fell silent, but she seemed to understand, knowing that her friend had likely met a tragic end. "I'm so sorry," he choked out. At his words, Mo Mitao collapsed onto the ground. Tingting, Tingting. At that moment, everyone gathered around, enveloped in a heavy silence. Suyin also sank to the ground, tears streaming down her face. The 3 of them had known each other for years, believing they would survive together, only for fate to intervene in such a cruel manner. "Wild men, how dare you harm my dear friend? One day, I, Suyin, shall exact vengeance upon you all," she declared, her emotions spilling over as she wept openly. Mo Mitao leaned against her, and the 2 embraced, their sorrow palpable. Lin Xiaofan recognized the depth of their bond, feeling inexplicably emotional himself. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he experienced profound heartache for the first time in years. Beside them, Chun Kiki also shed tears, gripped by fear as she recalled her first encounter with the wild men and the swarm of venomous snakes, witnessing her companion being overwhelmed. Moved by their grief, Lin Xiaofan approached, wrapping his arms around Mo Mitao and Su Yin, who continued to weep uncontrollably. Having witnessed others face tragedy, he could not fathom that his own dear friend had also fallen victim. How could one not be utterly heartbroken? Guilt gnawed at Lin Xiaofan. If he had not led them in that direction, perhaps they would have avoided the wild men, and Li Tingting might have been spared. Alas, time cannot be reversed, and Li Tingting would not return. After a prolonged period of weeping, Mo Mitao and Su Yan's cries softened to quiet sobs. At that moment, Su Yan turned her frustration towards Lin Xiaofan. "Oh, Lin Xiaofan, it's all your fault," she lamented, lightly pounding her fists against him in a mock gesture of blame. Lacking the strength to truly scold him, her words were merely a reflection of her sorrow. Mo Mitao continued to sob, her voice trembling as she lamented. "It's that wild man's fault, Ting Ting, oh Ting Ting." Her tears threatened to spill over as she spoke. Lin Xiaofan felt a pang of guilt. He remained silent, simply offering quiet companionship to the 2 women. "Sister Tao, Sister Yin, we shall avenge Sister Ting Ting together," Chun Kuku declared resolutely, as if she had matured in that very moment. The 2 girls glanced at their companions, tears glistening in their eyes, and received nods of affirmation from them. On the deserted island, misfortunes often befell the unfortunate. Some fell victim to the perils of nature, while others encountered foes. After all, it was a lawless land where some individuals unleashed the demons that lay dormant within. "You should return and rest, sleep it off," Lin Xiaofan urged the 2, hoping to ease their sorrow and help them accept the grim reality of Li Tingting's demise. Though he too was filled with grief, the living must continue to survive. He quickly accepted the harsh truth of Li Tingting's fate, while Mo Mitao and her companion struggled to emerge from the shadows of despair. Lin Xiaofan took the siblings Duan Yiqi with him to search for prey nearby, leaving Chinkuku to provide solace to Momi Tao and her friend. As they walked, Lin Xiaofan reminisced about the recent encounter, his curiosity piqued by how those wild men could control the snakes. Were they perhaps a unique breed of beings? Serpent folk? A nest of snake people? He had only heard tales of rats and snakes cohabiting, yet his experiences had broadened his understanding, compelling him to believe that those wild men lived alongside the serpents. The bone-crafted harmonica had astonishingly commanded the snakes, an occurrence that defied reason. The world is vast and filled with wonders, he mused, as some phenomena elude scientific explanation. The group wandered aimlessly until Xiao Pangdun whispered, "Look, a bird." Lin Xiaofan nodded, asking, "What did you call me?" Xiao Pangdun, somewhat sheepishly, replied, "You lead us and look after us. So you are our boss." Lin Xiaofan was taken aback by the small boy's endearment. He chuckled, "All right, Xiao Pangdun, that bird is yours to catch." "Okay, boss," he agreed, scurrying off to find a stone. Duan Yiqi smiled nearby, unconcerned about her brother referring to Lin Xiaofan as boss. Lin Xiaofan spotted the bird perched 20 meters away, realizing that even with a stone, hitting it would be a challenge. Just then, a shadow darted toward the bird, striking it precisely. It was indeed Xiao Pangdun's throw. How impressive, Lin Xiaofan thought, recalling how the boy had often thrown stones in his childhood. The group approached as Xiao Pangdun retrieved the bird and handed it to Lin Xiaofan. Upon inspection, Lin Xiaofan noted that the bird had been struck in the head, with a viscous, pale pink fluid oozing from the wound. Clearly, the bird had met its end at the hands of Xiao Pangdun. A wave of delight washed over Lin Xiaofan. Xiao Pangdun was a treasure. "Gulme, let us explore over there," he suggested. Lin Xiaofan handed the bird to Duan Yaqi and remarked, "I shall gather materials another day to assist you in weaving a backpack and a basket, which would be quite convenient for carrying small game and wild fruits." Duan Yaqi nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan removed his wooden bow from his back and proceeded forward. As he traversed a patch of grass, he felt his foot strike something. The object tumbled over a meter, releasing a cloud of yellow dust. Upon crouching down to investigate, Lin Xiaofan discovered it to be a yellow stone, with its dust swirling like smoke in the air. "How peculiar," he murmured to himself. Could this be realgar? He then lifted his gaze ahead and was taken aback by the sight that met his eyes. Before him lay a vast expanse of yellow stones, seemingly embedded in a slope. The yellow stones, dust, and smoke coalesced in his thoughts, sparking an idea. He bent down to pick up 2 yellow stones, and, without hesitation, he hurled one to the ground. Instantly, a plume of yellow dust erupted. Lin Xiaofan brought his hand to his nose and inhaled deeply, detecting a pungent scent. Indeed, it was realgar, though it appeared remarkably soft, crumbling at a mere touch. This revelation deepened Lin Xiaofan's curiosity about the deserted island. He recognized that some materials on this island were undeniably unlike those he was accustomed to. "Are these stones of any use?" Duan Yaqi inquired. Chapter 70. The Unpredictability of Life. Much like the seasons upon hearing Duan Yaqi's inquiry, Lin Xiaofan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he confidently replied, "Of course. These stones possess immense utility." Duan Yaqi's expression was one of skepticism. To her, these were merely unremarkable stones, and she could not fathom their special significance. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, "What purpose do they serve?" Lin Xiaofan patiently elaborated. "These stones can be employed against venomous snakes and can also be fashioned into smoke bombs." At this revelation, Duan Yaqi was taken aback, and after a moment's contemplation, she comprehended the truth. These were indeed realgar stones, renowned for their efficacy in repelling snakes. However, the notion of utilizing them to create smoke bombs still eluded her understanding. "Wow, this is truly a remarkable find. And such a large piece, too." Duan Yaqi marveled. Lin Xiaofan had already formulated a plan. He intended to return with some stones to share with Reno. After all, in this perilous island, having additional assurance was always advantageous. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, crushing the stones and scattering them into the air, or igniting them on a fire to produce smoke, could facilitate mutual assistance. However, lacking a suitable vessel to carry these stones, Lin Xiaofan had a moment of inspiration and began searching for slender vines nearby. Skillfully, he tied each stone together with the vines and ultimately strung them together with a longer vine. He then handed the vine-wrapped realgar stones to Little Fatty, saying, "Little Fatty, please hold on to this for me. I shall be hunting shortly, and it is cumbersome to carry this." With arrangements made, Lin Xiaofan and his companions set off in search of prey. They ventured into a pine forest where sunlight filtered through the layered branches, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Before long, a few spruce grouse came into view. These birds leisurely wandered about, foraging, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. For Lin Xiaofan, they quickly became an easy target. Yet, Lin Xiaofan was acutely aware that while the grouse could satiate immediate hunger, they should not be consumed regularly, even amidst the scarcity of resources on this island. Caution was imperative, for spruce grouse contained certain toxic substances. However, with no other game in sight, he felt compelled to attempt their capture. Now that they had secured their quarry, it was sufficient for a hearty meal. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan, accompanied by Duan Yaqi and her brother, retraced their steps to locate Reno and the others. Reno's shelter was situated in the northeastern section of the reservoir, though they were not entirely certain of its precise location. After a thorough search, they finally discovered Reno's refuge amidst a sparsely wooded area. As they approached, they could hear the sounds of conversation within. "Hey, Jiawan, what are you complaining about?" As the saying goes, life is unpredictable, much like the twist of fate, Li Feng remarked with a smile, his tone relaxed. Giggling softly, Jiawan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan stepped forward. The others noticed the commotion and turned their heads. "That guy is here," Jiawan called out softly. Lin Xiaofan jestingly remarked, "Brother Feng, you certainly have the leisure to ponder life's intricacies." Li Feng sighed. This is a heartfelt sentiment. On this desolate island, the unpredictability of life becomes ever more pronounced. Lin Xiaofan nodded slightly with a faint smile, then began to survey the surroundings. He observed that Reno and the others had ingeniously constructed their shelter around the trees, using vines and branches to erect several wooden cabins. Lin Xiaofan mused to himself that Reno's sense of danger was commendable, as choosing to build the shelter in this sparsely wooded area would effectively lower the risk factor. "Greetings, everyone. It's been a while." Lin Xiaofan warmly greeted the others. Jiawan playfully responded, "Only a few hours have passed, you know." As Lin Xiaofan glanced around, he noticed the absence of Reno and inquired, "Where's Brother Reno? Why isn't he here?" Li Feng set aside his tasks and approached, saying, "He took some people to search for food and mentioned he would craft some bows and arrows." "Bows and arrows?" Lin Xiaofan paused momentarily, then quickly understood. After all, on this island rife with factions, lacking a means of defense not only made hunting challenging, but also left one vulnerable to other groups. Without further ado, Lin Xiaofan retrieved 2 pieces of realgar from his supplies and handed them to Li Feng, stating solemnly, "Give these to Brother Reno. If he finds himself in peril, he can crush them and scatter the powder into the air as a distress signal." Li Feng hesitated for a moment before accepting the 2 pieces of realgar. His brow furrowed in confusion as he asked, "Is this similar to ancient smoke signals?" "Quite similar," Lin Xiaofan succinctly replied. Estimating that his camp was approximately 2 kilometers from Reno's, Lin Xiaofan felt confident that he could reach them in time should an emergency arise. With Reno absent, Lin Xiaofan decided not to linger, exchanging a few brief pleasantries with Li Feng and the others before turning to return to the cave with Duan Yaqi. As they approached the cave, Lin Xiaofan spotted Chun Kiki quietly seated beneath a tree by the entrance, appearing to have waited for quite some time. What a well-behaved girl, Lin Xiaofan thought to himself. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofan, Chun Kiki's eyes brightened, and she bounded towards him like a joyful fawn. After all, Lin Xiaofan was the first man with whom she had shared a close encounter, and while it had all begun by chance, it had now become an undeniable reality. "What are you doing at the cave entrance? Where are Taojia and the others?" Lin Xiaofan inquired, noticing the absence of Mo Mitao and Su Yan. Chun Kiki's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of sadness as she replied. "Taojia and Yin Jia said they were going nearby to prepare a grave for Ting Jia, so there would be a place for offerings in the future." Hearing this, Lin Xiaofan felt a sharp pang of sorrow in his heart. He understood the sentiments of Mo Mitao and Su Yin, but lamented that such a task should have been a collective effort. Their solitary actions posed a risk in this perilous environment. What if they encountered danger? In which direction are they? Lin Xiaofan asked anxiously. Chun Kiki pointed towards the nearby woods. You all prepare some firewood. I will go check on them. After speaking, Lin Xiaofan swiftly proceeded in the direction indicated by Chun Kiki. Before long, two familiar figures came into view, Tao Tao and Yin Yin. Lin Xiaofan softly called out to them. Upon hearing the voice, both turned their heads in unison. It was then that Lin Xiaofan noticed their eyes were severely swollen, clearly a testament to their prolonged, sorrowful weeping. Immersed in her grief, Su Yin did not realize that Lin Xiaofan's manner of address had changed. You're back. We are preparing a grave for Li Tingting, Su Yin said, her voice laden with profound sadness. Lin Xiaofan silently nodded and offered, let me assist you. He stepped forward, observing a mound of earth already piled up to a height of over half a meter, resembling a makeshift grave. The dagger. Lin Xiaofan extended his hand towards Mo Mitao. After receiving the dagger, he approached a nearby tree trunk and meticulously carved the words, Grave of Li Tingting. Once he completed this task, Lin Xiaofan turned to Mo Mitao and Su Yin, witnessing the redness of their eyes and the depth of their sorrow, which tugged at his heartstrings. He comforted them. Do not worry. One day, we shall avenge her. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes moistened once more, her voice tinged with despair as she asked, how can we take revenge? Those savages can control venomous snakes. We stand no chance. Truly, we do not. Lin Xiaofan remained silent, quietly retrieving the yellow stone from his pocket. Mo Mitao and Su Yin were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the yellow stone in Lin Xiaofan's hand. What is this? Mo Mitao inquired with curiosity. You do not know? This is realgar, albeit of a somewhat loose texture, Lin Xiaofan explained. The two soon realized that snakes held a profound aversion to realgar. Where did you find this? Mo Mitao pressed further. Lin Xiaofan recounted the circumstances of his discovery in detail. Upon hearing this, their grief eased slightly, replaced by a flicker of vengeance igniting within their hearts as they began to strategize how to avenge Li Tingting. At this juncture, Mo Mitao gently caressed the tree trunk inscribed with Grave of Li Tingting and softly declared, Tingting, rest assured, we will soon avenge you. May you find peace. If there is a next life, we shall be best friends once more. Lin Xiaofan remained silent, acutely aware of Mo Mitao's deep sense of loyalty. Su Yin quickly followed suit, saying, Tingting, do not worry. I will diligently practice archery, and from now on, I will slay every savage I encounter. Lin Xiaofan felt a slight tremor in his heart, pondering, indeed, when a woman is fueled by vengeance, her strength can be truly formidable. Lin Xiaofan sat with them by the mound for a considerable time, remaining until their emotions gradually calmed before suggesting they return. After dinner, Lin Xiaofan urged Mo Mitao and Su Yin to rest early. Last night, it was Duan Yaqi and her brother who kept watch. Tonight, it was his turn along with Chun Kiki. The two walked side by side out of the cave, at which point, Chun Kiki naturally intertwined her arms with Lin Xiaofan's. Lin Xiaofan felt a softness enveloping his arm, and he was taken aback, surprised that Chun Kiki showed no reservations, but rather seemed increasingly inclined to draw closer to him. Subsequently, the two settled near the mouth of the cave. Brother Xiaofan, the starry sky outside is so beautiful, Chun Kiki exclaimed, gesturing towards the night sky, her eyes brimming with enchantment. Lin Xiaofan followed the direction of her finger, gazing into the heavens where countless stars twinkled. Though not exceptionally radiant, they cast a sense of tranquility and rarity upon this desolate island. At that moment, Chun Kiki shifted her gaze from the celestial display to Lin Xiaofan's face and curiously inquired, Brother Xiaofan, how did you come to know Sister Tao? Chapter 71. Tears streaming down as I reflect on the lengthy journey of my life. Akin to a cascading waterfall, I returned from military service in search of employment, subsequently residing in her rented accommodation. Ah, so she's indeed a landlady. Lin Xiaofan nodded in agreement. reminiscing about the myriad of moments shared with Mo Mitao since their first encounter. Upon hearing this, Chun Keek's eyes sparkled, as if an idea had struck her. What about you? Could you share your story with me? Lin Xiaofan slightly turned his gaze, although it was night. The faint light allowed him to perceive her exquisite and unblemished visage, radiating a natural smile. Recalling the previous night's haze, he struggled to remember Chun Keek's appearance. As for me, I served 4 years in the military, spent 3 years as a recruit, and dedicated my 4th year to a selection training camp for special forces. And what happened thereafter? Chun Keek appeared impatient for his response. Well, in my youthful arrogance, I engaged in a confrontation with one of the special forces and ended up injuring him, which led to my disciplinary action and forced discharge. Upon hearing this, Chun Keek's expression turned incredulous. Oh, I see. What a pity. What is there to lament? One must bear the consequences of their own mistakes, he replied with a chuckle. Indeed, it is not a pity. Had my brother Xiaofan not been discharged, we might never have crossed paths. She continued to address him as brother, a habit she had formed despite their prior encounter where she unexpectedly became his. Perhaps she regarded Lin Xiaofan both as an elder brother and as a romantic partner. The two engaged in a lively exchange, sharing their childhood embarrassments with one another. Laughter echoed through Shandong, drowning out the sounds of nearby insects. They conversed throughout the night, invigorated by their dialogue. Lin Xiaofan learned that Chun Keek was a student in art school. At this moment, reflecting on her recent experiences, she turned to Lin Xiaofan and asked, Brother Xiaofan, do you think we will be able to live safely? Will there be any rescue? Certainly. Everyone is striving to survive. I believe that Keek will persevere. As long as we are alive, rescue will inevitably come in the near future. Is that so? Chun Keek looked at Lin Xiaofan with a hint of skepticism. He smiled gently. Yes, for now, let us focus on surviving. Tomorrow, I'll have Sister Tao and Sister Yin teach you archery. Chun Keek nodded, aware of her limitations, and resolved to learn. It was only as dawn broke that she finally dozed off, resting her head on Lin Xiaofan's pants. Observing the adorable Chun Keek, Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but smile, feeling that the burden of 1,000 pounds was indeed worthwhile. After a brief moment of meditation to replenish his energy, Lin Xiaofan remained alert, knowing that he would awaken easily to any commotion around him. As the sun shone brightly in the sky, he instructed Mo Mitao to have Chun Keek practice archery in the sparse woods nearby, to enhance the little chubby one's stone-throwing skills. He advised him to remain and practice further. Meanwhile, he took Su Yin and Duan Yaqi to hunt and replenish their water supply. In a natural paragraph, Yaqi displayed remarkable maturity as she hoisted the pot on her back while casually balancing a suitcase upon her shoulder. Her industriousness was evident as she took on the heavier tasks. Lin Xiaofan felt quite pleased with this plump sister. Having traversed this area before and finding it lacking in prey, Lin Xiaofan resolved to pass through the Reno camp and venture toward the eastern side of the reservoir. He intended to gather information about one of the 4 major factions within the reservoir, which he had yet to encounter. Upon arriving at the Reno camp, he observed them tending to their weapons and bows, though they appeared rather dispirited, as if mourning a loss. Reno was among them. Lin Xiaofan approached and inquired, Brother Lei, what troubles you? Have you encountered some difficulties? With a sigh, Reno replied, Yesterday I led a group into the eastern woods and discovered a wild peach grove. However, a band claimed it as theirs, asserting their dominance over the reservoir and even the wild fruits. I am now preparing to seize it by force. How many are they? Lin Xiaofan asked. About 30 or so, the largest survivor team in the eastern reservoir, Reno responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan realized it must indeed be one of the 4 major factions of the reservoir. These ruffians are brazen, but they will someday encounter someone far more formidable. Are you truly considering a head-on confrontation? Reno, brimming with bravado, proclaimed, I fear nothing. I have fought my way through worse. Let's see who is more valiant. Lin Xiaofan said, As it happens, I also intend to hunt in that direction. We can go together. Very well, let's set off. He then turned to the others, announcing, Everyone let us move out. The members of Reno's team gathered their weapons, including 2 makeshift bows wielded by the women, Chao Yuan, and Jiawen. Lin Xiaofan also spotted Chen Ergu, the tallest and leanest among them, holding a vine. At the end of the vine was a stone, slightly larger than a fist. Lin Xiaofan's eyes narrowed, speculating that this new weapon could be used repeatedly, akin to a chain mace, capable of being thrown and then retrieved. The others were armed with spears, while Li Feng brandished a crude machete, and Reno wielded a solid iron rod. Before long, the group arrived at the wild peach grove. Even Lin Xiaofan was taken aback by the sight. The peach trees were lush, bearing fruit that was remarkably plump, slightly larger than a fist. "Wow, Lin Xiaofan, this peach grove is magnificent," exclaimed Su Yan. "Indeed, though it is curious that these peaches are larger than ordinary ones. Nevertheless, as long as they are edible, who cares?" With that, Su Yan stepped forward. Lin Xiaofan scrutinized the peaches and noticed that some had already been picked. He deduced that the aforementioned band had already harvested the fruit. At that moment, Reno and his team began to pick the peaches. With such large peaches, one could easily suffice for a meal. Who wouldn't be tempted? Lin Xiaofan and Duan Yaqi also started to gather the fruit. The gluttonous Su Yin plucked one and began to eat it immediately. Lin Xiaofan chose to ignore her. Having just lost her close friend, he would have typically scolded her. After a while, however, Su Yin unexpectedly began to sob. Lin Xiaofan was bewildered by her actions. She had food, yet still wept. "Yin Yin, what troubles you?" Lin Xiaofan inquired as she approached her side, noticing the tears cascading down her cheeks. "Woo woo, mmm, cough cough." Ting Ting adored peaches. If she were here, she would surely be overjoyed. Witnessing her sorrowful visage, Lin Xiaofan instinctively reached out to wipe away her tears. "Do not weep. Your face will become unappealing if you continue to cry." Previously, even the slightest touch would have elicited a slap from her. Yet now, as Lin Xiaofan gently brushed away her tears, there was no sign of resistance. "Woo woo." Lin Xiaofan intended to offer comfort, but unexpectedly, Yin Yin's sobs intensified. In a fit of despair, she discarded the half-eaten peach and threw herself into Lin Xiaofan's embrace, completely breaking down. The onlookers, busy picking peaches, cast puzzled glances in their direction. The group, led by Reno, wore expressions of confusion. Was the act of peach picking not meant to be a joyous occasion? Why was this woman crying? Unbeknownst to them, the recent events involving Lin Xiaofan's team rendered them oblivious to the reasons behind Su Yan's tears. Seeing the two in an embrace, Jiawen smiled gently to herself, thinking, indeed, a woman who cries is often rewarded with sweetness. Just as the crowd pondered the situation, a fierce voice echoed from nearby, seeking death. "How dare you touch our belongings?" Chapter 72. Rampancy. Lin Xiaofan promptly pushed Su Yin aside and gazed in the direction from whence the voice emanated. Approaching them was a fierce-looking, one-eyed man accompanied by a group of individuals. Among them was a man bearing a prominent scar across his face, whom Lin Xiaofan recognized as one of the group that had pursued them while they were searching for wild boars. It appeared that this group had allied with a one-eyed man named Du Yin and had subsequently seized control of the territory to the east of the reservoir. "We want." Du Yin approached with heavy footsteps, his expression resembling that of a person who had caught someone pilfering their homegrown fruit. Lin Xiaofan stepped forward decisively, closing the distance to a mere 5 meters, and replied, "I'm merely picking wild peaches." "What is the issue? Boy, do you not realize that these 30-some peach trees belong to me?" Lin Xiaofan scoffed lightly. "I neither know nor care. All I know is that these are wild." At this moment, the crowd behind Lin Xiaofan began to gather, with a few murmuring quietly. "Humph, kid, no one touches the peaches without my permission," Du Yin threatened. Lin Xiaofan's brows furrowed slightly in contemplation. Did he truly believe these peaches were theirs? "Listen, my friend, you didn't plant these peach trees. You've already carved up the reservoir, and now you want to claim wild fruits too? Are you not afraid of overreaching? We are all striving to survive. If you refuse to let us live, then none of us shall." Lin Xiaofan's anger began to surface as he realized the extent of their greed. "Humph, boy, with such arrogance, it's unlikely you will survive long." Du Yin chuckled menacingly. Su Yin was perplexed by Lin Xiaofan's audacity. She genuinely feared that a confrontation might ensue, especially given their numerical disadvantage. With a slight smile, Lin Xiaofan boldly declared to Du Yin, "This is not arrogance. It is integrity. Do you truly believe that whatever you say goes? Is this not an egregious form of bullying?" Ignoring the potential consequences, Lin Xiaofan resolved to stand his ground. After his impassioned speech, there was a brief silence from Du Yan's group. Eventually, Du Yin spoke again, "Sharp-tongued little brat. Drop the peaches, and you may leave unscathed. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to deal with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the scar-faced man chimed in, "If you don't hurry. That beauty behind, you might just have to stay behind to serve us." Upon hearing this, Su Yin's expression changed dramatically. Had their numbers not been so overwhelming, she would have relished the opportunity to slap him, perhaps even kick him as one would troublesome goat. However, given their size, she had to swallow her indignation. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly. "It seems the wild boar's tusks were not enough of a lesson for you. You wish to taste an arrow's head instead. Do you think everyone will allow you to bully them?" With that, Lin Xiaofan knocked an arrow to his wooden bow, ready to shoot at a moment's notice. The sight of his preparedness made Du Yin's group tense up, with several of them drawing their bows in response. The members of the Reno team also became vigilant, with Jia Wen and Chao Yuan raising their bows. Not far behind Lin Xiaofan, Su Yin had already knocked her arrow, aiming directly at the scarred man, filled with the desire to retaliate against his affront. However, she would not resort to violence just yet. She intended to wait for Lin Xiaofan's negotiation. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan spoke up, "My friend, we are all striving for survival. Why must we resort to hostility? We have tolerated your occupation of the freshwater. Yet, to monopolize the wild fruits, that is simply intolerable. If it comes to a life-or-death struggle, we shall oblige." Hearing Lin Xiaofan's resolute stance, Du Yin erupted into laughter, taken aback by the audacity of this young man. It was known that previous individuals who attempted to take peaches had been swiftly intimidated by Du Yin's words. Today, he encountered a remarkably bold youth. "You know, if you wish to take the peaches, it is not impossible, provided you can defeat my bodyguard." A bodyguard? This individual must be of some significance to have a bodyguard at his side. Lin Xiaofan, unfazed by the mention of the bodyguard, thought to himself that should he arrive, he would easily bring him down. Du Yin made this statement knowing full well that his bodyguard was highly skilled and could undoubtedly teach the audacious youth a lesson. As Du Yin's words faded, a burly man emerged from the crowd, robust and muscular, as if he had been inflated. Lin Xiaofan scrutinized the figure before turning to Du Yin. "My friend, let us make a wager. If I win, I shall claim 10 peach trees. What say you? Why not simply steal them? 10 trees, no less." The scar-faced man bellowed, believing Lin Xiaofan was being excessively greedy. Lin Xiaofan ignored him and directed his attention back to Du Yin. "If we were to wager, let us wager significantly. What, are you afraid?" Du Yin smiled lightly. 10 trees it is. Should you lose, you shall be at my beck and call for a year. Fear not, you shall not go hungry." This was precisely how Du Yin had initially built his team with his bodyguard. "Very well, it is settled," Lin Xiaofan declared, handing the bow and arrow to Duanyaki. Today, he was determined to secure those 10 peach trees, confident in his array of skills that would likely allow him to triumph over a bodyguard. At this moment, a crew-cut man stepped forward from behind Du Yin, imposing and muscular, with sun-kissed skin, his muscles bulging as if filled with air, appearing quite resilient. Lin Xiaofan narrowed his eyes, setting the bow and arrow aside, and prepared to confront the crew-cut giant. Su Yin, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a surge of fear. She worried that Lin Xiaofan might be defeated and hurriedly tugged at his hand. "Xiaofan, why don't we leave? This giant is immensely strong. You cannot match him. Do not fret. We shall not know the outcome until we try. Did you not see how he is already trampling over us? If we do not retaliate now, we shall always be bullied," Lin Xiaofan whispered back. Su Yin remained anxious, yet he urged, "No more hesitation. Step aside." With that, Lin Xiaofan shrugged and assumed an offensive stance. Reluctantly, Su Yin stepped back. The giant launched the first attack, letting out a fierce roar as he charged at Lin Xiaofan. His right fist raised high, cutting through the air with a whoosh akin to a cannonball aimed at Lin Xiaofan's face. The force behind this punch was formidable. and if struck, the consequences will be dire. Lin Xiaofan had anticipated this moment. He swiftly sidestepped with agility, evading the impending blow. The formidable punch from the burly man missed its target, causing him to stumble forward uncontrollably due to the excessive force. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Xiaofan darted forward, positioning himself behind the crew-cut giant. With precision, he aimed at the man's lower body, swiftly extending his right leg to strike at the giant's legs. The burly man leaped to evade the attack. Lin Xiaofan, undeterred, executed a direct kick from behind. The blow connected, sending the giant nearly toppling forward. At this moment, Du Yin, astonished, pondered the origins of this young man who managed to gain the upper hand against Wang Biao. Having deciphered his opponent's techniques, Lin Xiaofan launched a series of assaults. Knife hand strikes, knee thrusts, kicks to the knee, whirlwind kicks, feints to the left followed by strikes to the right, and shifting kicks. Each maneuver was executed flawlessly, forcing Wang Biao into a retreat, overwhelmed by fear and unable to defend himself adequately. Ultimately, Lin Xiaofan delivered a decisive slap, catching Wang Biao off guard with a knee strike that sent him crashing to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaofan swiftly mounted the giant, one hand firmly gripping Wang Biao's neck while the other raised a clenched fist, poised to strike his face. Wang Biao's eyes widened in terror, fully aware that a blow from Lin Xiaofan would surely inflict grave injury. Yet, in a surprising twist, Lin Xiaofan halted his fist midair, gazing into Wang Biao's frightened eyes. He felt a sudden shift within him. After all, they were all mere survivors on this desolate island. There was no need for such cruelty. "Get up," Lin Xiaofan said, releasing his grip and rising from Wang Biao's prone form. Wang Biao, momentarily stunned, could hardly believe that Lin Xiaofan had chosen to spare him. After a brief pause, he slowly rose, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, including a hint of respect. Du Yin, witnessing this exchange, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the bodyguard he had placed immense faith in could be so easily vanquished by Lin Xiaofan. "A bet is a bet, brother Du. 10 peach trees. I shall not be polite," Lin Xiaofan said, turning to Du Yin with a beaming smile. At that moment, Su Yin gently applauded, her expression one of incredulity. She truly did not expect Lin Xiaofan, despite being slender, to emerge victorious against his opponent. She found it utterly perplexing. Du Yin, gritting his teeth, felt a surge of unwillingness, yet he knew he could not backtrack in front of the crowd. "You have some skill, I concede. The 10 peach trees belong to you," he replied with a snort. "Thank you, brother Du, for your generosity," Lin Xiaofan responded, bowing slightly before reclaiming his bow and arrows. "You are incredible, Xiaofan," Su Yin exclaimed, rushing over in excitement. "Indeed, little brother Xiaofan, your prowess has truly opened our eyes," praised Joan from the Reynolds team. Lin Xiaofan smiled and replied, "We are all striving to survive on this island. If we can avoid conflict, we should. But should they overstep their bounds, we must not retreat." Through this wagered contest, Lin Xiaofan secured 10 peach trees. "Ah, young brother, you possess remarkable courage, even surpassing my own in my younger days," remarked Reynolds as he approached. Lin Xiaofan humbly remarked, "It's all right. One cannot allow others to trample upon oneself." Du Yin then casually stated, "Select any 10 peach trees you wish," before leading his group in retreat. However, he left 3 individuals behind to keep watch. These 3 were members of the patrol team, tasked with overseeing the eastern region of the reservoir and the peach orchard. Lin Xiaofan allocated 5 peach trees to Reno and then instructed Duan Yaki to gather the plucked peaches and head to the water source. The peach trees would remain rooted, allowing for future harvests. Lin Xiaofan and Duan Yaki carried a pot, while Su Yin managed an empty suitcase. Upon arriving at the western side of the reservoir, they encountered 2 patrolling officers. "Hey, summon your leader. I'm here to fetch water," Lin Xiaofan called out to the 2. Chapter 73. Release Me in Truth. Lin Xiaofan had intended to steal some water, but he was taken aback when he discovered that the other party had dispatched patrols. The 2 individuals recognized him, having encountered him before. One of them made his way towards a nearby thicket, and before long, the sound of footsteps approached. It was Wang Ji and his companions. Ha ha, Kit, you've come, Wang Ji exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Lin Xiaofan, in an attempt to persuade them, extolled the virtues of peaches, claiming they were highly nutritious and rich in vitamins, essential for survival on a deserted island. Without them, he warned, one's physical stability and mental state would deteriorate over time. You little rascal, are you trying to deceive me? Can this actually be worth more than meat? Wang Ji scrutinized the pot filled with peaches, skepticism etched on his face. Who would dare deceive you? Eating too much meat necessitates the inclusion of some fruits to aid digestion and replenish nutrients, Lin Xiaofan replied, as he retrieved several peaches from the pot and forcefully handed them to Wang Ji and the person beside him. Thus, he engaged in a daring exchange of peaches for water. You little brat, Wang Ji chuckled, not angered but rather amused. He genuinely doubted the audacity of Lin Xiaofan's claims, yet he held a certain fondness for him, considering the prospect of recruiting him to strengthen their ranks, as his ambitions extended far beyond the western reservoir. In the end, they exchanged a substantial amount of water, while Lin Xiaofan kept 6 peaches, distributing 1 to each of his companions. As the 3 were nearing their shelter, Lin Xiaofan instructed Duan Yaqi to take the water back, as time was of the essence. He intended to hunt in the southern region of the reservoir. After conveying his instructions to Duan Yaqi, Lin Xiaofan set off with Su Yin towards the south. While contemplating the hunt, Lin Xiaofan also intended to visit the grassy trading grounds to procure some medicinal supplies, particularly in search of any unique trade items. Along the way, Su Yin nibbled on a peach. Yin Yin, you also enjoy peaches, don't you? Lin Xiaofan inquired. Su Yin smiled faintly. All 3 of us sisters adore peaches, and we particularly relish the sight of peach blossoms. In the past, we would often go to see them. Hearing her words, Lin Xiaofan smiled gently. All right, next year we shall go to see the peach blossoms together. What do you say? Su Yin, curious, asked. Do you think we can survive until then? A wave of fear washed over her, for they had only been stranded on the island for 20 days and had already encountered numerous perils. She had lost her close friend and had narrowly escaped humiliation. She truly had no idea how much longer she could endure, even with her bow and arrow and Lin Xiaofan's guidance in survival. No matter how capable they could not match the overwhelming numbers of others, especially when faced with the ferocity of the savages. The memory of the savage tearing a piece of flesh from a corpse and stuffing it into his mouth haunted her still. Noticing Su Yin's despondency, Lin Xiaofan, without a second thought, raised his hand and playfully slapped her. Su Yin immediately tensed, her eyes wide with surprise. Lin Xiaofan, you jerk! How dare you slap me? Oh, Su Yin exclaimed, utterly flustered, wishing to kick him in retaliation. She suddenly aimed to kick at him, only for Lin Xiaofan to seize her ankle. A soft sensation coursed through his palm. Let go, you little rascal. Release me immediately. Su Yin feigned anger, demanding his release. Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly and, after a brief pause, finally let go. In dealing with Su Yin, Lin Xiaofan felt it necessary to assert his will, promptly releasing her, dismissing any fanciful notions. Why did you hit me? And moreover, Su Yin wasn't truly angry. Rather, Lin Xiaofan's sudden actions had stirred her heart, igniting a wave of excitement within her. It was quite invigorating. Lin Xiaofan chuckled, remarking, Who told you to be so self-destructive? If I see you unhappy, I shall intervene. You rascal! Su Yin shot him a sidelong glance, only to break into a faint smile thereafter. Your smile worked wonders. It seems I must employ this tactic more often, especially at night. Lin Xiaofan remarked with a gentle smile. You insolent fool! How dare you treat me this way? Do you believe I would strike you? Su Yin retorted, delivering another playful kick. Lin Xiaofan sidestepped her attempt and moved forward. All right, time is of the essence. Let's first engage in hunting, and afterward, we can examine the nearby meadow for potential exchanges. Su Yin, feeling a surge of irritation, pondered how many had survived, having nearly emptied such a vast cruise ship, and now they were expected to barter. Lin Xiaofan replied nonchalantly, There's no choice. Others, in their quest for survival, have already divided and seized all useful resources. It's not our turn yet. Rather than complain, let us consider it an opportunity to hone our archery and hunting skills. At that moment, Su Yin recalled the transactions they had witnessed a few days prior in the meadow. Lin Xiaofan, you wouldn't be considering exchanging people, would you? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan cast her a glance, asserting, not everyone is suitable for exchange. I wouldn't trade for just anyone. I felt pity for Chun Kuku, especially since we were expanding our team. TSK, but those you brought back have all become your associates. Su Yin felt an inexplicable twinge of jealousy. Lin Xiaofan understood her sentiment, replying, that was an accident. You cannot possibly be feeling jealous? Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. I am quite magnanimous, she replied. Lin Xiaofan smiled softly, genuinely unconvinced of her magnanimity. He also comprehended her feelings. After all, even Imomi Tao would likely feel discomfort regarding that incident. Just then, movement rustled in the nearby bushes. Lin Xiaofan swiftly knocked an arrow and aimed towards the underbrush. Yin Yin, cover me, he instructed. Responding promptly, Su Yin also shot an arrow into the thicket. After a brief moment of silence, Lin Xiaofan approached cautiously, parting the foliage to reveal a gray rabbit, gravely injured. Clearly, it had been struck by Lin Xiaofan's arrow, which explained its stillness. Meanwhile, Su Yan's arrow had found its mark in the earth beside it. Lin Xiaofan lifted the rabbit triumphantly. Remarkable, you managed to hit a rabbit. This creature must weigh around 10 pounds. I never expected such a swift bounty. Su Yin leaned in closer, gently touching the lifeless rabbit, a pleasant aroma wafting to her nostrils, invigorating her senses more than smoke ever could. Lin Xiaofan then broke the arrow, leaving a small tip embedded in the rabbit. Pick up your arrow. We mustn't waste it. Each arrow is a chance for survival. Oh, Su Yin acknowledged, retrieving her arrow. Hand me the knife, she said, placing her arrow in the bamboo quiver on her back before passing the knife to Lin Xiaofan. Taking the small knife, Lin Xiaofan sharpened the broken wooden arrow, embracing the spirit of recycling. After all, crafting a bow and arrow requires considerable time and effort. Lin Xiaofan instructed Su Yin to carry the rabbit, and the two continued their journey. After a lengthy period of hunting, they had successfully acquired 2 rabbits and a wild chicken, weighing over 20 pounds collectively. Lin Xiaofan decided against further hunting and led Su Yin to the grassy trading grounds by the creek. In a distant, tranquil cavern, 2 wild men descended the steps. One of them remarked, I suspect that woman has been devoured by the Serpent King. The other replied, I am uncertain. Let us venture down and investigate. As they entered the cave, a massive white serpent slowly emerged, letting out a hiss before lunging at them with its gaping maw. One man was swiftly crushed in its jaws. The other, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, bewildered by the Serpent King's sudden aggression. At that moment of distraction, the serpent's enormous mouth lunged towards him. His cry was cut short as he was swallowed whole. The great white serpent then turned its gaze toward the depths of the cavern. Chapter 74. It felt as though eyes were watching from behind as Lin Xiaofan and Su Yin traversed the stony landscape near the reservoir. They soon arrived at the grassy trading ground. It appeared that the same individuals were engaged in exchanges as before. Lin Xiaofan recognized a few among them, including some affiliated with Wang Ji, as well as others he surmised belonged to one of the 4 major factions surrounding the reservoir, possibly even members of nearby survivor squads. Lin Xiaofan inspected each stall thoroughly and found 2 items of particular interest, a box of ibuprofen and a packet of small balloons. The ibuprofen required a trade of 15 pounds of meat, while the balloons necessitated 10 pounds. He decided to exchange for both, as they were of significant importance, especially the ibuprofen, which could be used to reduce fever during times of illness. Lin Xiaofan was aware that the trader likely possessed more than 1 box, or else they would not have offered it for exchange. He approached the stall where the previously encountered burly men were stationed, but now only one of them was familiar to him. The items displayed were rather meager: instant noodles, a utility knife, featherless wooden arrows, and 2 dried fish. None of these held any value for Lin Xiaofan, as they were not what he sought. Didn't you claim to have a variety of items for trade? Why is it only these now? Lin Xiaofan addressed the burly man he had met before. The man merely smirked, his expression unchanged day by day. Lin Xiaofan dismissed him, realizing there was nothing of interest for him, and subsequently left the trading ground with Su Yin. Disappointed? Su Yin teased, "You didn't even see someone like Chun Kiki, let alone any older women." Lin Xiaofan shot him an exasperated glance. "What are you rambling about? Let us go check over there," he replied, gesturing towards a stream. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone if you traded a rabbit for those balloons. Even if you were to strike me, I'd keep it to myself." "Fair enough." Su Yin's words elicited a faint smile from Lin Xiaofan. "Ah, you play sincerely with your best friend, while you play tricks with me, don't you? I'm not worried about Tao Tao finding out. I traded for these useful items solely for safety and health. As for dinner, I suppose I'll just go hungry tonight and satisfy myself with a peach." "That does make sense," Su Yin conceded, rendered speechless. After walking for a while, Lin Xiaofan noticed the sky gradually darkening and decided to postpone his exploration of the stream's end. He turned back, but after a short distance, he felt an unsettling sensation, as though something were fixated upon him. "Could it be?" Su Yin murmured, glancing back. All that met their eyes were the trees, devoid of any other creatures. "There's nothing there. Don't scare me like that. I thought there might be a ghost," she said. "You wouldn't understand. It's an instinct I possess," Lin Xiaofan replied as he scrutinized the area behind them. Suddenly, a woman's voice pierced the stillness from the woods they had just passed through. "Help! Help! Who is that?" Su Yin muttered, though she began to trust Lin Xiaofan's intuition. Alongside the woman's cries, there were other raucous sounds in the distance. They could faintly hear voices urging, "Chase her! Don't let her escape." As Lin Xiaofan sought refuge, a woman emerged from the dense foliage. Behind her loomed Gu Shandiao, currently in pursuit of the woman with several accomplices. Strangely, upon spotting Lin Xiaofan, he chose not to follow. This piqued Lin Xiaofan's curiosity, though he lacked evidence to substantiate his thoughts. Gu Shandiao indeed refrained from pursuing. After Lin Xiaofan departed, he glanced in the direction of Lin Xiaofan's disappearance, clenched his fist, and muttered, "You won't survive this year, kid." After walking for a while, Lin Xiaofan inquired about the woman. She explained that she had been traveling with her mother and several relatives when they were discovered by that group who threatened them to join. "I just escaped today," she said, her eyes filled with terror. Lin Xiaofan sensed her fear and anxiety, and upon closer observation, noted the swelling on her face and the bruises on her neck. It was evident that she had been subjected to mistreatment, particularly at the hands of Gu Shandiao's men. The pain she felt was not merely physical. It was a manifestation of her harrowing experience. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback and puzzled by her presence. However, he quickly dismissed his thoughts, recognizing that this was a moment to bolster their ranks. The persecuted woman was indeed someone to be trusted and required a safe haven, as well as a group that could ensure her survival. Su Yin offered no objections, acknowledging that as a woman herself, she understood the greater dangers faced by women in such desolate circumstances. Out of compassion, Lin Xiaofan led her back to the cave. Upon their arrival, they found Mo Mitao, Chun Kiki, and Xiao Pangdun enjoying peaches outside the cave. "Brother Xiaofan is back," Chun Kiki exclaimed. Mo Mitao also turned to look, her smile revealing genuine relief at Lin Xiaofan's safe return. Yet, her curiosity was piqued by the presence of the woman accompanying him. Had he traded for her at the trading ground after hunting? "Who is she?" Mo Mitao inquired as she approached Lin Xiaofan, offering him a peach, since he had not eaten earlier that afternoon. Accepting the peach, Lin Xiaofan explained, "She escaped from Gu Shandiao's grasp, and we happened to find her with Su Yin, so we brought her back." "Oh," Mo Mitao replied, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Lin Xiaofan detected her confusion, yet he could not turn a blind eye to a life in need. If he did not intervene, even after escaping Gu Shandiao, she would likely fall into another den of wolves, facing further persecution. The cruise ship had initially been populated by men, with women in the minority. Naturally, after being stranded on the deserted island, some survivors banding together might harbor ulterior motives. This was a place devoid of constraints, where numbers and strength dictated everything. Lin Xiaofan was acutely aware of this reality, which motivated him to assist those in distress. Moreover, it was rare to encounter such individuals these days, as most had already integrated into other groups. Thus, Lin Xiaofan could only seek opportunities to form alliances and observe if there were teams prone to internal strife or discord. Perhaps he could entice some members to join his cause. "Boss, hey, we have a big sister joining us," the chubby fellow remarked, glancing at the woman beside Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the woman extended her hand in greeting, saying, "Hello, everyone." She appeared somewhat anxious. Lin Xiaofan cast her a sidelong glance, then ignited a fire within the cave. Following the usual protocol, he inquired about her name and skills. "My name is Li Xinyu. I am 20 years old. Skilled in massage and cooking," she replied. The crowd, upon hearing her words, expressed curiosity, for she appeared to be nearly 30. It seemed she had aged prematurely, as her youthful age was belied by her appearance. A few among them expressed confusion regarding her abilities. Lin Xiaofan retrieved a dagger, sliced a peach in half, and offered it to Li Xinyu, saying, "Here, have something to eat." Thank you," Li Xinyu responded, slowly reaching out to accept the half peach from Lin Xiaofan. At that moment, Imo Mitao seemed to recall something and subsequently pulled Lin Xiaofan aside. Chapter 75. A deep breath pulling Lin Xiaofan aside. Imo Mitao leaned in close, lowering her voice as she whispered, "Xiaofan, take a look at that woman. She reminds me of a masseuse from the cruise ship. She even claimed she could give massages." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan's thoughts drifted back to the past, his mind replaying memories like an old film projector, recalling the events he experienced aboard the cruise. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the familiarity of the girl. Indeed, she looked somewhat recognizable. One thing was certain, she must have come from the cruise ship. "Oh well, let's keep her around as an assistant," Lin Xiaofan casually remarked. Imo Mitao nodded in agreement without further comment. "Everyone, let's take a break. We need to head out hunting early tomorrow," Lin Xiaofan called out, his voice echoing. He then approached Li Xinyu, gesturing toward the cave. "You'll sleep at the innermost part, lying horizontally." Li Xinyu nodded softly and obediently made her way toward the small opening. Just as they settled in, Chun Kiki pulled Imo Mitao aside, speaking in hushed tones. "Sister Tao, don't you think Li Xinyu seems a bit odd?" Her eyes keep darting toward Brother Xiaofan, almost as if she asked, trying to ensnare his soul. "Do you think she might have feelings for him?" Imo Mitao paused for a moment. Then a subtle smile graced her lips. "I doubt it, but truth be told, Xiaofan has indeed become quite the catch on this deserted island. Let us keep an eye on her moving forward." Chun Kiki nodded in understanding. "Hey, what are you two whispering about? Hurry up and rest." Lin Xiaofan noticed them conferring and couldn't help but call out, "And nothing. We were just discussing your brave deeds in the peach grove." Chun Kiki quickly changed the subject, her mind racing. Her words elicited a fit of laughter from Imo Mitao. "All right, there is nothing more to be done. Tonight, Yin Yin and Tao Dao will take the watch." Lin Xiaofan organized. Upon hearing this, Su Yin pouted, somewhat reluctant. "I'm feeling a bit hungry right now." Lin Xiaofan. "Hungry? Just for one night? I assure you there will be plenty of delicious food to fill you up tomorrow." Lin Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively. After finalizing the watch schedule, Lin Xiaofan found a spot and fell into a deep slumber. The night passed peacefully without any disturbances. By noon the next day, as Lin Xiaofan was busy preparing hunting gear, Li Xinyu approached him quietly, whispering, "I need to step away for a moment." Lin Xiaofan glanced up at her, nodding as he cautioned, "Don't wander too far, and be sure to stay safe." With that, he handed an axe to Su Yin, instructing her to chop some small trees to make a wooden door for the evening. Once he had given his instructions, he set off with Imo Mitao, Chun Kiki, and Duan Yaki. Not long after they departed, Lin Xiaofan began to hear a faint rustling sound. His keen ears picked up the noise from a distance. He chose to ignore it, as long as Li Xinyu remained within safe range. The thought of wild beasts lurking about was a consequence too dire to contemplate. Before long, Lin Xiaofan and his group of 4 arrived at the peach grove. After all, the peaches they had won were too delightful to ignore. Observing the abundance of peaches, Imo Mitao radiated joy, for she was indeed a lover of this delectable fruit. Without uttering a word, she approached a peach tree and called out, "Give me a hand." "Xiaofan." Lin Xiaofan understood her cue and promptly lifted her up, not forgetting to give her a playful squeeze. Mo Mitao instantly felt a rush of nerves and playfully scolded him. You rascal. In that position, the other two could not see them. Otherwise, Lin Xiaofan would not have indulged in such self-congratulation. Mo Mitao mimicked the childhood joy of picking peaches from the tree. Meanwhile, Chun Kiki was enraptured by the beauty of the grove, momentarily lost in its splendor. She had not anticipated encountering such exquisite sights here. In a daze, she stood still. Meanwhile, Duan Yaki used a stick to bend down the lower branches of the peach trees, making it easier to gather the fruit. Lin Xiaofan stood below, watching Mo Mitao as she joyfully picked peaches. Before long, the group had amassed a considerable collection of peaches. As he watched Mo Mitao in her blissful endeavor, Lin Xiaofan felt a desire to speak but ultimately chose to remain silent, simply keeping her company beneath the tree. At that moment, Mo Mitao attempted to reach for a peach that was just out of her grasp. As she shifted her footing, the branch beneath her could not bear her weight and snapped with a crack. Ah! Mo Mitao cried out. Lin Xiaofan, witnessing the scene, rushed to the spot directly beneath her. He managed to catch her as she fell. Due to the force of gravity, he toppled backward, but fortunately, the ground was soft, preventing any harm. Peach sister. Chun Kiki hurried over, and Duan Yaki set down her peaches to assist. Just as Mo Mitao landed, she inadvertently covered Lin Xiaofan, nearly depriving him of breath, prompting him to instinctively gasp for air, inhaling the sweet fragrance deeply. Once the shock subsided, Mo Mitao stood up quickly. Xiaofan, are you all right? She was genuinely concerned that her fall might have injured him. I'm fine. It's soft, Lin Xiaofan replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Feeling a bit mischievous. Are we? Upon confirming that he was unharmed, Mo Mitao playfully slapped his arm. He flashed a charming grin and then sat up. Brother Xiaofan, are you really okay? She asked with concern. Lin Xiaofan smiled gently and shook his head. The group then resumed collecting the peaches they had gathered, placing them into an iron pot. At that moment, Chun Kiki remarked, I didn't realize this pot would be so useful. Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly, responding, of course, it has many uses. He then instructed Chun Kiki and Duan Yaki to carry it. Perhaps due to the weight of the peaches, the two struggled to maintain their balance, and soon enough, a peach tumbled to the ground. I'll carry it alone. It's a good opportunity to exercise. I want to lose some weight. Is that all right? Lin Xiaofan expressed some hesitation. Duan Yaki nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaofan quickly realized that her desire to shed weight was indeed a positive endeavor, as it would enable her to run faster and not hold anyone back. Before long, Lin Xiaofan, accompanied by several individuals, hastily arrived at the bustling trading ground. The atmosphere today was remarkably extraordinary. The grassy expanse was teeming with a multitude of people, far more animated than usual. A sense of curiosity stirred within Lin Xiaofan as he pondered the cause of such commotion, prompting him to stride toward the densely packed crowd. What he beheld before him struck him with an overwhelming shock. Before a group of 5 or 6 burly men, a frail woman sat slumped, her head bowed, shoulders trembling, clearly in a state of profound fear. Unable to discern her features due to her lowered gaze, Lin Xiaofan's attention was abruptly drawn to her neck, where a rope was tightly coiled. This scene bore no semblance of humanity. It was akin to the inhumane treatment of livestock at a market. A surge of anger welled up within Lin Xiaofan, and his fists clenched with a crackling intensity. Among the imposing figures, 3 already brandished bows, poised to unleash arrows at any would-be rescuer. In a secluded forest, away from prying eyes, he might have devised a plan to confront them, but here, in the glaring light of the trading ground, he found himself at a loss, compelled to suppress his fury. At that moment, the raucous voices of the men pierced the air with a chilling proclamation. Come, come. This little lady starts at 1,000 pounds of meat. Those with discerning eyes, hurry and place your bids. Their words rang out sharply amidst the cacophony of the marketplace, striking a dissonant chord in the ears of all present. Chapter 76. Auction of Rare Goods. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan's gaze fell upon the woman slumped on the ground. Her hands and feet bore signs of bruising. leading Lin Xiaofan to surmise that she had been violently mistreated, likely traded for flesh. To acquire more meat, these individuals resorted to the method of auctioning. Though Lin Xiaofan was somewhat unfamiliar with these people, he quickly deduced that they belonged to a powerful faction from the southern region. He had encountered the other three major coalitions before, but this group resided near the waterway leading south, prompting his realization that they were likely affiliated with that faction. At this juncture, Chun Kiki approached and whispered in Lin Xiaofan's ear, "Brother Xiaofan, I've seen these scoundrels before. One of them is the very person who captured me." Suddenly, it dawned on Lin Xiaofan that Chun Kiki had not suffered any torment herself, but rather had been used as a bargaining chip for meat. He had verified that Chun Kiki had not been harmed, while the woman before him had endured severe maltreatment, reduced to a pitiable state. Perhaps the captors perceived Chun Kiki as lacking allure and, finding her in need of sustenance, spared her from torment. This also indicated that the faction had captured numerous women and was not in short supply, thus opting to auction off this woman who had suffered for days on end. "Come on, everyone, place your bids. Don't underestimate this woman. She can perform a perfect 360-degree split. If it weren't for her lack of food, we wouldn't be auctioning her off." At that moment, a voice called out 1,001 pounds of meat. The speaker was a burly man, flanked by two others. After casting a glance at him, Lin Xiaofan boldly declared 1,300 pounds of meat. Upon hearing this, murmurs rippled through the crowd. 1,400 pounds of meat. Another bidder, a lean yet muscular man, chimed in. Lin Xiaofan discerned that this man had likely engaged in physical training or labor, lending him a strong yet slender appearance. "I bid 1,800 pounds of meat." Lin Xiaofan remained resolute, intent on acquiring the woman. Beyond her rescue, she represented a potential source of long-term labor, thereby strengthening his team. Were the auctioning of a man at stake, he would not have considered it. On this desolate island, human nature was laid bare. Women who had suffered might find a semblance of safety. Introducing an unfamiliar man into the mix could lead to dire consequences, as a man and his team might turn against each other, driven by their desire to protect their women. A cacophony erupted once more as the crowd acknowledged the value of an 1,800-pound bid. Yet, no one dared to raise their offer. The burly man holding the rope surveyed the gathering and shouted. Just then, a familiar voice emerged from the woods behind him. "Kid, I didn't expect to see you again." It was Gu Shandiao, accompanied by a group of around 10 others. Lin Xiaofan's expression turned grave as he regarded Gu Shandiao. Could it be that this fellow had come to settle a score or cause trouble? Gu Shandiao approached, glancing at the woman on the ground before fixing his gaze on Lin Xiaofan. "Humph, you desire such a woman?" Lin Xiaofan offered a faint smile, replying, "My affairs need not concern you." Gu Shandiao was perplexed by Lin Xiaofan's choice to exchange one woman for another. Yet, for Lin Xiaofan, that individual held significant value. What piqued Lin Xiaofan's curiosity was Gu Shandiao's unexpected restraint. Had he become dull-witted? At that moment, the burly man, noticing the absence of further bids, declared that the item had been won by Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan cautioned Mo Mitao and Duan Yaqi to observe Gu Shandiao's every move. He then approached the burly man, carrying a cast-iron pot. "What are you doing?" The man questioned, bemused by Lin Xiaofan's offering of peaches. "My good fellow, these peaches are rich in vitamins, far more precious than meat. I propose to use them as currency. How about we exchange meat for the person tomorrow evening?" The burly man hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. Lin Xiaofan poured out the peaches and reclaimed the pot, an item he deemed invaluable and irreplaceable. He returned to hand the pot to Duan Yaqi and stole a glance at Gu Shandiao, who, to his surprise, wore a bewildered smile. Lin Xiaofan felt a wave of discomfort. This Gu Shandiao seemed oddly transformed. Previously, he would have mercilessly attacked him, yet now he appeared entirely different. At that moment, Mo Mitao tugged at Lin Xiaofan's hand and softly urged, "Let us leave. That man is quite strange." Lin Xiaofan nodded, fully aware that Gu Shandiao was not to be trifled with. Just as he intended to depart, Gu Shandiao brushed past him, letting out a cold snort before walking away. "Let us retreat," Lin Xiaofan instructed Mo Mitao and the others before they exited, rather than rushing to hunt. Lin Xiaofan made his way to a nearby fork in the streams. Curiously, Chun Kiki asked Brother Xiaofan. That man seemed fearsome. Why were you not intimidated? Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly. Intimidation leads to being bullied, especially in such a place. Even if one feels fear, one must maintain a strong front. One cannot afford to lose their spirit. Duan Yaqi chimed in. Lin Xiaofan fought with a hulking man in the peach grove yesterday, showing no signs of fear. Indeed, Chun Kiki affirmed. Sister Su Yin mentioned it. As soon as she finished speaking, she gave Lin Xiaofan a thumbs up, exclaiming, Brother Xiaofan, you are truly impressive. I possess talents beyond this, he replied, prompting Chun Kiki to blush and exclaim, What do you mean? Her mind wandered back to the events of that day. What nonsense is this rascal spouting? Mo Mitao interjected, her cheeks flushed. Duan Yaqi, intrigued, remained unaware of what had transpired that night. As she and her brother had been sheltered from the downpour, Lin Xiaofan smiled gently, opting not to dwell on the matter any longer. Instead, he gazed toward a cluster of wooden cabins in the distance, which belonged to a formidable faction in the southern part of the reservoir. The exact number of individuals there remained unknown to him. He would acquire more information upon future dealings. As Lin Xiaofan surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fell upon a small tributary, where he noticed a sapling had toppled into the stream. He proceeded towards it. Several trees, as thick as a man's thigh, had fallen and obstructed the stream, which happened to be a source of seawater. The section of the stream leading into the reservoir was already at a higher elevation. With the trees in place, scarcely any seawater could flow into the reservoir. Lin Xiaofan perceived this as a fortuitous circumstance, at the very least. It meant that the reservoir's water would be minimally tainted by seawater. At that moment, a thought struck Lin Xiaofan. Let us proceed to another stream, he suggested. Where are you planning, you little rascal? The question elicited a smile from Lin Xiaofan, who mused on how he had come to be referred to as a little rascal. Tao Tao, that Gashan eagle is heading in that direction. I suspect he cannot be far from here. As the saying goes, knowing both oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. You intend to scout out the lair of the Gashan eagle? Lin Xiaofan nodded and replied. Let us go. He then led Mo Mitao and the others along the stream's path. Chapter 77. As they journeyed along the stream, Chun Kiki's curiosity piqued once more. Brother Xiaofan, is that pot truly so significant that you carry it often? Lin Xiaofan, aware of her inquisitiveness, explained, Absolutely. This pot serves an essential purpose, which you will gradually comprehend in due time. The group continued walking alongside the stream, and after several hours, they finally reached its conclusion, where a magnificent waterfall cascaded down from a spring atop a steep cliff. Wow, look, it's the waterfall, Chun Kiki exclaimed, squinting her eyes in delight. Akin to a child who had just discovered a treasure. Having grown up in the city, she had seldom encountered such natural wonders. Unlike the rural children who were accustomed to the abundant mountains and streams around them. Let's go take a closer look, but we must be cautious. The eagle may be lurking nearby, Lin Xiaofan warned, suspecting that the majestic creature would certainly claim such a pristine freshwater source as its territory, unless it was quite deranged. Huh? The eagle? Chun Kiki, too engrossed in the distant waterfall, misheard him. Lin Xiaofan chuckled softly, enunciating mountain eagle, which finally caught her attention, prompting her to giggle. As the group approached within 100 meters of the waterfall, Lin Xiaofan suddenly heard a faint sound. At that moment, Chun Kiki had just dashed a few meters ahead, and sensing potential danger, Lin Xiaofan swiftly stepped forward, grabbing her from behind and pulling her back. Wait a moment. However, his force proved excessive, and with a slight snap, Chun Kiki felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively covering herself and turning to him with a playful pout. Brother Xiaofan, you were so naughty. How could you break my... At that moment, Lin Xiaofan realized he had inadvertently snapped the clasp. My apologies, I didn't mean to apply so much force. You rascal. Look at what you've done. You've broken Kiki's. Mo Mitao shot Lin Xiaofan an exasperated glance. Even Duan Yaqi, standing nearby, couldn't suppress a smile, thinking to herself that this lad must have caused trouble for his female classmates in his childhood. I truly didn't do it on purpose. I heard some commotion ahead, and merely. Lin Xiaofan attempted to clarify the situation. It dawned on the others that his intervention was not arbitrary. There was undoubtedly something amiss ahead. Mo Mitao, recalling the times Lin Xiaofan had halted her during their earlier ordeal on the deserted island, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. "What's wrong?" Chun Kiki inquired, still shielding herself with her arms. "Did you hear a sound ahead?" "A sound?" Mo Mitao asked, intrigued. As she tilted her head to listen, after a few seconds, she could discern nothing unusual. Chun Kiki also tried to focus, but aside from the chirping of nearby insects, silence reigned. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind, making her wonder if Lin Xiaofan had orchestrated this. If she were not already his, she might have genuinely been upset. "Nothing. I didn't hear anything." Indeed, aside from the calls of birds and insects nearby, two individuals gazed at Lin Xiaofan with expressions of confusion. "Is there truly nothing?" Lin Xiaofan scanned the crowd. Mo Mitao and the other two subtly shook their heads. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan's gaze fell upon Chun Kiki's crossed arms. Chun Kiki noticed this and retorted, "What are you looking at? It's not like you haven't seen it before." With that, she turned away. "Forget it," Lin Xiaofan replied simply. This remark inexplicably caused Chun Kiki's cheeks to flush. "Kiki, come here," Mo Mitao interjected, wanting to assist Chun Kiki in determining whether everything was completely broken. Lin Xiaofan suggested, "Mitao, please check if it can be fixed." After saying this, Lin Xiaofan gentlemanly turned away. After a moment, Mo Mitao called for Lin Xiaofan to turn back. "Is it done?" Lin Xiaofan inquired. Mo Mitao shot him a look. "Fortunately, not everything is damaged." "Let's go," Lin Xiaofan said, moving forward. The others followed, eager to discover what commotion Lin Xiaofan had mentioned. As they traversed the dense underbrush, just before reaching the waterfall, they finally heard distinct voices. Lin Xiaofan parted the tall grass that obstructed their view. At this moment, the three gathered closer. Lin Xiaofan detected a fragrant scent, reminiscent of perfume. "Did you hear that? The noise I mentioned earlier," he remarked. The others began to believe that Lin Xiaofan's earlier encounter was indeed a fortuitous mistake. Before them, about 50 to 60 meters away, a group was bustling about, with several leaning against tree trunks to rest. Surrounding them were roughly 10 makeshift wooden huts. Lin Xiaofan estimated the group to consist of over 50 individuals, among whom nearly 10 were women, all strikingly beautiful. After all, women capable of embarking on journeys at will were typically quite affluent. Yet, they had now been reduced to mere servants for others. No amount of wealth could change their plight. To survive, they had to endure humiliation and oppression from the likes of Gushandiao and his crew. Lin Xiaofan recognized Lu Koshui's group among them. No wonder there were suddenly more than a dozen people. It turned out he had joined Gushandiao's ranks. This indicated that those women had suffered greatly. "There are so many of them. What should we do?" Duan Yaki asked. "There's nothing we can do. They outnumber us." Lin Xiaofan replied, feeling helpless. A sense of dread enveloped him as he realized that two rival factions he had conflicts with had allied. Could it be that they were preparing to join forces against him? Lin Xiaofan pondered this. Unlike in the city where laws prevailed, this was a lawless island. And if they decided to eliminate him, he could only seek justice from the king of hell. How despicable! They dare to bully women. Chun Kiki exclaimed, her gaze dimming as she observed the plight of those women, their clothes tattered. Anger surged within her. "Let's go back," Lin Xiaofan declared, releasing the grass in his hand. "But they're so pitiful," Mo Mitao lamented, her kindness transcending all bounds. "Mitao, everyone is suffering, stranded in such a perilous place. One misstep could be fatal. We must first ensure our own safety before concerning ourselves with others." Upon hearing this, Mo Mitao pursed her lips, her expression radiating a petulant charm that belied her 34 years. Indeed, Mo Mitao was exceptionally well preserved. Those unaware of her true age might easily mistake her for a mere 25 or 26. If only they could rescue them, Mo Mitao lamented with a hint of resignation. Lin Xiaofan, upon hearing her, felt a stir of emotion. If one were not acquainted with Mo Mitao, one might indeed assume she had a head filled with syrupy sweetness. "We'll discuss it later," Lin Xiaofan murmured softly. The wickedness of those individuals was truly appalling. Duan Yaki couldn't help but feel a surge of anger as well. Lin Xiaofan empathized with them. After all, as women, they understood the helplessness that often accompanies their plight. Without lingering too long, lest they attract unwanted attention, Lin Xiaofan led the way, with Mo Mitao and her companions trailing behind, reluctant to part ways. Mo Mitao cast a glance back toward that direction. This exploration bore fruit. Lin Xiaofan had discovered the encampment of the Go Mountain Eagles. Fortunately, her own camp had yet to be uncovered by other survivor groups. Otherwise, a scramble for the cave would surely ensue. During their return, Lin Xiaofan and her companions took the opportunity to hunt, preparing for dinner. Regrettably, their efforts yielded only a single rabbit, which was clearly insufficient to feed 6 individuals. "Let us venture over there," Lin Xiaofan suggested, noticing a dense thicket ahead that piqued her curiosity. However, it was not long before they stumbled upon a startling scene. Chapter 78. The Eye Except for Lin Xiaofan. The other 3 women were struck with terror, their faces paling as they instinctively covered their mouths. Not far away, a massive bear, entirely cloaked in black fur, staggered towards them, its mouth dripping with blood that pooled ominously on the ground. The sight was utterly horrifying. Mo Mitao and the others felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing, while Chun Kiki, in a panic, sought refuge behind Lin Xiaofan. This colossal bear was beyond imagination, its size nearly double that of an ordinary bear, resembling a rampaging rhinoceros. The oppressive aura it emanated was enough to instill fear in anyone who laid eyes upon it. Even Lin Xiaofan felt his heart race at the sight. Upon closer inspection, he noticed 2 arrows lodged in the bear's abdomen, fortunately missing any vital organs, suggesting that this creature had narrowly escaped from a hunter-esque grasp and had fled to this location. As the bear drew closer, Lin Xiaofan realized the imminent danger, shouting, "Scatter!" He swiftly nocked an arrow, taking aim at the bear. With a swift whoosh, the arrow flew forth. Mo Mitao, suppressing her own fear, steadied her trembling hands, drawing her bow to shoot as well. 2 arrows pierced the bear's chest, causing blood to splatter. However, these injuries amounted to little more than a mere annoyance for the beast, which continued its relentless charge towards Duanyaki and Shinkiki. At that moment, Duanyaki held only a wooden stick, with Chun Kiki trembling behind her like a leaf in the wind. Seeing this, Lin Xiaofan's heart sank, his attention narrowing on the bear's powerful limbs. An idea struck him. He raised his bow and shot an arrow at the bear's foot. The bear let out a roar of pain, its enormous bulk crashing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath its weight. Mo Mitao, target its limbs, Lin Xiaofan shouted, continuing to fire arrows at the bear, which struggled to rise. Within moments, the bear's legs were riddled with arrows, rendering it immobile. The group understood that should this monstrous creature catch up to them, the consequences would be dire. Panting heavily, Lin Xiaofan and Mo Mitao hurried to join Shinkiki and Duanyaki. How could such a massive bear exist? It terrified me to death, Chun Kiki sobbed, tears streaming down her face as she clutched the hem of Lin Xiaofan's shirt. He paid her little mind, his gaze fixed on the bear, which was now emitting agonized cries. Continue to aim for its eyes. Lin Xiaofan knew that to combat such a formidable predator, 2 crucial steps were necessary. First, to immobilize it, and second, to blind it. If these steps were accomplished, even the fiercest creature would pose little threat. However, hitting the bear's eyes was no simple task. After shooting 3 arrows, he finally managed to strike one of its eyes. The fallen bear, in pain, began thrashing its head wildly, complicating the aim further. Observing this, Mo Mitao also drew her bow to target the bear's head, but alas, her arrow missed, landing with a thud beside the bear's head. "Let me try." Duanyaki gritted her teeth, seized a wooden stick, and charged forward, swinging it fiercely towards the giant bear's head. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiaofan hastily requested Mo Mitao to hand him a dagger, maneuvered to the side of the colossal creature, and forcefully stomped on its head, swiftly following up by plunging the dagger into one of its eyes. The sound of a splatter echoed as blood gushed forth. After a brief moment, the bear finally lay still. Chun Kiki, seeing the imminent danger dissipate, ceased her sobbing, genuinely shaken by the ordeal. Lin Xiaofan delivered another kick to the bear's head to ensure it was unequivocally lifeless before heaved a sigh of relief and began to extract the arrows embedded in its body. "We shall carry it away together," Lin Xiaofan declared, as he and the three women each grasped a leg of the massive beast, collaboratively lifting the heavy creature towards the stream. "It is so heavy," Chun Kiki exclaimed, her delicate frame nearly buckling under the weight. Despite their combined efforts, the task remained exceedingly taxing. While they struggled, Mo Mitao cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xiaofan. In that moment, her sense of security surged, prompting her to think that he was increasingly appealing. The ordinarily unremarkable man appeared remarkably dependable through the trials they had endured together, repeatedly reshaping her perceptions. After considerable exertion, they finally managed to transport the giant bear to the stream's edge. Lin Xiaofan rolled up his sleeves and commenced the task of processing the bear. He intended to first cleanse the entrails, but as he plunged the dagger into the bear's abdomen and made a decisive cut, he unexpectedly ruptured the stomach, causing a round object to roll out and come to rest nearby. Upon closer inspection, they were horrified to discover it was an eyeball. Lin Xiaofan felt his head spin as a chilling realization struck him. This massive black bear had consumed a human, suppressing his nausea. He tossed the eyeball into the stream and continued with the task of cleaning the entrails. As he extracted the ruptured stomach, it felt distended, and through the tear, a finger was visible. With a collective gasp, the others could no longer contain their revulsion and bent over, retching violently, expelling the remnants of the peaches they had consumed the previous evening. Lin Xiaofan, too, nearly succumbed to the urge to vomit, the acidic bile rising in his throat. But he grit his teeth and swallowed it back down. Not daring to glance again, he discarded the swollen stomach into the stream, hoping that crocodiles or other aquatic creatures would take care of it. How terrifying! Mo Mitao turned pale. In this harrowing moment, they all felt a lingering dread, acutely aware of the island's brutal reality. Thankfully, they had their bows and arrows at hand. Otherwise, today might have ended in peril. After dealing with the giant bear, it felt slightly lighter when they lifted it again. As they approached the cave, they spotted Su Yan, hands behind her back, intently instructing Li Xinyu on archery, her earnest demeanor reminiscent of Lin Xiaofan, teaching her the same skill in the past. The moment Lin Xiaofan and the others appeared, burdened with the colossal bear, all eyes were drawn to them. Upon seeing the impressive beast they had hunted, the three women, except for Li Xinyu, were left utterly astonished, their faces a canvas of disbelief. Chun Kiki, still shaken, took a moment to compose herself before eagerly recounting the heart-pounding experience to everyone. The reactions of the others varied. Only Li Xinyu remained immersed in her concentration on archery, her demeanor largely unchanged. The rest displayed exaggerated responses. Su Yan was the first to regain her composure, and upon hearing that Lin Xiaofan intended to exchange the hard-won black bear for a person, she was immediately incensed. Her brows furrowed, and she raised her voice, exclaiming, "Lin Xiaofan, after all our toil to hunt this great black bear, you truly intend to trade it for a mere human?" Lin Xiaofan maintained a calm expression, merely nodding lightly in acknowledgement. He then turned to seize his axe, swiftly bringing it down to sever the bear's limbs with precision. He had already formulated a plan, intending to keep enough meat for a few days while preserving the remainder for a trade the following evening. Though the bear appeared robust, weighing approximately 500 pounds, Lin Xiaofan was acutely aware that he needed a total of 800 pounds of meat for the exchange, and this bear alone was far from sufficient. Nevertheless, he had an idea for acquiring the remaining 300 pounds. With the day still young and nightfall not yet upon them, Lin Xiaofan surveyed his surroundings and quickly organized the group. He instructed several individuals to start a fire and roast 2 bear legs, serving as a means to alleviate their shock and replenish their strength. Meanwhile, he wasted no time and set off at a brisk pace towards Reno's camp. After all, to gather such a vast quantity of meat in a short span of time, assistance from Reno and his companions was indispensable, and the urgency of the situation left no room for error. Lin Xiaofan hastened his way, soon arriving at Reno's encampment. Chapter 79. The Woman Reborn. Ah, young brother, is there something of great importance? Upon seeing Lin Xiaofan hurrying towards him, Reno inquired with curiosity. Lin Xiaofan paused, catching his breath, a hint of urgency evident on his countenance. Brother Reno, there is indeed a significant matter at hand. Oh, Reno's curiosity piqued, his gaze filled with anticipation. Without further ado, Lin Xiaofan divulged his thoughts. Brother Reno, I need to change my approach. The other party requires 800 gene of meat. I was contemplating asking you and the brothers to assist me in hunting wild boars. If successful, I shall reward you with 3 peach trees. What do you think? Reno erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing this. Ha, that sounds splendid. Do enlighten me on your plan. Lin Xiaofan proceeded to detail the location of the wild boar den he had discovered, along with his devised hunting strategy. As he spoke, Reno nodded in agreement, clearly approving of the plan. In Lin Xiaofan's estimation, the wild boars could easily amount to over 1,000 gene. If they managed to capture them all, along with a large black bear, they could potentially reach 800 gene. Hey lad, that is quite a number of wild boars. Are you confident? Jiawen furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with skepticism, sensing the precariousness of the situation. Indeed, young brother, you have quite the audacity. Are you not afraid of being gored by a wild boar? Chao Yuan chimed in, a playful smile gracing her lips. However, Lin Xiaofan appeared at ease, a confident smile adorning his face. Fear not, we shall simply draw our bows. Once a wild boar falls, everyone can rush in for the kill. It will be a piece of cake. All right then, let us convene here tomorrow, Reno readily agreed. With their approval, Lin Xiaofan felt a sense of relief as he returned to his shelter. To alleviate the tension among them and dispel the lingering shadows of the day's harrowing events, Lin Xiaofan proposed they share tales of their childhoods. I grew up in a remote mountainous region, a place of great poverty, devoid of electricity. We relied solely on kerosene lamps for light night, Lin Xiaofan began, opening the floodgates of memory. Hearing this, Mo Mi Tao's lips curled into a gentle smile. In my childhood, my family could not even afford a lighter. We depended entirely on matches to start a fire. Lin Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, surprised to learn that Mo Mi Tao's early life had been similarly humble. That is but a trifle. In our youth, we often went hungry at least once a day. When hunger struck, we would sprint up the mountains to forage for wild fruits. Duan Yaqi recounted her childhood, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Lin Xiaofan chuckled softly and shared. Speaking of my youth, during middle school, on New Year's in the bitter cold, I would have to climb the hillside to find a signal just to seize a red envelope, shivering all the while. Is that so? But Brother Xiaofan, it seems you had it a bit easier compared to us. In our childhood, we were so famished that we resorted to eating tree bark and leaves. Ha! Chun Kiki remarked, laughing uncontrollably. Lin Xiaofan found himself in fits of laughter as well. You truly are a collection of absurd tales. The more you share, the more outrageous the stories become. In a moment, joyous laughter echoed within the cave, and smiles adorned the faces of all present. Even the perpetually somber Li Xinyu had a slight upward curve at the corners of her mouth, revealing a hint of amusement. Lin Xiaofan observed her and sensed that she harbored some unspoken thoughts, yet he felt it inappropriate to inquire too boldly. After all, everyone possesses secrets they wish to keep hidden. If one does not wish to divulge, it is not his place to pry. Fortunately, the objective of easing everyone's spirits had been achieved. At dawn the next day, just as the first light began to break, Lin Xiaofan set forth with his companions. After reuniting with Renault and the others, they marched resolutely toward the north. Deep within, Lin Xiaofan felt a twinge of anxiety. He worried that the previous typhoon and turbulent waves might have driven the wild boars away from their den. Should they have been startled and relocated, a challenging search would ensue. By midday, they finally reached the vicinity of the wild boar den. The scene before them was chaotic. Numerous saplings had been uprooted, and wild grass lay scattered across the ground, evidently ravaged by the forces of the tempest. However, when Lin Xiaofan's gaze fell upon the den, he was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with joy. Remarkably, the wild boars were still there, It seemed that after the storm had passed, the 6 wild boars had returned to Rome. "Look over there, the wild boars are still present," Lin Xiaofan exclaimed with excitement. The group followed his pointing finger and, indeed, spotted the 6 wild boars huddled together. Without delay, Lin Xiaofan swiftly devised a tactical plan. He directed those with bows and arrows to carefully fan out in a semicircle, gradually approaching the wild boars and forming a surrounding perimeter with a radius of 50 meters. Once everyone was in position, Lin Xiaofan commanded, "Release the arrows." Simultaneously, he knocked an arrow and loosed it. The sharp projectile sliced through the air with a swift whoosh, striking one wild boar squarely in the neck. The wounded boar let out a furious roar, and the startled group scattered in disarray, creating a chaotic scene. However, escape was futile, accompanied by the sound of whistling arrows. Each wild boar fell one by one, succumbing to their injuries. The others, witnessing the unfolding chaos, surged forward, wielding their clubs and blades to deliver a swift and decisive barrage upon the boars. Without much effort, all 6 wild boars were securely captured. Lin Xiaofan was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated such a seamless hunt, truly affirming the strength in numbers. None managed to flee. It appeared that no matter how fierce the wild boars were, they could only yield to the overwhelming force of the group, becoming mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Li Feng, wielding his long blade, remarked softly. Lin Xiaofan gazed at the fallen boars, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, and then signaled for everyone to lift the boars for the return journey. On the way back, the group also skillfully hunted 5 wild chickens and 3 hares, reaping an abundant harvest. Naturally, Lin Xiaofan claimed 2 of the 8 prey for himself, leaving the other 6 for Renault and the others to prepare for dinner. At last, just before the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Xiaofan arrived at the grassy trading grounds with the 6 wild boars and a black bear, ready to exchange them for the woman who had been detained. Fortunately, the other party had kept their promise and had been waiting at the trading ground for quite some time. It seems they are indeed facing a scarcity of food. Otherwise, they would not be so fervently guarding this batch of meat. The woman sat slumped to one side, her gaze somewhat dazed, observing Lin Xiaofan's determination to hunt bears and wild boars in her stead stirred tumultuous feelings within her. She was acutely aware of the ferocity and difficulty in subduing these 2 formidable beasts. This lad had boldly risked himself for her. Could it be that he harbored different sentiments towards her? She recognized her own allure, knowing that any man would likely develop feelings for her. Lin Xiaofan turned his attention to her, the coarse rope still binding his neck, rendering him pitiable, treated as mere merchandise. At this moment, the woman's heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions, yet escaping the clutches of that group was undoubtedly a blessing. He strode confidently to the stall and declared, "My friend, I have prepared 800 pounds of meat for you." The burly man cast a cursory glance at the wild boars and the massive black bear piled on the ground, nodding in satisfaction. "Well done. I never expected you to possess such skill. This woman is yours." He then extended the rope he held to Lin Xiaofan. Taking the rope, Lin Xiaofan hastened to the woman's side, gently untying the cords that bound her neck. As he drew closer, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted toward him. The woman felt a sudden release around her neck, and for a moment, she was lost in a daze, as if her prolonged servitude had abruptly ended. The sensation of liberation left her somewhat bewildered. This man before her showed no inclination to treat her as a mere beast of burden. Could it be that she could truly live freely? Just as her mind swirled with questions, a clear voice rang out. Chapter 80. The Strings of the Heart Plucked. "Hard to endure, let us go," Lin Xiaofan murmured softly. Upon hearing this, the woman slowly rose from the ground. Her body swayed unsteadily, nearly toppling over once more. Observing this, Lin Xiaofan hastily beckoned Shinkiki and Li Xinyu to assist her in moving forward. The woman cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xiaofan, her lips moving in silent speech, yet ultimately, no words escaped her. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan was overwhelmingly eager to depart from this place of turmoil. After all, traversing with a stranger posed a risk. Should they encounter robbers along the way, it could become quite troublesome. Throughout their journey, Lin Xiaofan's gaze occasionally drifted towards the woman they had rescued. When their eyes inadvertently met, he silently assessed her. She appeared to be in her 30s, perhaps of a similar age to Imo Mitao, likely the second oldest in their group. She seemed extraordinarily frail, prompting Lin Xiaofan to speculate that she had not only endured severe mistreatment, but might also have frequently suffered from hunger. However, this remained merely conjecture. The specifics were unknown to him. As they continued walking, Lin Xiaofan learned through conversation that the woman's name was Gao Yuanyuan, likely Xinyu, had once served as a special attendant on a cruise ship. After surviving a shipwreck and being marooned on a deserted island, she had been coerced and brought to this place, where she endured relentless torment. As the conversation unfolded, Gao Yuanyuan's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks in a heart-wrenching display of vulnerability that stirred Lin Xiaofan's compassion. Just as they were halfway through their journey, Gao Yuanyuan suddenly cried out in distress, having inadvertently twisted her ankle. Her already weakened state rendered her unable to stand. The other women, possessing limited strength, were incapable of carrying her. In terms of stature, she was the most voluptuous after Duanyaki, but the burden of carrying her naturally fell to Lin Xiaofan. As Duanyaki was needed for other purposes, Lin Xiaofan surveyed the surrounding women with a resigned sigh and said to Gao Yuanyuan, "Come aboard." With that, he bent down to lift her onto his back, inwardly lamenting the inconvenience that women sometimes presented. After taking a few steps, he felt as though his back was ensnared by something soft. His initial reaction was to suspect that Gao Yuanyuan might be doing this intentionally. However, upon further reflection, he considered the possibility that her frailty compelled her to cling tightly around his neck for fear of falling. As they proceeded, Lin Xiaofan sensed a warm breath brushing against the back of his ear, and it dawned on him that Gao Yuanyuan was engaging in subtle flirtation, playfully blowing warm air against his earlobe. The intention was unmistakable, a clear attempt to provoke his interest. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan felt a string within him being gently plucked, reverberating through his very DNA. He couldn't help but recall the boasts of several men regarding her ability to perform a full split, and now it seemed that even her playful breath was executed with exquisite precision. In an instant, an impulse surged within him to explore this further, yet he swiftly quelled the thought. He already had Imo Mitao, Su Yin, and Shinkiki by his side. Out of respect for both sentiment and reason, he should refrain from entangling himself further. Regarding the decision to bring back Gao Yuanyuan, it stemmed from both a sense of pity for her and a noticeable shortage of personnel within his own team. While others boasted groups of 20 or more, Lin Xiaofan could barely count 8 individuals, which was indeed insufficient. Thus, whenever an opportunity arose, he sought to expand his ranks. At last, they returned to the cave just before nightfall. Lin Xiaofan gently set Gao Yuanyuan down and advised her to massage her injured areas to hasten her recovery. She glanced at him and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan's attention was drawn to a telescope among the supplies stacked nearby. He casually picked it up and directed the others to start a fire, preparing to roast a leg of the black bear. Before making his way alone to the slope outside the cave, he hung the telescope around his neck and swiftly climbed a large tree, raising the instrument to scrutinize the area near the reservoir. It must be said that, in this remote wilderness, the utility of the telescope was immense. Through it, Lin Xiaofan was able to discern the various factions surrounding the reservoir, taking note of their numbers and the distances between them, committing these crucial details to memory. A slight smile crept upon his lips as he quietly rejoiced in the telescope's value, grateful for having discovered the black suitcase earlier. Once he thoroughly assessed the situation around him, Lin Xiaofan gracefully descended from the tree. By now, darkness had enveloped the landscape, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he found it was Gao Yuanyuan, her face adorned with a smile as she softly said, "Thank you, Lin Xiaofan." She had already learned his name along the way. No need to mention it. "We are all striving to survive," Lin Xiaofan replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, Gao Yuanyuan turned her gaze towards the cave. The slope obscured the entrance entirely, rendering it invisible. After a brief pause, she slowly approached him and, all of a sudden, she grasped the fabric of his trousers. This unexpected action made Lin Xiaofan gasp, feeling as if a jolt of electricity had surged through him, causing his body to tense up instantly. His small tent seemed to spring up in response. "What are you doing, Gao Yuanyuan?" he stammered, feeling her grip was unexpectedly firm, making it difficult for him to articulate. Overwhelmed by the sudden intimacy, his cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "How does it feel?" Gao Yuanyuan asked, leaning closer to him, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Lin Xiaofan hastily attempted to quell the tumult of emotions within, forcefully pulling her hand away and awkwardly saying, "Please, don't do that." Gao Yuanyuan appeared bewildered, her eyes filled with confusion. "What do you mean? You exchanged 1,800 pounds of meat to bring me back. Wasn't it for that purpose?" Lin Xiaofan shot her a glance, exasperatedly explaining, "You've truly misunderstood. It was out of pity for you, and my team is in need of manpower. That is why I brought you back. Well, consider this my way of repaying you. I am quite skilled at it, and I assure you it will bring you unparalleled joy." Gao Yuanyuan purred, casting a flirtatious glance. Lin Xiaofan chuckled awkwardly, offering a perfunctory response. "Let's discuss it later." He understood that his words were merely a means to placate Gao Yuanyuan's emotions. As for her claim of being skilled, Lin Xiaofan pondered inwardly. It was probably best to avoid any attempts, lest he encounter unforeseen complications. More importantly, he had Mo Mitao and the others by his side. Noticing Gao Yuanyuan still standing there, her expression one of persistent insistence, Lin Xiaofan added, "Just know that I, Lin Xiaofan, am not the kind of scoundrel who bullies women. You are safe with me." Gao Yuanyuan's eyes flickered with surprise at his words, clearly skeptical. In her past experiences, she had come to believe that most men were unreliable. Yet this young man before her was strikingly different. This made her question whether she had harbored an excessive prejudice against men, even to the extent of thinking that genuine good men were a rarity in this world. "Thank you," Gao Yuanyuan replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her voice slightly choked. Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath, and at that moment, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. "Let's go. You're probably hungry too. Let's return for some barbecue," he said with a smile. Gao Yuanyuan nodded gently and followed Lin Xiaofan towards the cave. Meanwhile, on the northern coast of the deserted island, a group was slowly emerging from the dense forest, led by Dai Ichuan. After enduring over 10 arduous days of trekking, they had finally succeeded in crossing from the southern part of the island to the north. "Captain, we have made a discovery," a team member suddenly shouted, fixing their gaze intently on a floating object by the shore ahead. Chapter 81. Silencing her little mouth, Dai Ichuan strode forward, her tone resolute. "This belongs to us." Her gaze fell upon the striped toy held by one of the team members. "Everything we had has been taken away." Xiao Ichuan sighed in exasperation, her anxious eyes scanning the surroundings, yet the suitcase remained elusive. "If I ever find out who took it, I shall certainly give them a good kick," Yang Shui declared, her face contorted with anger. "Can this still be used? Perhaps it can be cleaned up and salvaged. However, that box of balloons has also been snatched away." As she spoke, Yang Shui bent down to retrieve the striped item. Xiao Ichuan furrowed her brow, pondering. "So, it seems the individuals who took our belongings are likely nearby. Could it be that group we encountered at the spring waterfall while taking a detour?" Tian Mishue approached Dai Ichuan, whispering. "There is a possibility." Dai Ichuan nodded thoughtfully. "Captain, should we not capture someone to interrogate?" one of the team members suggested. After a moment's hesitation, Dai Ichuan replied slowly, "Let us discuss this tomorrow. For now, we should search the vicinity for anything that might aid our survival. It would be splendid if we could locate that cruise ship in an uninhabited area 10 kilometers away." Lin Xiaofan and Mo Mitao emerged from a thicket. Noticing the absence of others, Lin Xiaofan smirked, licking his lips, and remarked, "It's somewhat sweet." Mo Mitao instantly grasped the underlying meaning of his words, her cheeks flushing as she playfully retorted, "You cheeky rascal," taking advantage and then acting innocent. Lin Xiaofan merely smiled lightly. "It's all fate, you know." Fate seems to take good care of you. Mo Mitao shot him a glance. It must have favored you, allowing you to reap such benefits. Lin Xiaofan responded with a soft smile. Fortunately, I was also helping you. As he regarded the enchanting Mo Mitao, he could not resist playfully tapping her back and reaching out. Mo Mitao felt her heart race, suddenly stiffening. Our heartbeat quickened at that moment. Lin Xiaofan had developed a fondness for this playful act ever since he had done the same to Su Yin previously. You rascal! How dare you touch me? Just wait until I pinch you. Mo Mitao retaliated by grabbing Lin Xiaofan's arm, which felt as if it were caught in a vice. This girl had quite a grip. Just as Lin Xiaofan relaxed, Mo Mitao began to tickle him. He, being particularly sensitive around his waist, erupted into laughter and quickly pushed her hands away. Mo Mitao, sensing the right moment to cease, felt satisfied with the little punishment she had inflicted on him. Huh, you cheeky rascal, I've discovered your Achilles heel. Let us see if you dare to bully me again in the future. She laughed, raising her hands and playfully swaying them, ready to strike at any moment. Her charming smile revealed delightful dimples. Lin Xiaofan gazed in utter fascination. The landlady, Mo Mitao, was truly exquisite. Fortunately, she had become his, albeit through an unexpected turn of events. The situation was gradually improving. Perhaps he would not need to wait another 5 months. With a smile, Lin Xiaofan nodded. That is undoubtedly a good thing, though I could assist you for another 5 months if necessary. At this, Mo Mitao's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Observing her bashful and captivating demeanor, Lin Xiaofan felt a stirring in his heart and swiftly drew her into his embrace, bestowing upon her a passionate kiss. After a considerable time, they slowly parted, a glistening thread of connection quietly severing and falling away. You little rascal. How naughty of you, too. Mo Mitao's words were cut short, as Lin Xiaofan silenced her with another kiss. She felt a wave of softness wash over her, as if she might melt into a puddle, a testament to Lin Xiaofan's fervent devotion. In the following days, Lin Xiaofan enlisted Duan Yaqi to craft 2 simple backpacks and 2 fishing traps. They secured these tools by the reservoir, tightly binding them to a tree with vines. As food was scarce, they decided to gather some aquatic creatures from the reservoir. Let us go and check the fishing traps, Lin Xiaofan announced to the group. No sooner had he spoken than he led everyone out of the cave, heading toward the reservoir. Lin Xiaofan had placed the traps in the western area of the reservoir, which was under Wang Ji's influence. He had often exchanged water resources with Wang Ji and had inquired previously. Wang Ji had indicated that Lin Xiaofan could freely catch aquatic creatures in this reservoir. Upon arriving at the water's edge, Lin Xiaofan was taken aback to see that the water level had dropped by another 5 centimeters. A sense of unease crept into his mind, and he even began to suspect that the bottom of the reservoir was collapsing. How could such a phenomenon occur? At this rate, even with the stream continuously flowing in, it wouldn't be long before the reservoir transformed into a shallow pool. This deserted island was indeed rife with peculiarities. Reflecting on his initial arrival on the island, Lin Xiaofan recalled having caught carp in the sea, which had seemed unremarkable at the time. However, upon deeper contemplation, he found it increasingly suspicious. How could carp possibly exist in the ocean? Without dwelling on it further, Lin Xiaofan promptly retrieved the 2 fishing traps. As the group crouched down to inspect their catch, they were surprised to find the familiar shape of carp among the fish. Lin Xiaofan understood that these carp had swum in through a stream connecting to another marine area. The aquatic life in the reservoir had undoubtedly originated from the sea, gradually adapting to their environment over time to become freshwater species. Afterward, Lin Xiaofan shook the fish free from the traps. He observed that the bait, a piece of meat, had been nearly devoured. The gluttonous fish could not resist the temptation and had found themselves ensnared. The 2 fishing traps yielded a bountiful harvest, totaling over 30 fish, barely enough to sustain the group for a day. Wow, this is fantastic. Sister Chi-Chi's craftsmanship is remarkable. She managed to create such effective fishing traps. Chun Kiki exclaimed in admiration from her side. The fishing trap resembled a pig pen, featuring a solitary entrance located at the top. Lin Xiaofan had securely bound a sizable piece of black bear meat to the bottom with vines. This way, when the fish caught sight of the meat from afar, they would instinctively seek out the entrance and subsequently find their way into the trap. Just as the group was merrily collecting the fish, Gao Yuanyu suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there. It seems something is floating towards us." Lin Xiaofan instantly became alert, directing his gaze in the direction she indicated. Wasn't that the very spot where the stream flowed? What could possibly be drifting towards them? Upon closer inspection, Lin Xiaofan was astonished to discover that it was indeed a person. "It's a human," Lin Xiaofan blurted out. The moment these words escaped his lips, the others around him were immediately struck with fear. How could there be another corpse? Such an occurrence would unsettle anyone who encountered it. Chapter 82. The terrifying bite marks. Could it be yet another case of jealousy over a woman leading to a teammate's demise? Su Yan's voice broke the brief silence, her thoughts drifting back to a recent incident where Rainer was nearly mistaken for a murderer. Had it not been for Lin Xiaofan's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Ultimately, it was a woman who stepped forward to confess, unveiling the truth of the matter. With his past experience in mind, Su Yan couldn't help but draw parallels. "Serves him right," remarked Li Xinyu, who had been uncharacteristically quiet until now, her tone icy. Lin Xiaofan cast her a sidelong glance, understanding that her disdain for men was deeply rooted. Once upon a time, she had been relentlessly pursued by a gang led by Gushandiao, narrowly escaping only when she fortuitously collided with Lin Xiaofan, who aided her in evading danger. "Let's go and take a look," Lin Xiaofan suggested, curiosity piqued. He pondered whether this incident might be connected to Gushandiao's crew, especially given the peculiar position of the body floating down the creek. With that, he stepped forward toward the scene of the incident, the others trailing closely behind. As they approached, an icy chill enveloped them, and upon closer inspection, their scalps tingled with dread, their pores involuntarily widening in shock. "Damn!" Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but curse. The corpse lay before them, riddled with wounds, utterly unrecognizable. A pitiful sight that bore no semblance of humanity. His gaze fixated on the neck, where deep bite marks exuded an unspeakable horror, sending shivers down their spines. The wounds seemingly caved in. It was evident that this individual had suffered the frenzied attacks of a ferocious beast before death, flesh torn away. But what manner of monster could have inflicted such brutality? Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss. The others nearby were pale with fear. Some clamped their hands over their mouths, trying to stifle their rising nausea, while others could no longer contain themselves and bent over to retch. It's too horrifying," they murmured among themselves, their voices trembling with terror, their eyes darting away, unwilling to gaze upon the gruesome scene any longer. "Everyone be cautious. There are crocodiles here," Lin Xiaofan warned gravely. Upon hearing this, the group felt a wave of urgency and hastily retreated a few steps. Just then, a massive splash erupted from the water ahead, and a sizable crocodile emerged, evidently having just surfaced in search of food, drawn to the sight of this plentiful meal. Lin Xiaofan's mind raced with unease. He had not anticipated such a gruesome demise. While he pondered, the crocodile approached the corpse. Lin Xiaofan's eyes narrowed as he observed. In an instant, the crocodile opened its jaws and clamped down, beginning to feast. Some among the group averted their gaze, fearing they would be haunted by nightmares, while Lin Xiaofan remained transfixed, understanding the necessity of overcoming his fear if he was to lead them to survival. Even as trepidation coursed through him, he maintained a stoic facade. Moments later, 2 more crocodiles arrived to partake in the grisly meal. Until nearly finished, Lin Xiaofan finally turned around. He noticed that everyone had turned their faces away, discussing amongst themselves, avoiding the scene of the crocodile devouring the corpse. "Have you all finished eating?" Su Yan inquired. "Aren't you afraid, Lin Xiaofan?" Lin Xiaofan smirked. "What is there to fear? It's merely a dead body. Only by confronting such realities can one cultivate inner strength." At that moment, Chun Kiki gave him a thumbs up. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan led everyone back with the cage and fish. Although the time was uncertain, hunger prompted them to begin roasting food. This time, Lin Xiaofan opted not to grill fish, but to prepare a pot of authentic boiled fish, believing that sometimes indulging in something purely natural is preferable. At this juncture, the iron pot before him proved its worth. After the meal, Lin Xiaofan took everyone to a small hillock outside Shandong to practice archery. He set a target for the chubby boy, instructing him to throw stones at a distant tree, aiming to enhance his accuracy. Just then, Mo Mitao approached Lin Xiaofan and whispered, "Help me." Lin Xiaofan nodded with a gentle smile, ready to provide assistance. The two retreated to a nearby thicket. Before long, they alleviated Mo Mitao's discomfort. As she adjusted her collar, she remarked, when you first held and kissed me, I did not resist. I wonder how that happened. Did I perhaps like you from the very beginning? I'm not sure, but I know my body doesn't lie. It's quite perplexing." Lin Xiaofan, hearing this, felt a surge of pride, thinking that she must have been willing to like him from the start. Mo Mitao hesitated, unsure of what to say. As they emerged from the thicket, they saw Rainer approaching hurriedly with several others. "Little brother, I need your help," Rainer gasped as he reached Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan, puzzled, asked, "What is wrong, Rainer?" After swallowing hard, Rainer replied, "This morning, while hunting in the east, we encountered wild men, and they were accompanied by a monstrous creature. Upon seeing us, they began shooting arrows, and that creature pursued us. We fled back, but unfortunately, one person died, and Li Feng was struck by an arrow. Without a hospital, I came to ask how to save him. Wild men? Arrows a monster?" Lin Xiaofan's curiosity grew. "Let us go see," he urged, gathering everyone to follow Rainer to his camp. Upon arriving at the camp, they found Jiawen half embracing Li Feng, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Xiaofan could see that Jiawen had a deep affection for Li Feng. Otherwise, she wouldn't be crying. He also recognized Li Feng as a principled man who valued loyalty. He recalled Li Feng's words, "Life is unpredictable, like a large intestine wrapped around a small one." Seeing the situation, Lin Xiaofan hurriedly approached Li Feng, squatting down to examine the arrow wound closely. Fortunately, the arrow had struck his right shoulder, avoiding vital areas. Jiawen, filled with anxiety, trembled as she asked, "What should we do now?" Li Feng won tea. "He won tea just die like this, will he? There is still hope. Do not panic." Lin Xiaofan reassured Jia while swiftly contemplating a strategy. Upon hearing that Li Feng still had a chance of survival, Jiawen's emotions began to settle somewhat. "Little brother, what shall we do next?" Reno inquired anxiously of Lin Xiaofan. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiaofan responded methodically, "Quickly start a fire, then find a piece of metal or something similar to heat over the flames until it glows red." Upon hearing this, Reno immediately directed everyone to ignite a fire and then picked up Li Feng's makeshift machete from the ground. Lin Xiaofan understood that for arrow wounds, merely removing the arrow would not suffice. Common coagulants would be ineffective, and they would need to use the heated metal to cauterize the wound to stem the bleeding. While waiting for the metal to heat, Lin Xiaofan inquired of Reno about their recent ordeal. He learned that the savages they encountered were not the same as those Lin Xiaofan had previously faced, but rather ones marked with insect symbols on their foreheads. This revelation indicated that a second type of savage had emerged on the island, likely those who utilized parasitic insects. Lin Xiaofan's breath caught in his throat at this realization, as he speculated that the grotesque figure he had previously encountered might very well be controlled by these savages through the use of such insects. A sense of helplessness washed over him as he sighed inwardly, acknowledging that this desolate island was far more perilous than he had initially imagined. After a while, the makeshift machete had been heated for some time, glowing fiercely. Lin Xiaofan then reached for it and turned to Li Feng, saying brotherly, "You must lie down and endure this." No sooner had he spoken than he gently tore away the fabric from Li Feng's shoulder, and without hesitation, he swiftly extracted the arrow. Li Feng could not suppress a cry of agony. Lin Xiaofan, undeterred by Li Feng's intense pain, promptly pressed the heated side of the machete against the wound with steady determination. Chapter 83 Discussion. Li Feng let out a piercing scream, clenching his fists. He did not turn over or even sidestep to evade the pain. He endured the torturous agony of his flesh being seared by the intense heat alone. Bloodied skin emitted wisps of white smoke. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan suddenly perceived Li Feng as a man of fortitude. After 5 or 6 seconds, Lin Xiaofan finally removed the makeshift knife pressed against the wound. The injury appeared as if it had been branded by a hot iron. Fortunately, the bleeding had ceased. It is worth noting that there were no medical facilities available. Such a significant wound could only be managed in this rudimentary manner. Everyone held their breath, in suspense, relieved that Li Feng was not gravely harmed. With a few days of proper rest, he would be all right, albeit with a scar as a reminder. At this juncture, the group began to chatter among themselves, speculating about the existence of the eerie creature that seemed neither human nor beast. Lin Xiaofan and his companions had never encountered it firsthand. Their knowledge was drawn solely from the accounts of Reno and others. However, the specific location of this creature remained unknown to Lin Xiaofan, as did the true size of the desolate island, since he had not traversed its entirety. One thing was certain, though: they were situated in the northern part of the island. The precise location of what constituted the island's central region remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaofan's mind began to formulate a new idea, one that could potentially ascertain the cardinal directions of the island's expanse. Although it carried risks, he resolved to refrain from attempting it for the time being. Lin Xiaofan addressed Li Feng, who lay on the ground, urging him to rise and rest well for a few days. Once the skin had completely scabbed over, he would gradually recover. As he surveyed the surrounding group, Lin Xiaofan realized that Chun Ergu, a member of their team, was missing. This was the individual Reno had mentioned, the one pursued and bitten by the creature, perhaps the unluckiest of them all for being closest to the beast. After coming to terms with this distressing reality, Lin Xiaofan led the others back. Upon returning to the cave, Li Xinyu expressed her need to relieve herself. Lin Xiaofan busied himself nearby, chopping down trees to fashion a wooden door, a measure to prevent snakes, insects, and ants from entering their sanctuary. The others found privacy about 30 meters away from the cave entrance. Once quiet settled in, Lin Xiaofan could faintly discern subtle sounds. After a brief moment, he heard the gentle trickle of water, reminiscent of a soft stream. A fleeting vision of petals graced his mind, but he quickly shook off the thought. He admonished himself internally: Lin Xiaofan, do not indulge in such musings. Perhaps his earlier contemplations had been too intense, leading to unwelcome distractions. It was likely a natural consequence of being surrounded by women in their daily lives. After a while, Lin Xiaofan felled over 20 small trees. The daylight was waning, and those 20 trees, cut in half, would yield over 42-meter-long wooden poles. Yet, in the face of the cave entrance, which stood 5 to 6 meters high, that was but a drop in the bucket. With nightfall approaching, he resolved to leave the task unfinished until morrow. As night descended, enveloping the surroundings, Lin Xiaofan and his companions sat huddled around the crackling campfire. At this moment, the heavy topic of survival loomed above them like ominous clouds, suffocating in its weight. Su Yin broke the silence first, her brow furrowed, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Xiaofan, what are we to do? First, we were cast away on this deserted island, and now there are monsters appearing. We have no idea how we will continue living. We might meet our end here any day now. Lin Xiaofan cast her a sidelong glance, his expression tinged with resignation. Stop conjuring up dreadful scenarios that have yet to unfold. You're only scaring yourself. Chun Keek's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she curled up like a frightened fawn, her voice quavering. But we've witnessed several people perish before our eyes. It's terrifying. Brother Xiaofan, can we truly survive and leave this place? There's no rescue on this island. Perhaps no one will ever find us. What is the point of living like this? Lin Xiaofan spoke gently. Kiki, you're still young. Do not dwell on such grim thoughts. Look at the elderly. Even in their twilight years, they cherish every moment, finding ways to savor life. Therefore, we must strive to live well. Yet, Chun Kiki remained downcast, her head bowed in despair. But we are trapped in this wretched place, living in constant fear. Our bodies are weary, our hearts heavier. It is unbearable. Lin Xiaofan could see that the relentless blows had left her disheartened, teetering on the brink of despair. At that moment, Mo Mitao, who had been listening quietly, raised her head and spoke softly. As long as we unite our efforts, we can survive. I believe in Lin Xiaofan. He will guide us to safety. She then looked at Lin Xiaofan. A faint smile graced Lin Xiaofan's lips. Life is but an experience. As long as we strive to live, everything will gradually improve. However, Su Yin remained skeptical, rolling her eyes. Easier said than done. We live in constant trepidation. How much better can our days possibly get? Lin Xiaofan shot her a glance, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. Wherever we wander, that is home. Though we are on a deserted island, we must strive to survive. As long as we are alive, there are infinite possibilities. Instead of lamenting our plight, we should cherish the present and make the most of each day. After all, we are still safe at this moment, and that is our greatest fortune. We should embrace life even more. Upon hearing this, the others seemed to understand, nodding in agreement. Only Su Yin remained unconvinced, retorting to Lin Xiaofan, "Warm your stick." Warm it. First, think about what we will do next. We don't even know what the monster looks like. In response, Lin Xiaofan flashed a charming smile. Warm my stick? Ha ha, come help me with that. You audacious Lin Xiaofan, how can you jest at a time like this? Su Yin said, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger, feeling as though she might confront him if others weren't present. All right, Mo Mitao interjected, sensing the playful banter escalating between the two. Su Yin was so infuriated that she nearly struck the ground. Sister, look at him. He speaks without restraint. It's utterly detestable, she exclaimed, glaring at the young man. Mo Mitao glanced around, pretending not to hear. Apologies. I am but a rough fellow. Sometimes I jest. Please do not take offense. Lin Xiaofan offered a perfunctory apology. He then shifted the conversation to the matter of the monsters. According to the accounts from Reno and the others, the creatures bore a resemblance to humans. Now, let us not digress. Our most pressing concern is to ascertain the whereabouts of these monsters, Lin Xiaofan declared, surveying the group. Internally, he pondered the existence of beings that were neither human nor ghostly. How peculiar. How could one unravel this mystery? Su Yin turned her gaze toward Lin Xiaofan. Ignoring her, continued, Oh, by the way, has anyone heard of Guchong puppets? He looked around at the assembled company. Chapter 84. All things have spirits. Upon hearing the words, everyone shook their heads in unison, as they were unaware. Ah, it suddenly came to me. I had heard of it before. Mo Mitao recalled having listened to the elders